I am with child, and the offspring is not yours. For 3 years, I languished in unrequited affection. In a single moment of pregnancy, the world became aware. After 3 years of devotion, the campus belle, in the end, bore another's child. Gu Chuan suddenly awakened to the truth and turned to enter a red romance. Tonight, Master Gu shall foot the bill. Little did he expect that an unforeseen event would send him back to the day of his confession. Yet this time, Gu Chuan would not look back, resolutely clinging to the wealthy lady's thigh. Witnessing her former admirer no longer pursuing her, the Green Tea campus belle unexpectedly burst into tears, exclaiming, "By what right do you not like me? Gu Chuan, could you please listen to me? I am pursuing you. Is that so wrong?" Chapter 1. I merely wish to indulge in a foot massage. I never anticipated a rebirth. Gu Chuan, I am with child, and the child is not yours. I admit, I betrayed you, but what of it? Please do not utter such nonsense, as I should be responsible for you. It was you who insisted on being with me. It has nothing to do with me. You cannot provide me with what I desire. In this materialistic society, what right do you have to profess love for me? My wedding is on the 8th of next month. Do remember to attend. Seeing me marry the one I love, you should feel happy for me, right? On the streets of Nancheng, Gu Chuan braced against the cold wind, the beer bottle in his hand creaking ominously. The voice of his girlfriend echoed in his phone, breathless, as if she were running. Damn it, you wretched woman. At this, Gu Chuan could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. After toiling away, laying the bricks for a hopeful future, what was the outcome? His girlfriend was getting her hair done with another. What is this? This is nothing short of disgraceful. Why must one learn to be an admirer, resulting in such a fate? A match made in heaven, at the very least. The matchmaking god's waste management is quite effective. A harlot and a dog, for eternity. I can only blame my own folly. How beautiful! Harlot, wretch, used goods. Standing on the street, Gu Chuan shouted his heart out, then picked up a small card from the ground. Red Romance Bathhouse. 20 off. A paradise for men. Damn, after struggling for so many years, can I not indulge myself? Foot massages await. Tonight, Master Gu will cover all expenses. Ding dong. Tucking the card into his pocket, Gu Chuan turned to enter the shadowy alley, only to receive a text message. Developer absconded with funds. XX community halted and abandoned. Damn. Not long after, a young girl's choked voice reached his ears. Sister, what should I do? He fainted before we even started. Fainted. Prepare the pacemaker. Let's see if we can revive him. Doctor, what is happening? He appears to have been overworked for years, leading to chronic fatigue. Combined with excessive drinking, the excitement caused a myocardial infarction. Is there any hope? Looking at his ECG, conventional methods suggest there is no salvation. Wake up. I'll show you my black stockings. Beep, beep, beep. The ECG displayed a series of fluctuations before. It became entirely flat. As you step onto the platform, walking alone from now on, I can only deeply wish you well. The campus broadcast resonated with the graduation song, and the classroom was filled with cacophony. Papers flew in the air, cascading into the hollow courtyard, as if releasing the accumulated pressure of 3 years of high school. Gu Chuan, why have you drunk so much? A powerful wave of dizziness hit him, and Gu Chuan felt as if his mind had momentarily shut down. His eyelids felt heavy, and voices echoed around him, melodious yet somewhat muddled. What does that have to do with you? To start the foot massage. Gu Chuan shook his head, drunkenly exclaiming as he sprawled out like a lifeless fish. Gu Chuan, are you even listening to me? I told you, I'm not interested in a relationship right now. The girl before him appeared somewhat irked and could not resist kicking him twice. Gu Chuan blinked in surprise. As he opened his heavy eyelids, a graceful figure clad in a school uniform came into view. Do today's technicians still indulge in cosplay? How curious that they work in school uniforms. Waving his hand dismissively, Gu Chuan turned over. All right, I understand. I will give you extra later. Yet before he could settle in, a glass of water was splashed onto his face. Gu Chuan tongue abruptly sat up, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Which technician from which family dares to serve guests in such a manner? How audacious to splash water on my face. Is this a rebellion against the heavens? Where's the supervisor? I demand the supervisor come here at once. I wish to lodge a complaint. However, upon sitting up and beholding the scene before him, he was instantly taken aback. An aging classroom building, a dilapidated playground resembling one gnawed by dogs, and a broadcast that sounded as grating as a rusty bell. Most notably, the figure standing before him was one he recognized all too well. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, her graceful figure was still unmistakable. With a high ponytail perched atop her head, rosy lips, white teeth, and an oval face adorned with light makeup, this surely was Lin Xiuya, the one he had pined for years, who had been pregnant with another child. How is she here? Wait, why am I also wearing a high school uniform? Could it be that I have been reborn? Just moments ago, I was receiving a massage at a foot spa. How did I suddenly return to campus? Gu Chuan racked his brain, recalling that today marked the end of the college entrance examination. If memory serves correctly, it was on this very day in his previous life that he confessed his feelings to Lin Xiuya, only to be, predictably, rejected. "Fisk," he exclaimed, lying back down. "In truth, all I wanted was a foot massage. How did I end up being reborn? My money has yet to be fully spent. The girl in the alley, I had yet to save her. Ha ha, a poor boy from the countryside, daring to pursue Xiuya. How utterly deluded. Look, he's been rejected." A few students from the class approached, one of whom was named Wang Lang, a second-generation wealthy heir from the mountain city. Arrogant due to his family's wealth, he strutted about, despite his somewhat unappealing appearance. Naturally, he was also one of Lin Xiuya's admirers. Witnessing Gu Chuan's rejection, he couldn't help but mock him further. "Wang Lang, could you refrain from speaking?" The class monitor, Lin Hui, shot him a glare. "Well, being poor, the poorer one is, the more honorable. Moreover, Gu Chuan is both academically excellent and physically appealing. Why shouldn't he pursue her?" Wang Lang scoffed. "Haha, does looking good fill one's stomach?" At that moment, someone in the class retorted, "It may not fill one's stomach, but with a face like yours, it's hard to even eat." Wang Lang, furious, turned beet red, while others erupted in laughter. Lin Xiuya noticed Gu Chuan had once again reclined, seemingly indifferent to her words. Her brow furrowed, her proud visage marred by displeasure. "Gu Chuan, what is your attitude? I know my rejection has upset you, but I genuinely do not wish to enter a romantic relationship right now. Furthermore, I have merely temporarily declined, not permanently dismissed you. You could apply to the same university as me. Perhaps we might end up together then. Do you not realize how unbecoming your current demeanor is?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan was left incredulous with laughter. "You dare speak to me about decorum? You have already put a green hat on me, and yet discuss decorum? You even suggest I apply to the same university as you. I know someone who makes keys. May I ask how many you can match? In my previous life, I believed your sweet words, abandoning prestigious universities for a mediocre school. From that moment, my life's trajectory was irrevocably altered. Please do not utter such nonsense about remaining friends. I am merely a poor scholar from a remote village, unworthy of your aspirations." Having said that, Gu Chuan turned on his heel and walked away. This woman was not only a notorious flirt, but also had a penchant for keeping men around. Throughout 4 years of university, he had not entertained a single girlfriend, while she was close to amassing a collection of suitors. What was even more infuriating was her refusal to let him pursue other girls while simultaneously rejecting his confession. Continue as friends? How could she have the audacity to suggest such a thing? Do you find my history as your devoted admirer unimpressive, prompting you to ask for further contributions? Or do you intend for me to later inquire, does your boyfriend prefer steamed buns or vegetable pancake for breakfast? How shameless. Lin Xiuya was momentarily taken aback, her gaze filled with disbelief. This cannot be right. He should have been smiling amiably and assuring her that it was fine, then continuing as her devoted admirer, ready to be at her beck and call. How could he display such an attitude, as though he had been the one to break up with her? "Gu Chuan, stop right there," Lin Xiuya commanded, her brow knitted in irritation. Chapter 2. "I am your English teacher." Gu Chuan, somewhat impatient, remarked, "What is the matter? Did I fail to articulate my words clearly? Or perhaps you simply cannot comprehend human speech?" Gu Chuan was not one to possess an abundance of tolerance. How could he maintain a cheerful demeanor while being publicly humiliated? The fact that he refrained from hurling a size 43 shoe at her face and cursing her as a wretch already demonstrated considerable restraint. As he observed Gu Chuan's nonchalant departure, Lin Qiuya's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the same Gu Chuan who once displayed concern and care towards her? How could he speak to her in such a manner? The other students in the classroom were equally bewildered, gazing at Gu Chuan as if he had mistakenly picked up the wrong script. As he pedaled past the teaching building, Gu Chuan let out a soft sigh, gradually reconciling himself with the reality of his circumstances. Having squandered his previous life as a sycophant, he resolved that in this second chance at life, he must complete the unfinished business of his past, and perhaps even find a bit of joy along the way. Though he hailed from humble beginnings, he had managed to establish his own studio, aided by a tattered book left by his late grandfather. He engaged in appraising antiques, assisting second-hand dealers. While his monthly earnings were modest, he lived quite well, yet the illustrious Lin family's daughter found him unworthy of her attention, ultimately choosing to accompany a middle-aged man with a substantial belly instead. Upon his rebirth, Gu Chuan had 3 objectives: to amass some wealth, to indulge in a drink, and to pursue the attractive young woman. Thus, his primary concern became how to earn that initial pot of gold. In this era, real estate was undoubtedly a booming industry. Yet the dilemma remained. His pockets were empty. Gu Chuan, are you heading home? Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by a mature and sophisticated woman, her face illuminated with a smile. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She possessed a statuesque figure and an oval face, exuding the allure of a refined woman. His English teacher? Upon recognizing her, Gu Chuan paused momentarily before recollecting her identity. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him. Just as he felt weary, a blessing appeared before him. A gleeful chuckle echoed in his heart. Liu Xin, the English teacher from Class 10, was not only young and beautiful, but also possessed an impressive wardrobe, never repeating an outfit throughout the week. He later learned that his English teacher was a bona fide heiress, planning to resign post the college entrance examination to embark on a global adventure. Her family was affluent. Her father, a genuine coal magnate with assets in the billions. What a delightful coincidence. He was the class representative for English and often took the opportunity to visit her for a bit of milk. Hello, Sister Xin. Gu Chuan waved, greeting her with a smile. Liu Xin appeared momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar address, but soon her face broke into a smile, graciously accepting it. Given her age was greater than his, it was quite natural for him to address her as such. Where are you off to, Sister Xin? Gu Chuan inquired, noticing her burdened with a stack of thick books. Liu Xin shrugged her shoulders, laughing softly. I've resigned and am preparing to return home to live off my parents. Although Gu Chuan was aware of this, he feigned surprise. Resigned? Liu Xin nodded. Yes, teaching has lost its charm. I wish to explore the breathtaking landscapes of our motherland. Gu Chuan smiled knowingly and teased. Well, Sister Xin, are you in need of a travel companion? My health is exceptional. I can carry quite a load. Liu Xin shot him a playful glare. I fear I might lose you to my aunt who would come looking for you. Are you heading home, Sister Xin? Gu Chuan asked with a grin. Liu Xin not dead? Then hop on. I'll give you a ride home. Gu Chuan patted the seat behind him, which had a cushion he had originally prepared for Lin Qiya. It's all right. It's not far. I'll walk. Liu Xin waved her hand dismissively. The school provided accommodations for staff, but she preferred her own small apartment. Originally, she had a car, but it was in for maintenance. Besides, she wanted to take a leisurely stroll around the campus that held so many memories. You're wearing heels. Walking might hurt your feet, Gu Chuan remarked. You wouldn't want me to carry you, would you? Liu Xin playfully glared at him, but ultimately relented, taking a seat on the back, gently grasping the edge of his shirt. As Gu Chuan pedaled along the tree-lined path of the school, he glanced back and grinned. Sister Xin, are you free tonight for a drink? Liu Xion's pretty face froze momentarily. A drink? ISNT it, right after the college entrance exam? It's a means to relieve stress and also an opportunity to thank you for your care during this time. Gu Chuan replied nonchalantly. After a brief contemplation, Liu Xian agreed. All right then, where shall we go? I haven't decided yet. I'll text you later, he assured her, knowing he had her number saved. Liu Xian shot him an incredulous look. This is the first time I've encountered someone inviting others to dinner without a plan. How did you fare in the exams? Liu Xian inquired, wrapping her arms around his waist. It was decent. Excluding the competition class, I should land in the top 10 of my grade, Gu Chuan replied. Liu Xion's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. You're quite confident. As his teacher, she was aware of his academic performance, but this year's exam was particularly challenging. Of course. Just look at who taught me, Gu Chuan flattered her. Liu Xian shot him a playful glare. When did you become so eloquent? Your compliments are rather sweet. I only speak the truth. Sister Xin, as a teacher, do you have any rewards for students who excel? Gu Chuan inquired. Liu Xin spy. What kind of reward do you desire? Honestly, I lack both money and a girlfriend. Perhaps you could help me with one of those? At that moment, Gu Chuan's demeanor resembled a lecherous middle-aged man flirting with an innocent young girl. Liu Xion's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully pinched him. I am your teacher. After escorting Liu Xian to her residence, Gu Chuan began to wander aimlessly on his bicycle, pondering where to take her for dinner. However, the pressing question remained. Where would he procure the funds to treat Sister Xin? It would be terribly awkward to let her pay, especially after having enjoyed her hospitality for so long. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket, an antiquated model. Hello? He pressed the answer button, his tone cold. Gu Chuan, I have some things here. Come help me move them home. Oh, by the way, I still want to eat the Xylong Bayo from that place in the west of the city. Go buy it for me. Later. Just deliver it to the bottom of my dormitory. The voice on the other end of the phone belonged to Lin Qiya. Her tone as haughty as ever, exuding an air of superiority. Are you out of your mind? Don't you have hands or feet? Can't you go buy it yourself? I'm not your servant. So why should I cater to you? After saying this, Gu Chuan abruptly hung up the phone. Initially, he had no intention of answering, but that damned subconscious had gotten the better of him. Ugh, the despicable soul of a sycophant, truly infuriating. Meanwhile, downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiya stared blankly at her phone. Her eyes gradually widened, filled with disbelief. Upon closer inspection, she realized she hadn't dialed incorrectly. It was indeed Gu Chuan's call. But why did he respond to her in such a manner? Cold and harsh, even accusing her of being mentally deranged. Infuriated, Lin Qiya stomped her foot, her fingers clenched tightly, her gaze brimming with anger. She had originally intended to give Gu Chuan a way out, but to her surprise, he showed no appreciation. Gu Chuan, I never want to see you again for the rest of my life. Chapter 3. Childhood Sweetheart. Marry me and be my wife? Once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword. Just then, Gu Chuan's phone rang again. Pressing the answer button, he immediately launched into a tirade. What is wrong with you? Can't you understand human language? I'm not your father. There's no necessity for this. However, before Gu Chuan could finish, a fierce voice erupted from the other end. Gu Chuan, are you itching for a fight? Who do you think you are? Upon hearing that voice, Gu Chuan was instantly silenced, forcing a sheepish smile as he hurried to clarify. Ahem, I was referring to that green tea seller earlier, not you, dear lady. The person on the other end seemed disinterested in his explanation and hung up after leaving a curt remark. Gu Chuan pouted, surprised that after being reborn, this tomboy still retained her fierce demeanor. Despite his complaints, Gu Chuan dared not delay, pedaling his bicycle furiously down the street. While others might threaten him, this particular lady was genuinely capable of delivering a beating. Before long, he arrived at a deserted railway track where a girl stood not far away. Dressed in a blue and white school uniform, bathed in sunlight, she seemed to radiate light. Tall, around 7 meters. With her hair tied in a ponytail and adorned with a pink hairpin, she was breathtakingly beautiful, her bright eyes and white teeth reflecting a depth akin to a galaxy. Devoid of any flaws. Her skin was flawless, appearing as though she naturally wore makeup despite having no cosmetics on. Chu Liao, the recognized school beauty of Shanxingno, one high school, was both academically gifted and a cherished dream for many. She surpassed Lin Qiya by leagues, who was merely a half-hearted ornament. However, Chu Liao's temperament was indeed somewhat volatile. The two had grown up together, though her family had moved from the village to the county town later on. This tomboy was a childhood shadow for Gu Chuan, having often ridden on his back and beaten him. They had rolled in piles of firewood and drank muddy water together. Their bond forged through shared experiences of life and death. Gu Chuan could hardly believe he had grown up, grateful for her mercy in not killing him back then. Upon seeing Gu Chuan approach, Chu Liao raised her beautiful brows and handed him the guitar she had been carrying. Here, this is for you from Annie. Since middle school, Gu Chuan's personality had grown somewhat introverted, and his mother, fearing he would bottle up his emotions, had gifted him a guitar. He quickly accepted it, grinning in a flattering manner. You really shouldn't have gone out of your way for such a trivial matter. Chu Liao shot him a glare with her clear eyes. You're aware, huh? After saying that, she handed him a can of ice-cold soda, and they sat on the railway tracks, drinking happily. Noticing her relaxed posture with legs crossed, Gu Chuan couldn't help but murmur, You are a woman after all, the school beauty of Shanxing No. 1 High School. Yet this posture. Hearing this, Chu Liao tilted her snow-white chin, adopting a slightly spoiled demeanor. What? Not satisfied? Gu Chuan, seeing her expression, smiled awkwardly. Who would dare? I'll just drink my soda, quietly. Chu Liao shot him a look that conveyed, You know your place, before wiping her mouth on his sleeve. Gu Chuan's face darkened at this gesture, yet he felt a warmth in his heart. Despite her fiery nature, this little lady had a kind soul. Due to family circumstances, Gu Chuan had grown introverted, insecure, and sensitive. Chu Liao always accompanied him, sharing delicious treats and fun experiences. He had indeed been blind, neglecting the true white moonlight and instead serving as a sycophant to a green tea girl. How pathetic. Chu Liao caught Gu Chuan staring at her, her beautiful brows furrowing. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out to use as a bubble. What? Did you get rejected and lose your mind? Why do you look so foolish when you smile? Gu Chuan's expression darkened. It was evident that this woman still reveled in rubbing salt into his wounds. Why does a good child have to deal with such a mouth? Leaning her small head against Gu Chuan's shoulder, Chu Liao sipped her soda. So, are you heartbroken after being rejected by that green tea goddess? Gu Chuan had developed immunity to her sharp tongue and nodded. Of course, how could I not be sad? Since I'm so heartbroken, will you marry me and be my wife to soothe my wounded heart? Chu Liao remained silent, merely waving her delicate hands in front of Gu Chuan. Look at my new nails. Aren't they beautiful? Gu Chuan nodded in agreement, very pretty. A dangerous smile crept across Chu Liao's face as she asked, so tell me, if these nails were to pinch you, would it hurt? Gu Chuan wisely fell silent, unwilling to provoke further. Yet, after a moment, he tentatively suggested, if you want to marry me, could you lend me some money? Not long after, Gu Chuan tucked 500 yuan notes into his pocket. Oh dear, it's not even summer yet. And here come the mosquitoes. Look at the marks they've left on me. Gu Chuan gazed at the two distinct red welts on his arm, clicking his tongue and cursing the mosquitoes in the area. However, the thought of the money in his pocket brought him some solace. In this day and age, 500 yuan was quite a sum. Earlier, when Chu Liao had mentioned there's only 500 left, it highlighted Gu Chuan as poverty. He remembered that Chu Liao's family was in the clothing business, worth millions, while not as wealthy as those with family minds. She could still be considered a modestly affluent young lady. Inviting a wealthy young lady to dinner with money from a modestly wealthy young man. What an amusing thought. With this in mind, Gu Chuan grinned as he parted ways with Chu Liao and headed to a barber shop, getting rid of his thick, non-conforming hairstyle. In this day and age, the chamate style was still in vogue. Some had experienced passionate romances only to realize they had no idea what the other looked like. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Gu Chuan grinned and turned to the barber. Am I not strikingly handsome? The barber paused slightly. Well, I can't say you're handsome, but you do have a certain presence, though you're only marginally better looking than me. Gu Chuan gazed at his reflection, tossing his hair with flair. The beauty that had been concealed beneath his thick bangs was finally unleashed. A vivid embodiment of the mountainous city, Peng Yuyan. As the old adage goes, a person is defined by their attire, just as a horse is defined by its saddle. A striking visage must be complemented by a fitting hairstyle. With such a countenance, one could effortlessly attract the attention of a campus beauty from Chu University. In the past, while perusing those rebirth novels, Gu Chuan often thought that the male protagonists transformed by merely changing their hairstyles seemed utterly absurd, lacking any semblance of realism. Yet, when faced with his own reflection, he found the lines between fiction and reality blurring. After all, he was inherently handsome. As for others, they were mere figments of the author's imagination. Even if a mountain chicken were to grow its hair long, it could never become the formidable Chun Haonan of Copperpot Bay. To forge iron, one must possess strength. As he was about to depart, Gu Chuan contemplated snapping a photograph to hang at the barbershop entrance, thus evading the cost of the haircut, relishing the thrill of being recognized. The barber, however, greeted him with a rather brusque, "You can just leave, Xuan Yi." At that moment, he heard someone call out to him from behind. Turning around, he was met by a stout figure resembling a person, dark and rotund, charging towards him like a wild boar. It was Lu Bowen, a native of the mountain city, standing around 1.7 meters tall, sporting glasses and a plump physique that indeed made him resemble a wild boar. Upon seeing Lu Bowen, Gu Chuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. An old acquaintance, a reunion akin to an unexpected cannonball. In his recollection, after graduating from university, Lu Bowen had returned to the mountain city and married a woman from a blind date. However, domestic life quickly devolved into chaos, and by the age of 30, he found himself divorced, having lost a significant portion of his assets, and drowning his sorrows in alcohol and melancholy. Wow, what a change. If you weren't in your school uniform, I might have mistaken you for someone else." His drastic transformation was akin to trading a bird gun for a cannon. He was nearly a tenth as handsome as Gu Chuan now. Approaching, Lu Bowen's eyes nearly bulged out upon realizing it was indeed Gu Chuan, surveying him incredulously. Previously, he had only perceived Gu Chuan as a boy with distinct facial features. Fair skin and a forehead concealed by a thick fringe. Coupled with his introverted nature and habit of looking down, he never anticipated that such a transformation could occur. With a smug flick of his bangs, Gu Chuan replied, "Well, how else could I possibly be worthy of the campus beauty from Chu University?" Lu Bowen, however, scoffed, "Please, spare me. You think you're worthy of her? You might as well claim you're married to the English teacher." Chapter 4. No photos, but I recorded it. Subsequently, Lu Bowen recalled the matter at hand and sought to console Gu Chuan. "Don't be disheartened, Chuan Gu. If one attempt fails, we can always try again. Eventually, you will move her." Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan's expression turned slightly peculiar. He had never noticed Lu Bowen's latent potential as a sycophant before. "Licking boots? What is that?" Lu Bowen inquired, puzzled. Gu Chuan, uninterested in explaining, simply mused, "In this day and age, it's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged girls. Don't hang your hopes on a single tree. Remember, the warm-hearted man should always follow behind the loyal dog." Lu Bowen, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Come on, you haven't even clung to one tree yet, and you're thinking about others?" Gu Chuan nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I just had a heart-to-heart with the campus beauty from Chu University. I said I was leaving, and she insisted I stay, claiming she couldn't bear to part with me. Look, these scratches on my arm are proof of her reluctance." Lu Bowen rolled his eyes. "You can't even catch Lin Xiaoyi's attention, yet you're aiming for the Chu University beauty? If you manage to win her over, I'll shout daddy in front of the entire class while standing on my head." Gu Chuan chuckled. "Then you should shout a couple of times first, record it, and take it home for your mother to hear." Lu Bowen's face flushed crimson. "Damn it, you're just a dog that can't produce ivory from its mouth. So many rich and handsome suitors are after her, and you think you stand a chance? What? Do you have Jiao Chan's charm hidden away?" With a raised brow, Lu Bowen relished the moment. "Are you saving your tears for when you go home to cry under the covers?" Gu Chuan shot him a glance and replied languidly, "Crying under the covers is at least better than shaking the bed while lying there." Lu Bowen froze, his entire face flushing in embarrassment, nostrils flaring like an old steam locomotive. "Damn, did you snoop through my phone?" Gu Chuan shook his head. "I wasn't that bored. It's just that the noise from your bed shaking was too loud at night. In our dormitory, who isn't waiting for you to finish before sleeping." Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen wished he could find a hole to hide in, utterly mortified, contemplating a new planet to inhabit. He then glared at Gu Chuan, flustered and furious. "Why didn't you warn me?" Gu Chuan chuckled, patting his shoulder. "I just wanted to leave some precious memories for you and the rest of our dormitory." "Precious memories for you, perhaps." "Damn." Lu Bowen's face turned the color of a pig's liver, feeling as if he wished for death. Soon after, Lu Bowen seemed to remember something, his expression turning wary as he scrutinized Gu Chuan. "You didn't take any photos, did you?" Gu Chuan shook his head, relieved. Lu Bowen then felt his defenses shatter upon Gu Chuan's next statement. "But I recorded it." "Damn you, Gu Chuan." Lu Bowen erupted. The sewing machine bar, situated in a relatively secluded area, appeared desolate, seemingly struggling in terms of business. The sign in front was built with a sturdy iron frame, treated to a charred finish. The iron door was splattered with graffiti, exuding a distinct metallic rock vibe. In 2008, during the era when KTVs reigned supreme in this small county, bars were scarce. Though it was afternoon, the interior was dimly lit and sparsely populated. The decor was simplistic, featuring a bar counter, a dance floor, a liquor cabinet, and projection screens, all consistent with the graffiti theme. Since it was not yet operating hours, only a handful of staff members were present. At one of the bar's booths, Gu Chuan found himself engaged in a heated debate with a middle-aged man clad in a patterned tank top, adorned with prayer beads. Spittle flew as he passionately employed his years of persuasive expertise. Initially, Gu Chuan had merely come to scout the place for a casual drink with Lu Xian, but upon arrival, a bold idea began to take shape. Thus, A verbal duel with the bar's owner ensued. While location was undeniably significant, marketing was equally essential. KTVs felt too corporate for fresh graduates, and the limited space led to dozens of people scrambling for 2 microphones, merely playing the role of background support. In contrast, bars offered a novel experience for many students. The dance floor was ample, allowing for uninhibited enjoyment, provided the drink prices were reasonable and coupled with some advertising. Business prospects could be promising. Gu Chuan eloquently presented his plan to Chen Gang. Whether Lu Xin was reliable remained uncertain. Thus, Gu Chuan needed to establish a backup plan. Although he may not earn a fortune, securing enough for living expenses would suffice. Chen Gang inhaled deeply and replied, "The venue itself is not an issue, but marketing might pose some challenges. While bars don't carry the same stigma as KTVs, students may still harbor reservations. Convincing them to host their graduation parties here could be quite a task." Gu Chuan nodded. He had already anticipated this difficulty. Therefore, the owner had to make a compromise. To successfully hold the graduation party, the venue must be exclusively reserved for students. After all, the outside world is rife with all sorts of individuals, and potential dangers lurk within. The safety of the students is a major concern for both parents and teachers, and any incidents could deter future attendance. Although the students are not employed, they possess a considerable amount of pocket money. Once the promotion is initiated, you will find no shortage of clientele throughout the summer, and the revenue will be quite substantial. Moreover, such graduation gatherings can be perpetually promoted, as there are graduates every year. After high school, everyone comes of age and, naturally, university life is an opportunity for romance. With boys and girls mingling, one might just find a pair of star-crossed lovers. For the students, this serves as a marketing gimmick, while for the parents and teachers, safety assurances can be the focal point. Making money is anything but shameful. Unfortunately, high school students still possess a degree of discernment. Unlike university students whose eyes often reflect a naive clarity, easily lured by the promise of a simple lollipop. Chen Gang took a deep drag from his cigarette and cast a contemplative glance at Gu Chuan. He was surprised to discover that the young man before him possessed a certain business acumen. With a cigarette tucked behind his ear, he appeared rather streetwise. Since Gu Chuan had changed his attire beforehand and concealed his identity, Chen Gang remained unaware that he was merely a high school student. Otherwise, he might subconsciously deem the venture untrustworthy and dismiss it. After a lengthy pause, Chen Gang finally spoke, while Gu Chuan remained patient, understanding that there were risks involved. After all, he was merely scouting the location and not necessarily committed to closing this deal. Eventually, as the cigarette neared its end, the boss acquiesced to Gu Chuan's proposal. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Upon receiving this affirmation, Gu Chuan smiled broadly and requested, "Then, could you kindly arrange a private room for me, Brother Chen? I have an important guest coming tonight to discuss a project worth several billion." Chen Gang's agreement fell well within Gu Chuan's expectations, considering his establishment had few patrons. Had he been operating a more prosperous bar, he likely would not have been so accommodating. Chen Gang paused momentarily, giving Gu Chuan a newfound respect, exclaiming, "A business worth billions? Truly impressive for someone so young." He nodded affirmatively, assuring, "Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements." Gu Chuan lit a cigarette and walked out of the bar with a confident demeanor, hands in pockets, as if he had no rivals. This visit proved to be fruitful, as not only did he secure a private room without charge, but he also laid the groundwork for a lucrative deal. Casting a glance back at the charred iron framework, Gu Chuan exhaled a smoke ring. Musing, sewing machine? Quite a clever name. However, Gongji's bar has a more appealing ring to it. Subsequently, Gu Chuan retrieved his phone and sent a text message to Lu Xin, sharing the bar's location. In Chapter 5, Lin Qiya was brought to tears by her frustration. Noticing that the time was still early, Gu Chuan decided to visit a mall to purchase a women's dress and a men's belt, carrying them as he made his way home. "Qiya, what troubles you? Did Gu Chuan upset you again?" After leaving school, Lin Qiya had called her friend Qin Xiaomin to go shopping and ease her mind, yet her mood was exceedingly gloomy. Had she not merely declined his confession? Was such a reaction truly warranted? She had refused him before without such repercussions. Did this mean he no longer harbored feelings for her? She had already provided him a graceful exit, yet Gu Chuan continued with his sarcastic jibes, which only served to infuriate her further. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. After all, it was Gu Chuan who had been rejected. Why was her mood plummeting to such depths when she should be indifferent toward him? Just then, she caught sight of Gu Chuan, momentarily stunned by his striking appearance. Had he truly transformed into someone so handsome? When he smiled, it seemed as though he radiated light. He was holding something in his hands. Could it be that Gu Chuan realized his error and purchased a gift to apologize? Chen Xiaoman, unaware of the prior events, assumed Gu Chuan had once again provoked Lin Qiya. Upon seeing him approach with a gift, her expression flickered with surprise as she rubbed her eyes, questioning, is that really Gu Chuan? Had she imagined it? When had he become so dashing? In her mind, Gu Chuan had always been a reserved, studious boy. Though handsome with his defined features and fair skin, he was merely attractive. But now, the notion of him being exceptionally handsome filled her thoughts. It seemed a shame he wasn't pursuing a more glamorous career. Perhaps she could have aided his business endeavors. Snapping back to reality, Chen Xiaoman nudged Lin Qiya, whispering, "Look, Qiya, Gu Chuan has brought you a gift to apologize." Seeing her friend think this way lifted Lin Qiya's spirits slightly. Yet, her prideful nature led her to retort, "Even if he comes to apologize, I will not forgive him." Chen Xiaoman chuckled softly, linking arms with her. "Indeed, those who pursue our Qiya line up all the way to France. While Gu Chuan is handsome and academically gifted, he still requires your consent." Lin Qiya's mood brightened. Her chin held high in pride, although her joy remained concealed, failing to notice Gu Chuan's presence. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she kept a watchful gaze on his actions. Just as she eagerly anticipated Gu Chuan approaching her with the gift to seek forgiveness, he walked right past her, not sparing her a single glance. This sight further deepened Lin Qiya's discontent, her face betraying a hint of anger as she entwined her fingers tightly and stomped her foot in frustration. Chen Xiaoman, observing her reaction, was bewildered. Could it be that Gu Chuan had overlooked Qiya? "Don't be upset, Qiya. This is merely a tactic, a classic male ploy. Trust me, within 3 seconds, Gu Chuan will undoubtedly return to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiya's heart reignited with hope as she struggled to resist the urge to turn around, silently counting down in her mind. Yet, 10 seconds passed without a sign of Gu Chuan returning. Chen Xiaoman began to feel anxious. Awkwardly chuckling as she turned back and called out, "Gu Chuan." Hearing someone call his name, Gu Chuan halted and turned to see Chen Xiaoman approaching with Lin Qiya. "Qiya is here," he remarked, his brow furrowing, impatience evident in his tone. "What is it?" Presently, he felt no affection for Lin Qiya. In fact, conversing with her felt like a trial. His words stunned those present, especially Chen Xiaoman, who couldn't fathom why he was treating her this way. "Isn't the gift meant for Qiya?" she queried, perplexed. Gu Chuan paused briefly, then smiled broadly, revealing a dazzling set of pearly whites, giving her a thumbs up. "You are truly insightful. In the future, you shall have your place among the world's great strategists." Before that man emerged, was merely a compliment. "Gu Chuan, I demand an apology from you," Lin Qiya declared, unable to suppress her anger at his mockery. Upon hearing her haughty tone, Gu Chuan's expression turned icy. "Have you lost your mind? Did I sleep with you or kick you out? What on earth do I owe you an apology for? Furthermore, refrain from addressing me in such a tone. I owe you nothing." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, unwilling to engage with her. Gu Chuan found himself repulsed by her self-righteous demeanor and her tendency to act superior. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoman stood in disbelief, wondering if Gu Chuan had lost his mind. This was Lin Qiya, the girl he had harbored feelings for over 3 years. Why was he treating her with such coldness? In the past, upon seeing Qiya upset, he would have rushed to apologize, pleading for her forgiveness in gentle tones. What on earth is happening today? Not only has there been no apology, but his gaze also betrays a hint of disdain. Watching Gu Chuan's retreating figure, Lin Qiya's mood plummets to an all-time low. She stomped her foot in frustration, tears cascading down her cheeks, her voice tinged with a sob. utterly feeling wronged. Gu Chuan, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. Standing beneath the residential building, inexplicably, a wave of anxiety washed over Gu Chuan. His mother had remarried when he was in middle school. His father had passed away during his elementary years, leaving behind only bitter memories of hatred. Alcoholism, gambling, domestic violence. His father had dabbled in every vice imaginable, casting a long, indelible shadow over Gu Chuan's childhood. This is the reason behind his increasingly timid and sensitive demeanor. Some individuals may heal their entire lives by reconciling with their childhood, yet others require a lifetime to mend the wounds of their youth. His father had perished in a car accident while under the influence, bearing the brunt of the responsibility due to reckless driving. The driver who struck him, out of humanitarian concern, shouldered the funeral expenses. On the day of his father's death, Gu Chuan shed not a single tear. Many labeled him unfilial, and he did not bother to refute their claims. After smoking a cigarette downstairs, Gu Chuan ascended the stairs with his belongings. Before door 301, he hesitantly knocked. Before long, his mother's voice resonated from within, "I'm coming." The door swung open, revealing his mother's familiar visage, which appeared notably more youthful than he remembered, adorned with a warm smile. Upon seeing her beloved son, Chunlan was momentarily taken aback. With his new hairstyle, he seemed like a different person, truly her son, remarkably handsome. Come in. Your Uncle Lee just cut a watermelon," she urged, smiling. Upon entering, Gu Chuan spotted Uncle Lee emerging from the kitchen, bearing 2 platters of watermelon. Upon seeing him, Uncle Lee quickly greeted him with a smile. "You must be exhausted from the college entrance examination period. Look at you, you've lost weight. Come on, have some watermelon." With that, Uncle Lee pushed a platter of watermelon towards Gu Chuan. Chapter 6, The Banquet of the English Teacher. Uncle Lee, whose full name was Li Xiangshan, was an honest man of modest stature, slightly lean, exuding a sense of steadiness. He harbored no resentment towards Gu Chuan for being an outsider. Rather, he treated him exceptionally well, often bringing him treats to school. He worked in a governmental position. While his salary was not extravagant, it sufficed to support the family, ensuring that no one lacked for necessities. "Thank you, Uncle Lee," Gu Chuan replied with a smile, feeling at ease as he bit into a piece of watermelon. "Is Lingjia coming back for the summer vacation?" he inquired with a grin. Uncle Lee had a daughter, 2 years his senior, who was attending university and was quite beautiful. "Yes, she should be back. That girl has been trying to get her driver's license for 2 years now," Li Xiangshan nodded. Gu Chuan chuckled, then pulled out a garment from his bag. "Mom, this is for you. It's getting hot, and it's time for a wardrobe update." Chunlan's expression faltered as she looked at the dress, scolding him lightly. "You're wasting money again. We have enough clothes at home." However, her smile betrayed her true feelings. Her son was now buying clothes for her. Subsequently, Gu Chuan handed a belt to Li Xiangshan, saying, "Uncle Lee, this is for you. You've helped a lot during this college entrance exam period." Li Xiangshan accepted the belt, but frowned. "What are you saying? This is my duty. Besides, you're about to enter university. Shouldn't you save your money to treat your classmates?" Gu Chuan smiled. "It's all right, Uncle Lee. I found a part-time job over the summer. I'm not short on cash." Upon hearing this, both their gazes instinctively turned to him. Chunlan sat beside him. "A part-time job? What kind of job?" Li Xiangshan offered Gu Chuan another piece of watermelon, then remarked, "You don't need to save money for us. Your mother and I have already prepared for your university expenses. It's getting hotter by the day. What kind of part-time job could you possibly have? It's hard work. If you need money, just let me know, and I'll make sure you have enough," Li Xiangshan insisted. Gu Chuan chuckled. "Uncle Lee, it's not about the money. I just want to gain some experience. After all, once the college entrance exams are over, I'll officially be an adult." Hearing this, a look of contentment graced Chunlan's face as she patted Gu Chuan's hand. "That's good. Our son is growing up." After engaging in casual family banter, Gu Chuan prepared to take his leave, but Chunlan called out to him. "Dinner is almost ready. Where do you think you're going?" With a smile, Gu Chuan replied, "I have plans with my classmates to eat out." Seeing this, Li Xiangshan pulled out his wallet, intending to slip Gu Chuan some pocket money. But he was stopped. "Uncle Lee, no need. I have some with me." After several rounds of insistence, Li Xiangshan had no choice but to relent. As Gu Chuan reached the door, he suddenly turned to Li Xiangshan. "Uncle Lee, thank you. These words came from the heart. Being with him made his mother happy, sparing her the hardships of gathering tuition fees under the sun. Li Xiangshan chuckled warmly. What nonsense are you saying? We're family. There's no need for thanks. Watching Gu Chuan's figure fade into the distance, a smile of satisfaction spread across Chanlan's face. Xiao Chuan seems different from before. Li Xiangshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Chuan rarely spoke in the past. Sitting on the curb, Gu Chuan lit a cigarette, inhaling half while the wind carried the other half away. Then, he began to ponder. Why do others seem to soar effortlessly in their rebirths, while he finds himself struggling? It appears that novels and reality are worlds apart. However, Gu Chuan was not discouraged. Didn't T. Bussy once say, stand at the wind's mouth, and even pig can soar? In this era, opportunities abound, but money remains elusive. He had witnessed the impending transformations of the future. The once humble studio had emerged from the foundation of the internet. Given a second chance, Gu Chuan believed the likelihood of earning money was quite promising. Of course, this was contingent upon satisfying Xinjie tonight, and then, with any luck, she would be generous with her financial contributions. They say that if a man is a first-timer, the girl ought to provide a red envelope. That saying seems to refer to something else. Alas, if all it took was effort to succeed, what need would there be for affluent women? There was no escape. He lacked a system or extraordinary memory, just an ordinary handsome guy. The path of a literary thief was not for him. After all, not everyone has the capacity to retain millions of words of novels and hundreds of songs in their heads. Nevertheless, when it came to tunes, he actually remembered a few. They were merely folk songs he enjoyed playing, selecting from those that had yet to be released. That should suffice for him to earn a little extra. As for novels, while his mind was agile, the sheer volume of words was simply impossible to memorize. There was, however, one short story that left a deep impression on him. Not because he particularly enjoyed it, but because the author had cruelly killed off all the characters he adored. In that case, Jiangnan, you shall not blame me for stealing your thunder. With that thought, Gu Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was well-versed in the plot, and with a little help to polish the prose, he could cobble together a decent piece. He recalled that Jiangnan's first novel, Dragon Clan, was published in 2009, while now it was merely 2008. Jiangnan, oh no, I've become a substitute. Indeed, most people's first pot of gold was anything but clean, Gu Chuan reassured himself. Jiangnan, can this really be applied here? As the sun dipped below the mountains at 7 in the evening, Gu Chuan and Lu Xian met and ventured together to the sewing machine bar. The private room was prepared with food and drinks. For Gu Chuan was negotiating a substantial business deal. At this moment, Lu Xian had donned an exceptionally refreshing outfit, a white tank top, light gray jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. Standing beside Gu Chuan, they appeared as if they were classmates. The bar's decor exuded a distinct artistic flair. Observing the graffiti that adorned the walls of the private room, Lu Xian's beautiful eyes shimmered with surprise. Rock and roll enthusiasts tend to be rather unconventional, Gu Chuan remarked with a smile. Situated on the second floor, the private room featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view of the exterior. Shen Gang's assessment was accurate. The bar's business was indeed lackluster. As night fell, only a scant 20 patrons lingered, rendering the space exceedingly desolate. You didn't summon me here merely for a meal, did you? Lu Xian inquired, her astute gaze fixed on Gu Chuan, the corners of her mouth curling into a subtle smile. Gu Chuan, unfazed and with a nonchalant demeanor, placed 2 bottles of beer before Lu Xian and quipped, didn't I mention before? I'm currently in need of 2 things, money and a girlfriend. Which would you prefer? Lu Xian cast him a playful glare, yet remained silent, her striking eyes lingering on Gu Chuan for an extended moment. I've noticed you seem different from before. Gu Chuan leaned closer to Lu Xian, unabashedly asking, have I become more handsome? Lu Xian nodded. Yes, you are indeed more handsome than before. Moreover, you've grown much bolder. In the past, Gu Chuan had been quite introverted, often keeping his head down and exhibiting signs of insecurity. Yet now, he appeared transformed, capable of jesting with her and possessing a significantly brighter disposition. Enough of this. Let us drink. Once we're sufficiently intoxicated, We can discuss other matters, Gu Chuan declared, raising his beer bottle to clink with Lu Xian's before downing its contents. Slow down. There's no one competing with you, Lu Xian retorted, rolling her eyes as she poured the beer into her glass and consumed it as well. Sister Xian, your alcohol tolerance is impressive, Gu Chuan grinned, promptly filling her glass anew. Chapter 7. Sister Xian, are you in need of a live-in son-in-law? Gu Chuan opted for the bar precisely because this mature and alluring woman thrived on thrill. In her past life, she had indulged in bungee jumping, skydiving, and canyon rafting. Anything exhilarating was fair game. This was also the reason she had resigned from her teaching job. The profession had become far too monotonous for her. Lu Xian raised her alabaster chin slightly, a captivating smile gracing her face. But don't blame me if you drink too much and require my assistance to return home. Gu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Not a chance. I want to rest until you're utterly incapacitated. Seeing Gu Chuan so brazenly take advantage of her, Lu Xian playfully scolded him. I am your teacher, after all. Though she spoke thus, she relished this mode of interaction, relaxed, free-spirited, and devoid of formality. Gu Chuan chuckled. In this day and age, teacher-student romances are not uncommon. Burp. After several rounds, the two had consumed a total of 12 bottles of beer, with Gu Chuan surprisingly showing no signs of intoxication. He gazed at Lu Xian opposite him, astonished. He had not anticipated her to be such a formidable drinker. At this moment, Lu Xian's lovely cheeks bore a faint blush, becoming even more alluring under the dim lighting. Yet, despite her appearance, her awareness remained intact. She likely wouldn't be dazed, even if another case of beer were consumed. Resting her chin on her hand, Lu Xian fluttered her long eyelashes, gazing at Gu Chuan with a slight inebriation. So, what is it that you wanted to discuss? Gu Chuan remained silent, clapping his hands, prompting the bartender to bring in 2 more cases of beer. Bang! He opened each one and pushed them toward Lu Xian. Drink first. Let us enjoy ourselves before discussing anything else. Lu Xian shot him an exasperated look. I'm not beautiful enough right now, even with another case of beer. She likely wouldn't get drunk, but the incessant trips to the restroom were becoming quite bothersome. Gu Chuan grinned. Indeed, Sister Xian, you are beautiful. However, I dare say you would appear even more enchanting when inebriated. After downing several more bottles, Lu Xian's cheeks flushed deeper, and she waved her hand, signaling that she could no longer continue drinking. It wasn't that she was approaching intoxication. She simply wished to avoid another trip to the restroom. At that moment, her gaze became slightly hazy, her cheeks rosy, exuding a more intoxicating allure, just as Gu Chuan had remarked. Aren't you going to the restroom? Gu Chuan, having consumed at least 17 or 18 bottles, exhibited no signs of inebriation, having only ventured to the restroom twice. He chuckled, waving his hand. What can I say? My kidneys are in great shape. Remarkably, he felt no hint of drunkenness, which was quite unusual. In his past life, while he had a decent alcohol tolerance, it had never reached this level. Could this be a benefit of his rebirth? Lu Xian, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks warm further. With a playful glare, she asked, Can we talk now? Gu Chuan, observing the dreamy quality in her eyes, sensed the moment was ripe. He leaned closer with a mischievous grin. Sister Xian, could you lend me some money? Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then reached for her purse. How much do you need? Gu Chuan, rarely exhibiting shyness, awkwardly held up 3 fingers. 3 million. Lu Xian nodded, continuing to rummage through her wallet. However, upon hearing the amount, her charming face froze, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. The dreamy look in her eyes seemed to sharpen. How much? Gu Chuan realized that asking her for such a substantial sum was somewhat abrupt, but she was the only person he could turn to at this moment. Though it was likely he would be denied, he reiterated 3 million. In this day and age, those who could earn a fortune often possessed a thicker skin than a city wall. Lu Xian's eyes flickered with uncertainty, her previously hazy gaze sharpening. What do you need such a large sum for? Gu Chuan clicked his tongue, noting the distinctive confidence of a wealthy woman. A pauper hearing such a figure would merely exclaim, Where on earth would I get that much money? Whereas a wealthy individual would ask, What do you intend to do with such a sum? Gu Chuan did not conceal his intentions, for when seeking financial assistance, it was only fair to disclose its purpose. After all, borrowing money only to squander it would render her an accomplice. Of course, he didn't divulge everything, as certain sources of information were beyond his ability to explain. I intend to use this money to purchase several properties and subsequently profit from the compensation for demolition. Gu Chuan stated candidly. Demolition compensation? Liu Xin Guidi, Inji. Gu Chuan nodded. The real estate market is booming, and numerous old districts are slated for redevelopment, with compensation packages representing a considerable income. Although the relevant policies have yet to be enacted, if memory serves, they are expected to be finalized this summer. This was precisely why Gu Chuan sought to borrow money from Liu Xin at this juncture. Any delay could result in missing the opportunity. Liu Xin seemed well-versed in the real estate sector, questioning Gu Chuan, "Where did you acquire this information?" Gu Chuan shrugged. "I promised that esteemed individual I wouldn't disclose it. However, I can assure you, the information is absolutely reliable and will not lead to any losses for you." Sister Xin, leaning back against the sofa, Liu Xin inquired, "Why should I trust you?" At that moment, she appeared considerably more sober, while her smile remained. Her beautiful eyes now reflected a shrewdness befitting a savvy businesswoman. Gu Chuan shrugged, acknowledging the futility of convincing Sister Xin, for if a loss were to occur, she would bear the greater risk. As the weaker party, Gu Chuan could only engage in honest dialogue, swearing and promising, which were utterly ineffective in the realm of commerce. Liu Xin leaned forward, resting her delicate hand on her fragrant cheek, gazing intently at Gu Chuan. "How did you come to know that I possess wealth?" Gu Chuan smiled lightly, observing that Sister Xion's wardrobe was never repetitive, and though her car was somewhat niche, its value was substantial. Furthermore, even if she did not reside in the faculty dormitory, she could effortlessly rent an apartment instead of purchasing one outright. Of course, much of this remained mere speculation on my part. However, judging by Sister Xion's reaction, it seemed my deductions were not far from the truth. Upon hearing Gu Chuan's analysis, a flicker of surprise danced in Liu Xion's eyes. "You certainly possess a knack for deduction. But why should I lend you money?" Gu Chuan shrugged again, admitting, "I lack the capital to haggle with Sister Xion. I can only plead for your assistance." This was the truth, as he was merely a penniless youth, having borrowed the funds for this meal from the campus belle, Chu. Although he had some insider information, it was hardly a secret, especially for Sister Xion. With a mere exertion of her connections, she could obtain it. He could not possibly use this as leverage against her, for the simple reason that Sister Xion was not in want of money. Liu Xian was taken aback by this revelation. She had not anticipated Gu Chuan's candor. She expected him to leverage insider information to negotiate, but instead, he sought her help. "You are quite forthright," she remarked. Gu Chuan, somewhat helpless, replied, "This is all I have left, my honesty." Liu Xian smiled. "What if the information is unreliable?" Gu Chuan reclined on the sofa, responding, "Then I shall offer myself in return, to settle the debt." Liu Xian shot him a playful glance. "You are quite greedy, wanting both to eat and take." Gu Chuan sighed. "What can I say? A clever woman cannot work miracles without resources." Though his mind brimmed with ideas, he lacked the capital. Thus, he resorted to this desperate measure, hoping against hope. Compared to winning the lottery for his first pot of gold, he believed that charming a wealthy woman held greater promise. Liu Xin tilted her head, contemplating him. "Since you put it that way, I shall indulge you." 3 million might be an astronomical figure for many, but for Liu Xian, it was merely a sum casually spent in Macau. She did not expect Gu Chuan to genuinely profit. She simply found the endeavor amusing. Whether it was this so-called price difference game or Gu Chuan himself, she found it all intriguing. For her, money was merely a numeral, far less significant than emotional value. Based solely on the dinner he treated her to tonight, his refusal to distance himself like other students, his manner of interacting with friends, and the way he addressed her as Sister Xion, she deemed that even if the 3 million were to vanish, it would matter little. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chuan was momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure. "You've agreed just like that? But I had prepared many toasts and touching anecdotes to share. How did you come to a decision so swiftly? This has taken me by surprise." Moreover, He had not truly believed that Sister Xian would acquiesce. After all, although he was her student and their relationship was somewhat closer than with the average person, it still fell within the realm of friendship. To casually lend 3 million was utterly unrealistic. Such scenarios were rarely penned in fiction. Yet, astonishingly, Sister Xian had indeed agreed, and with remarkable decisiveness. Akin to Gu Chuan purchasing a 50-cent snack from a school gate. No, that was not quite right, given Gu Chuan's current financial standing. He would hesitate even over a 50-cent snack. Indeed, pleasing a wealthy woman made the prospect of earning money appear as effortless as sipping water. A mere token of appreciation sufficed, enough for an ordinary person to toil for a lifetime. Contemplating this, Gu Chuan seemed to establish a new outlook on life. Sister Xian, does your family require a son-in-law? Chapter 8. Sister Xian, please do not test me with this. Gu Chuan exclaimed. My, Sister Xian, you are indeed affluent, living alone and purchasing such a spacious residence. What is the other bedroom reserved for dignity? After hailing a cab, Gu Chuan escorted Lu Xian to an upscale community. Upon entering, he admired the minimalistic yet elegant decor, feeling once more the pangs of poverty. Supporting Lu Xian, he settled her onto the sofa, straightening his back to stretch his muscles. Thank goodness I possess some strength. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to carry you. They say that drunken individuals are extraordinarily heavy, but I did not expect a beautiful lady to be just as such. I want water, Lu Xian murmured, her eyes bleary and her expression dazed. All right then, I shall ensure you are comfortable before I take my leave, for you are my benefactor, my little wealthy lady. With that, Gu Chuan poured a glass of water, sitting beside her to assist in sipping it like one would for a kitten. After half a glass, Lu Xian reclined on the sofa, her hands restlessly tugging at her t-shirt, attempting to pull it off. Observing this, Gu Chuan swiftly grasped her wrist, muttering, "What is inappropriate should not be seen. Sister Xian, while I may not be heavily intoxicated, please do not present such tests for me. I know I am handsome and of good character, but even I cannot withstand this." Lu Xian had consumed quite a bit tonight. Her earlobes and delicate neck bore a rosy hue, resembling a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Gu Chuan swallowed hard, suppressing his wayward thoughts, muttering to himself, "I've heard that drunken ladies are warm. Goodness, what am I thinking? I'm supposed to be a gentleman." He chastised himself. Saying this, he hoisted Lu Xian's arms, akin to a bandit seizing his bride, transporting her from the sofa to the bedroom. Next, he assisted in removing her shoes, remarking, "Such lovely feet should not be wasted on tricycle rides." Having said that, he fetched a basin of water to wash her feet, but as he did so, he was struck by a sudden realization. What am I doing? Is this my role? Isn't this the work of a sycophant? Curse it! Have I become a sycophant once again in this new life? Shaking his head, Gu Chuan began to reassure himself. No, this cannot be classified as sycophancy. It is merely respect for a wealthy woman. I am submitting to money, not to a lady. Yes, it must be this way. After washing her feet, he fetched a damp towel to wipe her face. Fortunately, Lu Xian had not worn makeup. Otherwise, the task of removing it would have truly been a nightmare. Once he completed these tasks, Gu Chuan tucked her in and pondered, "Shall I indulge in a post-event cigarette? No, what a ridiculous notion." The insidious spirit of sycophancy was once again influencing me. Besides, smoking in someone else's home is undeniably impolite. After waiting a moment, seeing that Lu Xian had genuinely fallen asleep, Gu Chuan finally felt at ease to depart. Yet, after he left, Lu Xian slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed. For the first time in many years, a man had touched her feet with such intimacy. "You speak so grandly, yet during the foot washing, I did not see you so reserved," she murmured playfully. Even now, she could still recall the sensation of Gu Chuan's hands upon her feet. However, the lad had not taken advantage of her. Throughout the journey back, Gu Chuan had maintained decorum, refraining from wandering hands or unintended contact. It seems you are quite discerning." A smile graced Lu Xian's face as her beautiful eyes inadvertently swept across the counter. There, gleaming in the light, were the medals from a Taekwondo black belt competition. Yet for some inexplicable reason, A sense of emptiness settled within her heart, accompanied by an inexplicable twinge of regret. As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Xin felt her cheeks flush. Oh dear, what are you thinking, Lu Xin? After all, you are his teacher. After escorting Lu Xin home, Gu Chuan returned to the sewing machine bar. Observing the bar's dwindling business, Chun Gang's resolve to host a graduation party only strengthened. By midnight, the bar was devoid of patrons and unable to find rest. Chun Gang tossed and turned, pulling Gu Chuan into discussions about the various details of the upcoming celebration. He may be a rock veteran, but even the most rebellious of souls must eat. The more they conversed, the more Chun Gang appreciated Gu Chuan's seasoned approach, noting how he considered many aspects of the planning with greater thoroughness than himself. Even half of the spirits on the shelves were replaced with beverages. As for promotion, Gu Chuan had a general plan in mind. After discussing it with Chun Gang, they could begin to implement it. They would recruit a few lovely girls to stand at the entrance, their radiant smiles guaranteed to attract a crowd. After all, no matter how beautifully folk songs are sung, they cannot outshine the allure of beautiful women. The lyrics certainly echo this sentiment. If the performer next door cannot leave a lasting impression, who would stay with you until dawn? With offline promotion taking shape, online efforts could not lag behind. The QQ group presented an excellent channel for advertising. However, Gu Chuan was not in a rush to promote through the class. He would first seek out some outspoken students to test the waters. Once the promotion reached a certain level of momentum, they could then expand to class-wide advertising, with the enticing notion that if graduation could not be celebrated with a rock concert, it would leave a lingering regret of youth. At that juncture, recording a few videos of live performances and enlisting the school's goddesses to draw attention should yield impressive results. Contemplating this, Gu Chuan exhaled a smoke ring, realizing that perhaps he possessed a knack for being a cunning businessman. Of course, he was not merely a benevolent soul helping others profit. He intended to take a share as well. Finally, after laboring until 2 in the morning, Gu Chuan collapsed onto a couch in the bar and fell into a deep slumber. Awakening around noon, Gu Chuan suddenly felt as though he were being pinned down by an unseen force. His body felt heavy, and something soft pressed against his chest. As he opened his bleary eyes, he was met with a familiar face, long lashes fluttering, beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Goodness! Enchantress, get off me. You're gonna break my back. Upon locking eyes, Chu Liao's face reflected in his pupils, perched atop him in an exceedingly convenient position, causing Gu Chuan to bolt upright in surprise. Yet in response to Gu Chuan's protests, Chu Liao showed no signs of budging, towering over him with an imposing gaze. Were you with a woman last night? Her elegantly arched eyebrows rose, and she questioned him with a fierce intensity. Gu Chuan shook his head vigorously. No. How could that be? I was discussing the graduation party preparations with Brother Chen all night. Chu Liao tugged at Gu Chuan's collar. Then why is there a lipstick mark on your shirt? Gu Chuan cast a glance downwards. Indeed, there was a conspicuous lipstick stain on his collar, and he silently cursed his carelessness. It was likely from when he had escorted Lu Xin home the previous night. However, stubborn as he was, Gu Chuan would never admit to it and quickly fabricated, "Oh, I was drinking with Sister Yin last night. It must be from her." Yin Shui, the DJ at the sewing machine bar, was the red-haired girl he had met just yesterday, highly regarded by the boss. Chu Liao scrutinized Gu Chuan's face, searching for signs of deceit. Unfortunately, Gu Chuan's thick skin bore no trace of guilt, and seeing this, Chu Liao relented. "Get off me. My waist is about to snap." Gu Chuan complained, arching his back in discomfort. Logically, his actions made sense, but the situation between them was undeniably suggestive, causing Chu Liao's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "Gu Chuan, move again, and I dare you." Her face, now as red as an apple, she clutched her slender waist, her previously aloof demeanor evaporating, resembling a spooked turkey. "It was you who made me move, not my own volition," Gu Chuan replied nonchalantly, then shifted again. Chapter 9. Capturing the White Moonlight School Bell. Gu Chuan, you lecher," Chu Liao exclaimed, her frustration spilling over. "If I don't give you a beating until your head is swollen, I'm not your aunt." She lunged at him, hands coming together to deliver a chokehold. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sickly cat?" Gu Chuan retorted, bending slightly, one hand grasping both of Chu Liao's wrists, gently pulling her to the side, causing her to lose her balance. In an instant, their roles reversed. Gu Chuan was now on top, and Chu Liao found herself captured beneath him. Lying on the bed, Chu Liao's lively eyes were fixed on Gu Chuan. Her voice barely above a whisper, You easily subdued me? Although she was aware that Gu Chuan often let her win, she could not fathom being so effortlessly dominated. Feeling smug, are we? Where's your previous bravado? Gu Chuan looked down at her with a triumphant expression, delighting in his small victory. What? I'm going to tell Annie that you bullied me. Boo-hoo, I can't live like this. Chu Liao's eyes sparkled mischievously as she suddenly burst into tears, 2 teardrops rolling down her cheeks, her brow furrowed in a look of utter indignation. Gu Chuan panicked, quickly releasing her hands. I was wrong. Is that not enough? He scrambled off her and bowed deeply in apology, nearly prostrating himself before her in contrition. Then you must bark like a dog. The tears ceased abruptly, and Chu Liao lifted her delicate chin, her expression radiating pride as if she had just won a great battle. What? Gu Chuan was taken aback. Chu Liao shot him a glare. I said, bark like a dog. Gu Chuan nodded and repeated, I said, bark like a dog. Chu Liao's lips puffed in annoyance. I told you to bark like a dog, not to mimic what I said. Gu Chuan grinned widely. Indeed, I am barking like a dog. Chu Liao's lovely face momentarily froze before realization dawned, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan, how dare you call me a dog? He dodged the incoming pillow with a chuckle. Even if I were a dog, I would be a beautiful one. After lunch, Gu Chuan settled onto a high stool with his guitar, tuning the strings as the spotlight enveloped him. Opposite him, Chu Liao set up the camera, switching to recording mode and signaling him with an OK gesture. With a gentle strum, Gu Chuan began to play, the melodious notes cascading throughout the bar. Did I promise you too much, or was what I offered simply not enough? You always seem to have a myriad of reasons, while I have continuously followed your feelings. His clean voice held a hint of raspiness, yet it was far from muddled. Instead, it conveyed a deep, emotional resonance that easily drew listeners in, rich with infectious sentiment. Yin Shui, Chen Gang, and others gathered behind the camera, captivated by the performance. On Chu Liao's face blossomed a radiant smile as the spotlight illuminated Gu Chuan, who seemed to emanate a luminous aura. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Gu Chuan appeared transformed ever since his rejection. Yet, as the music played on, she sensed an unsettling dissonance in the lyrics. Casting a sharp glance at Gu Chuan, she couldn't help but wonder if he still harbored feelings for that green tea girl. How could one bear to blame you? I granted you freedom, and in doing so, I ignited your solitude, ensnaring you in the whirlpool of emotions. How could I bear to see you tormented? It was I who bestowed upon you this ill-fated liberty. Unaware of Chu Liao's tumultuous thoughts, Gu Chuan's slender fingers danced nimbly across the guitar strings, each chord as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. In the past, he had felt a profound connection to this song, pouring his heart into it only to be met with the derision of a love-stricken fool. However, in this rebirth, he had laid the past to rest, and, as he strummed the chords anew, it felt as though he was finally bringing closure to a youthful chapter that had been squandered. Upon finishing the piece, Gu Chuan hesitated for a moment before plucking the strings again. A foreign melody began to resonate. Let me see you once more, from south to north, like the blindfolded gaze along the North Fifth Ring Road. Let me hear it again, about that day, the girl with the box and the man wiping his sweat. Chen Gang twirled 2 Buddhist beads, smacking his lips. No way a few wives could sing with such flavor. Yet as he listened further, the tune seemed strangely unfamiliar, as if he had never encountered it before. Have you heard this song? Shen Gong inquired, tuning to Shulo. She blinked in surprise and shook her head. No wonder they felt this way. The song Anha Bridge had been released in 2013, while they were currently in 2008. It would be a miracle if they had heard it. I know, those summers, just like youth, can never return. What replaces dreams can only be a reluctant compromise. I know, the bravado of youth fades with a mere smile. As the song concluded, Chu Liao flashed him an OK sign. Gu Chuan set down the guitar and leaned closer to the camera. How was that? The previous song was familiar, overstepping, long since echoed through the streets. Yet, Gu Chuan felt that since it was meant for promotion, a touch of novelty was in order. So he casually played On a Bridge. This piece had yet to be released, rendering it novel and potentially captivating for many. Before he could await a response, Yin Shui, the bar's spirited DJ, exclaimed awesome, tall and striking with her vibrant red hair. She donned a daring black tank top paired with a short skirt that showcased her snow-white legs. Chuan Gu, your singing is phenomenal. Have you ever been dumped? Gu Chuan's expression darkened. If you can't speak properly, then perhaps you should refrain. You're quite perceptive. Next time, just don't guess. He waved dismissively, deeming his earlier compositions trivial. Song, a fellow onlooker, quipped, do you think you're humorous? Chun Gang approached, offering Gu Chuan a cigarette. Did you write those lyrics as well? Upon Gu Chuan's nod, Chun Gang gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Despite Gu Chuan's youth, he had crafted lyrics imbued with such depth. How many romances had this fellow endured to pen such words? One could only wonder how many times he had been cast aside by ladies. Perhaps this could be considered a sacrifice for the sake of art. After reviewing the video, Gu Chuan nodded. Let us proceed as planned. Please send the video to my QQ later. This video would serve as promotional material, shared across various class groups to garner attention for the sewing machine bar. Chu, the campus belle. How are the people you were helping me find? Gu Chuan asked, glancing at Chu Liao as he flicked his cigarette. Shaking her phone slightly, Chu Liao replied with a hint of pride, rest assured, I am absolutely reliable. Here they come. With that, she gestured toward the entrance of the bar. As her gaze fell, several vibrant young girls stepped inside, curiously surveying the dimly lit room, their eyes gleaming with caution. Chapter 10. Singing, dancing, rapping, alas, no basketball. Their perception of the bar was similarly tinted with skepticism. However, upon spotting Chu Liao, their wariness began to dissipate, and they approached with smiles. Liao, why did you bring us to this place? Lu Xin exclaimed, enveloping Chu Liao in a warm embrace, her face adorned with a smile that seemed tinged with mischief. Lu Xin, Chu Liao's close friend, stood tall at around 1.7 meters, her strikingly long legs drawing attention. Dressed casually with her hair tied in a high ponytail, she possessed charming dimples that graced her oval face. Although not as stunning as Chu Liao, she was undeniably a rare beauty in her own right. Noticing Lu Xion's playful gestures, Chu Liao shot her a sharp glare, yet Lu Xion remained unfazed, sticking her tongue out playfully. Here, these are the goddesses from our school, whom I met during my extracurricular classes. Aren't they lovely? Stepping aside, Lu Xion revealed several beautiful girls, proudly introducing them to Chu Liao. Hello, Chu Liao nodded in greeting. At that moment, Gu Chuan approached. Seeing him, Chu Liao promptly introduced him. This is my friend, Gu Chuan, also from Shansha No. 1 High School. Good afternoon, ladies. Gu Chuan greeted them with a smile. Lu Xian regarded him with surprise, thinking to herself that he was rather handsome. She wondered if he had a girlfriend. However, her surprise quickly shifted to wariness as she wrapped her arm around Chu Liao's. Her friend had never been seen in the company of a boy before, and Gu Chuan was the first to be labeled as a friend. Could there be something more between them? As if someone among the four girls recognized Gu Chuan, a girl with strikingly beautiful eyes blinked in astonishment. You're Gu Chuan? Gu Chuan nodded. Do you know me? Chun Shui cast him a lingering, somewhat melancholic glance. How could I not? You've overshadowed me for 3 years. At this revelation, the others turned to Gu Chuan with expressions of intrigue. He had overshadowed her. The implications were substantial, and curiosity sparked among them. Chu Liao's captivating gaze fixated on Gu Chuan, silently questioning, how did you overshadow her? Under their intense scrutiny, even Gu Chuan, with his thick skin, felt a hint of discomfort, awkwardly scratching his head. Ladies, one can indulge in a multitude of meals, but we mustn't speak carelessly. It seems we don't quite know each other, do we? Understanding the misunderstanding, Chan Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily clarified, please, don't misconstrue my words. Amid our academic rankings, both she and Gu Chuan were in the same elite class of 10, where rankings were determined after each exam, and she had always found herself beneath Gu Chuan. Of course, This was excluding rankings from competition classes. Previously, she had glimpsed Gu Chuan a few times, but he had always kept his head down, his thick bangs obscuring his face. Today, she was taken aback by his striking looks. Relieved at the clarification, Gu Chuan exhaled softly. It was merely academic, and had it been otherwise, it would have been quite scandalous. The reason I called you all here was to request your help in taking a few photos or videos for promotional purposes. Rest assured, I shall remunerate you. I would never allow the esteemed ladies to labor in vain. During the summer vacation, as a few have come to enjoy themselves here, beverages are complimentary, and alcoholic drinks are half-priced. Would you consider this proposal? Gu Chuan invited the ladies to take a seat, uncorking a bottle of drink for each and smiling as he elucidated the purpose of their invitation. These young women were exceptionally beautiful, akin to goddesses at school, and had numerous admirers. Enlisting their assistance for promotion would undoubtedly yield better results than distributing flyers on the streets. After all, only those who are ardent admirers truly comprehend the mindset of fellow admirers. Just like Gu Chuan in the past, wherever Lin Qiuyao went, he would dutifully follow in her wake. Exchanging glances, the lady's eyes sparkled with caution. Since Liu Xan discovered Gu Chuan was friends with Chu Liao, she could not help but view him unfavorably. With a pout, she asserted that her friends were all reputable individuals. The four quickly nodded in agreement. In this dimly lit environment, with its subtle atmosphere, could the photographs truly be considered legitimate? Were it not for Gu Chuan's handsome and sunny demeanor, they might have already prepared to flee. Gu Chuan chuckled, assuring them that these would indeed be serious photographs, solely intended for the promotion of the bar. Upon hearing this, the ladies cast wary glances at Chu Liao, and upon receiving her nod, timidly acquiesced. With their consent, Gu Chuan produced a camera, prompting puzzled inquiries from the ladies. "Aren't we changing outfits?" Gu Chuan smirked, pressing a hand to his forehead as he explained, "Ladies, we are genuinely conducting a legitimate business here." Hearing this, the ladies' cheeks flushed slightly, wishing they could find a crevice to hide in. To ensure the photographs captured a relaxed and natural ambience, reflecting the bar's harmonious atmosphere, Gu Chuan refrained from snapping pictures immediately. Instead, he engaged in deeper conversations with the ladies. Like certain films, everything must unfold naturally, with a palpable connection, for the photographs to appear authentic. As a neighbor ventured out to discard trash, and a plumber arrived, Liu Bowen interjected, "Hey, you rascal, were you peeking at my phone?" With him guiding the conversation, the ladies gradually relaxed, sharing jokes that sent them into fits of laughter. Their rapport deepened amidst the merriment. At the opportune moment, Gu Chuan lifted the camera and pressed the shutter, capturing the ladies' radiant smiles, which bloomed like flowers, exceedingly lovely. It was the kind of beauty that would make an ardent admirer long to clasp around their waist. The bar's lighting seemed to possess a certain magic, rendering even the pork, illuminated by the glow, exceptionally fresh. As their relationships grew more familiar, Su Wanner and Li Shi, both dancers, twirled gracefully on the dance floor, their lithe figures and enchanting movements causing Gu Chuan to drool. Which infatuated admirer could possibly withstand such a sight? Not to mention, he felt his own heartstrings loosen. Wu Mengmeng, a music student specializing in contemporary pop, stood under the spotlight, her voice soaring, enchanting all who listened. As for Chen Shui, being a literature student, she lacked any standout skills, but sang a charming song that was sufficient to attract a few admirers. Gu Chuan nodded, though his expression turned a touch peculiar. They had singing, dancing, and rapping, yet regrettably no basketball. Observing Gu Chuan's photographic masterpieces, Chu Liao pouted playfully, "Oh, these are quite good. You must frequently photograph other ladies." "Don't you?" Gu Chuan smiled, capturing a delightful and adorable image of her pouting. Who would have thought the aloof Chu campus belle had such a charming side? "This could fetch a handsome price if shared," he remarked with a grin. "Ugh, it's utterly hideous. Delete it immediately." Chu Liao's beautifully arched brows rose as she attempted to seize the camera from Gu Chuan, aghast at her own awkwardness in the photograph. "Is that it?" Chen Shui and the others gazed at the 200 yuan bills in their hands, incredulous. This money seems too effortlessly earned. Gu Chuan nodded. "What else did you expect?" He then added with a grin, "If you're truly interested in capturing some risk of photos, I wouldn't mind." The lady's cheeks flushed slightly, casting him playful glares. Subsequently, Gu Chuan requested that the attractive waitress newly hired by Chun Gongxin change outfits, capturing a few more images. They were exquisite, yet devoid of any lewd undertones. After all, this bar catered to students, not a venue for selecting princesses. Chapter 11. Hee. The little rich girl says she wants to support me. Seated on the bus returning to his hometown, Gu Chuan gazed out at the gently descending sun, feeling a profound emptiness within. His mother had found a new family. And while he was glad, Uncle Lee treated him well, it still did not feel like home. Within him resided an old man, a figure he had grown up with, who always relished being carried. In the eyes of many, the impoverished and backward countryside was a desolate place, yet it represented Gu Chuan's sanctuary, housing his complete childhood memories. Ding ding. At that moment, his phone vibrated, a notification from QQ. In this era, most phones still featured physical buttons, and Lin Qiya's profile was pinned at the top of his QQ interface. Gu Chuan, what's the matter? Have you angered Qiya again? The avatar of a brown plush bear flickered. It was from Chun Xiaomin. Aren't you fond of Qiya? Why do you always provoke her? Although you appear more handsome than before and seem more compatible with her, that does not give you license to bully her. So what if your confession was rejected? A man ought to be magnanimous. As Qiya's close friend, I could discreetly share some intel. She is actually testing you to see if you genuinely care for her. What does this imply? It suggests you have a significant chance. Otherwise, why would she test anyone else? Reading the stream of messages on his screen, Gu Chuan chuckled, realizing that indeed, like attracts like, a man should be magnanimous. Even if the heavens were to descend upon him, he would still not yield. Gu Chuan clumsily pressed the buttons to compose a text in response. Then I'm truly honored. On my way home, I shall also check if our ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. After sending the message, Gu Chuan promptly deleted it, along with Lin Qiya's QQ contact, treating it as mere digital debris. A test? In this day and age, aside from the brilliantly shining red flag, who could possibly test him? As for romance, as long as I have not declared my affections for you, even if we shared a bed, we remain merely friends. Such classic wisdom deserved to be noted down. Without hesitation, Gu Chuan inscribed this sentiment in his memo. The title boldly proclaimed the love guidelines of the ancestor. As for pin chats, they were merely a fleeting game. One could simply pin the person they were with at the moment, couldn't they? Angry? Want to break up? How delightful. The next one will be even more obedient. In a bedroom of a certain community in a mountain city, Lin Qiya lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Yet her thoughts were consumed by Gu Chuan's image. He truly seemed to have changed. Not only had he grown more handsome, but his demeanor had also undergone a significant transformation. Previously, he was always buried in his studies, resembling a bookworm or a closed-off gourd. However, when she encountered him yesterday, he appeared much more vivacious, exuding a carefree aura, his smile radiating warmth. There was an inexplicable allure about him. However, why has his attitude towards himself undergone such a profound transformation? He is now cold and distant, even displaying a hint of disdain in his gaze. In the past, he was the one who cared the most about himself. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaoyi's friend's avatar lit up, prompting her to ask, "What's going on?" What did he say? After a considerable wait, Chun Xiaomin finally sent a message. He deleted me. Lin Xiaoyi? Chun Xiaomin. I told him that Xiaoyi doesn't dislike you. She's just testing you. And then he sent one message and logged off. Lin Xiaoyi, what did he say? Chun Xiaomin promptly forwarded Gu Chuan's message. I must say, I'm truly honored. On my way back home, I might as well check if my ancestors' graves are smoking. Upon reading this, Lin Xiaoyi felt an overwhelming surge of anger. How could she not detect the sarcasm laced in Gu Chuan's words? Yet she also felt wronged. When you confess your feelings to me, do I not have the right to refuse? Why should I be subjected to such an attitude? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Lin Xiaoyi began sifting through her chat list, determined to confront Gu Chuan directly. But to her dismay, she discovered that Gu Chuan had deleted her as well. Upon realizing this, Lin Xiaoyi threw her phone onto the bed with a heavy thud, her hands forcefully striking the plush bear on the bed. Her frustrated cries echoing throughout the room. Gu Chuan, I never want to see you again in this lifetime. A half-hour car ride swiftly brought her to her destination. Gu Chuan, with his familiar rural accent, called out to the driver, "Master, brake at the intersection ahead." After disembarking with an assortment of bags, Gu Chuan treaded along the well-known country path, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. Finally, he had returned. He recalled that in the past, no matter when he came home, his grandfather would be waiting for him at that very intersection. In the dark, he would wield a flashlight, and in the heat, he would carry a stool and a fan. The highway was not far from the village, just a few kilometers, a matter of minutes. Nothing could stand in his way. Just then, his phone rang, and upon answering, he heard the voice of Chu Day's campus beauty. "So how is it? Have you arrived home?" Gu Chuan, somewhat taken aback, replied, "How did you know I was back?" Chu Leia scoffed lightly. "Is that hard to guess?" "What? Did you call just to check if I was planning to run off with your money?" Gu Chuan joked, "Well, did you come to inquire about which university I'm applying to?" Gu Chuan, puzzled, responded, "But the scores aren't out yet." Chu Leia's, Are you considering applying to the same university as me?" Gu Chuan raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you selling your face now? Do you have a price? After the scores are released, remember to be the first to call me. Oh, and by the way, please send my regards to Grandpa." Gu Chuan pondered for a moment before replying, "I haven't decided on a university yet, but I can tell you my score now." Chu Leia's pretty face momentarily froze before revealing a look of disdain. "I don't believe it." 666, a rather auspicious number. Gu Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. Chu Leia, from across the phone, gave him a thumbs down, puffing up her chest proudly. "If you really score 666, then I shall support you." Gu Chuan chuckled. "That's your promise. You can't back out." Chu Leia replied confidently, "Whoever backs out is a little dog." With that, she hung up, clearly skeptical of Gu Chuan's claim score. Just because Gu Chuan was academically gifted didn't mean he could accurately predict his own score. Oomph. After hanging up, Gu Chuan's face broke into a smile. I've landed myself a little benefactor. Life is looking up." As for the college entrance exam scores, they were sealed the moment he put pen to paper. 666 points. First in his class, 9th in the grade. However, despite sharing the same score, fate diverged at the moment of his confession. "Oh, right. I need to send a message to Xinjie to check on her." Gu Chuan suddenly recalled. Xinjie was no longer just his teacher. She had become a benefactor, and he needed to cling tightly to her support. If only she had some black stockings, that would be even better. Chapter 12. Does your dog smoke? Finally, before the sun completely set, Gu Chuan spotted that familiar little courtyard. Nestled at the edge of the southern village, it stood out distinctly, comprising 5 small rooms. Yet the courtyard was spacious. The walls were built of red bricks intermingled with clay. In the courtyard, smoke wafted upwards, drifting into the southern woods. His grandfather would say that food cooked over firewood tasted better, and, at night, the smoke would guide you home if you got lost. Gu Chuan often teased, "If I truly got lost, it would definitely be at night. Can you see your smoke then?" His grandfather would chuckle and retort, "You better scram." The courtyard door was made of wood, with clear vertical grains polished to a shine, thick despite its age. As he pushed the door open, he saw many fruit trees in the yard, some of which he had planted during his childhood, along with a vegetable garden. The mingling scents of earth and foliage were particularly refreshing. Gazing upon the familiar sights, Gu Chuan's face revealed a sense of nostalgia. This was the place where he had grown up, filled with the most beautiful memories of his childhood. "Grandpa." Upon entering, Gu Chuan's voice rang out, and soon, an echo came from the kitchen as a frail, elderly man, over 60, emerged. He stood about 1.6 meters tall, somewhat emaciated, wearing a tattered vest on top and long pants with the cuffs rolled up due to the warm weather. He had a homemade cigarette dangling from his mouth, occasionally taking a puff. Upon seeing the person he knew best, Gu Chuan felt a skip in his heartbeat. He had missed seeing his grandfather one last time due to work, a pain that lingered in Gu Chuan's heart and remained his lifelong regret. Now, seeing him again, Gu Chuan's eyes welled up slightly, yet he managed to force a smile. "Oh, you're quite fashionable, wearing ripped clothes in this era. You've been ahead of the trends for over a decade." His grandfather shot him a glare. "You little rascal, you can't spit out anything decent." Gu Chuan grinned. "Oh, a clever comeback. A few days apart, and you become quite the cultured individual." He then carried the items he had brought into the kitchen. "This is what Mom and Uncle Lee sent for you." His grandfather flicked away the cigarette, somewhat grumbling, wasting money on unnecessary things again. You little rascal. You come back without telling me, so I could pick you up at the village entrance. Gu Chuan chuckled, rolling up his sleeves. It's just a short walk. No need for that. When Gu Chuan prepared to help, his grandfather shooed him away. Go on, get inside. Don't cause trouble out here. Gu Chuan laughed. Let me help you with the fire. Seeing him pick up firewood and head for the stove, his grandfather kicked him in the rear. Get lost. Remember last time when you cooked and burned my pot? All right. Enough standing around. It will be ready soon. Gu Chuan smiled awkwardly, conceding to his grandfather's demands and returning inside, moving a small table and bench out into the courtyard. As dusk approached and early summer drew near, dining outdoors in the courtyard was the epitome of elegance. Before long, the food was served. His grandfather filled a small wine cup, and Gu Chuan took a few sips in accompaniment. The dishes were all simple home-cooked meals, yet Gu Chuan devoured them as if he were a starving ghost reborn, each bite reminiscent of flavors from his memories. To be honest, the food cooked over fire truly tasted better than that from restaurants. Have you finished your exams? His grandfather asked, taking a puff of his homemade smoke. Gu Chuan nodded. Yes, I have. That's good. You've nearly turned into a monkey for being so thin. Gu Chuan chuckled softly, refraining from responding. The old man never inquired about his academic performance, only concerned whether he had eaten his fill. After dinner, the two of them sat in the courtyard, gazing at the stars. They also kept a large yellow dog in the yard, a small native mutt of the village, which was easy to care for. Since Gu Chuan could remember, they had bid farewell to 2 or 3 large yellow dogs in that very yard. And each time he had managed the funeral, weeping uncontrollably, leaning against the old man as he did in his childhood. The sounds of crickets mingled with the barking of dogs, a peculiar combination that inexplicably brought him a sense of tranquility. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, a burnt odor wafted through the air, prompting him to glance around. Does your big yellow dog smoke? He asked. The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette and shook his head no. Then what is that burnt smell? Gu Chuan inquired, puzzled. The old man extinguished his cigarette and quietly picked up a broom from the ground, saying, because you tossed the cigarette but into my shoe. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan's expression gradually stiffened. So that's it? The old man nodded. When I come to give you a beating later, don't make a sound. The neighbors are all asleep. With that, Gu Chuan bolted, while the old man chased after him with the broom, cursing as he ran. You little rascal. I knew you wouldn't bring anything good upon your return. The following morning, Gu Chuan rose early, hanging the sandbag he had purchased during middle school on the jujube tree in the yard, striking it rhythmically. Such is the vigor of youth. After half an hour, he still felt invigorated, as if he could impress even the wealthiest of women. Removing his drenched tank top revealed his fair and muscular physique. Drenched in sweat, yet feeling remarkably refreshing. Although Gu Chuan typically presented himself as polite and reserved, he was quite formidable. During middle school, he had sent 6 or 7 burly men who mocked him for being fatherless to the hospital. However, witnessing his mother apologize and compensate for their medical expenses, he had refrained from engaging in further altercations. Since that time, he had not been a target of bullying in school. You little rascal, up so early. Were you learning, braying like a donkey? At that moment, the old man entered the courtyard with a stool, peeling a yellowing cucumber to feed the large yellow dog. Gu Chuan turned back with a smile, flexing his arm to showcase his muscles. What do you think of these muscles? Skinny as a firewood chicken. Where did those muscles come from? The old man didn't even glance up, uninterested in engaging with him. Afterward, Gu Chuan fetched a basin of warm water to wash his face, sweeping his bangs up and styling his hair into a middle part, beaming with pride. So, how do I look? Handsome? The old man glanced up at him. What a ridiculous hairstyle. Looking like a traitor. Hurry up and shave it off. Gu Chuan grimaced. Feeling somewhat speechless, you an old man, spouting such vulgarities. What sort of decorum is that? Hearing this, the old man opened his mouth to utter a refined expression, picking up the broom again, ready to strike him. Hey, Gu Chuan, have you heard? That girl from our village scored 500 on the exam. Truly a stroke of luck. Just then, a tall, thin old man entered the courtyard, a pipe in his mouth. Oh, when did you come back, Xiao Chuan? Oldly asked, somewhat surprised to see Gu Chuan. It's Grandpa Li. I just returned yesterday, Gu Chuan replied with a smile, wiping the beads of sweat from his face. Old Li, the former blacksmith from the south end of the village, occasionally crafted farming tools, though he rarely fired up the forge these days. He was a close friend of Gu Chuan's grandfather, both of similar age and having grown up together. Ah, Xiao Chuan, you're taking the college entrance examination this year, right? How did it go? Gu Chuan was introverted, rarely venturing beyond his doorstep, not to mention his scores. Many in the village didn't even know what grade he was in. I heard that your aunt's child scored 500. If true, that would make them the second college student from our village. Oldly remarked. There had only been one college student from the village previously who had scored 560, and when the news broke, it was as festive as the new year. The scene was truly one of jubilant celebration, with drums and firecrackers resounding and red flags waving. Gu Chuan invited him to sit on the stool, somewhat perplexed. 500? But didn't they just finish the exam? The results aren't out yet. His parents were from the same village, with an older uncle, but their relationship was strained. They were wealthy and looked down on Gu Chuan's family. That aunt was quite a character, either scolding on the streets or en route to doing so. Once, during a quarrel, she even threw an Oreo at someone's door. He vaguely remembered a cousin, a year older than him, who had failed last year and had to repeat. However, Gu Chuan had little impression of them, and due to his father's circumstances, he seldom interacted with them. Thus, he truly could not recall how well that cousin had performed. Oldly took a puff from his pipe and said, I heard it was an estimate made by themselves, claiming the questions this time were particularly easy. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan's expression turned peculiar. Particularly easy, yet scored 500? What sort of nonsense is that? If he remembered correctly, this year's exam was reportedly one of the most challenging in recent years, with many students who typically performed well lamenting their struggles. How could his cousin claim the questions were easy? Gu Chuan chose not to comment. Well, let us wish her success. After all, different fields yield different challenges. Oh, Gu Chuan is back. I heard you're also taking the college entrance exam this year. If you don't score as well as my Qian, it would be quite embarrassing. If I were you, I wouldn't even dare to show my face. Just then, a snide voice rang out from the entrance, making one wonder if she had stepped on a thorn. Chapter 13. The little rascal's insults are truly unpleasant. As soon as the words were spoken, a few middle-aged women entered, dressed in vibrant, colorful attire, exuding an air of festivity. Gu Chuan recognized them, though not intimately. They were the gossipers of the street, always seen at the village entrance. Their mouths were a fountain of information, often knowing things even the parties involved were unaware of. They spent their days at the village entrance, gossiping about anyone who passed by, even the dogs. The speaker was Gu Chuan's aunt, Wang Guifang, short in stature at about 5 feet, resembling a little grasshopper with her sharp and caustic demeanor. I heard you're taking the college entrance exam this year. What score do you think you'll get? Perhaps accustomed to bossing others around in the village, Wang Guifang didn't even bother to look Gu Chuan in the eye, questioning him from a position of superiority. Although Gu Chuan attended the same school as that cousin, they were not in the same grade, and he rarely saw her, let alone knew her scores. Gu Chuan smiled. As a humble commoner, I dare not estimate my score. If I misjudge, I'd be subjected to ridicule for a lifetime. Wang Guifang furrowed her brow. What nonsense is that? Our Qian wouldn't misestimate her score. But you? You don't even know how well you did, nor what school you're in. I think you're just afraid of not scoring as well as our Qian and being embarrassed. Gu Chuan nodded earnestly. Yes, I'm truly terrified of not even reaching the undergraduate line and having to repeat a year. Wang Guifang's expression changed. She could easily discern the sarcasm in Gu Chuan's tone. I am your aunt. Is this how you speak to your elders? Gu Chuan smiled coldly, feigning innocence. Oh, I never mentioned your Qian. You must have taken that to heart. You said it yourself. You're my elder, so how could you stoop to my level, right? After all, I'm just a child. Gu Chuan's words made Wang Guifang tremble with rage. She had never expected that the usually meek Gu Chuan would be so sharp-tongued. That little rascal's insults are truly unpleasant. With a disdainful snort, Wang Guifang continued, Humph. In this day and age, university students are quite valuable. Do you think gaining admission to a university is an easy feat? It's quite common to repeat a year, isn't it? Some individuals, even after 10 years of repeating, might still not secure a spot in university. If Qingqing truly manages to enter university, it would be as if smoke were rising from your family's ancestral tomb. Gu Chuan nodded in agreement, giving her a thumbs up. Not just smoke from the ancestral tomb, but we should also inscribe her name in the family genealogy. Wouldn't it be splendid to have a dedicated page for that? Given such lofty aspirations. I wish your Qingqing the best of luck in passing the exam next year, he added. Wang Guifang was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining her composure to reveal her sharp and caustic demeanor. You little rascal, how dare you speak like that? Are you wishing for my Qingqing to fail this year? Gu Chuan hastily shook his head. How could that be? Didn't you say that repeating a year is common? This year's exam questions were quite challenging, so isn't it understandable to try again? However, do keep in mind that 3 times is a charm. If she doesn't succeed next year, we might have to question her intelligence. One of my classmates has a father who is a psychiatrist. If she truly doesn't pass, we might need to consult him. After all, even someone of limited intellect would find it difficult to gain admission to a university after 10 years. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Guifang was so incensed by Gu Chuan's sarcastic remarks that her fingers trembled with rage, and she began to curse him. You little brat, can't you speak like a civilized human being? Let me tell you, only those like you who hold back the class would find the questions difficult. My Qingqing thinks this year's exam was quite easy. Gu Chuan feigned surprise. Oh dear, that's truly impressive. However, if your Qingqing found the exam easy, why did she only score 500? Did the remaining 250 points go to you? Wang Guifang's frustration at Gu Chuan's sardonic words made her blood boil, and she picked up a broom from the ground, preparing to strike him. At that moment, Da Huang suddenly broke free from his leash and dashed towards Wang Guifang. Oh dear, my Da Huang just ate something unsavory. If he bites her, it would be akin to falling into a latrine, and she would be the talk of the town for a lifetime. Look at my memory. You've done worse things before, so you should be fine. Just hold on. It will pass. Despite his anxious expression, Gu Chuan had no intention of intervening. Instead, he stood by with a playful smirk, not forgetting to taunt her a little more. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing Da Huang charging towards her, Wang Guifang was so frightened that she forgot her insults, dropped the broom, and fled outside, her voice rising to a panic pitch. Help! Murder! The other women present, witnessing the scene, also dared not gossip further and scurried out of the small courtyard. Soon after, Wang Guifang's sharp voice echoed from outside. You little rascal, just wait. If my Qingqing doesn't perform well, let's see how you manage then. TSK. Your dog is indeed peculiar. It only targets Wang Guifang. Upon seeing Da Huang return, Oldly took a puff of his pipe, astonished. Dogs have a certain intelligence. They can distinguish between good and bad people. The old man chimed in. Gu Chuan bent down, stroking Da Huang's fur with a smile, uninterested in the long-winded gossip. Sometimes, dogs can be far superior to humans. It is indeed strange. Da Huang's temperament is quite gentle, never biting anyone, yet he seems to chase Wang Guifang away, even from the street. After lunch, Gu Chuan gathered some clothes, preparing to return to the city, as the promotional campaign for the sewing machine bar had already commenced. Furthermore, the relocation matter needed to be addressed sooner rather than later. TSK, a dapper young man, quite fitting to be a trophy boy for a wealthy woman. Gu Chuan mused, admiring himself in the mirror, his expression full of pride. Dressed in a white tank top and black shorts, with simple white shoes and a black duckbill cap, he exuded a casual yet stylish charm. The old man glanced at him from his chair, taking a puff from his pipe, looking like a street thug. Gu Chuan helped him pinch the cigarette and chuckled. You ought to smoke less of this, otherwise, you might not live to see the day you hold your great-grandchild. The old man shot him a glare, but no reproach escaped his lips. Gu Chuan smiled, aware that the old man had taken his words to heart. To encourage him to quit smoking, one must strike at a soft spot. All right, no need to see me off. I want to get lost on the short walk. The weather is quite hot. Let's head back. At the village entrance, Gu Chuan and the old man engaged in a tug-of-war. The old man insisted on accompanying him, claiming that a post-meal stroll aids digestion. Unable to sway him, Gu Chuan picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the courtyard, inadvertently knocking over Da Huang's food bowl. Woof, woof, woof. Following that, a cacophony of angry barking erupted in the courtyard, as if demanding to know who had dared to disturb his meal. The old man's face darkened instantly. "Oh no. My flowers. You brat. Can't you do anything right?" he exclaimed, grabbing his shoe sole to chase after Gu Chuan, who was already nowhere to be seen. On the rural path, Gu Chuan sprinted away, grinning from ear to ear. Once he reached a safe distance, he turned around to wave at the old man. "Hurry back, or the house might be stripped bare." The old man chuckled and scolded him, ultimately deciding against following. After Gu Chuan had walked far enough, he returned home. Shortly thereafter, a mournful howl from Da Huang echoed through the courtyard. Chapter 14. Who would show their good friend to others? In a mere 30 minutes, the journey was complete. As soon as he exited the bus station, Gu Chuan spotted Chu Liao waving to him from in front of an ice cream stand. Her sweet smile rendered everything else dull, as if the cement in his heart had loosened. Clad in casual attire, Chu Liao wore a white t-shirt adorned with an embroidered koala, exuding a cute charm. Below, she sported loose-fitting jeans that nonetheless accentuated her stunningly long legs. Her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, and a deep yellow duckbill cap crowned her head, presenting a look that was both pure and adorably attractive. Upon catching sight of Gu Chuan, Chu Liao's beautiful eyes momentarily lost their focus. With distinctly defined features and fair skin, her casual outfit combined with his sunny smile was enough to enchant countless girls. Why hadn't she noticed before just how handsome he was? With such looks, it wouldn't be a loss to support him, would it? "Here, have a piece of ice cream," she said, bouncing forward to present him with a treat. "What a stroke of luck to have the esteemed Chu University flower personally come to greet me," Gu Chuan remarked with a grin. Chu Liao shot him a playful glare. A hint of pride on her face. "Dream on. I'm just worried you'd run off with my money." Upon returning to the sewing machine bar, Gu Chuan immediately said about promoting the place. He approached passers-by and shared videos and photos across various class groups, complimenting them with exaggerated titles that quickly attracted a wave of attention. "Wow, is that my goddess Chen Shui? My goddess Suwaner is also there, along with Wu Mengmeng. Wow, how did I earn the privilege of having the goddesses dance for me? My goodness, who recorded this video? It's a blessing for all the admirers. Oh, please accept my respect. Where are they? They look so happy. Oh my goodness, Liu Xion's legs are nearly as long as my lifespan. Sewing machine bar? What a peculiar name. I've never heard of it. Wow, even the staff at this bar are so beautiful. They look so pure. Indeed, indeed. The resemblance to my neighbor's aunt is uncanny. Goodness, that truly is my neighbor's aunt. Goodness, who is this talented individual? Their singing is simply enchanting. Indeed, their prowess rivals that of renowned artists. Surely, no mere amateur could evoke such emotion in their performance. However, why is this person donning a baseball cap? Their visage remains obscured, leaving me curious about their identity. Yet, judging by their silhouette, they must possess considerable charm. Could it be that a famous singer is incognito, gracing this bar with their performance? Goodness, you've uncovered a blind spot. Otherwise, how could these goddesses possibly be drawn to this bar? Meanwhile, Gu Chuan's video of his performance has garnered significant attention. His clean, deep voice resonates with an infectious allure, prompting speculation about the number of admirers he may have. Following the surge in interest surrounding the sewing machine bar, the class group chat became a hub of promotion. Schultz, the proprietor of the sewing machine bar, is linked to a contemporary music star. Breaking news. The sewing machine bar is actually an entertainment venue tailored for students. Incredible. The doorman at the sewing machine bar is a contestant from the XXX beauty pageant. During the summer, the sewing machine bar will be fully accessible to students, with an opening day discount on beverages and a designated venue for graduation parties. This summer, a mysterious handsome singer will be the resident performer, ready for a night of revelry. If graduation doesn't involve a rocking night at the sewing machine bar, youth will always hold a tinge of regret. As word spread among the students, the sewing machine bar quickly gained renown. Simultaneously, the group chat for Class 10 of senior year erupted with excitement, with videos and photos circulating wildly. Wow, wow, wow. Although his face remains unseen, I sense that this individual is exceptionally handsome. Indeed, his voice is truly captivating. Could he really be a celebrity? I used to think that bars were merely haunts for societal misfits, but it seems that's not the case. Shall we form a group to check it out tonight? At that moment, a profile featuring a man in black sunglasses appeared in the chat, scoffing. What is so extraordinary about a bar? Chuya, are you going? I'm quite familiar with the owner of this bar. At that moment, Chuya sat on the sofa, lost in thought, her mind consumed by Gu Chuan. That cold visage frequently flashed through her mind. Why does he treat her this way? Does a rejection of his confession mean she cannot even be friends? Especially now that Gu Chuan has become so strikingly handsome, it only deepens her discontent. Worse than a breakup is when an ex thrives beyond your reach. Even more disheartening is when a devoted admirer surpasses your ex. The more she thinks, the more vexed she becomes, yet the more she frets, the more she thinks. Suddenly, a message notification from QQ broke her reverie, revealing that Wang Lang had messaged her in the group. Disheartened, Lin Xiaoya was about to decline, but then spotted the video. Curious, she clicked to watch and was swiftly captivated by the pure voice. It's genuinely beautiful. Unfortunately, the face remains unclear, but judging by the chiseled contours, he must be quite handsome. A pristine voice, defined features, and a slightly melancholic aura. This is undoubtedly the ideal template for her future boyfriend. With this thought, Lin Xiaoya hurriedly messaged her best friend, Chun Xiaoman, do you know who this mysterious handsome man is? I need all his information in 5 minutes. In the midst of their chat, Chun Xiaoman received the message and immediately sent back an emoji. Xiaoya, you aren't falling for him, are you? This is quite the swift progression. Lin Xiaoya nodded proudly. Don't you find him incredibly handsome? That melancholic aura, that clean voice, and his singing is sublime. To like someone at first sight is what I call love at first sight. She has always favored boys with melodious voices, especially those with a touch of melancholy, which perfectly complements the song Over Fire. Perhaps due to her nature, Lin Xiaoya has never paid much heed to boys her own age. Instead, older boys from outside school hold a particular allure for her, exuding a mature charm, even if it's just a boy on a motorcycle. He appears more appealing than a devoted admirer like Gu Chuan. Regrettably, her admirer, Gu Chuan, has never serenaded her, although the reason is that she never afforded him the opportunity. Couldn't he have sought one? Moreover, Gu Chuan's naive demeanor likely wouldn't lend itself to singing. Chun Xiaoman exclaimed, Wow, this handsome guy must be extraordinarily fortunate to catch the eye of Lin, the campus belle. After a pause, she added, But what about Gu Chuan? Lin Xiaoya replied, nonchalantly, Him? Just a devoted admirer. How can he possibly compare to my idol? Merely a snippet of video? And Lin Xiaoya has already elevated that mysterious man to the status of her idol. It must be said that sometimes love arrives faster than a whirlwind. As for Gu Chuan, he has already been cast aside in her mind. Shall we all go together tonight? Chun Xiaoman inquired. Lin Xiaoya nodded. See you at 8. With the time set, Lin Xiaoya dove into her wardrobe, selecting an outfit for the evening. How fortunate for Gu Chuan, the devoted admirer. It matters not. After all, I'm dressing for my idol. With a smug smile gracing her lips, Lin Xiaoya began to envision herself in a beautiful dress at the bar, basking in the adoration of countless admirers, ultimately hand in hand with her idol. Surely, the school group chat will be flooded with countless photos, all celebrating her beauty. And those stunning images will become what she refers to as Gu Chuan's privilege. Perhaps, by then, Gu Chuan will see and return to her, just as he used to. Alas, even if Gu Chuan confesses again, she would not accept, for she has already envisioned the perfect candidate for her boyfriend. With this thought, a joyful smile spread across Lin Xiaoya's face, her pride returning. Soon, 8 or 9 people in the chat agreed to meet at the sewing machine bar at 8. Gu Chuan, where are my photos? Did you delete them? On the food street, Gu Chuan found himself being tugged by Chu Liao, who was fuming. The photos had circulated widely in various class groups, garnering a positive response, but Chu Liao was not pleased. Not a single photo of her was included. Even though her friends had casually snapped pictures that were shared, yet hers was absent. It wasn't T that she particularly cared, but there was one photo of her with Gu Chuan that she wanted. Gu Chuan chuckled awkwardly. Do you really believe I forgot? Chu Liao glared at him. Do you think I would? Gu Chuan offered her a sausage, explaining with a smile, if others knew that our esteemed Chu was present, who would dare come? Look at you, so beautifully wrapped up. Wouldn't others just become mere background, overshadowing your beauty? After hearing his flattery, Chu Liao raised an eyebrow. Am I to blame for this? Not at all. How could I dare to blame you? Gu Chuan chuckled. You're quite perceptive, Chu Liao huffed, turning away, though a smile crept on her face. Given his eloquence, she reluctantly decided to forgive him. As for Gu Chuan's motivations for his actions, there are two reasons. Firstly, there is the recent set of rhetoric he employed. Secondly, the photos in question were intended for promotional purposes to be showcased to others. Gu Chuan had no desire to allow those unscrupulous men to admire the beauty of Chu Daxua, being well acquainted with their thoughts. He understood all too well that no one would casually share a close friend's image. As for the pictures and videos of Chen Shui and her companions, he had paid for them himself. Chapter 15. Gu Chuan, I want you to add me back. I'll head home to change my clothes and then come over. While running, Chu Liao waved her little hand at Gu Chuan. Be careful, and don't trip over someone else's feet, he chuckled, watching her whimsical figure vanish into the crowd. Boss, I'd like an order of grilled cold noodles without spice. Brother Chuan. As he strolled back with his snack, Gu Chuan suddenly heard someone call out to him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Lu Bowen accompanied by 7 or 8 classmates. I told you. This guy is now quite the dapper lad, Lu Bowen boasted to his classmates, as if Gu Chuan's handsome visage belonged to him. My goodness, is that really Gu Chuan? He looks incredibly handsome, like a completely different person. How do we not notice this treasure of a boy in our class before? Indeed, if it weren't for his confession to Lin Qiya, I might have pursued him as my boyfriend. Upon seeing Gu Chuan, several girls in the class were momentarily stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They had heard Lu Bowen's praises soaring high, but now they were convinced. Lin Qiya, noticing the crowd's reaction, unconsciously raised her chin, as if flaunting her trophy. Gu Chuan's confession felt like a badge of honor to her. Today, she had deliberately donned a white dress. Her graceful figure and long legs exceptionally eye-catching, radiating an aura of purity. Hello, everyone. Gu Chuan greeted them politely with a wave. What's so impressive about being good-looking? He is only fit to eat this kind of street food, someone in the crowd scoffed. Wang Lang, a local with a bit of wealth, had recently purchased a watch worth over 10,000 and couldn't help but flaunt it, strutting around like a peacock, despite his rather unappealing appearance. Could you refrain from speaking? Class monitor Lin Hui interjected, casting an admonishing glance at Wang Lang. Where you all headed? Gu Chuan ignored Wang Lang and turned to Lu Bowen. I heard a new bar has opened, and we're planning to check it out, Lu Bowen said, throwing an arm around Gu Chuan's shoulder with a grin. Come on, let us go together. A new bar? Gu Chuan inquired, then shook his head. Never mind. I have other matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves. With that, he turned to leave, but Chen Xiaomin quickly called out, Gu Chuan, why don't you join us? Kia will be there too. Gu Chuan cast her a calm glance. What does that have to do with me? He then walked away. Chu Daxua wants some candied hawthorn. If you don't buy it for her, she might just bite you, Lin Qiya said, somewhat irritated. Gu Chuan, why did you delete my penguin? I want you to add me back right now. Compared to before, her tone had lost some of its commanding edge, yet still retained an air of superiority. Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan halted, furrowing his brow. Are you out of your mind? Do you really believe it's an honor for me to add your penguin? I am not your servant. Don't act like you're above me and issue commands. No one is obligated to indulge you. Oh, by the way, I know someone who can make keys. How many do you need? He retorted before turning on his heel and departing. As they watched Gu Chuan's receding figure, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, exchanging glances of disbelief. Gu Chuan had harbored feelings for Lin Qiya, so why did he respond to her this way? Despite their confusion, no one felt Gu Chuan's words were out of line, for his efforts over the years have been apparent to all. What Gu Chuan had done should have melted even a stone. But what of Lin Qiya? She had always spoken to Gu Chuan in a condescending manner, as if all his efforts were merely expected. To put it bluntly, she treated him with less regard than a stray dog on the street. Yet they could say nothing, for all of Gu Chuan's actions had been voluntary. At present, witnessing Gu Chuan's demeanor brought a sense of satisfaction to the spectators. Lin Qiya's expression darkened as she watched him disappear, her fingers intertwining tightly in frustration. She felt immensely wronged. Why is this happening? Haven't I already given him an opportunity to reconcile? Why hasn't he come to apologize? Seeing her distress, Chen Xiaomin quickly intervened. Kiwi has just had some disagreements with Gu Chuan. How could he not still like her? She shot a glance at Lu Bowen, hoping for support. However, he appeared oblivious, laughing awkwardly and attempting to lighten the mood. "Oh, what a beautiful day it is." Wang Lang, sensing an opportunity, smirked and remarked, "Ha, just a poor loser. I don't know where he gets his arrogance from." "Ka, don't mind him. Let us head to the bar." Lin Hui chimed in to break the awkwardness. "Yes, let us go to the bar. Didn't T. Wang Lang reserve a table?" Wang Lang laughed heartily, echoing her sentiment, though in reality, he had reserved nothing. "The sewing machine bar? I've never even heard of it. It probably isn't anything significant. If we just throw enough money around, the owner will surely come to us with a smile." "Wait, why are there so many people?" Upon arriving at the bar's entrance, Wang Lang was instantly taken aback by the throngs of people, resembling a clearance sale. There was no way they would be able to charm the owner now, let alone even get through the door. "Wang Lang, are you really up to this?" Chen Xiaoman complained after being stuck at the entrance for over 10 minutes. Wang Lang felt his face flush with embarrassment, cursing himself for not having reserved a table in advance. Yet, he didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Qiya, so he mustered the courage to approach the bartender, smilingly saying, "Hey, I'm friends with your boss. Let us in." The bartender scrutinized him, scoffing. "You? Friends with my boss? You're the 30th person to say that today. I know someone who can make keys. How many do you need? If you didn't make a reservation, scram. I can't even eat with that ugly mug of yours blocking the way." Feeling humiliated, Wang Lang returned to his group, tried to mask his embarrassment with an fa of confidence. There are just too many people today. The boss just called to say the computer had a virus, and our previous reservation didn't go through. He said we should wait a bit," he explained, attempting to save face. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the group. "Are you sure you can handle this?" Chen Xiaoman couldn't help but complain. "Van Lang, Zaiting internally. Thought, what the hell are you barking about, you little brat? I could easily make you call me daddy. If it weren't for Lin Qiya, I would even bother to speak to someone like you." At this moment, Lu Bowen called out to the opposite side of the street, "Chuan Gu," drawing the attention of the crowd. Chapter 16. If you can secure a reservation, I shall call you father. Across the street, Gu Chuan was approaching, holding a snack and a skewer of candied hawthorn, looking somewhat surprised to see them. "What brings you here?" Gu Chuan inquired, glancing at Lu Bowen with a hint of confusion. "This bar just opened, and we thought we'd come check it out," Lu Bowen explained. Noticing the shiny red candied hawthorn in Gu Chuan's hand, a girl laughed and asked, "Is that for Chiria?" Gu Chuan turned to her with a smile, acknowledging her with a thumbs up, then pointed at Chen Xiaoman, saying, "You're quite clever," resembling a true talent. The girl, puzzled, wondered aloud, if it's not for Chiria, then who else could it be for? Doesn't he like her? Nevertheless, she shrugged it off, pleased to have received a compliment from Gu Chuan. In the crowd, Lin Qia's anticipation dimmed upon hearing this exchange as she spotted Gu Chuan approaching with the candied hawthorn. "Just opened?" She recalled Lu Bowen mentioning a newly launched bar, realizing he was referring to the sewing machine. However, the bustling scene before her certainly resembled that of a grand opening. "Why not go inside?" Gu Chuan asked. Lu Bowen, somewhat disheartened, replied, "Wang Lang said the reservation he made wasn't honored, so we can't get in." Gu Chuan glanced at Wang Lang and quickly understood the situation. This fellow likely sought to impress his classmates, but was unprepared for the sewing machine's overwhelming popularity. The crowd exceeded Gu Chuan's expectations. He had anticipated the promotional effect would take a few days to manifest. Yet here they were, packed to capacity on the very first night. Had it not been for the bouncer at the entrance, there might not have been a single spot left to stand. "Come on, I'll take you in," Gu Chuan said with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen's gloom lifted instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Really, Godfather?" Wang Lang, however, wore a disdainful smirk. "Huh, if he can secure a spot, I'll call him father." Gu Chuan shot him a dismissive glance, retorting, "I don't have a son as crass as you." With that, he strode towards the bar entrance, holding the candied hawthorn, while Lu Bowen nervously followed, whispering, "Chuan Gu, can you really?" Gu Chuan shook his finger, asserting, "A man must never say he cannot." Behind them, Wang Lang observed Gu Chuan's retreating figure, his face contorting with scorn. "Just watch. He'll surely be thrown out by the bouncer." If even wealthy folks like him can't manage it, what chance does this country bumpkin have? Barely had he finished speaking when the bouncer approached Gu Chuan with a beaming smile, addressing him as Chuan Gu with utmost courtesy, a stark contrast to his earlier brusqueness. Witnessing this, Wang Lang's mocking expression solidified into a rigid grimace, as though he had swallowed something unpleasant. Shall we go together? Gu Chuan beckoned over his shoulder. Lin Hui and the others eagerly nodded and rushed forward, astonished. Gu Chuan, did you secure a reservation? The bouncer cheerfully clarified. Chuan Gu is a friend of our boss. We've set aside a special table for him. Chuan Gu, you're amazing, Liu Bowen exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration, giving Gu Chuan a thumbs up. Look at Wang Lang's face. It's as dark as a pot bottom. Gu Chuan, uninterested in Wang Lang's petty jibes, said to Lin Hui and the others. Let us go. Lin Hui nodded but then remembered Qiuya and hesitated. Gu Chuan, what about Qiuya and the others? Misinterpreting the situation as a mere quarrel, she sought to mediate. Gu Chuan turned to the remaining group, apologizing. I'm sorry, but I have friends inside, and there's no more space. He then directed his gaze at Wang Lang. With your wealth, Wang Xiao, securing a table should be a cinch, right? Wang Lang scoffed. On a bar like this, even if it's 10 tables, I can afford it. Gu Chuan smiled and gave him a thumbs up, but that smile ignited an ominous premonition in Wang Lang. Well then, let us meet later, Gu Chuan concluded, turning to lead Liu Bowen and the others into the bar. Behind them, Lin Qiuya's expression darkened to an extreme. Her fingers clenched tightly, nearly digging in her flesh. In the past, Gu Chuan would have pleaded for her company during moments like this. Now, however, he appeared impatient and disdainful, leaving Lin Qiuya feeling profoundly frustrated, her lips biting deep into her skin. Qiuya, shall we head back? Chun Xiaoman tentatively suggested. Observing Qiuya's anger, Lin Qiuya vehemently shook her head, coldly huffing, no way. Since Gu Chuan failed to appreciate the opportunity she had offered him, she resolved not to be his lapdog any longer. What was so significant about him? Just a bit more handsome than before. Did he truly believe that sufficed to be worthy of her? Ultimately, he remained a poor boy. Countless suitors lined up to win her affection. Allowing him to be her lapdog was merely a sign of her benevolence. Did he genuinely think he was irreplaceable? In truth, she had come not for Gu Chuan, but for the enigmatic resident performer of the bar, her prospective future boyfriend. With this thought, a renewed sense of pride surfaced on Lin Qiuya's face as she turned to Wang Lang. Help me secure a booth. I'll cover the cost. Wang Lang, unaware of Lin Qiuya's true feelings, assumed her demeanor indicated her complete disillusionment with Gu Chuan. He patted his chest confidently, declaring, Qiuya, why would you need to be polite with me? How can I let you pay when we're out together? Rest assured, I'll secure a spot even better than Gu Chuan's. With that, he pulled out his phone and began making calls. As they crossed the threshold of the sewing machine bar, a world unfolded within. The dimly lit room, illuminated by soft yet vibrant lights, stirred the emotions of the patrons. The interior of the sewing machine bar was spacious enough to accommodate 300 people, featuring scattered tables, booths, a dance floor, a bar, and a performance area, all adorned with vibrant graffiti that lent an artistic flair to the atmosphere. Wow, this bar's ambience is unlike any other, Lin Hui exclaimed, taking in the colorful murals. Beside her, the beautiful Wang Chong nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling like a child. Yes, the starry ceiling looks so romantic. Accompanying them were a boy and a girl, classmates who now surveyed the sewing machine bar with expressions of curiosity. In their minds, bars were chaotic places rife with alcohol, hormones, impulsivity, and sexuality. Yet, this establishment seemed to defy that stereotype. Many patrons held drinks that were not alcoholic, and there was no raucous shouting or drunken antics. Instead, they engaged in conversation, swaying gently to the melodic music. Chuan Gu, do you really know the owner of this bar? Liu Bowen asked, astonished by the scene before him, struggling to believe it. The owner isn't a woman, is she? Chuan Gu isn't being kept, is he? After all, a guy like him is often favored by wealthy women. Xuan Yi, you're back. At that moment, Yin Shui approached from the dance floor, beaming as she wrapped her arms around Gu Chuan's. The shoulder length. Wine-red hair appeared, particularly striking under the illumination of the lights. Chapter 17. Foster father, let the class begin. I shall listen on my knees. With a smile and a nod, Gu Chuan gazed at the dance floor, somewhat astonished by the throngs of people crowded around the VIP tables. He recalled that when he had left earlier, the bar had been nearly empty, yet in the blink of an eye, it had filled to capacity. Speaking of this, Yin Shue's face radiated excitement as she directly linked her arm with Gu Chuan's. Brother Chuan, you won't believe it. When I opened the door just now, I thought I was hallucinating. The crowd surged in like it was market day. I even suspected I had opened it incorrectly, so I closed it and opened it again, only to find even more people inside. She had previously contemplated that Gu Chuan's promotion might yield some results, but she never expected it to be this effective. Within half an hour, nearly all the VIP tables were reserved. Since she started working here, she had never seen such a turnout, and the staff were nearly overwhelmed. Even the owner, Chun Gang, had set aside his beads to join the ranks of serving drinks, for what could be more exhilarating than accumulating merits in such a manner? Gu Chuan nodded, equally taken aback by the scene before him, yet it evidently signified the success of his promotion. It seemed he had underestimated the influence of a devoted admirer. He waved to Yin Shui and leaned in closer to whisper in her ear, "Oh, by the way, if a reservation comes in for someone named Wang Lang, triple the price. When he books the table, just say the only remaining option is the boss's table." Upon hearing this, Yin Shui's delicate face displayed skepticism. Triple the price? If he isn't a fool, he probably won't book it, right? Gu Chuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Young Master Wang is affluent. He won't mind a trifling sum. If he wishes to maintain his dignity in front of Lin Xiaoi, he will undoubtedly reserve that VIP table. Yin Shui playfully rolled her eyes at him, lightly tapping his chest. Brother Chuan, you're so mischievous, but I quite like it. Foster father, who is that? Watching Yin Shui depart with a graceful saunter, Lu Bowen's eyes widened like glass marbles. This little vixen was stunning, with her head of vibrant red hair, a black crop top, fishnet stockings, and a minuscule skirt that was utterly captivating. Ordinarily, encountering such a boldly spirited beauty on the street would leave him too timid to even steal a glance. Yet just moments ago, she had clung to Gu Chuan, calling him brother with an adoring gaze. Meanwhile, Gu Chuan appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance as if it were all second nature, leading Lu Bowen to question if the world had gone mad. The individuals beside him, including Lin Hui, also wore expressions of intrigue. Was that girl Gu Chuan's girlfriend? Gu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, responding casually, just a friend, before leading them to a VIP table. Hello, Brother Chuan, Chun Shui greeted, her face alight with a playful smile. After some in-depth conversation, the group's dynamic became more relaxed, shedding their initial awkwardness. Gu Chuan nodded with a smile, then gestured for them to take their seats. This is my classmate, Lin Hui, Lu Bowen, and Wang Chong. The four exchanged nods, greeting each other. As they beheld the lovely young women before them, Lin Hui and Lu Bowen froze, momentarily dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. These were the very girls whose photos had been fervently circulated in their group chat. They were practically celebrities at school, regarded as goddesses by many, and typically kept at arm's length. Yet now, they were beaming and engaging in conversation. When had Gu Chuan's charm with women become so pronounced? He appeared utterly at ease, laughing and conversing as though he were a different person altogether. As for Lu Bowen, he was left in a state of shock, questioning if this was indeed the same Gu Chuan he knew. Had some unholy spirit taken possession of him? This was the same guy who would turn crimson at the mere prospect of speaking to a girl. Yet now, he resembled a carefree rogue, flitting through a garden of flowers without a care in the world. If it were him in this situation, he wouldn't merely be silent. He would likely be on the verge of tears. At that moment, Lu Bowen finally grasped why Gu Chuan had shown no signs of sorrow after being rejected by Lin Xiaoi. It turned out he truly wasn't hanging from the same branch. Foster father, let the class begin. I shall listen on my knees. You all take a seat. I'll just grab a bite to eat. I'll leave these classmates in your capable hands. With that, Gu Chuan rose and made his way upstairs. Rest assured, Chun Shui replied with a bright smile, giving Gu Chuan an okay gesture. She then turned to the others, cheerfully patting the plush sofa. "Please have a seat. I'll fetch you some drinks." The group nodded dazedly, settling onto the sofa, though their expressions clearly indicated they were still reeling from the shock. In the VIP area, Liu Bowen sat stiffly like a wax figure, straight as a board, hardly daring to breathe. Inside, he continued to curse Gu Chuan, feeling abandoned in this daunting situation. Sitting among campus goddesses was overwhelming, to say the least. He couldn't even muster the courage to speak. Usually, he was merely a loudmouth, but now it felt all too real. Fortunately, Chen Shui and the others were amicable, engaging them in conversation, though the topics invariably circled back to Gu Chuan. Liu Bowen listened, nearly choking on his drink, as he felt a tumultuous storm brewing within. Why did it seem that these campus goddesses were genuinely interested in Gu Chuan? Just as they were about to rise, Chun Gang strode over, drenched in sweat and thoroughly exhausted. "These students are utterly absurd. Do they think drinks are free? I nearly worked myself to death." He collapsed onto the sofa, wiping his brow and grumbling about how, as a bar owner, he had been reduced to running errands. Yet, despite his complaints, the sight of the throng of patrons flooding the bar caused his lips to curl upwards in a smile that was hard to suppress. Since the bar's opening, he had never witnessed such a lively crowd. Gu Chuan offered him a cigarette, and as he leaned against the darkened railing, he chuckled. "So, you might need to hire a few more attractive waitresses. The influx of customers is likely to increase in the coming days. I fear you might not be able to keep up." "Whatever," Chun Gang replied, casually dismissing his concerns as merely a means of weight loss. He exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the vibrant youth below, and grinned. "I must admit, your strategy is indeed effective. Those students seldom order alcoholic beverages. By the end of the night, the drink inventory will likely be entirely depleted. With thin margins and high volume, if every night is like this, my monthly revenue might surpass what I earn a year." Gu Chuan ignited a cigarette for himself, reflecting on the nature of humanity, particularly the youthful exuberance of these spirited individuals. The VIP tables in the bar stood as symbols of status. When one reclined in a luxurious, comfortable booth, gazing down at the throngs at the scattered tables, an innate sense of superiority would naturally arise. As this feeling of superiority burgeoned, would one still desire to jostle for space among the crowded tables? Chapter 18. Wang Lang. Charge it among the students. There were certainly those who were both foolish and affluent, especially when in the presence of beautiful girls, relishing the chance to flaunt their superiority. At that moment, all it took was a timely nudge. "Hey, they don't want to squeeze in with you at those scattered tables. They want to sit on the sofa." This would be a surefire win. The greater the price disparity between the upscale booths and the scattered tables, the more it would highlight the vanity residing in the hearts of the patrons. At that time, one could also customize a large scrolling screen to display a rotating list of the highest spenders in the venue, thereby satiating the vanity of those individuals. This scrolling screen resembles the ranking lists often seen in live streaming platforms, sorted by different levels of expenditure, and it is designed to ignite a competitive spirit among patrons. After listening to Gu Chuan's analysis, Chun Gang stood by, scratching his head, not due to any confusion, but rather feeling as if he was beginning to develop some intellect. Gu Chuan chuckled as he extinguished his cigarette, pondering the futility of earning money from the impoverished. The true sense of accomplishment lies in profiting from the wealthy. The poor are already destitute, and even if they were thrown into a juicer, there would be little to extract. At that time, we should recruit more beautiful girls to mingle among the students, playing the role of delicate and charming maidens. Surely, some would be inclined to foot their bills. Gu Chuan added with a sly grin. Chen Gang, taking a puff of his cigarette, gave Gu Chuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly mischievous." Although his acquaintance with Gu Chuan was brief, he sensed that this fellow was far more adept than himself, considering matters with a level of thoroughness that belied his age. This meticulous nature was entirely uncharacteristic of someone his age. He bore no resemblance to a student, but rather to a seasoned veteran of society. "No wonder you are destined to make a fortune," Chun Gang mused. Gu Chuan smiled, but did not respond. Money can be earned again, but if one's conscience is lost, the cost becomes far greater. Goodness, is that booth made of gold or silver? It's outrageously expensive. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from downstairs, tinged with apparent anger. Upon closer inspection, it was Wang Lang. Gu Chuan promptly gestured to Chen Gang, indicating, "Look, here comes someone foolish with plenty of money." Following Gu Chuan's direction, Chen Gang spotted a rather unattractive student, dressed in ostentatious attire, currently in a standoff at the bar. Wang Xiaoming wore a professionally feigned smile, apologizing, "Sir, this is our bar's boss booth, which accommodates 16 people. Due to its prime location and the sofas specially ordered from France, the price is correspondingly high. Our aim is to emphasize the superiority of the boss booth and provide our guests with the utmost enjoyment. That still doesn't justify charging 10,000 for a booth. That's almost the price of my watch." Wang Lang argued vehemently. Even at this juncture, he couldn't resist rolling up his sleeves to flaunt his new watch. He had frequented bars before, and many, with prime locations and exceptional service, charged no more than 6,000 for their boss booths. In this shabby place, "You dare quote me 10,000? Are you done yet, Wang Lang?" At that moment, Lin Qias and a few others who had entered with him approached, inquiring with a sense of urgency. Indeed, since entering, Lin Qias had become the center of attention. After all, she was the belle of Shanshan No. 1 High School, a goddess in the eyes of many, with countless admirers yearning to worship her. Surrounded by admiration, Lin Qias lifted her chin, resembling a proud swan. However, amidst the adoration, she was also searching for Gu Chuan, eager to witness the expression on his face as she basked in the spotlight. She longed to see regret and frustration etched upon his features. Yet, after scanning the entire bar, she found no trace of him, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Wang Lang turned around, forcing a smile. "Almost done, almost done. I'm just having a chat with this fellow." He then directed his attention back to Wang Xiaoming. "How about a discount for the grand opening?" Although he was wealthy, 10,000 approached nearly half a year's worth of living expenses, and parting with such a sum would indeed sting. "Hey there, handsome. Are you alone?" At that moment, Yin Shui approached, sipping from a high-stem glass of red wine. Her fiery red lips, paired with her wine-red short hair, captivated Wang Lang's attention. "I'm a manager of this bar. Are you looking to reserve the boss booth?" Wow, how impressive, such youthful ambition. With a flirtatious smile and a playful blink, Yin Shui's alluring demeanor struck Wang Lang as nothing short of an invitation. "Wow, are you testing the students with this?" Which student could withstand such temptation? Though Wang Lang often boasted about his prowess at school, outside, he was merely a sycophant tasked with settling bills, still very much a student at heart. Enticed by Yin Shui's advances, he lost all semblance of resolve, his foolish expression betraying his captivated state. Observing Wang Lang's love-struck demeanor, Yin Shui's smile widened as she raised an eyebrow, indicating to Lin Qias, "Girlfriend? This young man has quite the eye, handsome and wealthy, plus such a beautiful girlfriend." Yin Shui's words acted like the final straw that broke Wang Lang's last vestige of rationality. With a grand gesture, he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Charge it. I told you in this day and age, there's never a shortage of foolish people with plenty of money," Gu Chuan remarked with a smile as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Chen Gang clicked his tongue. "You must be studying psychology, right? The way you understand students is truly remarkable." Gu Chuan shook his head. "Actually, the competitive mentality in schools is quite pronounced. Everyone wears the same uniform, making it impossible to discern who is more affluent. The only distinguishing feature is the shoes. Yet, how many truly understand shoes? Thus, once they shed their uniforms, the competitive spirit is magnified infinitely. While I may not know much about others, I have a firm grasp on the mindset of nouveau riche like Wang Lang. However, the main influence is still Sister Yin. She thoroughly understands the thoughts of these young men." Gu Chuan chuckled again. Chen Gang nodded, but then cast a wary glance at Gu Chuan. "This bar only has one capable girl. You better not steal her away." Gu Chuan met his gaze with a smirk. "How do you know she is capable?" Chen Gang paused, then realized and shot him a glare. "I'm not that kind of person." Gu Chuan nodded and, with his hands tucked into his pockets, proceeded downstairs. But his voice echoed from a distance, darkening Chen Gang's expression. "You may not be, but I certainly am." Chapter 19. Chu Liao's Tong Halu. "Chuya, let me tell you, this is the only boss booth in the entire bar. It's nearly impossible for ordinary people to reserve it. Wang Lang, seated in the booth, sipped on a cheap drink, looking smugly at Lin Qias. He raised his voice intentionally, ensuring those around could hear him. Chun Xiaoman, lounging on the plush sofa, curiously surveyed the surroundings before turning to Wang Lang. Wow, this spot is fantastic. It must have cost a fortune, right? The boss booth, centrally located in the bar, directly faced the dance floor and music stage, indeed making it the focal point of the venue. Upon hearing her words, Wang Lang felt a pang in his heart but feigned a nonchalant demeanor, as if it didn't bother him. Oh, it's just 10,000. It's a small amount, just a drop in the bucket, as long as Chuyao likes it. When mentioning the price, he cleared his throat deliberately, as if he wished to whisper it into the ears of others. My goodness, 10,000. Wang Lang, you must be extremely wealthy. That is almost the cost of my family's yearly living expenses. Chun Xiaoman exclaimed in astonishment. The accompanying classmates were equally astonished as they gazed at Wang Lang, who had reserved a seat for a staggering 10,000 yuan. Such extravagance was truly beyond comprehension. It was no wonder he could only afford the cheapest drinks. On Lin Qias' face, there was a hint of smugness. Her chin held high, basking in the limelight like a proud swan. She relished the sensation of being the center of attention, which fed her vanity and affirmed her sense of superiority. Even the previously captivating Chen Shui and Su Wan'er paled in comparison before her. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, Lin Qias spotted Gu Chuan descending from the second floor, a skewer of candied hawthorn in hand. Upon seeing him, she proudly raised her chin and casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, showcasing her lovely profile. She reveled in the adoration surrounding her, her expression seemingly declaring, "Look, I have never lacked for admirers." Yet, Gu Chuan remained oblivious to her presence, making his way directly to a secluded booth. Why bother with that impoverished fool? Wang Lang scoffed, having also noticed Gu Chuan's arrival. Initially expecting a more prestigious position, he was disappointed to find it merely a dim corner, far inferior to his own boss's booth. Why is Gu Chuan sitting with Chun Shui and the others? Chun Xiaoman turned her head, gasping upon realizing who he was with. At Wang Lang's urging, he turned around again. When he caught sight of Gu Chuan seated alongside the prominent figures from the photo scandal, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What on earth? How is this possible? Especially considering that Li Shi and Su Wan'er, both dancers, were the epitome of beauty. The kind of goddesses that many dreamed of marrying. After all, their talents were undeniable. Why then did a penniless lad like Gu Chuan get to sit with them? The sight of their eager demeanor only deepened Wang Lang's discontent. How could he, who could afford a boss's booth, be outdone by someone like Gu Chuan? Lin Qias also turned her gaze to the booth where Gu Chuan was laughing and chatting, smirking coldly. Yet, a twinge of discomfort stirred within her. After all, witnessing her admirer fawning over someone else was bound to evoke feelings of imbalance. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, lifting her pristine chin. She recognized Chen Shui and Su Wan'er, but what did that matter? Though they bore the title of goddesses, their beauty paled in comparison to her own. She had thought that Gu Chuan, having ceased his infatuation with her, might have found an extraordinary beauty, but it appeared that his taste was quite lacking. Gu Chuan, which university do you plan to apply to? Chen Shui inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as they fixed on him. The other girls also turned their attention toward him, having initially thought he was merely handsome, but now surprised to learn of his academic prowess. Gu Chuan shook his head, indicating he had yet to decide. Hey, aren't you tired holding that candied hawthorn? Would you like me to eat it for you? Liu Bowen had been eyeing the skewer for quite some time, believing it was meant for the goddesses given Gu Chuan's reluctance to take a bite. Gu Chuan swatted his hand away. You're nearly as big as a pig. You shouldn't eat anymore. Lin Hui was also curious. Since entering the bar, Gu Chuan had clutched the candied hawthorn tightly. Who was that candied hawthorn for? Based on previous circumstances, it seemed unlikely it was intended for Lin Qias. But if not her, then who? Just then, a cheerful voice rang out from nearby. Wow, you really bought me candied hawthorn? The group turned curiously, eager to discover the identity of the owner. However, when they saw the approaching figure, Lin Hui and her friends were left dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Could it be? Is that Chu Liao? As they observed the girl sprinting toward them, everyone was left in a state of shock. Not only those at the booth, but the entire bar fell silent, faces reflecting sheer incredulity. Was that not the ethereal beauty, the white moonlight of Shanqingno? One high school, the cool schoolflower, Chu Liao? At that moment, she had traded her casual attire for a striking red gown, accentuated at the waist, exuding elegance. Adorning her head was a black bow, radiating both an air of aloofness and charm, though her long, delicate legs were concealed beneath her skirt, which fell below her knees. She remained breathtakingly beautiful. Her mere presence seemed to overshadow the bar's lights. Quite sweet. Approaching Gu Chuan, Chu Liao took a bite of the candied hawthorn, her exquisite face lighting up with satisfaction. Gu Chuan looked at her helplessly, clearing his throat softly. "What's wrong?" Chu Liao asked, puzzled. Following his gaze, she noticed that everyone in the bar was staring at her, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if petrified. "Oh my God, am I seeing things?" The cool, white moonlight of Shanxi No. 1 High School. And she has this adorable face too? A soft gasp escaped her lips as she hurriedly hid the candied hawthorn behind her, biting her lip to regain her previously aloof demeanor. Yet inwardly, she felt a surge of frustration, scolding Gu Chuan. It's all your fault. Gu Chuan chakid, no wedis. Our true to schoolflower looks beautiful no matter what she eats. As he spoke, he even wiped the sugar residue from her lips. Chu Liao shot him a fierce glare, her brows furrowing in annoyance. "How dare you say that? Liao's here. Komisit." Chun Shui, noticing the atmosphere had grown tense, smiled as she ushered Chu Liao to sit beside her. Chu Liao, as if seeing a savior, hurriedly made her way over, and upon sitting down, made sure to push Gu Chuan in front of her as a shield. With Chu Liao's arrival, the once silent bar erupted back into its lively atmosphere. Yet countless gazes remained fixed on this newfound spectacle. They had never anticipated that the esteemed schoolflower would also be present. The very white moonlight coveted by every boy at Shanxi No. 1 High School. Her singing was melodious, her dancing captivating, and her academics exemplary. She was indeed the ideal of earthly perfection. Previously, they could only admire her from afar, never daring to approach within 10 meters of her presence. Under the gaze of her cool, captivating eyes, even the bravest souls would find their courage dissipating. As Chu Liao entered, she instantly became the focal point of attention, illuminating even the dimmest corners of the bar. Yet, soon enough, countless eyes shifted toward Gu Chuan, filled with resentment and jealousy. Just moments ago, they had witnessed this audacious fellow tenderly wiping the corner of the schoolflower's mouth, their intimate demeanor igniting a fierce desire to confront him. Their hearts were in turmoil. How could he be so infuriating? At the booth, Lin Hui and the others, having witnessed the entire scene, were left in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief as they regarded Gu Chuan. If Gu Chuan's closeness with Chun Shui and Li Shishir had raised eyebrows, this was something entirely beyond comprehension. The acquaintance between Gu Chuan and the illustrious school beauty of Chu University is enough to drive one mad. Moreover, their apparent intimacy raises questions. Could it be that they share more than mere friendship? If that is indeed the case, Gu Chuan's attitude towards Lin Qiuying becomes rather comprehensible. After all, she is the celebrated beauty of Chu University, admired not only by boys but also evoking admiration from many girls. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen stands utterly dumbfounded, gazing blankly at the Chu University beauty, his mind echoing with the words, "If you can pursue the school beauty of Chu University, I will publicly call you dad in front of the entire class." At this thought, Lu Bowen's expression crumbles. What if he truly has to call him dad while standing on his head? "I was merely offering you a word of consolation, yet you took it to heart. This is more painful than death. Brother Chuan." Lu Bowen stares at Gu Chuan with a face that resembles constipation, his smile more akin to a grimace. Gu Chuan, arms crossed, approaches him with a playful smirk. "Come on, let's hear you call me dad." Showing, how does Gu Chuan know Chu Liao? In the VIP booth, Chun Xiaomin gazes at Lin Qiuying in astonishment. These two should seemingly be worlds apart. Yet why does Chu Liao, when faced with Gu Chuan, abandon her usual aloof demeanor to appear playful and charming? She even ventured far to fetch her candied hawthorn. If their relationship were merely casual, Xiaomin would find it hard to believe. At this moment, Lin Xiaoying's previous pride has completely dissipated. Her brows are tightly furrowed, her nails digging into her palms. Her expression is one of distress as her gaze fixates on Chu Liao in the booth. As a fellow school beauty from Shanxi No. 1 High School, Chu Liao commands attention the moment she enters, creating a stir far beyond Lin Xiaoying's reach. In comparison, Lin Xiaoying feels like a mere imitation. What pains her further is Gu Chuan's demeanor towards Chu Liao, a stark contrast to his coldness toward herself, his eyes filled with affection when he looks at her. If it were Chen Shui or Su Wanner, Lin Xiaoying wouldn't mind, but the fact that it is Chu Liao makes it unbearable. For 3 years of high school, no matter what she did, she always felt overshadowed by Chu Liao. Whenever they shared the same space, all eyes would invariably gravitate toward her. Witnessing the fondness in Gu Chuan's gaze, Lin Xiaoying feels a deep sense of injustice. That look was once reserved for her. Now, it is bestowed upon another girl. Why does he treat her this way? She insists she does not harbor feelings for Gu Chuan, viewing him as merely a devoted follower. Yet seeing the scene, she experiences an inexplicable ache, as if something that once belonged to her has been forcibly taken away. Could Gu Chuan's change in attitude be because of Chu Liao? Xiaoying, don't be upset. Perhaps Gu Chuan and Chu Liao are just friends? That candied hawthorn was also a favor from Chu Liao. Chun Xiaomin attempts to console her, noticing her deepening distress. But in the end, even she lacks conviction. After all, it is Chu Liao. Just a devoted follower. What is the big deal? Lin Xiaoying casts a lingering glance at Chu Liao, snorts disdainfully, and stubbornly turns away. There are countless men in this world. Although Gu Chuan is handsome, he is not the only one of his kind. As for Chu Liao, she naively believes she has struck gold, but in reality, she is merely a piece of discarded trash to me. I shall make Gu Chuan realize that there are indeed individuals far more handsome and worthy than him. Regaining her pride, Lin Xiaoying's gaze shifts towards the central dance floor, where an elevated platform holds a tall stool beside a guitar. The voice, rich and magnetic, combined with a chiseled jawline, is undeniably captivating. Even Lin Xiaoying must admit it. If she could win him over and make him her boyfriend, what would Gu Chuan amount to? In that case, how could Chu Liao possibly compare? At this moment, the most disheartened person is Wang Lang, his expression resembling someone who has just tasted something bitter. I spent so much money on this VIP booth, intending to impress, only to see the beautiful girls flock to Gu Chuan. And Lin Xiaoying, despite giving up on him, has now taken a liking to the handsome musician. What am I then? I've gone through all this trouble, only to end up with nothing. He laments, feeling utterly cheated. Not even a single girl approaches him to strike up a conversation. Had he known this would happen, he would have preferred to take his money to a karaoke bar and find a princess there. Even a dismissive remark like, "Brother, sing a song but don't touch. My stockings are pilling," would be better than sitting here like a fool. His attempt to show off might work in other bars, but here, in the sewing machine bar, the patrons are students and money holds little allure for them. In this place, being handsome truly outweighs being wealthy. Turning back to seek out that fiery-haired girl from earlier, he is met with a sight that nearly sends him into a fit. She has also gone over to Gu Chuan. Chapter 21. Hello everyone. I'm the resident singer of this bar. Ahem. Hello everyone. I'm the owner of the sewing machine bar. And first of all, welcome to support us. At this moment, Chun Gang, having changed into a more approachable outfit, steps onto the stage with a microphone in hand, smiling as he introduces himself. His opening remarks are brief, devoid of any formalities, as the audience consists of students who are not interested in pleasantries. After a few simple words, he proceeds to introduce the bar's featured activities, drinks, and beverages, as he is, after all, a businessman. After a few more trivialities, Chun Gang cheerfully states, "All right, enough of the chit-chat. I know you all are here to see handsome guys and beautiful girls, so I won't bore you with my presence any longer. Let us welcome our resident singer, who has had several wives, to serenade us with a couple of songs." At this point, a girl in the audience jokes, "Uncle, don't be so lacking in confidence. Perhaps someone likes your type." This elicits laughter, and many students join in the teasing, affirming that yes, uncles have their own charm. No one expected this seemingly streetwise owner to be so affable, which gradually eased the tense atmosphere among the students. Shengong Churkless. Thinking that if he were to engage in a relationship with someone significantly younger, he might as well hide his face in shame. Afterward, Chun Gang steps off the stage, walks to the side, lights a cigarette, and smiles. One must admit that mingling with these students makes it easy to forget one's age. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. In the booth, laughter and conversation fill the air. Aside from Lu Bowen, everyone else is beginning to relax. The rumored school beauty, with her ethereal charm, seems not as cold as people claimed. You all sit tight. I'm going to impress them and be back shortly. Don't eat too many candied hawthorns. They can cause toothaches. Gu Chuan rises, reminding Chu Liao as he leaves. Like you can tell me what to do. Chu Liao replies with a rebellious huff. Brother Chuan, where are you going? Lu Bowen quickly rises upon seeing Gu Chuan about to leave. Sitting amidst these goddess-like figures, he felt as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, discomfort enveloping him like a prickly thorn. Upon noticing Gu Chuan preparing to leave, he hurriedly followed, fervently beseeching to be included. Gu Chuan, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, cast a cheerful glance in his direction, patting his shoulder and quipping, "If you need anything, consult your mother." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Liao. Gu Chuan, you scoundrel, once again abandoning me. Lu Bowen fumed as he realized Gu Chuan had left him behind. His face contorted with anger. He contemplated barking like a dog, yet restrained himself, fearing the noise might disturb others. At that moment, Chu Liao's attention was drawn to Lu Bowen, her lively eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Hello, I am Chu Liao." With a playful twinkle in her eye, she approached him, extending her hand in greeting. Lu Bowen turned around, and just as he was about to sit down, he beheld this scene, his expression freezing into a mask of rigidity. He forced a smile that appeared more sorrowful than joyous. "Hello, I am Lu Bowen, a friend of Chuan Gu." Trembling, he reached out to shake Chu Liao's hand, only to withdraw it as if shocked, exclaiming internally, "Oh my God, I actually held the hand of a goddess. I am utterly doomed. Do not be anxious. I'm also a friend of Gu Chuan. I heard you share a close relationship with him and wish to engage in some conversation," Chu Liao said with a warm smile. Lu Bowen, taken aback for a moment, inexplicably bowed deeply to Chu Liao, his face serious as he declared, "Sister-in-law, feel free to ask anything. I shall speak candidly about what I know." Chu Liao was momentarily stunned, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shot an exasperated glare at the departing Gu Chuan. Yet inexplicably, a flicker of joy blossomed within her heart. "Sister-in-law? Lu Bowen, is it? You are a good person." Navigating through the crowd, Gu Chuan made his way to the circular stage, flicking ash from a cigarette while picking up a guitar, adjusting the strings with casual ease. How did Gu Chuan get up there? In the booth, Lin Hui and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Li Shishir and Su Wanner also wore expressions of surprise. And as a realization dawned, their mouths slowly fell agape. Could it be that the person in the video circulating in the school group is indeed Gu Chuan? When they arrived, Gu Chuan had already edited the video and changed his attire, leaving them oblivious to the identity of the mysterious performer. "Liu, don't tell me that person in the video is Gu Chuan." Just then, Lu Xan appeared seemingly out of nowhere, plopping down into the booth and wrapping her arms around Chu Liao's waist in astonishment. Chu Liao did not reply, disdainfully pushing her away while feigning mystery with a couple of hums. "You'll find out soon enough." Lu Bowen stared at Gu Chuan, now seated on the high stool with the guitar in hand, his eyebrows nearly shooting to the heavens in disbelief. "No way. Just when I thought I had seen it all, here you come again. Father, spare me a glimmer of hope." Lu Bowen felt as though he had been struck by lightning, speechless and utterly flabbergasted. Is this truly the Gu Chuan I know? When did he acquire such a skill in playing the guitar? In the booth, Lin Shuyan noticed Gu Chuan approaching and her brow furrowed in concern. What does he want? Could it be an apology? Even if it were an apology, forgiveness was not on the table for her. Yet Gu Chuan seemed oblivious to her presence, passing right by her, which made her fingers tighten in irritation. To her astonishment, Gu Chuan then took a seat on the high stool, casually picking up the guitar. As she observed this, an ominous premonition stirred within Lin Shuya. Could it be? No, it's impossible. Gu Chuan had been nothing but a devoted admirer for 3 years. Would he really be skilled enough to play? However, as she opened the video and compared the two figures, her unease intensified. The lighting in the video was dim, obscuring half of the figure's face beneath a cap. Yet the distinct outline and pronounced features bore an uncanny resemblance to Gu Chuan. She clung to a sliver of hope that the individual was not, in fact, him. But her hopes were shattered when Gu Chuan spoke. "Hello, everyone. I'm the resident singer at this bar." The two figures in her mind converged, and Lin Xiaoya's expression turned grim. Her face drained of color, resembling a fragile wisp of a person recovering from a severe illness, devoid of vitality. Why must it be Gu Chuan? Chapter 22. Lin Xiaoya's mental collapse. Heavens! The male lead in the viral video, circulating in the campus group, is actually Gu Chuan? What an international joke. Gu Chuan's brief statement struck Lin Hui and the others like a thunderclap, leaving them seated on the sofa, momentarily dazed. Lu Bowen, too, wore a look of disbelief. Did I really guess correctly? As for Li Shishir and her friends, they were merely surprised, but not overly shocked, their eyes reflecting an increased fondness for Gu Chuan. Likewise, the other patrons in the bar were merely swept up in the excitement, pushing the atmosphere to a fever pitch while curiously scrutinizing Gu Chuan. Indeed, he was quite handsome, with sharp features, fair skin, and a sunny smile. A cigarette nestled between his fingers exuded an inexplicable charm, and with his brow slightly lowered, he exuded an air of melancholy that left many girls blushing. They were merely curious onlookers, unaware of Gu Chuan's past role. Their emotional impact far less profound than that of Lin Hui and her companions. As the spotlight shone on Gu Chuan, he seemed to radiate light. Ding-dong. His long fingers deftly danced across the guitar strings as he placed a cigarette on a nearby ledge, softly singing. Did I promise you too much? Or was what I offered simply insufficient? You always have countless reasons. I've been following your feelings all along. Seated on the high stool, Gu Chuan played with familiarity, his clean yet sorrowful music resonating throughout the bar, as if narrating a tragic love story. Wow! Gu Chuan's voice was deeply immersive. Merely the opening lines captivated countless listeners, particularly many young men. They had come here to inch closer to their idols. And Gu Chuan's song echoed the unrequited love of an admirer, stirring a wave of resonance among them, prompting a collective sing-along. Meanwhile, the girls were equally entranced by Gu Chuan's voice, and paired with his striking features, it was all too easy to fall for him. How could I bear to blame you for your mistakes? It was I who granted you too much freedom, allowing you to feel lonelier and fall into the whirlpool of emotions. As the chorus approached, Gu Chuan strummed the guitar handsomely, his voice a harmonious blend with the crowd's collective singing, many young men pouring their hearts out with longing gazes at their beloved girls. And at that moment, those girls were all gazing adoringly at Gu Chuan. Wow, Chuan Go, I love you. Yet the most exuberant among them was Yin Shui, her vibrant red hair standing out in the crowd. In the dance floor, she swayed to the music, her glow stick nearly sparking, her face alight with joy, even exclaiming the sentiments of many girls in that moment. TSK, 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 Li Yao, could it be that your friend is nothing more than a scoundrel? On the sofa, Lu Xen listened to Yin Shui's piercing screams from the dance floor, curled her lips, and turned her gaze towards Chu Lu Yao. Chu Lu Yao let out a soft hum, dismissively stating, "He is at best just a straightforward guy." Lu Xen leaned in closer, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly as she fixed her gaze on Chu Lu Yao, imploring her to confess. "Come on, do you like him?" Upon hearing this, the others in the booth cast curious glances, intrigued about the relationship between this aloof school beauty and Gu Chuan. Even Lu Bowen perked up his ears, as this was a matter that could potentially involve him gaining another father. Chu Liao felt a tad uneasy under Lu Xian's unrelenting stare, her expression turning a bit awkward as her gaze began to wander. How could I possibly like him? After her response, Lu Bowen's face instantly brightened with relief, thankful that he wouldn't have to deal with additional paternal figures. Meanwhile, Li Shishir and the others redirected their attention to Gu Chuan, who was performing in the center of the room, their smiles seemingly more pronounced. As for Lin Hui and her friends, There was a hint of disappointment in their eyes. For some reason, they found themselves hoping for a romantic connection between Gu Chuan and the chilly school beauty. Only Lu Xin remained fixated on Chu Luyao. Her lips pursed high in a semblance of grievance. Oh no, it seems my prize cabbage has been trampled by a pig. Though the onlookers might not perceive Chu Luyao's true feelings, she was acutely aware of them. Her evasive gaze and the subtle hint of panic when she answered earlier were telling signs. What does this imply? It signifies that she was indeed lying. Wah, has my sister stopped loving me? Lu Xin wailed dramatically, wrapping her arms around Chu Luyao's waist in a theatrical display of distress. At the VIP booth, Lin Xiaoya's gaze was fixated on Gu Chuan, who was illuminated under the spotlight, her expression frozen in shock. The anticipation she had harbored shattered completely when Gu Chuan uttered those words. Before he spoke, a flicker of hope lingered within her, as she believed he might be lying. However, when he sang with the same enchanting voice as in the video, that remaining hope was obliterated. She stared blankly at the figure perched on the bar stool, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, nearly drawing blood from biting her lips. The boyfriend she had envisioned in her fantasies turned out to be the very one who had confessed to her, only to be rejected, a hopeless admirer. The realization struck her like a stinging slap across the face. At that moment, Gu Chuan sat on the bar stool, strumming his guitar and singing, his handsome visage harmonizing with his melodious voice, making him appear as if he were radiating light. She had never realized just how remarkable Gu Chuan was, nor how much he was adored by the girls. Under the spotlight, he was the focal point of everyone's attention. The lyrics he sang echoed in her mind, serving as a profound irony. Yet, amidst the feeling of grievance, Lin Xiaoya also felt a deep ache in her heart, convinced that Gu Chuan was deliberately humiliating her. Resolutely, she stood up, her voice tinged with tears as she shouted, "Gu Chuan, how dare you treat me this way? You need to apologize to me right now." The moment Lin Xiaoya's words left her lips, the vast bar fell silent, countless pairs of eyes turning towards her in a collective gaze of astonishment. At the booth, Chu Luyao's expression shifted, her smile gradually fading. What is this green tea doing here? Lu Bowen, witnessing the scene, quickly sought refuge in a corner, trembling as he envisioned a dramatic confrontation. On stage, Gu Chuan's fingers ceased strumming the guitar as he lifted his gaze towards Lin Xiaoya in the booth, his previously warm smile instantly turning cold. Are you out of your mind? What have I done to warrant an apology from you? I've seen bound feet, but this is the first time I've encountered someone with a bound brain. He was utterly unaware of the elaborate narrative Lin Xiaoya had conjured in her mind, nor did he comprehend the source of her so-called humiliation. He didn't even realize she was seated there. So why on earth would he need to apologize? Lin Xiaoya maintained her prideful demeanor, yet her eyes brimmed with unexpressed grievances as she cried out, "How dare you humiliate me? Is it just because I rejected your confession? I demand an apology right now, and you are not allowed to like any other girls. You can only like me." The moment those words escaped her lips, an uproar erupted within the bar, the patrons' faces reflecting a mixture of intrigue and disbelief. They exchanged glances between Gu Chuan and Lin Xiaoya, sensing there was a story behind this confrontation. However, some more rational onlookers furrowed their brows at Lin Xiaoya's words, questioning her audacity. After all, she had rejected his confession and yet demanded he not like anyone else. Was she out of her mind? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoya's declaration, Gu Chuan was both amused and infuriated, muttering to himself, "Ah, here we go again with this nonsense. In my past life, I was foolish enough to fall for your charade." He set down his guitar and stood up, striving to maintain his composure. "Let me make this clear one last time. You rejecting my confession is your prerogative. I have no objections. As for my confession to you, consider it a moment of folly, a lapse in judgment, and my misfortune, all right? From this moment on, we share no connection whatsoever, not even a passing acquaintance. I only ask that you cease bothering me. Understood?" Lin Xiaoya appeared to suffer from selective hearing, only absorbing the parts she wished to hear. Once Gu Chuan finished speaking, she stubbornly replied, her demeanor a mix of indignation and pride. "I refuse to believe you don't like me. What gives you the right to not like me?" Chapter 23. Sister-in-law is truly impressive. Gu Chuan was left stunned, like a wooden puppet frozen in place, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Goodness, how many sins had I committed in my previous life to end up liking such a peculiar person? What gave you the right to not like you? That question was truly absurd. Come now, take a look around. Which of those girls is not superior to you? Slim waist, long legs, and a well-rounded figure. Sure, and one dance beautifully. What about you? You're likely to injure yourself attempting to dance. And Ming, your singing is off-key. How can you possibly compare? As for Chun Shui, your two subjects combined wouldn't team match even a single subject of theirs. Gu Chuan was so exasperated that he resorted to direct comparisons, ultimately declaring, "Now tell me, what makes you think I would like you?" Li Sure and the others felt their cheeks flush, shooting Gu Chuan playful glares. A slim waist, soft legs is one thing, but a well-rounded figure? How could he know that without having touched? Lin Shuya remained defiant, staring at Gu Chuan with stubborn resolve, insisting, "I'm prettier than all of them." Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan was on the verge of losing his sanity. A little voice inside him was frantically clawing at the walls. Goodness, where does this woman find her confidence to act so brazenly? Yet this time, Gu Chuan chose silence, directing his gaze towards Chu Lu Yao in the booth. His eyes seemed to signal her, as if saying, "Dear lady, why not stand up and show off a bit?" Chu Lu Yao shot him an annoyed glance, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of disdain, as if to say, "Oh, is this truly your taste?" Quite unique indeed. Lin Shuya, noticing Gu Chuan's gaze, instinctively turned around, only to find Chu Lu Yao at the booth. As their gazes intertwined, Lin Xiaoying's complexion paled significantly, and the pride she had worn so confidently vanished in an instant. The illustrious school beauty, Chu Liao, remained silent, her cold eyes fixed on Lin Xiaoying, exuding a calmness that was laced with scrutiny. Under such an unwavering gaze, Lin Xiaoying felt a surge of guilt wash over her, prompting her to instinctively avert her eyes. This battle, devoid of gunpowder, had already determined its victor in mere moments. Indeed, Lin Xiaoying was undeniably beautiful, akin to a proud swan. Yet, who was it that stood before her? It was Chu Liao, in the hearts of numerous boys and some girls from Shanxingno. One high school, she was the unattainable ideal. Just her silent presence was enough to establish her supremacy. There was no need for justification. Her name alone, Chu Liao, sufficed. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoying stubbornly broke the silence, questioning Gu Chuan in an elevated tone. "What is your relationship with her?" Gu Chuan, taken aback, felt his expression chill significantly. "Do I owe you an explanation? Why should I clarify my relationship with her to you? I'm not your father, to indulge your every whim." Initially, Gu Chuan harbored disdain for Lin Xiaoying, but recent events had escalated his revulsion to an unprecedented level. Even uttering a word to her felt like a torment, inducing a visceral discomfort. "Gu Chuan, I despise you. I never want to see you again." Lin Xiaoying fled, tears streaming down her face, her sobs resembling a weeping willow in the rain. That night, she felt not only Gu Chuan's humiliation, but also that of Chu Liao. The latter had not spoken a single word. Her mere presence was a humiliation in itself. "Xiaoying." Chun Xiaoman hesitated for a moment before pursuing her. "Wow, sister-in-law is truly impressive." Her regal aura silenced Lin, the school beauty, to tears without uttering a word. Beneath the table, Lu Bowen cautiously peeked out, his eyes filled with admiration for Chu Liao. Lin Xiaoying may have left, yet her image shattered in the eyes of many boys. They were taken aback to discover that this seemingly pure school beauty was, in fact, quite domineering and unreasonable. Numerous individuals, who gradually learned the truth, began to sympathize with Gu Chuan. In contrast, Chu Liao stood there in silence, elevated to a pedestal by the adoration of countless onlookers. Observers, now discerning the nuances, cast dubious glances toward Gu Chuan. This scoundrel truly deserves condemnation. He has provoked two school beauties and ought to be cast into a frying pan, battered and fried until golden. As the evening drew to a close, Gu Chuan lit a cigarette and picked up his guitar once more, his gaze drifting toward a booth, only to be met with a piercing glare from Chu Liao. Gu Chuan, feeling sheepish, shrugged. "I can't be blamed. That woman is quite deranged. Strumming the strings, he resumed singing, allowing a series of melodious tunes to erase the earlier unpleasantness. Li Shi and Su Wan'er soon took the stage, presenting a graceful dance that elevated the bar's atmosphere to new heights. Below, countless boys cheered, their faces flushed with excitement, their raucous cries echoing as if they were in a zoo, reverting to primal instincts. As the clock approached 2 in the morning, the sewing machine bar prepared to close. Reluctant students began their journey home. After escorting Chu Liao back, Gu Chuan returned to the bar. Initially, he intended to stay with his mother for a few days, but Sister Ling would likely return soon, making it inconvenient. After all, the apartment was small, 2 bedrooms and a living room, and during the college entrance examination period, he had been residing in Sister Ling's room. Fortunately, the bar was spacious. After Chun Gang cleared out a room on the 2nd floor, he offered it to Gu Chuan. With everyone else gone, the vast bar was left with only him. Lighting a cigarette, Gu Chuan felt wide awake, marking potential demolition sites on a map from memory. The majority of them were old courtyards, spacious yet affordable. Once finished, Gu Chuan sat before the computer, opened a new document, and began to furiously type. Zhang, an old thief. I have a distinct feeling that someone is stealing my fortune. At 4 in the morning, Gu Chuan surveyed the 10,000 words he had written, clicking his tongue. To be reborn, and yet still a struggling wage slave. However, I feel as if my mind is sharper than ever before. His memory was markedly enhanced. Even scenes from his previous life, such as neighbors taking out the trash or plumbing repairs, were vividly etched in his mind, as if he were the protagonist. Damn it, this insufferable sycophantic soul is utterly ridiculous. Regarding the business landscape, Gu Chuan understood that one cannot achieve success overnight. Many endeavors require cautious navigation. And inexperienced individuals occupying high positions do not earn respect, but rather evoke the curiosity of zoo-goers observing monkeys. Yet, Gu Chuan was confident that in this lifetime, he could forge his own business empire. The reasons were twofold. He grasped the opportunities presented by the tides of change, and he possessed a thick skin and robust constitution. After closing the computer, Gu Chuan took a quick shower before plunging into sleep, only to awaken to the sight of an unexpected visitor. This person was stealthily scrutinizing him, ultimately leaning in to plant a kiss on his lips. Chapter 24. The commotion in the class group. Damn, boss, I am an entertainer, not a commodity. I'm not that kind of person. No amount of money will change that. Gu Chuan thought to himself. If it had been a girl, he might have pretended not to notice and enjoyed the moment. However, upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Chun Gang, causing him to spring upright in shock. Retreating a couple of steps with his arms crossed defensively, Chun Gang plopped down on the bed, grinning as he offered Gu Chuan a cigarette. Brother, you are truly my fortune bringer. Do you know how much we earned last night? 23,000 yuan. That is equivalent to our usual quarterly revenue. Looking at Gu Chuan now, he was no longer the spirited youth he once was. He was clearly a money-making machine, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Many of the girls had come specifically to see him, and with such an extraordinary performance, the upcoming business would undoubtedly flourish. That much. Gu Chuan lit a cigarette, somewhat astonished. In this era, 20,000 yuan was a considerable sum. Shen Gong nodded. Although the bulk of it came from your silly classmates' reserved VIP booth, the profits after deductions are still quite substantial. He had not anticipated that these students possessed such wealth. They booked booze costing nearly 1,000 yuan without batting an eye. The drinks flowed as if they were free. Gu Chuan clicked his tongue. Never underestimate the power of sycophants. They're willing to spend lavishly just to elicit a smile from their goddesses. Chen Gang looked at him suspiciously. For what you're saying, you've also played the sycophant? Gu Chuan, unashamed, nodded nonchalantly. Of course. Who hasn't been a sycophant in this day and age? Chen Gang's face flushed. Well, who hasn't tried to win over a few goddesses in their life? Exactly, Gu Chuan replied. Understanding the mindset of sycophants allowed him to accurately grasp the underlying business opportunities. However, this was merely a pathway to quick profits. After all, who would remain a sycophant forever? It seems some truly do. Last night, what was up with that girl? The insatiable curiosity of Chun Gang ignited like an unquenchable flame as he inquired with a grin. Gu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, lamenting that it was his own misfortune to be ensnared by the clutches of temptation. "Here, this 1,500 is for you," he said, nodding in acknowledgement. Chun Gang did not press further and promptly handed over a stack of cash to Gu Chuan. This was the fee for the song requested by that little affluent lady from the previous night. According to customary practice, the bar would typically retain 30%. However, witnessing the bar's newfound popularity, Chun Gang dared not take a cut, practically revering this benefactor as a deity. Would you believe it? You, with that pretty boy charm, truly possess the potential to be pampered by a wealthy woman, Chun Gang jested. Gu Chuan returned a few bills to him, considering it a contribution towards the dinner he had treated Lu Xin to. The remainder he tucked away into his pocket, glancing into the mirror and muttering, "I concur." After lunch, Gu Chuan resumed his position before the computer, embodying the archetype of an online warrior, for indeed, this endeavor proved quite lucrative. He had initially intended to finalize the arrangements for the land acquisition in the upcoming days, but Lu Xin had gone home to celebrate her mother's birthday. With no choice left, Gu Chuan could only wait impatiently for her return, yearning for her attention. As he pondered, a vivid image of himself presenting a gift to his mother-in-law for her birthday materialized in his mind. Damn it, that wretched soul of a sycophant is influencing me again. Gu Chuan spat, cursing under his breath. The explosive success of the sewing machine bar last night would undoubtedly generate a wave of commendable publicity, ensuring that business would thrive in the days to come. The influx of beautiful women was essential, as many admirers were drawn in by the allure of the goddesses. As for the girls, they could continue to leverage their charm to maintain a steady clientele. Naturally, the more affluent patrons, the better. In the WeChat group for Class 30, the buzz had reached a fever pitch. Can you believe it? Who sang at the sewing machine bar last night? Definitely not you. You'd never guess. It was Gu Chuan. No way, really? Gu Chuan? Impossible. Exactly. Gu Chuan, who excels academically yet barely registers in class, suddenly sings? Right? The handsome guy in the video cannot possibly be Gu Chuan. Faced with the skepticism of his peers, Lu Bowen promptly shared a snippet from the bar, albeit somewhat blurry, yet discernible. How could I blame you? Airing is merely my gift of freedom. Oh, my love, shall we marry? I long to share a home with you. I know. The bravado of youth may fade into mere laughter. In an instant, the once boisterous chat fell silent, all eyes glued to the video of the young man. Mouths agape in disbelief. No way. It truly is Gu Chuan. This world is surreal. Is this really the Gu Chuan I know? He looks remarkably handsome. Indeed, apart from his academic achievements, he had almost no presence in class. Who knew that beneath that cement-like fringe lay such a striking visage? In a heartbeat, the group erupted into excitement, gasping in astonishment. Not only does Gu Chuan play the piano well, but he also sings beautifully and has a way with women. The topic reignited fervor among the group, with Lin Hui and Wang Chong, who had visited the sewing machine bar, sharing photos. Though the angles were awkward, they still depicted Gu Chuan seated with campus goddesses like Li Shi and Su Wan'er, laughing and conversing. The sight left the group utterly speechless. The next bombshell arrived as a photo of Chu Liao feeding Gu Chuan Tonghulu was circulated, causing an uproar. Is this real? The aloof campus beauty, Chu Liao? The white moonlight of Shanxi No. 1 High School? I can't be seeing this wrong. Forget being fed Tonghulu by a goddess. A mere smile in my direction would suffice. Gu Chuan, great one, please accept my admiration. Father figure, commence the lessons. I shall kneel to learn. In no time, countless admirers began to fawn over Gu Chuan, yet he appeared to have vanished, his profile picture resembling a memorial photo. Strangely, no one mentioned the events concerning Lin Xiuya from the previous night, as if they had never occurred. Lin Xiuya, too, monitored the group's dynamics, her gaze heavy with unexpressed grievances as she clutched her phone tightly. The more accomplished Gu Chuan became, the more her heart twisted with envy. Especially when she observed him reveling in joy alongside other girls, it felt as though an invisible weight was suffocating her. She had hoped someone would defend her, yet not a single person broached the subject in the group, leaving her feelings of injustice with no outlet. Besides her, another individual was equally engrossed in the group's chatter, Wang Lang. As he witnessed his classmates discussing Gu Chuan, his teeth nearly ground to dust. I spent a fortune of 10,000 yuan, and not only did I fail to charm any girls, but I also gained no recognition. As the saying goes, what is constantly on one's mind will eventually echo back. Suddenly, someone in the class group tagged him, and a flicker of joy crossed Wang Lang's face. Was it finally his turn to shine? Yet, upon scrutinizing the messages, his expression darkened with rage as he hurled his phone into the trash, cursing, "Damn. Hey, did you hear? Last night, some fool spent 10,000 yuan booking a VIP table. Is that for real? 10 grand? That person must have rocks in their head." Chapter 25. Isn't it excessive to eat so many oysters? In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The bar's initial success had caused quite a stir, once again elevating the sewing machine band as profile. This spared Gu Chuan the burden of promotion, allowing him to concentrate on reaping the benefits of fortune. Under various influences, the bar's booths and tables were sold out within mere minutes of becoming available each day. Even the nearly 3,000 yuan boss table was swiftly reserved. Watching the back-end booking information on the computer, Chun Gang couldn't contain his delight, increasingly finding Gu Chuan to be a sight for sore eyes, almost wishing to embrace him in gratitude. Meanwhile, discussion surrounding Lin Xiuya, the innocent campus beauty, ignited fervent debate. Some labeled her as domineering, while suitors defended her as straightforward, naturally drawing a flurry of insults. Following the incident, particularly after Gu Chuan's reputation as a sycophant was revealed, Lin Xiuya's standing plummeted. In addition, Yin Shui, the bar's DJ, garnered considerable attention with her fiery red hair, stunning features, and alluring figure. Her eye-catching attire particularly captivated the inexperienced students. After lunch, Chu Liao called Gu Chuan, saying she would arrive late due to relatives visiting. As for Liu Bowen, upon the onset of vacation, his mother enrolled him in driving school, leaving him sunburned like a charcoal briquette. Finally, as the sun began to set, Gu Chuan rose from his chair, his bones creaking like firecrackers. "Old rascal of Jiangnan, your luck has run dry." Throughout the afternoon, Gu Chuan managed to type out 30,000 words, his remarkable speed honed from a previous life of toil. If he were to write like an author, he feared that he would never see the conclusion before he departed this world. Gu Chuan, I want a Coke." At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Chu Liao swiftly bounded up, leaping onto Gu Chuan's back. With a sudden snap, the unexpected action caused Gu Chuan to freeze, his face instantly flushing crimson as he exclaimed, "What the hell? My poor back. Demoness, get off me. You're going to break it. Is that too much to ask?" Seeing Gu Chuan seemingly incapacitated, Chu Liao was startled and hurriedly dismounted, her eyes clouded with a hint of skepticism. Gu Chuan, limping and clutching his back, turned to glare at her. "Try sitting there for an entire afternoon." Chu Liao stuck out her tongue, flashing a mischievous smile. "I didn't do it on purpose." Gu Chuan glared at her. "And you don't know your own weight?" Upon hearing this, Chu Liao's lovely eyebrows shot up, her eyes widening as she indignantly retorted, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm fat?" Gu Chuan awkwardly chuckled. How could I dare to think that? However, Chu Liao was not to be easily appeased, puffing up her cheeks and declaring, "I don't care. You must treat me to dinner to compensate my tender little heart." Gu Chuan appraised her from head to toe, ultimately allowing his gaze to linger on her chest, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Tender little heart? I say it's rather ample." Chu Liao paused for a moment, then followed Gu Chuan's gaze to look down, her cheeks instantly tinged with a rosy hue. "Oh, Gu Chuan, you shameless rogue. I'm going to tell Auntie you're bullying me. Is it really necessary to order this many oysters?" At the barbecue stall, Gu Chuan surveyed the table brimming with oysters, his expression darkening as he sensed that this enchantress was mocking him. "Chu Lao lai the hope fat. Didn't you say your back hurt? This lady is showing you mercy, helping you replenish." Upon hearing this, several patrons nearby cast peculiar glances their way, their expressions laden with intrigue. Gu Chuan's face darkened further. "Could you lower your voice? In public, it sounds as if I'm truly incapable." After dinner, Gu Chuan accompanied Chu Liao back to the bar, initiating another night of revelry. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in the mountain city, The gentle strumming of a guitar echoed through the air. I know, those summers, like youth, cannot return. What replaces dreams can only be a forced semblance. On a laptop, Gu Chuan's video of him performing at the sewing machine bar played, his clean yet slightly husky voice captivating. On the sofa, a slender figure lounged, her form graceful and elongated, with striking wine-red hair that drew attention. She lazily reclined, her long legs gently swaying, her features without a single flaw. At that moment, she was fixated on the video, listening repeatedly to the song Anhikyo. Ingjia, I've gathered the information you requested. A quiet girl with black-rimmed glasses approached, clutching a stack of documents, which she presented to the woman. Upon hearing this, the woman's previously vacant eyes sparkled with life as she leaned forward. Let me see. The boy in the video was named Gu Chuan, a graduate from the third year at Mountain City High School. The footage depicted him performing at the sewing machine bar, singing an original piece titled Anhikyo. The woman scanned the documents, noting not only Gu Chuan's details, but also the lyrics of Anhikyo. A peculiar expression crossed her face as she murmured, for someone to create such a melody, he must have endured quite a bit. She continued, but he seems rather handsome in the video. Handing the documents back to her assistant, the woman raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her features. Let us go see him. The assistant furrowed her brow. But we're supposed to return to Modu tomorrow. Will we have time? The woman waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry. We'll make it. After a brief hesitation, the assistant added, but I heard this bar only allows students. The woman paused mid-stride, then turned elegantly, her graceful figure unmistakable. Do I not look like a student? The assistant rolled her eyes. With that head of red hair, you certainly don't. What should we do then? Perhaps we could sneak in? I found a hidden corner while scouting earlier. The moment a plan emerged, a smile illuminated the woman's face. Oh, don't be so concerned. As long as we can get in, that's all that matters. With that, she hurried off to change clothes. Watching her assertive departure, the assistant glanced down at her own figure, her expression tinged with doubt. But, Ingjia, you might not get in after all. Chapter 26. The woman stuck in the wall gap. As the bar flourished, the entrance became a throng of eager patrons, the security struggling to maintain order. Consequently, Gu Chuan had no choice but to lead Chu Liao through the back door. Oh my goodness, my cash cow, where have you been? The ladies have been waiting impatiently. Upon seeing Gu Chuan, Chun Gang rushed over and dragged him toward the stage. ISNT at only 8? Why the hurry? Gu Chuan retrieved a cigarette from Chun Gang's pocket, lighting it leisurely as he sat on the stairwell. However, Chun Gang's words sounded rather peculiar. The ladies are waiting impatiently? We're not a brothel, you're not the madam, and I'm certainly not the courtesan. What was once a vibrant bar was beginning to feel like a house of ill repute under his management. Gu Chuan was transforming from a bar's resident performer into a mere gigolo. Ding dong. Just then, a message pinged on Gu Chuan's phone. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from the wealthy young lady he had been longing for. Liu Xian invited him to purchase the land slated for demolition tomorrow, and upon reading this, Gu Chuan embraced his phone, planting a few kisses upon it. Xianjia, I adore you. Of course, if only this phone could transform into Xianjia's thigh. That would be even better. If she wore black stockings, it would surely be heavenly. Good evening, beautiful ladies. He waved, greeting Li Sure and her companions of the booth. As the bar's mascot, they were essential to the atmosphere. After all, many patrons were drawn here simply to catch a glimpse of the goddess. Chun Gang's position as the owner was not merely for show. Despite being part-timers, they each received a decent salary. Singing and dancing provided them with substantial earnings, which they readily accepted, especially since summer offered them little else to do. Moreover, they enjoyed the ambience, particularly with Gu Chuan around. Upon spotting Gu Chuan, the girls greeted him with smiles. They had intended to engage in deeper conversation to strengthen their bond, but upon noticing Chu Liao, they reconsidered. TSK, it's true. With the campus belle Chu by my side, it's influencing my chances with girls. Though the murmurs were hushed, Chu Liao caught wind of them, her brows knitting together as she delivered a sharp kick to him. Gu Chuan, you scoundrel. Rejected in your confession and still seeking a girlfriend? Cough, I already said. That was due to being blinded by lard. Chu Liao remained unconvinced, casting him a disdainful glance before turning away, grabbing a can of cola and heading towards Li Shi and the others. What is your relationship with that girl? Shen Gong li a cigarette. A playful grin spreading across his face as he approached, exuding an air of curiosity. Gu Chuan shrugged, declaring friends purely platonic. Shen Gang was skeptical. You don't fancy her? For men, making money is paramount. Romance is a pursuit for fools. My heart is encased in concrete. No matter how stunning a girl may be, she cannot breach my defenses. Of course, if she happens to be a wealthy heiress, then forget what I just said. With that, Gu Chuan whistled and made his way toward the circular stage, hopeful that a wealthy lady might take notice of him tonight. Watching Gu Chuan's retreating figure, Chun Gang smirked, thinking to himself how many years of being a sycophant had left its mark on him. Even with such a captivating girl nearby, one would think that his heart, though fortified, would find a way to crack. Folk music may be impoverished, guitars may be costly, and girls may be beautiful, yet the boy remains unworthy. The first song of the evening, a folk tune, may not be familiar to many, but that does not diminish its beauty. This melody is dedicated to you, soon to embark on your college journey. May you one day marry the girl of your dreams, bringing a fulfilling conclusion to your youth. Perched on a high stool, with the spotlight illuminating him, Gu Chuan strummed his guitar, while on the dance floor, the girls waved their glow sticks, listening intently. His fingers danced across the strings, and a melodious sound gradually filled the air. Dinkling. On the day I turned 19, I stood before Huang Huai, and for the chance to meet you, I sacrificed 4 years of my life. On the day I turned 20 with the guitar by my side, my clumsy hands reached out, and love for you surged within me. As Gu Chuan's clean yet raspy voice emerged, a tale began to unfold, encapsulating the youthful essence of 18 and 19. Wow! As the prelude accompanied the music, the bar erupted with excitement. Both boys and girls were captivated by Gu Chuan's unique voice. Students, untouched by the harshness of society, were at an age most capable of empathy and shared emotional experiences. For them, love resembled the forbidden fruit of Adam and Eve, an object of yearning cloaked in trepidation. The melody conjured by Gu Chuan, along with his heartfelt delivery, seemed to imbue them with tremendous courage. You are the dream I both cherish and fear, while I am but a superfluous presence in your life. After all, the arrows that traverse mountains and rivers pierce only those who love deeply. You are the dream that keeps me restless, while I am the old friend in your picturesque reverie. On the second floor, Chen Gang was entranced by Gu Chuan's raspy rendition, utterly lost in thought. The cigarette in his hand had long extinguished, replaced by several more lit ones. Hiss! What has this guy been through? This song, these lyrics are far too painful. Could it be that he has poured his experiences of being a sycophant into his music? Or perhaps he has indeed run off with several wives. In a booth, Chu Liao and her companions were equally entranced, forgetting that their soda had run dry, still sucking intently on their straws. Is this song written by Gu Chuan himself? Chun Shui was moved, her gaze fixed on Gu Chuan in a daze. Inexplicably, she sensed that his very being was filled with stories, steeped in hardship. Yet, at merely 18 or 19, how could he compose such sorrowful melodies? He possessed a maturity that belied his years, a weariness that for many girls held an irresistible allure. Gu Chuan, truly remarkable. Wu Mingming couldn't help but exclaim, a heartfelt sentiment escaping her lips. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Chu Liao found herself lost in the enchantment of Gu Chuan's song. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt as though these lyrics chronicled his experiences as a sycophant. The song was beautiful, yet something felt amiss. Was it possible that these songs were penned for that manipulative girl? Not impressive at all, utterly dreadful. With a slight pout, Chu Liao's face clouded with frustration as she picked up a plush toy from the couch and began to pummel it. Meanwhile, in a cramped corner behind the bar, two figures lurked stealthily. One of them seemed to be wedged in the crevice of a wall, flailing her arms, her pretty face a mask of distress. Xiaoya. The woman struggled for quite a while, but her body refused to budge, becoming increasingly trapped. Deflated like a punctured balloon, she slumped against the wall, her expression one of deep disappointment. How come you can get through, but I can't? The little assistant had already managed to squeeze past and was now squatting in the corner, looking at her with an innocent expression. Sistering, I can't be blamed for this, can I? After hearing this, the woman glanced down at her own body, realizing that the spot wedged in the wall was precisely where her ample bosom was caught. Her expression instantly turned to one of despair. Dear girl, why are you squatting there? Why not just come in? At that moment, Gu Chuan approached with an air of nonchalance, blowing a smoke ring as he inquired about the little assistant. Noticing her silence, he followed her gaze, and upon spotting the trapped figure, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Whoa, are we filming a movie? They say art is derived from reality. Apparently, that scenario of being stuck in a washing machine is all too real. Chapter 27. Wow, a big star is stuck in the wall. Gu Chuan then glanced around, seemingly searching for a camera. Scratching his head, he grinned, thinking that if they were to film, they might as well find a more private spot. In this public setting, if someone spotted him in his youthful exuberance, he might just leap forward to play the leading man. Noticing the attention, the woman stuck in the wall quickly lowered her head in shame, fearing Gu Chuan might see her. Meanwhile, the assistant Xiaoya's face flushed crimson as she used her handbag to shield her face, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. Wait, why do you seem so familiar? Through the backstage lights, Gu Chuan vaguely discerned the trapped woman's features. His eyes widened in realization. Whoa, are you Ko's ma? Inside the wall, Chu Ying had initially thought she was being recognized and quickly shook her head in denial. However, upon hearing the name, her face flushed bright red. A few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, and gritting her teeth, she wished she could slap him. What kind of eyes does this guy have? I'm at least a singer. How could I possibly resemble someone from that genre? Gozema? Who is that? Are they famous? At this moment, the little assistant leaned in. Her curiosity piqued. Gu Chuan nodded. Of course, she's famous. She was my inspiration. Then he turned his attention back to Chu Ying. Dear girl, what made you think you could squeeze in here? Don't you know your own size? It's no wonder you're stuck. He then took a puff of his cigarette, intrigued by the sight of her ample bosom wedged in the wall. Hearing this, Chu Ying shot him a glare, feeling both embarrassed and irritated. Who told you to set such ridiculous rules in this shabby bar? Gu Chuan understood. It seemed she was a stowaway. He then asked, can you get out? Chu Ying shot him an exasperated look. If I could get out by myself, would I be stuck here? All right, stop pretending to be a groundhog. Think of a way to get her out, Gu Chuan said, turning to the little assistant. The little assistant nodded vacantly and uttered an "oh." After surveying the situation for a while, she found herself at a loss as to where to begin. Should she pull forward or push backward? Just then, with a click, Gu Chuan took out his phone and snapped a photograph. Although it was a simple device, it possessed a camera function, albeit with somewhat blurred pixels. The spotlight flickered, and both Chu Ying and Xiao Yu were momentarily taken aback. How could he still have the presence of mind to take a photo at such a moment? Gu Chuan chuckled. I apologize. It's just that this is the first time I've seen someone stuck in a wall crevice, so I wanted to capture the moment. Delete that, Chu Ying exclaimed, her voice tinged with frustration. As a figure of some renown in the music industry, she was mortified at the thought of such a photo circulating. It would surely become a stain on her public persona. The little assistant, noticing her distress, hurriedly approached Gu Chuan, pleading, could you please delete the photo? If it gets out, it could have adverse repercussions. Intrigued, Gu Chuan's interest peaked. Oh, adverse repercussions? Could it be that you are a celebrity? That's unexpected. Which star will be caught wedged in a wall? If someone captures that, you'll surely make headlines tomorrow. Inside the crevice, Chu Ying could have buried herself in embarrassment at his words. All right, enough with the teasing. If you keep mocking me, I might just die here for you. Seeing the assistant nodding, Gu Chuan's expression turned particularly animated. Wow, you truly are a celebrity. This was a rare opportunity. He had lived for so long, yet had never encountered a real-life star, especially one so uniquely positioned. Use a bit of force. If that doesn't work, you come to the front, and I'll push from behind. Outside the wall, Gu Chuan tied the celebrity's hands with a rope, pulling her out like a tethered cow. Meanwhile, the little assistant had circled behind the crevice to push, yet after much effort, there was no sign of movement. Gu Chuan couldn't help but complain. At his words, Chu Ying's delicate face flushed crimson, casting a fierce glare at Gu Chuan. The assistant, blushing profusely, silently thanked her lucky stars for her modesty. Eventually, after considerable effort, they finally managed to extricate her from the wall. Gu Chuan gazed at the tightly bound star, his expression turning peculiar. This scene, with the disheveled young woman and her hands securely tied, resembled a scenario straight out of a film. "You are Chu? You really are a star." He looked up, studying her beautiful visage for a moment before recognizing her, his astonishment evident. "Keep your voice down. Do you think I want others to know I got stuck in a wall?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ying swiftly covered Gu Chuan's mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes flashing with a blend of embarrassment and anger as she shot him a fierce look. Gu Chuan, feeling sheepish, apologized. "I'm sorry. It's just my first time encountering a living star." Chu Ying shot him an exasperated glance. "What? Have you ever seen a dead star?" Gu Chuan chuckled, acknowledging that he had not had that opportunity. He smacked his lips and regarded Chu Ying with a hint of suspicion. "Where exactly did your hand just go? Why does it smell so sweet?" At this, Chu Ying paused, sniffed her hand, and her face instantly turned scarlet. Moments ago, when Gu Chuan wasn't looking, she had been soothing her own big white rabbit, leaving her hands with a lingering scent of her undergarments. And now, she had just covered Gu Chuan's mouth with those same hands. "None of your business," Chu Ying retorted, raising her voice as if that would justify her actions. "But I can't shake the feeling that I've seen you somewhere before," she mused, scrutinizing Gu Chuan. The little assistant leaned in, peering at Gu Chuan, her mouth agape in realization. "Isn't he that guy from the video?" Gu Chuan observed the two of them exchanging knowing glances, a perplexed expression on his face. "What? You've seen me in a video? Was it serious or not?" Chu Ying rolled her eyes. "What? Have you filmed something inappropriate?" Gu Chuan shook his head, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Chu Ying. "Whether I filmed anything inappropriate is uncertain, but I do know you've definitely watched it. Otherwise, how would you know who Xiao Zeima is?" Chu Ying's face flushed deeply at his words, while the little assistant looked on, puzzled. "Who is Xiao Zeima?" Almost in sync, both Gu Chuan and Chu Ying interjected. "Adults are speaking. Children shouldn't interrupt. Stay out of adult matters." The little assistant stuck out her tongue, wisely falling silent and refraining from further inquiries. "What? You wish to purchase the copyright to my song?" In the private room, Gu Chuan expressed de surprise et ponirin que Ying's intention. She nodded. "Although your song only has a guitar score, its completeness is commendable, and the lyrics are quite popular." Then, leaning forward with curiosity, Chu Ying inquired, "Did you write these lyrics?" Gu Chuan unabashedly affirmed her question with a nod. Chu Ying's curiosity intensified. "Did someone dump you?" At her words, Gu Chuan's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, responding slowly, "I'm not selling it. Just a joke? Why so serious?" Gu Ying looked, trying to appear amiable. Yet to Gu Chuan, her demeanor resembled that of a peculiar woman. He shrugged. "This song doesn't suit you." Chu Ying raised an eyebrow. "What is unsuitable about it?" Gu Chuan replied, "Your usual style leans towards contemporary pop, while this song is folk, with a slow rhythm and a rather somber overall tone. It simply doesn't match." Chu Ying was taken aback. She anticipated that Gu Chuan understood her musical style. "I can sing folk music too." Gu Chuan nodded. "True, you can sing it, but this particular song isn't for you." Chu Ying detected the underlying meaning in his words, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. "Do you have other songs?" "Yes, but they come at a price," Gu Chuan replied, mimicking a negotiator, twisting his mouth in a way that suggested a hefty sum. Chu Ying shot him an incredulous look, previously thinking he was a talented artist above the mundane concerns of money, only to discover he was just as materialistic. Gu Chuan grinned. In this day and age, having money makes one king. No matter how well folk music is sung, in the end, the girl still runs off with the one who has wealth. Chu Ying's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. "So, you truly have been dumped?" Gu Chuan's mood darkened again. "Can we not discuss this?" "Juste a joke," Gu Ying responded. "Indeed, you've been dumped. How about a big star come to soothe my wounded heart?" Gu Chuan coaxed. Chu Ying raised an eyebrow. "Intrigue, oh? How would you soothe it?" Leaning forward with a mischievous smile, Gu Chuan teased, "We could do a bondage theme, role-playing, home invasion, or delivery? Pick one. Chu Ying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson at his suggestion, glaring at Gu Chuan. You can go to hell. Gu Chuan was taken aback. Wow. I didn't expect the big star to have such broad interests. You've certainly seen a lot. Chu Ying grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Gu Chuan, her eyes flashing with annoyance at his audacity. Meanwhile, the little assistant watched the two sparring verbally, utterly bewildered. Despite them speaking in Chinese, each word was comprehensible on its own, yet when strung together, it became incomprehensible. At 2 o'clock in the morning, after closing time at the bar, Gu Chuan escorted Chu Liao back home before plunging headfirst into his computer, tapping away furiously as a keyboard warrior. He did not deceive Chu Ying. Anha Bridge was indeed unsuitable for her vocal range. Thus, in pursuit of monetary gain, Gu Chuan took it upon himself to create a song for her. Shaking his head, he dismissed the term plagiarism, for how could matters of culture be so labeled? I do not produce songs, I merely transport them, and this is not plagiarism, merely a means of facilitating their release a few years earlier. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, employing some less-than-savory methods is entirely normal, Gu Chuan reassured himself. As for whether they would find themselves living in his shadow in the future, that remained uncertain. Half an hour later, Gu Chuan printed out the lyrics along with a simple score, which was exclusively for guitar, as he was dealing with folk music. The title boldly emblazoned on the first page read it Yao. Gu Chuan had no intention of entering the entertainment industry. His mind was filled with borrowed melodies, and his repertoire was limited. His promise to help Chu Ying write a song was merely a means to earn some initial capital. After all, no matter how splendidly one sings or acts, beautiful women inevitably succumb to the embrace of capital. He wasn't seeking to indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle. He merely wished to broaden his horizons and peek through the keyhole of life. Wow, it's been a few days, and you look even more stunning, Xinjia. As he settled into Liu Xin's Mini, Gu Chuan fastened his seatbelt, turning to admire the mature elegance radiating from his teacher, immediately launching into flattery. Being a wealthy woman, it was only right to charm her. Today, Liu Xin donned a professional-looking shirt paired with a short skirt and those quintessential black-rimmed glasses, causing Gu Chuan's heart to flutter. It felt as if the cement weighing down his heart had loosened. Liu Xin shot him a playful glare. You're quite the smooth talker. Gu Chuan grinned, shamelessly leaning closer. Xinjia, would you care to try? Liu Xin's cheeks flushed, and she pushed his head away, chiding. I am your teacher, you know. Have you chosen a location? Gu Chuan nodded, retrieving a stack of documents from a paper bag, which detailed the sites slated for demolition along with the necessary transfer contracts. In this era, land transfers did not require overly stringent procedures. Money could facilitate everything. Liu Xin glanced at the documents, surprised. Did you draft these contracts? The clauses were meticulously organized, with no omissions, and the details were handled exceptionally well, something even she found challenging. Gu Chuan nodded. I pieced together the general framework and then consulted a few lawyers to refine the details. Have you been plotting this all along? Liu Xin's beautiful eyes scrutinized Gu Chuan, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Gu Chuan chuckled. Honestly, my initial interest was in you, Xinjia. But alas, you seem indifferent to me, so I had to settle for your financial assets instead. Liu Xin shot him a reproachful look, already expecting his banter. Starting the car, she drove toward the location Gu Chuan had identified, internally adding, though, I suppose that's not such a bad idea. My back is truly going to break, Gu Chuan lamented, sprawled out like a lifeless creature in the booth of the sewing machine bar, embodying a sense of existential despair. Is this all you've got? And you want to be my travel buddy? Next to him, Liu Xin sipped on a can of ice-cold cola, gazing at him with a smile. 10 days. Do you know how I've spent these 10 days? I've wore myself out running around to get them to sign contracts. Meanwhile, you've been lounging at home, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping tea, completely oblivious to our struggles. Gu Chuan mimicked the dramatic gestures of a television character, feigning exasperation. Liu Xin's fine. Leaning back into the sofa. You can't expect me to suffer under the sun, can you? Besides, you did say at the outset that I only needed to provide the funds. Gu Chuan dejectedly lit a cigarette, sighing, money talks. It seems having wealth makes one a master, and those with resources are revered. What can I say? Xinjie is the financier. I'm merely the errand boy. Fortunately, the preliminary plan had succeeded, and all necessary signatures had been secured. Now, they awaited the issuance of the demolition regulations, after which he could lounge at home, counting his money. The thought brought a smile to Gu Chuan's face, as if visions of crisp banknotes danced before his eyes. And suddenly, he didn't feel quite so exhausted. Indeed, money has the power to alleviate all ailments. How'd I not notice before that you're quite the money grubber? Liu Xian remarked, unable to suppress a teasing look at Gu Chuan's greedy expression. Gu Chuan stretched, reclining comfortably. You don't know the value of money until you're in charge of it. Xinjie, born with a silver spoon, has no idea of the hardships faced by those from poorer backgrounds. Liu Xian shot him another playful glance, then smiled mischievously. How about I support you instead? At her words, Gu Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, springing upright from the sofa, raising an eyebrow. In that case, Xinjie, could you order 10 skewers of kidneys for me? I could use a good supplement. Chapter 29, Living with the Campus Beauty, Chu. Brother Chuan, the results are out. Quick, check how many points you scored. On the afternoon of the 25th, Gu Chuan was jolted awake from a dream where he was battling with an old rogue from Jiangnan by Liu Bowen's booming voice. He placed his phone far from his ear and grumbled in annoyance. What the hell? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the day? What else with the dog barking? You're the top student in our class. Everyone's waiting to see. Liu Bowen chuckled. The class group chat buzzed with gossip. Curiosity about Gu Chuan's score. Some speculated he'd D-score at least 600, while others doubted him, noting that this year's exam was tougher than previous ones, causing many students with good grades to falter. But. Before Gu Chuan could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. It was undoubtedly the campus beauty, Chu. Sure enough, moments later, a small head peeked in, and without a word, Gu Chuan hung up the phone. With her sparkling eyes, Chu Liao dragged Gu Chuan from his bed, forcing him to sit at the computer and input his examination number. Chen Gang and Yin Shui soon joined, their curiosity piqued by Gu Chuan's identity. In astonishment, particularly Chen Gang, who had smoked 2 packs of cigarettes and still couldn't comprehend the situation, he pondered. This street-savvy lad is a student? He seemed to exude the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, utterly unrecognizable as a student. Wow, Brother Chuan is impressive, 666. As the system struggled to process, Gu Chuan was forced to enter his examination number multiple times before his results finally appeared. Without waiting for him to speak, Yin Shui jumped up in excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Gang, meanwhile, scratched his head in bewilderment, unable to fathom how a streetwise kid could achieve such high scores. Could he be using someone else's examination number just to show off? He had a few friends whose children also took the exam this year and had heard the questions were exceptionally challenging. The combined scores of the 3 of them didn't even match Gu Chuan's. It was utterly absurd. Is this for real? 666? Beside the computer, Chu Liao's sparkling eyes were fixated on the scores displayed on the screen, her mouth agape in disbelief. Gu Chuan had actually guessed correctly. Was he some sort of fortune teller? How could he possibly know his score in advance? Gu Chuan, having filched a cigarette from Chen Gang's pocket, lit it up nonchalantly, the lingering drowsiness fading as he looked at Chu Liao with a smug expression. Did the little rich girl's earlier words still hold weight? Hearing this, Chu Liao proudly lifted her chin and huffed lightly. Of course what I say counts. With a figure like Gu Chuan's, keeping him as a trophy boyfriend seemed hardly a loss. However, you must tell me how you knew your score beforehand. After saying this, Chu Liao leaned in with her small head, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Gu Chuan exhaled a puff of smoke, adopting a mystic demeanor. Because I possess the ability to divine, they call me Gu Banzian. Chu Liao shot him a disdainful glance. You? Then, raising her fair chin, she challenged. Since you're so adept at divining, can you tell me what score I got? Gu Chuan leaned forward, a smile playing on his lips, if I guess right. Will you be my wife? At his words, Chu Liao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, while Chen Gang and Yin Shui stood by as amused spectators, grinning at the exchange. Fine, if you can guess it right, I'll agree, Chu Liao said, skeptical that Gu Chuan could actually get it right. Seeing her acquiescence, Gu Chuan chuckled triumphantly, extinguishing his cigarette before dramatically invoking his powers with exaggerated gestures, his performance surprisingly convincing. Ah, it's done. Before Chu Liao could speak, Yin Shui leaned in. Her curiosity piqued. Is it 656? Did Gu Banzian guess correctly? Gu Chuan glanced at Chu Liao with a grin. She stood frozen, her mouth widening in shock, her beautiful eyes shimmering with disbelief. Observing her expression, Chun Gang and Yin Shui didn't need to guess. Gu Chuan had undoubtedly hit the mark. Well, the little bunny is about to fall into the claws of the big bad wolf, they mused. Yet, they too were curious about how Gu Chuan had known her score. Could it be that he truly had some mystical foresight? Watching Chu Liao in her daze, Gu Chuan smirked. When will you take me home to meet your mother-in-law? At his words, Chu Liao gradually regained her composure, her face flushing crimson, before she stubbornly insisted. I don't care. You must have cheated. In class 30, within a class group chat, Lin Hui inquired, Lu Bowen, have you found out how much Gu Chuan scored? Lu Bowen replied, that rascal hung up on me. He must have just woken up and hasn't checked his score yet. He then added, oh, right. I think I vaguely heard the voice of the campus bell, Chu. The entire group responded with confusion. What kind of nonsense is this? Just waking up and being with Chu? Have they moved in together? Instantly, a flurry of messages erupted, with many expressing their disbelief, followed by a chorus of you really should be ashamed. Meanwhile, Lin Qiya, lurking in the group, bit her lip as she observed the reactions. The more exceptional Gu Chuan became, the more it pained her. Why had he stopped liking her? Ever since that day, she had not returned to the sewing machine bar. Reflecting on the reasons behind Gu Chuan's cold demeanor towards her, ultimately, she concluded that his icy attitude stemmed from Chu Liao and not from her own behavior. Gu Chuan's proximity to other girls must be a ploy to make her jealous, prompting her to apologize to him. With this thought, Lin Qiya huffed softly, I want to apologize to you. If you want to engage in a cold war, who is afraid of whom? Let us see who gives in first. Wang Lang interjected. Huh, you all believe whatever he says? How could a poor lad like Gu Chuan be worthy of the campus bell? Lin Hui shot back, Wang Lang. How much did you score? Wang Lang retorted, not to be rude, but a guy like him, a poor loser, probably want to even find a girlfriend in the future. Lin Hui pressed, Wang Lang, so how much did you score? Wang Lang changed the subject. Let us all go out for a picnic after the college application, shall we? Lin Hui persisted, Wang Lang, so how much did you score? Behind the screen, Wang Lang's expression darkened. What is it to you how much I scored? Lin Hui quipped, he is panicking. Wang Lang logged off. The class group burst into laughter, with many giving Lin Hui a thumbs up. Clearly, Wang Lang's pretentiousness had irked many. Some truly believed they could ascend to greatness. Just then, a system notification indicated that Gu Chuan had come online, causing the previously quiet group chat to erupt in excitement. Lu Bowen exclaimed, Holy cow, your highness is online. Wang Chong chimed in, worship the male god. Li Dong added, bow down to the ancestral master. A barrage of messages flooded the chat, creating a festive atmosphere reminiscent of a celebration. Gu Chuan stared at the screen, bewildered by the flurry of messages. Hadn't Lu Bowen asked him to report his scores for the class leader to tally? What was happening? Hello, everyone. Gu Chuan casually typed a message. Lin Hui inquired, male god, how much did you score? Lu Bowen echoed, father, how much did you score? Wang Chong joined in. Male god, how much did you score? At that moment, Wang Lang's faded avatar lit up again. With such difficult questions, surely you must have messed up, right? Although there were no emoticons, Gu Chuan could easily envision Wang Lang's arrogant demeanor on the other side of the screen. Gu Chuan shot back. Did someone step on your prostate too? Wang Lang responded angrily. The crowd reacted with laughter. Lin Hui noted, currently, the highest score in our class is 582, belonging to Lin Jing. Lin Jing, a well-behaved girl and a math representative, typically hovered around the top 10 in grades. This time, however, the exam's difficulty had exceeded expectations, with many previously high-achieving students faltering. The perennial runner-up, Qin Shuhang, only managed 567, a staggering 80 points below his predicted score. Conversely, Lin Jing performed exceptionally well, demonstrating remarkable stability. Qin Yuhang quipped, you must have messed up too, right? Gu Chuan, who had always overshadowed him, earned the title of perennial runner-up. As the saying goes, personal failure is indeed daunting, but witnessing a friend's success can be even more unsettling. Qin Yuhang was currently grappling with this sentiment, wishing fervently that Gu Chuan would falter, ideally failing to meet even the undergraduate threshold. Gu Chuan nodded, then sent a message. Indeed, I didn't do particularly well. I scored over 40 points less than I anticipated. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in shock. If he scored over 40 points less than expected, it likely meant he hadn't even reached 600. Goodness, even Gu Chuan didn't perform well. It seems the exam was indeed quite challenging. What bad luck to have this year's exams be so tough. Is it really that hard? I didn't feel it at all. Huh. Could you please cover up your score of 251st with your grades? I score higher just by tossing my answer sheet on the ground and stepping on it. In the group chat, Lin Qibia, who was lurking in silence, was taken aback upon hearing that Gu Chuan had also performed poorly on the exam. A bold conjecture surfaced in her mind. Could it be that Gu Chuan deliberately sabotaged his exam in order to apply to the same university as me? Her own score had been released, 488. Although it surpassed the threshold for undergraduate studies, it only qualified her for a mediocre second-tier university. Seeing this, Qin Yuhang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he relentlessly pursued the inquiry. Gu Chuan, what score did you actually achieve? Wang Lang, too, was animated by the news, reveling in Gu Chuan's misfortune as though it were a personal victory. Huh, I told you, no matter how well you performed in the past. It all comes down to this in the end, doesn't it? Lu Bowen, unable to contain himself, interjected, you didn't even score 200. What are you blabbering about? Wang Lang retorted, what? Is it forbidden to comment on your poor performance? Lu Bowen replied, Brother Chuan, don't pay him any mind. He just enjoys being a nuisance. Gu Chuan shook his head with a smile. It's fine. I'm not one to engage in petty provocations. Wang Lang's expression darkened, his phone nearly smoking from his grip, as he thought to himself how unpleasantly crude this impoverished fool was. Lin Hui reassured, it's all right. Even if you didn't do well, it's no big deal. You can always try again next year. She added, please tell me your score so I can report it to the homeroom teacher. Gu Chuan responded with a nonchalant 666. Wang Lang chimed in, what's this? You're embarrassed to admit your abysmal score? Why are you throwing around 666? Qin Yuhang remarked, indeed, Gu Chuan, even if you fared poorly, you could hardly be worse than me. You are the top student in our class. His comment, though intended as a compliment, served as a sharp contrast to Gu Chuan's performance, suggesting that anything less than his own score would be catastrophic. Gu Chuan, uninterested in their banter, simply shared a screenshot before logging off. Wang Chang inquired, what is this? As the group clicked on the screenshot Gu Chuan had sent, astonishment washed over their faces. What the heck? 666 points? So Gu Chuan wasn't joking. That's his actual score. This was even lower than their expectations by over 40 points. What? Were you aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University? Lu Bowen exclaimed, this is ridiculous. Goodness, my godfather is incredible. Liu Bowen Lao Kit, Wang Lang, Qin Yuhang. Go ahead and bark some more. What is wrong? Lost your voice. On the other end of the line, Lu Bowen was nearly laughing uncontrollably, thinking, if anyone could pull off a facade, it was his godfather. No one else could manage such flair. Qin Yuhang was left speechless, having thought that elevating Gu Chuan would lead to a dramatic fall, only to be met with a screenshot that slapped him in the face. You dare call 666 points a failure? Excluding the competition class, that score could place you in the top 10 of the grade. Even within the competition class, that score is commendable. As for Wang Lang, upon viewing the screenshot, he angrily threw his phone down, cursing, you truly deserve to die. Meanwhile, Lin Qibia, still lurking, had also seen the score screenshot. Gazing at that unattainable number, she dug her nails into her flesh, shattering the fantasies she had harbored. After Gu Chuan shared that screenshot, he paid no further attention to the group messages. He was currently cycling toward the driving school. Initially, he had no intention of obtaining a driver's license, as he had a myriad of tasks awaiting him. However, succumbing to the charms of the campus belle, he found himself obliged to comply. Fortunately, the relocation project had been completed, and the theft of fortune was nearing its conclusion. while the superstar stuck in the wall crevice had received the song he had promised her. Most of his days were consumed with performing at a bar, reveling in the cheers of the ladies, hoping to catch the eye of a wealthy woman. With the bar's promotion, numerous classes had begun reserving it for their graduation parties. Since he had nothing pressing during the day, he decided to take this opportunity to obtain his license. Otherwise, once university commenced, he would likely lack the time. Just then, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. Gu Chuan pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom." Almost immediately, a nervous voice came through the line. "My dear son, I heard the exam results are out." In the urban garden community, Building 4, Unit 2, Apartment 301, the two sat anxiously before the phone, with Li Xiangshan appearing even more tense than Qianluan. Gu Chuan nodded. "Yes, they've been released." "What score did you get?" Qianluan asked anxiously. Gu Chuan chuckled. "It's all right, I suppose." Sensing his teasing tone, Qianluan shot him an exasperated glare through the phone. "You little rascal. Why aren't you being honest with your mother?" 666, Gu Chuan stated calmly. "How much?" Upon hearing this, Qianluan's voice rose several decibels. 666. After saying this, Gu Chuan abruptly hung up, or else his ears would have been deafened by her excitement. Looking at the disconnected call, Qianluan and Li Xiangshan were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. "Did you hear what Xiao Chuan said?" Qianluan swallowed hard. Li Xiangshan nodded, somewhat uncertain. "I think he said 666 points." "Really? Xiao Chuan truly scored 666 points?" Qianluan could hardly believe it, pinching Li Xiangshan's arm. Li Xiangshan grimaced, but nodded, his face lighting up with joy. "I knew it. I knew Xiao Chuan was remarkable." Qianluan wept with joy, feeling as though all her efforts over the years had not been in vain. Finally blossoming at this moment. Chapter 31. Can 666 points get you into a vocational college? "Hello, Grandpa. The results are out. 666. "Yes, what? Can I get into a vocational college?" "Yes." "Huh. You said someone scored 985? That is quite impressive. Were there any who scored 211? When are you coming home?" "In a couple of days. I've been a bit busy lately." "What? You've arranged a marriage for me?" "Oh, Grandpa, I just got into college. I'm not graduating yet. What sort of marriage are you trying to arrange now?" "What? A divorce with 2 kids? What are you saying? The signal is poor. I can't hear you." With that, Gu Chuan hung up, a few black lines appearing on his forehead. With his streetwise demeanor, did his grandfather really think he would have trouble finding a partner? Once he dyed his hair blonde and rode a motorcycle, wouldn't girls be flocking to him? Afterward, Gu Chuan called his sister Xin to report his score. Regardless of what the rich lady's future held, she had at least been his English teacher. Just then, Gu Chuan's phone rang again. Pressing the answer button, he was greeted by a quirky voice. "Guess who I am?" Gu Chuan rolled his eyes. "Ling Jia. Do you not know there is something called caller ID? Ugh, so boring. Can't you just play along a little?" Came the irritable response from the other end. "Why are you calling me out of the blue?" Gu Chuan asked with a smile. Li Ling, the only daughter of Li Xiangshan, was 2 years older than Gu Chuan and attending university in Nanqing. She was lively, quirky, and quite beautiful, known for her mischievous antics. Li Ling rolled her eyes at him through the phone. "What? Is it a crime to call you just because it's not a holiday? Have you missed your sister?" Gu Chuan, with no choice but to humor her, replied, "Of course. How could I not? I dream about it." Li Ling paused, surprised by his response, then adopted a theatrical tone. "Oh, in your dreams? What kind of dream? Share it with your sister." Gu Chuan shifted the topic abruptly. "Have you returned?" "What? Have you installed a camera on me?" Li Ling leaped up in surprise, her lively eyes scanning the surroundings, yet she failed to catch a glimpse of Gu Chuan. He chuckled softly. "I was just teasing you." "Gu Chuan, are you itching for trouble?" Li Ling retorted, her laughter reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. An unsettling sound, to say the least. "You must have flunked your driving test and returned to retake it, right?" Gu Chuan wasted no time in exposing her sore spot. Upon hearing his remark, Li Ling on the other end of the line deflated like a deflated balloon, only to flare up again. "Gu Chuan, do you know the etiquette? Hit the person, not the face. Insult the individual, but do not unearth their shortcomings. Do you believe I could run you off the road?" Gu Chuan nodded in unwavering belief. "Of course, I believe you. After all, this isn't the first time you've done it. Weren't you the one who collapsed the restroom at the driving school last year?" I had no idea you just happened to be in the restroom. Is it necessary to bring it up every single time? Li Ling retorted exasperatedly. All right, I won't ramble on. I'll be home tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I brought back a beautiful girl for you. She's stunning, the campus belle. You better seize this opportunity. Best friends turned sisters-in-law. Just think about how delightful that would be. Well then, I must thank you. Gu Chuan shook his head helplessly before hanging up. Li Ling's taste in aesthetics was indeed questionable. One could only wonder what her friend must look like. Shall I take my leave? Gu Chuan thought, and a chill ran down his spine at the notion. In Nanshan village, the old man sat in the courtyard playing with the dog, occasionally puffing on his pipe. This rascal refuses to let me set him up with a match, he grumbled. With the demeanor of a street urchin, finding a bride for him would indeed be challenging. Nonetheless, a score of 666, when compared to 985, was significantly lacking, yet managing to enroll in a vocational college was still commendable. The old man was indifferent to Gu Chuan's scores. As long as he didn't starve wherever he ended up, that was sufficient. Old Chun. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and the village secretary entered with several others, all wearing smiles as they greeted the old man. He chuckled in return and invited them inside. The secretary waved his hand, choosing instead to sit on a stool in the courtyard, smiling at the old man. Do you know how much your grandson scored? The others leaned in, curious. Initially, they thought there was only one student from the village taking the college entrance examination, Wang Guifang's daughter. It was only a few days ago that they learned Gu Chuan was also sitting for the exam. The village offered subsidies for those who passed. If the scores were good, even the town provided bonuses. The old man nodded. That rascal just called me, saying he could get into a vocational college. Upon hearing this, the secretary sighed. It seems this year's exam questions were quite challenging. Wang Guifang's daughter flopped terribly, scoring exactly 250 points, half of what was expected. However, it's good that Xiao Chuan can get into a vocational college. At least he can find a decent job after graduation. The old man smacked his lips. Has that little rascal's mouth been blessed? I recall last time he mocked Wang Guifang, calling her daughter 250, and now she indeed scored 250. The women's director, still curious, pressed the old man. How much did Xiao Chuan score? He said he scored 666, and when I asked if he could get into a vocational college, he said he could. The old man replied leisurely. Earlier that afternoon, while he was out for a stroll, he overheard some gossips mentioning that someone in the town scored 985, far surpassing his grandson's 666. How much? Upon hearing this, the village secretary froze momentarily, then sprang up from a stool, his eyes wide with disbelief. The old man shot him a glare. Keep your voice down. Don't scare me to death. The secretary, taken aback, scratched his head and hurriedly asked, Did you say Xiao Chuan scored how much? 666, the old man confirmed. The women's director wore a look of exasperation. You call 666 a score good enough for vocational college? If it weren't for my inquiry, you would have let this old man believe it. The old man puffed on his pipe and retorted, Is 666 not enough for vocational college? The secretary, at a loss for words, could only grit his teeth, of course. He could go to any vocational college he wishes. After finishing, they hurriedly left, their faces beaming with joy as if they were about to marry off their daughters. Indeed, 666 was a remarkable score for their village. The bonuses from the village and town would suffice for 4 years of college tuition. Not only that, but they could also boast to others from different villages. Not to mention, they would shout it from the loudspeakers for 3 days and nights, ensuring that every corner of the nearby villages knew. After all, this was an honor that would bring pride to their ancestors. Chapter 32. At the village loudspeaker, Wang Guifang was beside herself with rage. How could you have estimated your score like that? I've been running around, boasting to everyone, and even accepting gifts. The whole village knows we have a college student in the family, but you can't even get into a vocational college. Where am I supposed to put my face? In the courtyard built with green bricks and tiles, Wang Guifang trembled with fury, her daughter too afraid to lift her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Beside them, Gu Hai wore a grim expression, silent on the bench. I told you, don't rush to make plans until the results are out. Now look, it's a complete disaster. I'm humiliated beyond belief, Wang Guifang exclaimed, turning to glare at him with a fierce countenance. How dare you speak? Who was I working so hard for? Was it not for your family? To bring glory to your ancestors? To save face in front of others? I didn't see you stopping me back then, but now that our daughter has failed, you start blaming me? My heavens, this life is unbearable, she lamented, plopping onto the ground, hands slapping the earth, wailing and crying as she wiped her tears. Throwing a tantrum was her forte. Gu Hai, witnessing this, hurried to apologize while pulling her up from the ground. All right, it's all my fault. Gu Hai, known throughout the village for being submissive, took Wang Guifang's words to heart, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. However, one had to admit, having such a domineering wife would make it difficult for anyone to stand firm. I truly must have been cursed in my past life to have married into your family. And you, how did I end up with such a disappointing child? It was one thing not to pass last year, but to regress after a year of study. All my money wasted. Wang Guifang scolded as she rose, resembling an agitated rooster, unleashing her fury on anyone in sight. That little brat has the worst luck. In the end, she couldn't help but include Gu Chuan in her tirade. If it weren't for him cursing my daughter, she would not have even scored below the undergraduate line. Indeed, ultimately, it was all that little brat's fault. Mentioning Gu Chuan seemed to give Wang Guifang a glimmer of hope as she turned to Gu Hai. That little brat also took the college entrance exam, right? How much did he score? While her own failure was terrifying, the success of others gnawed at her heart even more. Since my own daughter has performed poorly, it stands to reason that that rascal Gu Chuan could not have fared any better. He is perpetually useless, unable to produce even a whisper of success. How could one expect him to excel academically? If he were to score even lower than my daughter, my heart would surely find some solace. Just wait and see how that little scoundrel will swagger about then. Gu Hai shook his head, uncertain. Upon hearing this, Wang Guifang's countenance changed dramatically, and she unleashed a torrent of curses directed at him. Uncertain? Will you even know day in and day out? It's a disgrace to have my precious daughter tied to you. Gu Hai, feeling sheepish, refrained from retorting. Observing him still seated, Wang Guifang continued her tirade, pointing a finger at him. Has a donkey kicked your brain? Sitting here, waiting for someone else to bring you news? Why don't you hurry up and inquire for me? Wang Guifang, furious, nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens, lamenting, how on earth did I end up marrying such a useless man? And you, with your wooden head, inherited that from your worthless father. You'll surely drive me to an early grave. Having said that, Wang Guifang also took a jab at her daughter, who was quietly wiping away tears in the corner. Enough. My daughter didn't want to perform poorly either, so please hold your tongue, Gu Hai interjected, attempting to mediate. Upon hearing this, Wang Guifang brandished a broom, poised to strike, when suddenly, the village loudspeaker blared to life. Hello, can you hear me? I am the village secretary of Nanshan Village, here to share some good news. Old Master Chun's grandson, Gu Chuan, has participated in this year's college entrance examination and achieved an outstanding score of 666. He is only the second individual from our village in decades to gain admission to university, and the first in our town to score 666. I have already represented the village committee in applying for rewards from the town and even the county. Furthermore, our village will bestow generous rewards as well. In the courtyard, Wang Guifang, who had been chasing Gu Hai with the broom, suddenly halted, her ears perked up in attention. As she absorbed the announcement of Gu Chuan's score, her expression shifted dramatically, her hand trembling with the broom. Oh dear, this life is unbearable. With a wail, Wang Guifang collapsed onto the ground, pounding her thighs with her hands in despair. This little brat is deliberately making life difficult for our family. Is there no respite to be found? How did I end up with such a useless child? It's all that little scoundrel's fault. If it weren't for his incessant bad luck, my daughter would not be in this predicament. Cheating, he must have cheated. How could he possibly score 666? Does he possess the brains for such a feat? He must have copied. No, I must call the police. I will report him. Wang Guifang was so enraged that she could scarcely catch her breath. Sitting there like a shrew, cursing loudly, her words tumbled forth, and suddenly, she felt darkness enveloping her vision, dizziness overtaking her, as if the heavens were collapsing. Then, she slumped backward, succumbing to her fury. At 2 o'clock that night, In the sewing machine bar, Gu Chuan stretched lazily, feeling that the theft of fortune had finally concluded. After penning a heartfelt note at the chapter's end, he lit a cigarette. Gazing at the document containing over 200,000 words, he could not suppress his grin. This was indeed a significant sum. The operations of the sewing machine bar had fallen into a steady rhythm, raking in around 70 to 80,000 daily. In this era, it amounted to a considerable income. Gu Chuan himself had pocketed approximately 100,000, a sum he had not anticipated. Ding dong. At that moment, a text arrived. XXX Bank has deposited 500,000, balance 600,01234. Before Gu Chuan could scrutinize it further, a call came in, displaying the name Chu Ying. He promptly answered. Impressed by the star's generosity, she had disbursed a hefty 500,000 with ease. A few days prior, he had sent the contract to the metropolis, selling a jiao to Chu Ying. The agreed price was 400,000, which, in light of the song's intrinsic value, was undeniably modest. However, there was little choice, as he only possessed the guitar score. Although other instruments had been noted in the accompaniment, it was still not comprehensive. This price was not insignificant, especially considering the song had only gained limited popularity before her cover. Nonetheless, Gu Chuan had not sold all the rights outright. He would still receive a share of future profits. Once the song became a hit, subsequent earnings would represent the bulk of the revenue. But if it fails to catch on, what concern is it of mine? After all, I did not compose it. To his astonishment, Chu Ying had added an additional 100,000 to the original offer. Was she truly treating money so lightly? It's unavoidable. Our music director deemed the song worthy of that value. Came Chu Ying's resigned voice from the other end. Gu Chuan was somewhat taken aback. Oh, your music director certainly possesses an eye for talent. Chu Ying rolled her eyes at him through the phone. You were just boasting about your own wares. But what about that song on a bridge? Are you really not considering selling it? He inquired. Oh, you still have your eye on that song? Gu Chuan chuckled. Que Ying no de honesty. I have a premonition that song is destined for greatness. Ah, the star certainly has an astute vision. I will sell it, but it truly does not suit your voice. She countered, sensing an opportunity in Gu Chuan's words. No matter, even if I buy it only to admire at home, that would bring me joy. Originally, she had intended to recruit Gu Chuan into her company, offering him a solo album. After all, he performed on her bridge with the most emotion. However, after discussing various matters with him, Gu Chuan had expressed no desire to enter the industry. Thus, she reluctantly settled for purchasing the song. Gu Chuan pondered. How about an initial payment of 800,000 with a 30 share of the revenue after deducting your company's distribution costs? Without hesitation, Chu Ying agreed. Gu Chuan clicked his tongue, unable to help but wonder if he had priced it too low. Shaking his head, he reassured himself that 800,000 was a substantial sum in this day and age. Very well, I will draft the contract and send it over. Gu Chuan concluded. For him, these songs were merely a means to earn money, no matter how excellent they were. If they remained unsold, they were but scraps of paper. Waiting a few years might fetch a higher price, but Gu Chuan had no intention or time to wait. If he delayed until 2013, when the original artist would release the song, he would not even have the chance to pocket this money. Chapter 33. Do you want a wife? The next day, Gu Chuan, do you want a wife? A voice inquired. Just say the word, and I will send one over shortly. Where are you? Gu Chuan was at the sewing machine bar, searching for publishers to submit his work, when suddenly, Li Ling's call came through. Gu Chuan's expression darkened. He already had a wife, and now she was offering him another? What an unnecessary complication. After a moment's thought, he provided her with the address, the sewing machine bar. After all, she had brought her classmates along, and it would be impolite not to show my face. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again. Noticing the caller ID, he answered with a smile. Hello, Xin. Missing me already? On the other end of the line, Lu Xin cast him a sidelong glance. After a few days apart, his audacity had truly thickened. Gu Chuan chuckled. What brings you to seek me out, Sister Xin? Has the compensation for the relocation arrived? At the thought of this, Gu Chuan's eyes instantly brightened, his pupils shimmering with a fervent desire for wealth. Money, money, money. Is that all you can think of? Do you not find me alluring even without it? Lu Xian retorted, her tone laced with irritation. Gu Chuan, with a sheepish smile, replied, How could that be? Sister Xian possesses both beauty and wealth, thus undoubtedly more allure. And what if I were to be broke? Liu Xin Gao De. Then I shall support you. Gu Chuan brazenly declared. All you do is sweet talk to amuse me. Lu Xian shot him a look of annoyance. She then continued. I heard you're performing at the sewing machine bar. Indeed. Would you care to join, Sister Xian? Gu Chuan inquired. This is your invitation. Not something I desire on my own accord. Lu Xian responded languidly before hanging up. Gazing at the phone in his hand, Gu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of being deceived. Shaking his head, he reassured himself it must be a figment of his imagination, and then turned his focus to selecting a publishing house. Yet, within him, an ominous premonition began to brew. Ultimately, Gu Chuan opted for the publishing house of Zhang and Laozhai from his previous life. Since it was about seizing fortune, the final recourse was to uproot it entirely. On the bustling streets of the mountain city, before a barbecue stall, Li Ling gazed hungrily at the diverse array of grilled delights on the menu, her mouth watering. Yanin, I must tell you, our mountain city's barbecue far surpasses that of the school. Look, did you see the sign behind? Traditional herbal barbecue, she exclaimed, pointing to the enormous blue sign above the shop. As her gaze settled, beside Li Ling sat a girl clad in a light blue dress, strikingly eye-catching. With a beautiful visage and an oval face, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, she radiated the warmth of a friendly older sister. Her graceful figure boasted a fair complexion, and her high bosom was complemented by a perpetual smile, long, dark hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. This was Shun Yanin, the campus belle of Nanxing University, a literary prodigy who had published her work while still a freshman. Currently, she had a serialized novel about youthful campus life, widely read by many. Leaning closer to Shun Yanin, Li Ling whispered conspiratorially, This barbecue employs traditional methods, infused with numerous herbal ingredients. Women consume it for nourishment and beauty, while men for vitality. At the mention of vitality, Shun Yanin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot her friend an annoyed glance. What good is it if I don't even have a boyfriend? Li Ling shook her head, her expression earnest. Just because you don't now doesn't mean you won't in the future. You should prepare yourself. Then, with a mischievous grin, she raised her eyebrows at Shun Yanin. Haven't I already introduced my brother to you? Although a bit bookish, he is quite handsome, and your personalities would complement each other perfectly. Most importantly, he is in great shape. He could plow a couple of acres with just a bun. At her words, Shun Yanin's face reddened further, and she glared at Li Ling. What nonsense are you spouting? Plowing? He's not a bull. Li Ling chocolat playfully. They say one can glimpse an author's soul through their words. You wouldn't be oblivious to how your readers critique you, would you? Shun Yanin feigned innocence, taking a sip of water. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Li Ling looked at her disdainfully. Oh, please, as if you're being coy with me. I'm curious. How can you write so vividly about intimate matters without ever having experienced a genuine relationship? Shun Yanin's works had evoked a range of reactions. They bore a striking resemblance to the allure of adult literature. Certain passages left even her blushing, as if the scenarios were too close for comfort. Shun Yanin huffed softly. I merely emulate what I observe. Other authors write similarly. I merely draw in inspiration. Li Ling did not believe her for a moment. Oh, come on. You must have fantasized about it at night. Shun Yanin's face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at her friend. If you keep this up, I won't let you read my work anymore. Li Ling laughed. All right, I admit my fault. Chia, has Gu Chuan not yet come to apologize to you? On the streets of the mountain city, Chen Xiaomin aimlessly strolled alongside Lin Shuya. Her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuya's eyes flashed with annoyance, and she shook her head. In recent days, she had not sought out Gu Chuan. They were in a cold war, where the first to speak would signify defeat, and she had no intention of being the loser. Yet, despite her resolute fa-ade, her thoughts were consumed by Gu Chuan. Anger intertwined with deep-seated resentment. Why had he suddenly lost interest in her? Could 3 years of affection be so easily cast aside? Why did he greet everyone else with warmth while treating her with icy indifference? It felt profoundly unjust. In reflection, she conceded that perhaps she bore some fault, but ultimately, she believed the instigator of their issues was Chu Liao. Had it not been for her, Gu Chuan would not have adopted such a demeanor towards her. It was she who had stolen Gu Chuan away, and all misfortunes could be laid at her door. Why don't you ask Gu Chuan which university he applied to? It might ease the tension between you two. I believe he wouldn't simply give up on you after liking you for 3 years, Chun Xiaomin suggested tentatively. Lin Shuya shook her head defiantly. I refuse to ask him. If I initiate conversation, it would mean I've conceded defeat. Qin Xiaomin found herself momentarily speechless, unsure how to console her friend. Lin Shuya's pride was daunting. At times, even she struggled to suppress a frown. With a sigh, she worried that if Lin Shuya continued to hold her ground, Gu Chuan might indeed be taken by Chu Liao. But what did it matter to her? Gu Chuan was not pursuing a career in the adult industry, and she had no means to assist in his endeavors. Father, how have you been? At 6 in the evening, Lu Bowen arrived at the sewing machine bar, carrying 2 servings of grilled coal noodles, and called out boisterously to Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan glanced up at him, a look of approval dawning on his face. Your path has broadened. The two of them then squatted by the railing on the second floor, indulging in their meal while observing the lively dancers in the ballroom, which added to their appetite. Leaning closer, Lu Bowen's curiosity piqued. Brother Chuan, what exactly is your relationship with the campus belle? Chu? Gu Chuan shrugged. Just friends, very good friends. Just friends? Is it really that simple? Lu Bowen was skeptical. Gu Chuan turned to him. What? Do you insist on adopting a godmother? Lu Bowen fell silent, afraid to press further, lest he unwittingly invite more complications. Chapter 34. Brother, sing me a song. The sewing machine bar? What a peculiar name. On the streets of the mountain city, Li Ling led Xin Yanin around like headless flies, searching for the bar Gu Chuan had mentioned. Excuse me, classmate, do you know where the sewing machine bar is? At that moment, Li Ling spotted 2 girls who appeared to be students and approached them with a friendly smile to ask for directions. Chun Xiaomin, upon hearing this, cast a dubious glance at Li Ling and subsequently found herself captivated by Shun Yanin, who stood gracefully beside her. What a stunning neighborly elder sister. The sewing machine bar, you simply need to turn right at the end of this street and walk about 500 meters to arrive there. Chun Xiaomin kindly offered directions. Then, filled with curiosity, inquired, Are you two attending a graduation party? Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be students, albeit slightly older than herself. Graduation party? Li Ling responded with a hint of skepticism, then shook her head. No, I am delivering a bride for my brother. He mentioned he would be at the sewing machine bar, but he didn't mention anything about a graduation party. Oh, by the way, are you students from Shanqingno? One high school? Li Ling asked, her curiosity piqued as she regarded the two. Chun Xiaomin nodded in affirmation. Upon seeing this, Li Ling's expression shifted to one of surprise. Then do you know my brother? His name is Gu Chuan, and he is also a student at Shanqing No. 1 High School. Your brother is Gu Chuan? Chun Xiaomin exclaimed softly. Even Lin Qiya, who had been somewhat disinterested, turned her gaze towards her upon hearing this. She was unaware that Gu Chuan had a sister. Li Ling nodded. What's the matter? Do you know him? Gu Chuan is in our class. Chun Xiaomin replied. Li Ling's face lit up with delight. That's wonderful. Since you're classmates, why don't you join us? Chun Xiaomin glanced at Lin Qiya, seemingly seeking her approval. Lin Qiya remained silent, her brow slightly furrowed as she looked at Shun Yanin beside Li Ling. What is your relation to Gu Chuan? Li Ling was momentarily taken aback, finding the girl rather impolite. Nevertheless, she explained, This is the bride I brought back for Gu Chuan. Shun Yanin shot her a glare, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Ling chuckled playfully. Why be shy about it? Then, seeing that they had no intention of joining, she said, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. With that, she took Shun Yanin's hand and headed towards the sewing machine bar. Xiaoling, does that girl like your brother? Shun Yanin inquired curiously as they walked to the next street. Li Ling paused slightly. That rude girl? Surely not. When did Xiao Chuan's taste become so poor? Although she is quite pretty, I can't shake the feeling that she lacks refinement. Perhaps it's just my imagination. After they departed, Lin Qiya's frown deepened, her fingers tightly clenched, her gaze betraying a hint of anger. Beside her, Chun Xiaomin seemed to discern her feelings and tentatively suggested, "What if we go take a look?" On the second floor, Gu Chuan leaned on the railing, smoking a cigarette, while Lu Bowen stood nearby, gazing at the girls dancing in the club with an expression of infatuation. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Turning towards the sound, they spotted Lu Xin dressed casually. In a white t-shirt, light gray jeans, and a pair of sporty shoes, her curvaceous figure was on full display. Gu Chuan waved with a smile, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. While others wore attire that minimized fabric at bars, Lu Xin, in stark contrast, was dressed impeccably. "Goodness, am I seeing things? Is that our English teacher?" Lu Bowen exclaimed, turning his head at the sound. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, his eyes widened in shock. "Have I become a prophet?" He recalled teasing Gu Chuan previously, questioning why he hadn't mentioned marrying their English teacher. "Goodness, Gu Chuan, are you serious? Leave us some room for imagination," Lu Bowen thought. The English teacher was the object of many boys' dreams, distinct from school beauties in her pure charm. Her intellectual grace and mature allure made her the epitome of an ideal partner in many hearts. As Lu Xin ascended the stairs with light steps, she paused upon seeing Lu Bowen, her face slightly startled. After all, she had once been their teacher, and encountering them in such a setting was bound to be somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, she greeted him with a smile. Lu Bowen, stiff as a wax figure, became momentarily flustered. Bowing awkwardly, "Hello, teacher." Lu Xin looked taken aback, glancing at Gu Chuan, clearly puzzled by Lu Bowen's antics. "All right, let us not linger here. Head downstairs to assist." Gu Chuan waved dismissively, ushering them away. "Ah, then you two enjoy yourselves. I'll head down first." Lu Bowen awkwardly chuckled and hurriedly descended the stairs, eager to avoid being a third wheel. Yet, internally, he was filled with a torrent of frustration. "You must be kidding. Even our English teacher isn't spared." Lu Xin watched Lu Bowen's hasty retreat, chuckling softly. Now, that's the way students should behave, shy and aware of awkwardness. Unlike Gu Chuan, who is not only thick-skinned, but also quite scheming. However, Lu Bowen's earlier comment held a double entendre, and it made her cheeks flush. Indeed, spending too much time with Gu Chuan had its consequences, and with that thought, she shot him a playful glare. "Xinjia, have you eaten?" Gu Chuan opened a can of soda and offered it to Lu Xin with a smile. "Are you inviting me to dinner?" "Liu Xin zet ponde. Whatever you wish to eat. I guarantee it will be ample," Gu Chuan declared grandiosely, waving his hand. Seeing Gu Chuan's ostentatious demeanor, Lu Xin playfully rolled her eyes. "Maybe next time." "I've already eaten tonight." She then inquired curiously, "Did you write that song on Qiao?" Gu Chuan shamelessly nodded. "Then sing it for me." Lu Xin raised her delicate chin, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Sure, but only if you beg me." Gu Chuan crossed his arms, revealing a rather unsavory grin akin to a villain luring an unsuspecting maiden. "Brother, please sing for me." Just then, a crude voice of feigned innocence chimed in from behind. Both Gu Chuan and Lu Xin turned to see that the one pouting was Chun Gang, causing Gu Chuan's expression to darken instantly. His teeth ground together, wishing he could grab a chair and hurl it at him. Beside him, Lu Xin stifled a laugh, finding the juxtaposition amusing. The originally delicate line delivered by Chun Gang sounded utterly incongruous. It was as if Lin Daiyu were trying to pull down the willow, or someone on a motorcycle was smoking and belting out a song in a deep voice. It was simply absurd. "Keep it up, and I swear I'll take your DJ away from the bar," Gu Chuan threatened darkly, his teeth clenched. Chun Gang chuckled. "I'm just passing by. You two continue." With that, he carried a large crate of drinks down the stairs, grinning ear to ear. Chapter 35. Gu Chuan, I brought you a bride. Ding ding dong. You bask in the southern sun while snow flurries abound. I dwell in the northern cold of winter, where spring reigns eternal. If time permits, before darkness descends, I wish to forget your eyes. On stage, the spotlight cascaded down upon Gu Chuan, illuminating him as if he radiated light himself. The chords of the guitar pulsate rhythmically, the percussive strumming replacing the sound of drums, complemented by Gu Chuan's clear yet slightly husky voice, infusing the atmosphere with a palpable sense of storytelling. Wow. Once again, a song unfamiliar to them fills the air. As the chords resonate, the entire bar falls into a hush, captivated by his performance. Anha Bridge has been played countless times. Yet, Gu Chuan feels that Nanshan is far more suited for Liu Xian. On the second floor's railing, Liu Xian listens intently to Gu Chuan's soft strumming, resting her chin on her delicate hand as she quietly observes him. A smile begins to blossom at the corners of her lips. Folk music tends to cater to a niche audience, yet some individuals find great delight in it. Each song seems to weave a unique narrative. The young lad possesses quite a talent, indeed. For her, the naive days of student life have long passed. The innocence of youth is seldom swayed by mere handsomeness. However, Gu Chuan's slightly raspy voice, paired with a melancholic demeanor, is irresistibly alluring. Moreover, there's a certain maturity about him that belies his age. Just then, Li Ling, accompanied by Shan Yanan, navigates through the crowd and makes her way inside. Gu Chuan had given prior notice, so no one obstructs their entry. This bar, it turns out, possesses quite an artistic ambience. As Li Ling gazes at the walls adorned with graffiti, she is taken aback. How had she not noticed that this mountain city harbored such a hidden gem? And what of that foolish boy, Gu Chuan? He seems rather unenthusiastic about welcoming his future bride. Searching around with Shun Yanan, they fail to catch a glimpse of Gu Chuan, prompting Li Ling to voice her frustrations. Oh, this bar even hosts live performances, and the singing is quite delightful, though this song seems unfamiliar. Oh, that handsome young man is rather striking. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Perhaps I could introduce him to someone? At that moment, Li Ling also notices the figure on stage, listening closely, and finds the performance quite enchanting, pondering just how many wives he might have. Beside her, Shun Yanan gazes at the performer. Her interest piqued not only by the person, but also by the song. The lyrics may be somewhat straightforward, yet when pieced together, they form a narrative. And the simplicity of the melody possesses its own charm. Did he compose this himself? Yanan, you wouldn't be smitten by this pretty boy, would you? Let me tell you, those who play the guitar and sing are often scoundrels, adept at charming naive young girls like you. And look at that fair face. It surely indicates a lack of vitality, just a pretty fade, lacking substance. Listen, let us not dwell on him. Noticing her friend Shin Yanan appears to be absorbing her words, Li Ling hastily covers her eyes and pulls her away. Lingia, what are you doing here? At that moment, Liu Bowen approaches, carrying a tray, his eyes widening like saucers upon seeing Li Ling. As Gu Chuan's close friend, Liu Bowen is well aware of his family matters and recognizes this half-sibling. Whereas that rascal Gu Chuan, I can't believe he didn't come to greet me while I brought a wife for him. If I catch him, he'll be in for a proper scolding. Li Ling, surprised to see Liu Bowen, quickly inquires about Gu Chuan's whereabouts. Wife. Liu Bowen scratches his head, puzzled by her words. Doesn't he already have a sister-in-law? Why is Ling Jie bringing him another? Li Ling waves her hand dismissively. Let us not discuss that for now. Where is that little rascal? You guys are friends of Gu Chuan? At that moment, Chun Gang saunters over, a cigarette dangling from his lips, adorned with a flashy gold chain and a stylish watch, exuding an air of streetwise confidence. Clearly, Li Ling fails to recognize Gu Chuan, who is currently flirting with the girls on stage. After all, Gu Chuan has changed so drastically that it's hard to connect him to his former self. The two nod hesitantly, casting suspicious glances at Liu Bowen. Does this bar also have social elites? Liu Bowen chuckles, then introduces, this is the owner of the bar, Brother Chun. Are you here looking for Gu Chuan? Chun Gang greets them with a smile. Li Ling nods. I have no idea where that rascal has run off to. How about this? You go over there and call him out with a microphone. Chun Gang grins mischievously, his demeanor suggesting a playful trickery. Liu Bowen casts a dubious look at him. Isn't Gu Chuan over there flirting with the girls? How can you say something so absurd? Li Ling azitatas, thinking it might not be appropriate. Chun Gang waves his hand reassuringly. Don't worry. Those microphones have separate audio tracks. He has an earpiece, so only he can hear you. Upon hearing this, Li Ling's worries dissipate, and she dashes towards the control center, seizing a microphone and glancing at Chun Gang. He chuckles and adjusts the microphone's volume to the maximum. All right, go ahead and shout. Li Ling casts a skeptical glance at him, unsure of why the streetwise figure seems to harbor ulterior motives. However, since he is someone who thrives in this environment, valuing credibility, he wouldn't deceive a young girl. Would he? Clear her throat, she grips the microphone tightly and calls out, Gu Chuan, I brought you a wife. As her words echo through the bar, an immediate silence envelopes the space, and every gaze turns toward her. Startled, Li Ling shivers, dropping the microphone and wide-eyed, glances incredulously at Gang. Her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. How could this esteemed figure deceive a young girl? Wasn't it said that the audio tracks were separate? Why does everyone in the bar seem to have heard her? Gang chuckles as he retrieves the microphone, his grin stretching ear to ear, yet he feigns remorse. I must have adjusted the audio track incorrectly. My apologies. As he finishes speaking, the spotlight suddenly descends, illuminating Yanan. In this scenario, even a fool could discern that Gang's actions were deliberate. Instantly, countless eyes fixate on the figure beneath the spotlight, their pupils dilating in astonishment, revealing expressions of awe. Goodness, what a stunning neighborly sister. With such beauty and figure, she resembles a goddess of campus-level allure. Wait, what did that person just say? Bringing a wife for Gu Chuan? This neighborly sister? Oh my, you truly deserve to die. In the next moment, a wave of envious and resentful gazes directed at Gu Chuan, as if the very spit from their mouths could drown him. Had this rogue saved the galaxy in his past life? How is it that every beautiful girl seems to be connected to him? At a nearby table, Chen Shui, Su Wan'er, and others, engaged in conversation, also turn their attention toward the figure under the spotlight. At first glance, they are captivated, for she possesses a beauty that rivals Chu Liao. Moreover, she exudes an aura of gentleness and tranquility that naturally draws people in. However, what was just said? Bringing a wife for Gu Chuan? Could it be that this beautiful girl has a betrothal with him? This thought casts a shadow over their expressions. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaomin and Lin Xiuyin enter, witnessing the scene, their nails digging deep into their flesh, their faces paling. On the second-floor railing, Lu Xian's beautiful eyes also gaze upon the enchanting figure illuminated by the spotlight, her expression reflecting surprise. What a beautiful girl. She can't help but shoot a glance at Gu Chuan, her thoughts tinged with annoyance at his apparent abundance of lovely companions. Under the spotlight, Yanan feels somewhat flustered by the sudden attention. Her cheeks flush crimson, as if frozen in place, and she can only cast a desperate glance toward Li Ling for help. On stage, Gu Chuan stood momentarily bewildered, first casting a glance at Li Ling, then shifting his gaze towards the neighborly sister beneath the spotlight, who appeared somewhat anxious. Ultimately, his attention landed on Gang, who was grinning widely, and, in that instant, he comprehended everything, a few strands of dark lines appearing on his forehead. Fellow, you truly have not encountered the H Society, have you? If I don't abscond with your bar's DJ, I'll write Chuan upside down, he mused. Gang seemed to sense Gu Chuan's gaze, his smile widening as he raised an eyebrow in a self-satisfied manner, as if to say, what do you think? Quite a spectacle, isn't it? After a moment of silence, the spotlight returned to Gu Chuan, allowing the performance to resume seamlessly. Li Ling, perplexed, scanned the crowd once more, returning to her friend's side, yet still failing to spot Gu Chuan. Where on earth is that foolish boy? Lu Bowen approached with a fruit platter, gesturing towards the stage. Look, isn't that the one singing to charm wealthy ladies? Li Ling turned her attention back to the figure on stage, squinting for a closer look, her pupils gradually widening in disbelief. Is that Gu Chuan? When did he become so handsome? Did he undergo cosmetic surgery? The figure on stage was several levels more attractive than the Gu Chuan she once knew. Yet upon closer inspection of his brow and facial contours, she could ascertain that this was indeed the same bookish boy from before. However, the transformation was astonishing. In the past, he could barely strum a guitar on stage without fumbling the chords in nervousness, and now he exuded confidence. Occasionally throwing flirtatious glances at the girls below, he was undeniably a rogue. Chapter 36. Senior Sister? Aunt, can you believe it? I still feel as though I'm dreaming. Lu Bowen chuckled, Li Ling's eyes remained wide open as she turned to Lu Bowen, earnestly asking, "How long has this condition lasted?" Lu Bowen tilted his head in thought. Since the day he was rejected, it's been over half a month now. Catching the key information, Li Ling displayed a curious expression. "He confessed to someone?" Lu Bowen nodded, yes, to the school's belle. Well, yes, not exactly that. Upon hearing this, Li Ling revealed a mischievous smile and exchanged a knowing glance with her friend. "Yanin, at this moment, if you take advantage of the situation, you could definitely win him over. See, I wasn't lying, my bookish brother is quite dashing, isn't he? Moreover, he is in excellent shape and can work the fields." Shen Yanin looked adorably perplexed, seemingly still reeling from the earlier scene. "But you just said he was a rogue, looking all weak and feeble." Li Ling scratched her head, laughing awkwardly. "I didn't recognize him, all right? However, I can assure you, my brother's character is absolutely impeccable." After saying this, Li Ling glanced at Gu Chuan on stage, winking at the girls, feeling a bit guilty. Surely, he will be fine, right? As the song concluded, Gu Chuan relinquished the stage to Yin Shui. As upbeat DJ music filled the bar. After all, it was their graduation party. He only needed to show off a little. If he continued to do so, it would overshadow the main event, possibly scaring the young ladies away. Stepping down from the stage, Gu Chuan approached and shot Shun Gang a glare. "Shen Gong Chuklet. I was merely helping you cure your puppy love affliction." He then walked over to the others, smiling apologetically at Shun Yanin. "My bad, I was just joking around." Shen Yanin shook her head, offering a polite smile. "It's nothing. Don't just say it. The girls are thirsty," Gu Chuan retorted with a grin. Shun Gang was momentarily taken aback, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. "You little rascal. Even the wild geese flying south would lose a few feathers to you." Nevertheless, drinks were soon brought over as a gesture of apology. "Li Jia, you're late. What happened? Did you knock someone over with your car again?" Gu Chuan opened a bottle of drink, looking at Li Ling with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Ling's expression darkened, and she playfully punched Gu Chuan in the chest. "Why bring that up? Are you planning to take the entrance exam?" Gu Chuan chuckled, choosing not to dwell on her sore spot. "Look, this is my gift for you, a beautiful wife. What do you think?" After shooting him a glare, Li Ling pulled Shen Yanin closer, mischievously winking at Gu Chuan. Observing the lovely girl before him, Gu Chuan quizzically asked Li Ling, "When did your taste in aesthetics become so refined?" Shen Yanin quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushing slightly as she explained, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm a friend of your sister. Don't listen to her nonsense." Gu Chuan smiled, unaffected, and politely introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Gu Chuan." Shen Yanin nodded, extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Shen Yanin." The moment their hands met, she could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Gu Chuan's palm, akin to a small heater. It is said that boys with abundant yang energy are warm all over. Perhaps Li Ling was indeed correct about her brother's health. Reflecting on this, Shun Yanin suddenly became aware of her flushed cheeks, retracting her hand as if jolted by electricity. Her mind began to conjure up indecent scenarios, the vivid imagery causing her to wish for a hole to hide in. The sound of footsteps approached as Lu Xian descended from the second floor's railing. Gu Chuan smiled and introduced the two girls. "This is my English teacher, Lu Xian. But for now, just call her Xian Jia." Li Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. "You don't spare even your English teacher?" Gu Chuan seemed to grasp her expression, shooting her a glare. "We are quite innocent. Thank you very much. It's a matter of calling her teacher, not her calling me." "Xinzi, hello." The two girls nodded, greeting her with a smile. "This is my unreliable sister, and this is Shun Yanin." Gu Chuan introduced her to Lu Xian. "Hello, Liu Xin be met." Greeting them warmly. "It hasn't been long since we last met, and you've already upgraded," Li Ling remarked as she circled Gu Chuan, appraising him. "I heard the exam results are out. How did you fare?" Gu Chuan shrugged. "It was all right, I suppose. I scored over 40 points, less than I expected." Li Ling's expression morphed into one of schadenfreude. "Oh, so the great scholar Gu actually underperformed?" She was well aware of his usual scores, and considering that he fell short by over 40 points, it likely meant he scored around 600. "Well, it seems you might not have a chance now. Our Yanin is the belle of South University, the senior sister who is about to slip away," she teased. "What was that saying again? Even when given a chance, you couldn't seize it." Though she and Shen Yanin were not from the same school, given her own academic performance, she wouldn't qualify for South University. But the two institutions were in close proximity. Gu Chuan was surprised, not anticipating that this neighborly sister was not only beautiful, but also academically accomplished. South University, as a premier national institution, had a high admission threshold. Last year's cutoff was reportedly around 630. Liu Xian's eyes also glimmered with surprise. You're a student at South University? Shen Yanin nodded. Xian, yeah. You didn't graduate from South University, did you? Gu Chuan asked, eyeing her suspiciously. Liu Xian shook her head. I'm not a South University alumna, but I do have an aunt who teaches there. South University, huh? That sounds promising, Gu Chuan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. We are not here for any school beauty or some aunt. We simply harbor a genuine affection for Nanda University. Indeed, that must be the case. Alas, the beautiful sister is again about to fall victim to the clutches of that rogue. Liu Bowen, observing Gu Chuan's eyes darting about, immediately sensed that the senior was in for trouble. An aunt? If she is beautiful and single, she likely won't escape either. After all, with Gu Chuan's academic prowess, gaining admission to Nanda is virtually a foregone conclusion. Greetings, senior. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. With this thought, Gu Chuan broke into a grin. He then extended his hand, casting a gaze at Shen Yanin that resembled a wolf with ill intent. Shen Yanin appeared bewildered, glancing at Li Ling beside her, yet her hand inexplicably found its way into Gu Chuan's grasp. Did you not fail the exam? Li Ling inmuted, sycophantic lajink hertone. Gu Chuan nodded, donned a look of nonchalance, and replied, My initial plan was to aim for Qingbei, but now I can only settle for Nanda. Isn't that tantamount to failing? Li Ling's expression darkened. Must you always boast? Gu Chuan, what is your relationship with her? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Upon turning, Lin Shiyue approached, brows furrowed and an air of indignation enveloping her. Seeing her, Gu Chuan's demeanor instantly cooled. Beside him, Li Ling and Shen Yanin exchanged glances. Was this not the rude girl they had encountered earlier? Chapter 37. Desiring to buy osmanthus flowers while drinking wine, it is not akin to the youthful escapades. Lin Shue maintained her haughty demeanor, relishing the opportunity to assert her authority. Now, standing before Gu Chuan, her brow knitted tightly, she glanced at Shen Yanin before launching into a barrage of questions. Are you out of your mind? Do you not understand human speech? What my relationship with her has to do with you is utterly irrelevant. Who do you think you are to require an explanation from me? Gu Chuan was on the brink of madness, having repeated himself countless times. How could she fail to grasp such simple words? What transgression had led him to develop an affection for such a peculiar individual? After being berated by Gu Chuan, Lin Shiyue stood frozen, an expression of grievance upon her face, tears welling in her eyes. Yet her demeanor remained obstinate. In previous encounters, Gu Chuan would have sought to appease her in such moments. However, now, all he felt was disdain and revulsion, suppressing a visceral urge to flee. You still dare to claim you like me? Lin Shiyue retorted, her voice a blend of defiance and hurt. Gu Chuan laughed, a smile tinged with exasperation and the desire to bash his head against a wall. So you took my previous words as mere nonsense, did you? Very well. Today, I shall solemnly reiterate. I, Gu Chuan, a model student from Shanxi No. 1 Middle School, the darling of women, do not like you. I do not like you. Gu Chuan does not like you. Do you understand? Taking a deep breath, Gu Chuan painstakingly restrained the impulse to crash against the wall, endeavoring to elucidate the matter to Lin Shiyue. If he did not clarify this now, he feared it would linger indefinitely. In that moment, Gu Chuan lamented his earlier folly in confessing to her. Lin Shiyue gazed at him, stunned, and after a long silence, uttered words that nearly drove Gu Chuan to despair. I don't believe you. Gu Chuan was beside himself. She did not believe him. This was truly a revelation of absurdity. Nearby, Li Ling, Shen Yanin, and Liu Xian observed the unfolding scene, having gleaned the context from Liu Bowen's explanation. This is not just rudeness. It's a lack of upbringing, Li Ling remarked, furrowing her brow in judgment. Although Liu Xian remained silent, her own brow was also knitted, her perception of Lin Chuyue significantly diminished. Hearing the uproar, Chun Shui, Su Wan'er, and others cast their gazes from a distance, their brows slightly furrowed. Having witnessed the previous incident, Lin Chuyue's image among them could no longer be associated with purity. What? Is this a case of being caught in the act? What a farce. Did your language teacher teach you to articulate like this? Isn't this a scandal? Just look at Lin's demeanor. She appears to come seeking retribution. Did you not hear? They've already severed ties. Then what is happening here? I suspect Lin is jealous and does not wish Gu Chuan to associate with other girls. Truly, a man of great wisdom. May I ask your name? Indifferent. Indifferent? What a peculiar name. Among the students, spectators began to analyze the scene before them. Gu Chuan, amused, fished a cigarette from his pocket, trembling slightly as he lit it. Now, enlighten me. How can I convince you? Lin Chuyue defiantly raised her chin. You have liked me for 3 whole years. What gives you the right to stop liking me now? Is it because of Chu Liao? A fine question. What gives me the right? Let me tell you. It is based on the breakfast I brought you daily, only to receive a curt "this tastes awful" in return, before you tossed it into the trash. It is based on the birthday gift I lent you, which you disdainfully passed on to a beggar at the school gate. It is based on the 30 kilometers I rode to buy you your desired dumplings, which you took a single bite of before discarding to the dog. It is because I am merely a poor country boy, able only to afford a bicycle, while you ride in someone else's BMW. You are a majestic swan, while I am a toad wallowing in the mud. How could I ever be worthy of you? My lack of affection for you has nothing to do with Chu Liao or anyone else. Absurdly, you still seek reasons in others. Indeed, a noble swan such as yourself is destined for luxury cars. Surely, you can never be at fault. Snuffing out the cigarette, Gu Chuan tossed it into the trash, gazing intently at Lin Chuyue. Now, do you understand? Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted in a fervor, many raising their thumbs in admiration, their eyes brimming with respect. Incredible. Brother Chuan is amazing. This is the epitome of pure affection. Brother Chuan, you truly are the patriarch of infatuated admirers. Alas, what a pity. Such a paragon of pure love ultimately fell. Indeed, the warm-hearted man was left behind. Surprisingly, the seemingly philandering Gu Chuan, who appeared to seduce wealthy women everywhere, once possessed such depth of feeling. Regrettably, it did not culminate in a favorable conclusion. Who would have thought that behind the image of the pure school beauty lay such a character? Yes, to string someone along while rejecting their affections, and worse, to prevent them from liking others, verges on the despicable. Truly, some things are not as they appear, and one must look beyond the surface to discern the essence. How had he ever mistaken her for his goddess? Compared to the beauty of Chu University, she was merely a green tea bitch. In stark contrast to Gu Chuan's image of profound affection, Lin Chuyue's reputation was tarnished. Once regarded as the pure school beauty, she now appeared to them as nothing more than a mere ornament. To speak more harshly, she was simply a green tea bitch. Lin Chuyue stood rigidly, absorbing the venomous insults directed at her, as though plunging into the depths of the ocean, suffocating in pain. She could not comprehend how circumstances had spiraled into such disarray. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Have I erred in some way? Yet, as Gu Chuan's words echoed in her mind, incessantly pricking at her nerves, she began to grasp the rationale behind his frigid demeanor. It was because she had never truly valued Gu Chuan, nor had she realized the extent of his kindness towards her. Sometimes, even a casual remark could linger in his memory for an extended period. Take, for instance, the little dumpling shop in the west of the city. When Gu Chuan used to go there, it seemed inconsequential, but upon her own visit, she discovered the distance was indeed vast. Riding from school to that place took an inordinate amount of time. Yet, she appeared oblivious to everything Gu Chuan had done for her, perhaps taking it all for granted, especially his final words, which struck her like a resounding slap across the face. Even now, she sought reasons in others, and reflecting on it now, it seemed utterly ludicrous. Wiping away her tears, Lin Chuyue fervently shook her head, stepping forward to grasp Gu Chuan's arm, her voice tinged with desperation. Gu Chuan, I was wrong. I should not have treated you this way. Can we reconcile? Let us return to how things were before. I promise to accept your confession and be your girlfriend. By the end, a pleading expression crossed Lin Qiuya's face. Gu Chuan gave a self-deprecating smile before pulling her hands away, posing a question in return. If I were to revert to my former self, would you still agree to be my girlfriend? Lin Qiuya stood frozen, his inquiry reverberating in her mind. Indeed, if Gu Chuan were to act as he once did, would she still choose to be his girlfriend? Though she was loath to admit it, the answer was a resounding no. Gu Chuan, observing her, had already discerned the answer, and his smile deepened. So why should I turn back? Perhaps I might still like you as before, but I will never revert to who I once was. This, in itself, is an impossible proposition. There exists a saying that may not be entirely fitting here, yet it resonates. Wishing to buy osmanthus flowers while carrying wine is never akin to the youthful wanderings. Your feelings towards me are not affection, but rather a possessiveness akin to that of an object, a desire to prevent others from taking it from you. I apologize, but I am human. I possess legs, and I will run away on my own. With that, Gu Chuan lit a cigarette, tucked his hands into his pockets, and promptly exited the bar. In that moment, Lin Qiuya stood like a statue, tears cascading down her cheeks, her nails digging deep in her flesh, her lips seemingly bleeding from biting them. Within her, an abyss of regret and bitterness swirled. At this moment, she finally comprehended that Gu Chuan truly no longer harbored feelings for her. The person who once adored her so deeply had been lost to her. In the park, Gu Chuan sat on a bench, smoking one cigarette after another, the smoke swirling around him, rendering the area within 3 meters free of insects. He felt a tinge of agitation. Click, click. The flint struck as Gu Chuan attempted to light the cigarette between his lips, yet every spark was extinguished by the wind. Nevertheless, he persisted, rubbing the flint like an old ox plowing the fields. Smoking excessively could lead to renal depletion. Just then, a familiar figure approached from across the way, and Gu Chuan looked up to see Lu Xin smiling at him. She then extended her long fingers, and Gu Chuan assumed she intended to remove the cigarette from his mouth. But in the next moment, her palm curved into a crescent shape, shielding him from the night breeze. Click! The flint sparked, igniting the cigarette. Chapter 38. Lu Xin, then marry me. Yu and Qiuya leaned against Gu Chuan on the bench. Lu Xin smiled sweetly, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Gu Chuan smirked. Sister Xin, do you still enjoy digging into old wounds? Lu Xin shrugged. Only those wounds that linger in the heart are worth remembering. Gu Chuan chuckled and replied, the only thing I can't forget is money, not scars. Lu Xin shot him a disapproving glance. You materialist. Gu Chuan shrugged. A love without a material foundation is like a pile of loose sand. You should understand that, Sister Xin. Lu Xin nodded, conceding that he had a point. Why not come to my place for a drink? Gu Chuan raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. At this hour, you want me to come to your home? Sister Xin, are you plotting something untoward? Just you? Apart from being somewhat good-looking, what could you possibly offer me? Liu Xin Vito. Gu Chuan laughed heartily. Ladies like you, affluent and well-to-do, are often drawn to someone like me, who is penniless and just has a pretty face. Rest assured, as long as the money is right, I can handle anything, be it steel wool or other delicate matters. My health is excellent. Lu Xin shot him a playful glare. What are you thinking? I am your teacher. Teachers are even better. They come with a buff. Gu Chuan grinned. They say that the flower language of steel wool is restraint and wealth. It seems that saying holds true. This is a bottle of red wine my father gifted me on the day I got into college. I've kept it until now, never having opened it. Lu Xin simply prepared a few light dishes, retrieved a bottle of red wine from her cabinet, and poured it into a decanter to breathe. Gu Chuan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Wealthy families were indeed different from us common folk. A gift for passing the college entrance examination was a bottle of wine. Is this the legendary 82 Lafite? Gu Chuan picked up the wine bottle, examining the label with a look of naivety. Lu Xin shook her head. No, but it originates from France, and there are only about 2,000 bottles in existence. What is its current market value? Lu Xin propped her chin on her hand, pondering before holding up 5 fingers. 500,000? Gu Chuan guessed tentatively. Lu Xin nodded with a smile. Gu Chuan gasped in disbelief. Was this the simple, unpretentious life of the wealthy? Here he was, laboring tirelessly just to earn a living, and yet a single bottle of wine could surpass his entire savings. Indeed, sometimes the disparity between people was greater than that between humans and dogs. Gu Chuan then feigned shyness, striking a pose. "Sister Exan, I seek your patronage." Lu Xian rolled her eyes at him. "I knew you were just being silly." As they exchanged drinks, savoring the 500,000 yuan red wine, they engaged in conversations that spanned every topic, and soon, a blush adorned Lu Xian's beautiful face. Gu Chuan smacked his lips, noting that this expensive wine was indeed superior to the cheap offerings at the bar. "You no longer like her?" Lu Xian gently swirled her wine glass, her gaze fixed curiously on Gu Chuan. She had not anticipated that he had a history of unrequited affection. When she had been his teacher, how had she not perceived this? Gu Chuan shrugged. "I'm just a poor boy from the countryside. How could I ever be worthy of a noble swan like her?" Lu Xian smiled faintly, detecting the underlying resentment in his words. Yet, observing the relief in his eyes, it was clear he had moved on. However, she sensed that Gu Chuan had not only let go of that chapter of unrequited love, but also any notions of romance altogether. Lu Xian took a sip of her wine and then asked, "What about that girl you saw at the bar today?" Gu Chuan replied with confusion. "Girl? Are you referring to the one my sister brought back? It was our first meeting. How could I possibly have feelings for her?" Lu Xian's face lit up with a smile. "Isn't it love at first sight? Wasn't that girl beautiful?" Gu Chuan chuckled softly, raising his glass to clink with Lu Xian's. "In comparison to that girl, I still find Sister Xian to be more enchanting." Lu Xian shot him a playful glare, fully aware that he was merely trying to amuse her. Gu Chuan shook his head, adopting a serious tone. "I speak nothing but the truth. A woman like Sister Xian is truly the dream of every man. There's a saying that goes, in youth, one does not recognize the charm of a wealthy woman, mistaking a young girl for a treasure." Lu Xian discerned the underlying meaning in his words and retorted, "You're only after my wealth." Gu Chuan grinned. "If Sister Xian were penniless, I would still be fond of her." Lu Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled with allure, appearing glistening, while the corners of her lips formed a captivating curve. "Really?" Gu Chuan nodded affirmatively, "Of course." "Then marry me," Lu Xian suddenly proposed, uttering words that caught Gu Chuan completely off guard. He paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Why not? But I seem to be below the legal age." Lu Xian's gaze turned melancholic as she shot him a knowing look. "I knew it. A man's words are merely deceitful." Gu Chuan chuckled softly. Affection is often a fleeting emotion. It arises when, at a particular moment, she offers a feeling that no one else can provide, striking your heart with intensity. Yet, such feelings have a shelf life. Over time, emotions may fade, leading to two divergent paths, the difference between a cad and a deeply devoted man. The cad seeks the next source of excitement once novelty wears off, while the devoted man endeavors to sustain that initial spark, continuously nurturing it. Much like wine that becomes more fragrant with age, such a man is truly fit for the sanctity of marriage. Lu Xian gently cradled her chin, her dreamy gaze fixed on Gu Chuan. "Which type are you?" Gu Chuan replied with a smile, "I have a fondness for wealth." Lu Xian rolled her eyes playfully. "Greedy, an avaricious soul. You must have died poor in your past life, only thinking about money." Gu Chuan did not deny it. Without a material foundation, even the finest affection would erode amidst the mundane details of life. Life is not a fairy tale and fast food romances. Money is the very foundation of all higher constructs. Lu Xian gazed at Gu Chuan, somewhat dazed, astonished at his rational perspective on love. At merely 18, he seemed to possess the maturity and wisdom of a 30-year-old. To them, love was not a necessity, but rather an embellishment, rather than a lifeline in times of need. Such men are the hardest to win over. It seems that the path to capturing this young man's heart is still long. Is this the aftermath of a love-stricken fool's recovery? What if I go bankrupt and have no money in the future? Lu Xian inquired softly, her gaze fixed on Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan flashed a broad smile. "That is precisely why I work hard to earn money. When that day comes, I shall support you." Lu Xian's fair face momentarily froze, her dreamy eyes seeming to gain clarity, as if her heart had been stirred. especially when Gu Chuan spoke those words. His gaze was clear and earnest, betraying no hint of deception. Their eyes locked. The alcohol heightened her senses. The room felt unusually quiet, the air heating up, and the atmosphere gradually shifted into something awkward, yet laden with tension. Gu Chuan swirled the wine in his glass, then diverted his gaze, feigning a cough to appear nonchalant. However, across from him, Liu Xin's gaze remained fixed on him, her eyes glistening with allure. Just then, a noise emanated from upstairs, reminiscent of something from movie, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Gu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise, casting a look of curiosity tinged with intrigue towards Liu Xian. So, Sister Xian's residence here has its reasons. Their eyes met, and Liu Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Gu Chuan chuckled awkwardly. Sister Xian, your neighbor is quite the vocal presence. Liu Xin, both embarrassed and flustered, shot him a reproachful glare before directing her gaze towards the ceiling. I've never heard such noises from upstairs before. Well, Gu Chuan downed his glass of red wine in one gulp, leaning forward to look at Liu Xian. I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'll head to bed. Before he could finish, Liu Xian abruptly interrupted him, her face as red as a monkey's bottom, swiftly rising and fleeing into her bedroom. The peculiar atmosphere and the shouts from upstairs made her wish she could sink into the floor. At the dining table, Gu Chuan gazed at the closed bedroom door, slightly taken aback. I merely wanted to ask if I should head home first. A smile crept onto his face as he seemed to read Liu Xian's thoughts. Though his words were skillful, he knew they were just a facade. Gu Chuan hadn't anticipated that Sister Xian, often appearing mature and knowledgeable about matters of the heart, would become so bashful when faced with reality. Shaking his head with a smile, Gu Chuan tidied up the dining table, bidding farewell to Liu Xian before departing. Once the coast was clear, Liu Xian emerged from her bedroom, her cheeks still flushed, and sat on the couch, lost in thought as she surveyed the tidy room. Liu Xin, what are you afraid of? You're older than him. He hasn't said anything, and you ran away first. Yet deep down, she felt utterly uncertain, having never encountered such a situation before. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that all the courage you possess. Her heart raced like a wild deer. On her shoulders, a little devil and a little angel were at odds, and the blunt words made Liu Xian bury her head into the couch cushions. Chapter 39. How about I become your daughter-in-law? The following noon, Gu Chuan was jolted awake by a frantic phone call from Li Ling. Dragging his weary body and bleary eyes, he returned home as if he had yet to awaken. Yanin, what are your plans after graduation? In room 301, Chunlan held Shen Yanin's hand, seated on the sofa, discussing trivial matters, growing increasingly fond of her. This girl exudes such beauty, so sweet and demure. What a stunning southern belle. It would be wonderful if she could become my daughter-in-law. Shen Yanin smiled, but appeared somewhat uneasy. Auntie, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Chunlan chuckled, patting her hand. No rush, take your time to decide. What do your parents do for a living? Gu Chuan, emerging from the kitchen with a plate, interjected with mild exasperation. Mom, she is here as a guest, not for matchmaking. Why the detailed inquiry? Chunlan shot him a look. Is it wrong for me to admire Yanin? Just then, Li Ling's head peeked out from the kitchen, raising an eyebrow and grinning. What if she were to become your daughter-in-law? What do you think? Chunlan nodded cheerfully. That would be splendid. I dream of having such a daughter-in-law. Li Ling winked at Gu Chuan. Did you hear that? Auntie has given her approval. Gu Chuan glared at her. What are you meddling for? On the sofa, Shen Yanin's face had turned crimson, her ears flushing, tempting one to take a playful bite. Though her demeanor wasn't exactly shy, being praised directly, especially with the sensitive title of daughter-in-law, made her heart race uncontrollably. At that moment, Li Xiangshan emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates with a beaming smile. Southern girls are delightful, he remarked. Their temperaments are gentle and they are considerate of others. Sensing he was drawing attention, Gu Chuan hastily shifted the topic. Uncle Li, are you implying that northern girls are neither gentle nor considerate, and incapable of caring for others? Upon uttering these words, Chunlan and Li Ling directed a synchronized gaze at him, while Li Xiangshan paused, his expression darkening as he shot a glare at Gu Chuan, thinking, how could this mischievous child dig a pit for me? He quickly clarified, Northern girls are equally wonderful, outspoken, straightforward, and also considerate and caring. Chunlan and the others exchanged a knowing glance, momentarily letting him off the hook. Soon, they settled down to a sumptuous feast that appeared more formidable than bricks or manhole covers. Gu Chuan had never encountered such a lavish spread during his college entrance examinations. He pursed his lips, feeling somewhat resigned, realizing that Uncle Li truly regarded these young women as potential daughters-in-law. At that moment, a cunning smile appeared on Li Ling's face as she slowly spoke. Aunt Lan, do you prefer Yan'an or Lu Yao? If you had to choose one as a daughter-in-law, who would it be? Chun Lan's expression momentarily faltered at the mention of Lu Yao. Are you referring to the Yao who grew up with Xiao Chuan? Li Ling nodded eagerly, her teeth gripping her chopsticks in anticipation of the answer. Although Li Xiangshan remained silent, he listened intently. I think both are wonderful. I would be pleased with either as a daughter-in-law, Chenlan finally responded after a moment's contemplation. Yao Yao has a cheerful disposition and is lively, a quintessential northern girl. Yan'an, on the other hand, is demure and gentle, embodying the grace of a southern girl. Li Ling pouted slightly. Aunt Lan, you're not being very diplomatic. But if you could only choose one, Gu Chuan felt a jolt of apprehension, realizing that if this topic continued, it could lead to trouble. He quickly glanced at Li Xiangshan. Uncle Li, Ling Jie is no longer a child. She is soon to graduate. Don't you think it's time to set her up with a suitable partner? She has been in college for 2 years without a boyfriend. Could it be that no one is interested? Before Li Xiangshan could respond, Li Ling's expression darkened. Do you even know how to speak? What do you mean no one is interested? Gu Chuan casually remarked. They say if you don't find a partner in your freshman year, the likelihood of remaining single throughout college is quite high. Sure enough, Gu Chuan's diversion tactic worked. Both Chun Lan and Li Xiangshan turned their attention to Li Ling. Haven't you dated anyone in college? Don't worry. Your father and I are open-minded. As long as the person has good character and aligns with your values, we would approve, Chunlan assured her. Li Xiangshan nodded in agreement, silently supporting the sentiment. Then Chunlan took Yan'an's small hand and asked, Yan'an, has Ling been seeing anyone at school? Yan'an, who had been savoring her meal with her eyes sparkling at the sight of the prawns, suddenly caught off guard, looked confused. Huh, Ling, boyfriend? She shook her head vigorously no. Having known Li Ling for so long, she had never seen her with a boyfriend. Although she could speak eloquently about love, she often said, the strategist never steps onto the battlefield. And what about you? Have you dated anyone? Chunlan inquired again. Gu Chuan's expression darkened, realizing the situation was spiraling back towards him. He had narrowly escaped this topic once and now found himself ensnared again. He quickly attempted to divert the conversation once more. Ling Jie, this is not acceptable. You really need to take this seriously, or else you'll become an older single woman. If you don't date in college, once you graduate and start working, it'll only be harder to find someone. Li Ling bit her lip in frustration, glaring at Gu Chuan, nearly crushing the prawn in her bowl. Gu Chuan, your brother is right. If you meet someone suitable, you should pursue it earnestly, Li Xiangshan interjected at the opportune moment. Oh, understood, Li Ling said begrudgingly, then turned her gaze toward Gu Chuan. Seeing his smug expression made her blood boil, and she dropped a bombshell. As an older sister, I can't compare to my brother. He just graduated from high school and already confessed to a girl. Wow, that is truly enviable, Li Ling added, casting a challenging glance at Gu Chuan. Realizing the impending disaster, Gu Chuan prepared to flee, only to be yanked back by Chun Lan, her eyes wide with astonishment. You confessed to someone? With no chance of escape, Gu Chuan reluctantly nodded, shooting a fierce glare at Li Ling, mentally noting, this is a debt I shall remember. Li Ling, undeterred by his wrathful gaze, stuck her tongue out playfully, as if to say, go on, bite me if you dare. With the revelation of Li Ling's bombshell, the ensuing conversation revolved solely around Gu Chuan's confession. What was meant to be an ordinary lunch turned into a torturous ordeal for him, both mentally and physically. After lunch, Gu Chuan intended to return to the bar for a quick nap, but Chunlan insisted he take Yan'an around the city. Yan'an shook her head vigorously, insisting, "I'll just accompany Ling Ling to practice driving." However, Li Xianshan interjected, "You'd better not go with her. Last time Xiao Chuan accompanied her to practice, she nearly buried him alive when she drove into the restroom while he was inside." With a glance of sympathy towards Li Ling, Gu Chuan followed suit, realizing that the awkwardness of being alone with her paled in comparison to the value of his life. Though Li Ling wanted to protest, the facts spoke for themselves. After all, the last time she crashed into the restroom, Gu Chuan had indeed been inside. In the end, she could only storm off in indignation. "Fine. Go ahead and leave. Chapter 40. I'll hold your little hand, but just this once. Senior, where is your home?" Wandering aimlessly through the streets of the city with Yan'an, Gu Chuan treated her to an ice cream, initiating a typical conversation. "Jianan de plait softly, Hangzhou. Sioux City is wonderful. Above there is paradise, below there is Sioux and Hangzhou. We should go explore together sometime," Gu Chuan said with a smile. Northern people yearn for the misty beauty of Jiangnan, while southern people cherish the vision of vast expanses of ice and snow. "Then you can come home with me," Yan'an suggested, taking a bite of her ice cream, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Are you suggesting that you want to take me home to meet your parents?" Yan'an's face flushed, and she quickly shook her head. No. I just want to invite you to visit our place. Will there be food and accommodation?" Gu Chuan quipped, exuding the aura of a freeloader. Yan'an nodded. "Sure. I have money." Gu Chuan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Oh? Are you perhaps a little heiress?" "Ah, the heavens have been kind to me. The girls I meet are all lovely, and the most important thing is they have money," Gu Chuan thought to himself, grinning broadly. "Well, I might have to trouble you then, senior," he added with a playful smile. Yan'an shook her head. "It's no trouble. I'm usually quite bored at home. I could be your tour guide. Our place is beautiful, with lakes, trees, and plenty of delicious food. And of course, there are those tall legs you like." Gu Chuan's expression stiffened, and he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Senior, please don't slander me. I am a gentleman. How could I possibly be fond of long legs?" Shen Yan'an's beautiful, large eyes fixed on him, seemingly in a daze. "Then why do you keep staring at my legs?" Gu Chuan's face flushed crimson as he feigned a cough, promptly explaining, "It's because I possess a pair of eyes that are adept at discovering beauty." Shen Yan'an puffed up her cheeks, remarking, "If you were to write a novel, you would surely make a fortune." Gu Chuan's knack for weaving tall tales with a straight face could certainly leave readers thoroughly enchanted. "Come on, let me take you to eat something," he suggested, once again employing his tactic of shifting the topic. Such matters were best left unexplored, as delving deeper could risk revealing his true nature. "Weren't we just having lunch?" Shen Yan'an looked at Gu Chuan with suspicion. He shrugged. "During lunch, you were constantly being interrogated by my mother and hardly ate. Your stomach must still be empty." Shen Yan'an quickly shook her head, reluctant to be perceived as a little glutton. "No, I'm full." However, barely a moment after saying this, her stomach let out an embarrassing growl, causing her face to flush red as she lowered her head, wishing to disappear into the ground. "All right, just consider it my way of making amends for my mother's remarks. Don't take her words to heart. She's just that kind of person." Eager for me to bring home a daughter-in-law, Gu Chuan chuckled, leading her towards a hot pot restaurant. Shen Yan'an shook her head. "No, I think your mother is wonderful." Gu Chuan paused, his expression slightly perplexed. "What's going on? Has the mother-in-law relationship already been established?" Shen Yan'an, her cheeks flushed, let out a satisfied burp as their hot pot meal began to draw to a close. Afterwards, Gu Chuan took her to a nearby mall, where he won a few plush toys and race cars, having discovered that this neighborly girl, reminiscent of a beloved sister, had a particular fondness for the delights that young girls adore. Although the odds were quite low, Gu Chuan was now financially capable of indulging his whims. Just to cheer the girl up, it matters not, he thought. The current investment might yield greater returns in the future. Clutching several large plush toys, they exited the arcade, and Gu Chuan led her on another round of shopping in the mall, intending to buy her a few clothing items. After all, their sudden outing meant she and T brought along many changes of clothes. "You don't want any?" "I insist," he said as she attempted to flee. Their playful chase left the sales staff in the boutique astonished. Was there truly a girl in this day and age who refused gifts? If you really don't want them, just let me have them. Tonight, I'll accompany you home, and you can do as you please, he added. Ultimately, Shun Yanin could not resist and relented, though her mind began to silently calculate how she could repay Gu Chuan. Xiuya, is that Gu Chuan over there? At that moment, a few familiar figures approached from a distance. Besides Chun Xiaomin and Lin Xiuya, there were several flamboyantly dressed girls, heavily made up and adorned in counterfeit luxury brands. Upon hearing this, their gazes turned towards the boutique, and they quickly spotted the two. Wow, Xiuya, your classmate seems quite affluent. The clothes at that boutique are not cheap, often costing over 1,000, exclaimed one girl, dressed in vibrant colors and with a thick layer of makeup. Look, that dress is the one I've always liked. But it's so expensive, over 3,000. My monthly salary isn't even enough. Another girl chimed in, eyeing the garment Gu Chuan held, her eyes sparkling with desire. Who is that girl? She is so pretty. Is she his girlfriend? Wow, how lucky. Another remarked, their gaze filled with envy directed at Shen Yanin. Lin Xiuya frowned at the scene, her eyes fixed on the pair, her nails digging into her flesh. Xiuya, when did Gu Chuan become so wealthy? Chun Xiaomin asked, standing beside her. She was well aware of that boutique, but with her family's financial situation, she had never dared to step inside. Presently, Gu Chuan was lavishly spending money on the beautiful girl he had met at the bar, purchasing whatever caught his eye, displaying an enviable flair. Lin Xiuya stood silently, her expression darkening as she clenched her fists. Ever since Gu Chuan had been rejected by her, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Not only had he become more handsome, but he also appeared to have acquired wealth. It was rumored that the bar had granted him a dividend of 100,000. For recent graduates like them, 100,000 felt like astronomical figures. While others busied themselves gaming or hitting bars, Gu Chuan had already earned more than many do in a year. Yet, the more impressive he became, the more her heart ached, especially witnessing him generously buying clothes for that beautiful girl only deepened her discomfort. She longed to confront Gu Chuan, but was halted by memories of that night at the bar and his words to her. Gu Chuan no longer harbored feelings for her, and they were no longer connected. What right did she have to question him? That girl, whether or not she was his girlfriend, was of no concern to her, though she vehemently insisted that she didn't care about Gu Chuan and only regarded him as a mere admirer. Why did her heart feel so heavy when she saw him with another girl? Despite her reluctance to admit it, she was indeed experiencing jealousy. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings for Gu Chuan had begun to shift, and she had gradually realized that she might genuinely like him. The girl you saw at the bar seems to be watching you, Shun Yanin quietly remarked to Gu Chuan, having noticed Lin Xiuya outside. Gu Chuan glanced over briefly before averting his gaze, treating her as just another stranger. After all, he had made his feelings clear. Lin Xiuya would understand if she weren't foolish. If you wish for her to give up entirely, I could lend you my hand to hold, but just this once, Shun Yanin suggested softly, trailing obediently behind Gu Chuan with the plush toys in her arms. Gu Chuan paused, turning to her with a faint smile. This senior of yours appears somewhat naive, but surprisingly perceptive. This is you asking me to hold your hand, not me wanting to hold yours, he replied, taking her delicate, cold hand in his. It was a gentle touch that stirred a sense of affection. We're not really holding hands. This is merely to dissuade others, she insisted. Yes, precisely, don't question it. Shun Yanin did not resist. Her cheeks flushed as she obediently allowed him to lead her, disappearing from the view of the onlookers. Watching Gu Chuan lead Shun Yanin away, Lin Xiuya tightened her fists, biting her lip in frustration, tears glistening in her eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. Chapter 41. When Chu Liao meets Shun Yanin. June 29th. Today marks the day for filling out college entrance examination applications. Chu Liao arrived early at the sewing machine bar, notebook in hand, dragging the drowsy Gu Chuan out of bed. Following closely behind was her best friend, Lu Exin, whose beautiful face bore an expression of discontent, clearly displeased at being disturbed from her slumber. Dad, wake up. It's time to fill out the applications. Just as Gu Chuan was pulled from his slumber by Chu Liao, Lu Bowen's raspy voice echoed from nearby. As I ascended the stairs with a few brisk steps, I was greeted by the sight of Gu Chuan, who was being coerced by the illustrious Chu Daxia A hint of embarrassment washed over his face as he offered a sheepish smile. Am I arriving at an inconvenient time? He pondered. What is that dog barking about so early in the morning? Huh? I asked you, what is that dog barking about? Gu Chuan felt a wave of annoyance, his gaze drifting involuntarily towards Chu Liao beside him. He was uncertain whether the comment was a veiled insult or a mere jest. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Chu Liao playfully tugged at Gu Chuan's collar, her expression tinged with a touch of pride. With another awkward smile, Gu Chuan replied, How could I dare? Observing Gu Chuan's timid demeanor, Liu Bowen's grin stretched widely, as if relishing the moment. Well, look at you. The tables have turned. Foolish boy, your sister has brought you breakfast. Get up and eat. Aren't you supposed to fill out your college applications later? Just as one disturbance settled, another arose. Li Ling clattered up the stairs with breakfast in hand, only to encounter Chu Liao gripping Gu Chuan's collar. Ah, you've managed to anger Liao again, haven't you? Deservedly so. Teach him a lesson. This brat needs it. Placing the breakfast on the table, Li Ling wore a look of malicious delight. As a childhood friend of Gu Chuan, she was well acquainted with Chu Liao, having dined at her home on occasion. You're really back, aren't you? Chu Liao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. She had previously heard rumors of Li Ling's return and had doubted Gu Chuan's claims. How could I not return? It's been 2 years since I attempted to acquire my driver's license, and I still haven't succeeded. Gu Chuan stuffed a couple of dumplings into his mouth, his voice muffled as he brought up her sore spot. You really have never experienced the social scene, have you? Li Ling Raturka, launching a playful kick that nearly strained her back. And who is this? Chu Liao then turned her attention to Shun Yanan, who had accompanied Li Ling. Oh, this is my friend, Gu Chuan, Li Ling casually explained, giving her waist a gentle rub. Sister, you arrived so early. Haven't eaten yet? Here, have a couple of dumplings. Before Li Ling could finish her sentence, Gu Chuan, quick as lightning, snatched 2 dumplings and shoved them into her mouth. Li Ling's eyes bulged in surprise, followed by a series of coughs as she turned crimson, managing to extricate the dumplings from her throat. Are you trying to choke me? Gu Chuan had nearly lodged them in her windpipe. Hello, I'm Li Ling's friend, Shun Yanan. Shun Yanan stepped forward, gently nodding as she greeted Chu Liao. At that moment, she had donned the beautiful outfit Gu Chuan had gifted her, a white short-sleeve top paired with a black skirt, accentuating her figure and exuding the charm of a neighborly elder sister. Those aware of Gu Chuan's selection of well-fitting attire might assume he was merely indulging some peculiar whim. Hello, I'm Gu Chuan's friend and childhood companion, Chu Liao, she replied with a warm smile. A few days prior, she had heard of a lovely neighborly sister visiting the sewing machine bar. Presumably, it was this very person standing before her. The 2 girls grasped each other's hands, their faces illuminated by sweet smiles, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. Yet, in Liu Bowen's eyes, he had already conjured an image of an intense battle, swords clashing and sparks flying. Liu Xn was also scrutinizing the beautiful senior, arms crossed and a knowing smile gracing her face, as if she were a wise observer who saw through it all. Goodness, my brother usually seems so tight-fisted. Who would have thought he could be so generous with Yanan? TSK, the clothes from that boutique aren't cheap. They easily cost over 1,000. Will you buy me a couple of pieces? Li Ling, relishing the spectacle, circled Shun Yanan twice before glancing at Gu Chuan with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Chu Liao turned her gaze towards Gu Chuan, a smile playing on her lips. Gu Datsai, you truly are quite lavish. How did I never notice how adept you are at charming the ladies? Gu Chuan shot a fierce glare at Li Ling, offering another sheepish smile before clarifying. She is a guest after all. If we do not extend proper hospitality, wouldn't that reflect poorly on us? My mother has also insisted that we take good care of her, considering the long journey she has made. And besides, now that she is here, if we don't buy a couple of items, others might think we can't afford it, Gu Chuan concluded. Just then, Liu Bowen interjected, Whoa, have you already met the parents? At this remark, Gu Chuan's expression darkened, and he clenched his jaw, retorting, If you have nothing constructive to say, perhaps you should refrain from speaking at all. Li Ling, clearly enjoying the moment, added fuel to the fire indeed. Aunt Lon has said that if Yanan were to become her daughter-in-law, she would wake up smiling in her dreams. Chu Liao nodded in agreement. Aunt Lon has always had a keen eye. You think so, right, Gu Chuan? She said, lightly resting her hand on his shoulder. Then, with a sudden tug, Gu Chuan's face turned a deep shade of red. Yet he managed to suppress the summer's relentless mosquito bites, mustering a smile that was more painful than tears. Let us hasten to fill out our applications. I'll treat everyone to a meal afterward. Whoa, Gu Chuan, are you planning to rob a tomb? Why are all your applications for archaeology? Liu Bowen's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the others gathered around, their small heads filled with immense confusion. While Gu Chuan's choice of school posed no issues, being reputable institutions, his selection of major seemed utterly bizarre. Wagging his finger, Gu Chuan replied solemnly, "You just don't understand. Rarity is precious. My application to the archaeology department is quite deliberate, for in times of prosperity, antiques flourish, while in turmoil, gold prevails." While others aimed for a degree that would ensure employment post-graduation, Gu Chuan had a different motivation. He sought to learn from the esteemed professors of the institution. Since he had been reborn, he intended to pursue a path unlike any other. "Chuya, are you also heading to Nancheng?" On the streets of Shancheng, Chun Xiaoman accompanied Lin Chuya as they shopped. Upon hearing her intended major, surprise flickered across her face. Chun Xiaoman was aware that Gu Chuan had applied to Nanda. Lin Chuya nodded, determination glimmering in her eyes. "Yes, I also wish to go to Nancheng." A complex expression passed over Chun Xiaoman's features. "Was it for Gu Chuan?" Lin Chuya affirmed, "What is rightfully mine will always be mine. No one can take it away." Since Chu Liao could apply to the same university as Gu Chuan, why couldn't she go to Nancheng? Especially after witnessing Gu Chuan holding hands with that beautiful senior in the mall, her resolve only strengthened. Although Gu Chuan had made it clear that he no longer held feelings for her, Lin Chuya was not prepared to give up. If Gu Chuan would not pursue her, then perhaps she should reverse the roles and pursue him. They say a woman pursuing a man is merely a layer of gauze apart. Regardless, she was determined to keep what she believed was hers. Chun Xiaoman, upon hearing this, bore a look of complexity. She felt that even if Lin Chuya pursued Gu Chuan to Nancheng, the outcome might be fruitless. This was not because of Chu Liao or that neighborly elder sister, but because Gu Chuan had truly become disillusioned with her. Yet, she was at a loss for words of consolation. She knew Lin Chuya's stubborn nature. She would not turn back until she had hit a wall. Perhaps only when she had suffered would she choose to let go. Chapter 42. No more alone time with sister-in-law. The sweltering summer had arrived, and the weather in Shancheng was oppressively hot, akin to being inside a furnace. Throughout July, Gu Chuan spent his time either at the bar or practicing driving at the driving school. Shun Yanan returned home after a week, leaving her phone number for Gu Chuan, expressing that he could call her whenever he wished to visit Sioux City. On the day of her departure, Chun Lan's reluctant demeanor resembled that of a mother-in-law bidding farewell to her daughter-in-law. Li Ling intended to see her off, but the two were adamant in shoving Gu Chuan into a taxi. Chun Lan stood outside, increasingly convinced of their compatibility. At the driving school, several individuals, watermelon in hand, sheltered in the shade, observing as Li Ling was mercilessly berated by her instructor. Sister Ling isn't foolish, but why does she seem so dazed once in the car? Chu Liao pondered, her small head filled with large questions. Gu Chuan took a bite of watermelon and mumbled, that called roadkiller syndrome. If she were to obtain her license, she'd likely find herself in a ditch every few days. "Brother Chuan, Chu's school beauty, why are you two not getting tanned?" At that moment, Liu Bowen approached under the blazing sun, his face contorted in a mix of frustration and disbelief. As July neared its end, Gu Chuan and Chu Liao appeared as though they had just arrived at the driving school, their skin glowing with radiance. In contrast, he himself had darkened several shades from his initial pallor. After this sun exposure, he resembled a bear emerging from the depths of a forest. Standing under the streetlight at night, his grin might well frighten a crowd away. Gu Chuan waved dismissively. "A darker complexion is healthier. Have you not seen the indigenous people of Africa? They run, jump, and even chase wild boars. You could stand to darken a bit more yourself." Liu Bowen, expressing his discontent while gnawing on his watermelon, replied, "Brother Chuan, your words of comfort are commendable, but perhaps you should refrain from offering them next time. What further frustrated him was that those two, who had arrived later than him, managed to obtain their driving licenses before he did. They remained only to accompany Li Ling for practice, as her driving skills genuinely instilled fear. Brother Chuan, I heard that a professor from the archaeology department at Nanda personally called you. Is that true? Lu Bowen, recalling something, gazed at Gu Chuan with curiosity. On the day the acceptance letter arrived, the professor from the archaeology department had indeed called him, confirming whether he would report for classes. It wasn't merely a matter of prestige. The department was rather obscure, with its admission scores continuously declining, never fully enrolling a class. Each student in the archaeology department was as rare as the strands of hair on Xie Guangquan's head, truly a treasure. It was said that in the year with the fewest enrollments, the number of teaching staff exceeded that of students in a class. With the difficulty of this year's examination being exceptionally high, Gu Chuan's score of 666 was not only impressive for archaeology, but also ranked among the top at Nanda. Such a prize student could not be allowed to slip away. Indeed, the professor even mentioned that a banner would be unfurled to welcome me on the first day of classes. Gu Chuan nodded, feigning seriousness while boasting. Wow, that's impressive. Lu Bowen's eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Liao shot Gu Chuan a glance. Just let him boast. After classes start, he'll likely be the only one in the dorm. Gu Chuan chuckled, raising an eyebrow at her. Well, that's perfect. When you come, you can roll around to your heart's content. Chu Liao shot him a fierce glare. You roll. Who wants to roll with you? Ding dong. Just as Gu Chuan was about to say something more, his phone buzzed with a message. XX Bank credited 600,000 yuan. Available balance 750,032 145 yuan. Upon seeing the lengthy string of numbers, Gu Chuan's weary eyes instantly brightened. The demolition compensation had arrived. You all continue practicing. I have something to attend to, he announced before swiftly disappearing. Where did Brother Chuan go? While munching on a piece of watermelon, Lu Bowen cast a puzzled glance at Chu Liao. Chu Liao pouted. What else could he be doing? He is off to find a girl. Judging by his love-struck grin, she suspected he was completely smitten. Scoundrel, Lu Bowen mumbled, hesitant to continue, but internally confused. Wasn't Chu Liao right there? Which girl could possibly be captivating enough to make Gu Chuan abandon her for? Just then, Chu Liao's gaze fell upon Lu Bowen. Lu, may I ask you a question? Lu Bowen froze, wiping the watermelon juice from the corner of his mouth, then grinned foolishly. Of course, Chu School Beauty. Ask away. I'll tell you anything I know. Did Gu Chuan apply to Nanda because of that beautiful senior? She had only recently discovered that Shun Yanan was actually a student in the literature department at Nanda. Gu Chuan's decision to apply there seemed to coincide with Shun Yanan's arrival in Shanxing. If there were no connections, she simply couldn't believe it. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen's expression shifted to one of caution, thinking, oh. He then feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Chu School Beauty? Senior? What's senior? There's no senior here. If he were to reveal that Gu Chuan's application to Nanda was not only influenced by a beautiful senior, but also by a certain aunt, he feared he might not survive to see the next day. Chu Liao's striking eyes bore into him, her silence amplifying the pressure he felt, compelling him to silently curse Gu Chuan for putting him in this predicament. You've dug this hole. Now I have to clean it up. You really ought to be ashamed. Ah, what a day this is. Chu School Beauty, are you thirsty? Let me get you a bottle of water, he stammered, hastily rising to escape, relieved to have evaded a near disaster, cold sweat trickling down his back. He muttered to himself, in the future, I cannot be alone with her. It's far too terrifying. Scoundrel, always flirting around. You should focus on your cultivation, Chu Liao pouted, mercilessly abusing the toy in her hands as if it were Gu Chuan, her small tiger teeth poking out, giving her an adorably fierce appearance. And what about the senior? I would want your kidneys to be taken. Just then, a terrified scream erupted from not far away. Oh no. Sister Ling, step on the gas. Step on the gas. Don't drive towards me. Class 30 of the senior year. Class group chat. Lin Hui. The date for the gathering is set for August 10th. Everyone should be free, right? After graduation, we'll be scattered far and wide. It'll be difficult to gather again. Hence, Lin Hui wanted to organize a reunion. The reason for the later date was that the class teacher's mother underwent minor surgery and had been quite busy. Wang Chong, I'm free. Qin Yuhang, I'm free. Lu Bowen, I'm free. Before long, most of the class had expressed their agreement. Gu Chuan, Lu Bowen, that guy's like a ghost. You can never find him. If he asks to join the gathering, we probably need to make an appointment. Lin Hui, ISNT at summer vacation? Why is he so busy? Lu Bowen, busy making money, of course. Lu Bowen, by the way, you all don't know, that scoundrel earned nearly 200,000 from the bar alone, enough to buy a car. Lu Bowen, I heard that just a few days ago. He bought a few pieces of clothing for that beautiful senior, spending almost 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the class chat erupted in disbelief, many unable to comprehend. Chapter 43. Life is a journey, and we are all travelers. 200,000? Is that true? I've never seen so much money in my life. Of course it's true. I saw his bank account balance with my own eyes. Plus, I heard that for achieving such high scores, the village, town, and even county rewards total around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Wow, that's a lot. Had I known earlier, I would have exerted myself to achieve a higher score. Oh please, with your marks, even an additional 300 wouldn't surpass theirs. Indeed, when they applied to universities, professors personally called to inquire about their well-being. Can you imagine that happening for you? Goodness, to have a professor personally reach out. What immense prestige that entails. Truly, the chasm between individuals can sometimes be wider than that between humans and dogs. While I was still basking in the glory of barely achieving silver status, Gu Chuan had already amassed over 200,000. Indeed, those who excel in their studies thrive in all endeavors. Wow, the male deity is exceedingly generous towards the senior sister. Gifting 10,000, that's more than my entire living expenses throughout high school. Oh, male deity, I seek your patronage, Gu Chuan. Oh, male deity, I possess long legs. Gu Chuan. Oh, male deity, I have a slender waist, Gu Chuan. As Lin Qiya observed the incessant barrage of messages in the class group, her complexion turned somewhat pale. She clutched her phone tightly, her gaze filled with an intricate mixture of emotions. 200,000, a sum Gu Chuan earned in less than a summer vacation. A figure many families could scarcely dream of saving. Once, she had reveled in her beauty, looking down on Gu Chuan, a poor boy from the village. Yet now, he had transformed into an object of envy for countless individuals. The memory of their fateful encounter at the mall, where Gu Chuan strolled hand in hand with a stunning girl, remained vivid in her mind. Each recollection felt like an obstruction in her chest, rendering her breathless. The more outstanding Gu Chuan became, the more her heart ached, starkly highlighting her own poor judgment. Qin Yuhang's expression was similarly grim. As the perennial second best, he often found himself compared to Gu Chuan. It was one thing to falter in exam results, but now Gu Chuan had earned money that he had never even glimpsed in his lifetime. At this moment, a well-groomed gentleman wearing sunglasses entered the chat. Wang Leng, what is so impressive about 200,000? My father has already promised to buy me a car worth at least 300,000. Lu Bowen, what is so commendable about relying on your father? Brother Chuan earns his wealth through his own merit. Soon, numerous voices in the group echoed this sentiment, challenging the notion of relying on parental wealth, urging others to earn 30,000 themselves. Wang Leng, hey, you're all just envious and jealous of me, typical of the resentful rich mentality. Lin Hui, so, you've taken the exam 5 times and still haven't passed the first subject? Wang Lang, incensed, hurled a curse before tossing his phone into the trash can, exclaiming in frustration. Upon witnessing Wang Lang's exit, the class group erupted in laughter, mocking him and bestowing thumbs up upon Lin Hui. It's no wonder you're the class monitor. Your ability to deliver a lethal retort is unmatched. Your friend Gu Chuan has come online, followed by a system notification that captured everyone's attention. Lin Hui. Oh, Gu the Prodigy, you're even harder to summon than Zhuge Liang himself. Gu Chuan, I've been busy with my driving test lately. Gu Chuan, what are you saying? You failed the first subject 5 times. That's rather foolish. Perhaps you should consider a brain check, as a dimwit behind the wheel could lead to accidents. At this juncture, Wang Lang retrieved his phone from the trash can and rejoined the group, coincidentally catching sight of Gu Chuan's well-meaning consolation. Damn, you're truly despicable. With a thud, his phone was once again accurately tossed into the trash. Upon seeing Gu Chuan's message in the chat, Lin Qia's dim eyes brightened slightly as her fingers swiftly danced across the keyboard. She then clicked send, declaring, "I'll go too." She had remained silent, waiting for Gu Chuan. Following their previous encounter, their relationship had reached a freezing point, devoid of any interaction. Thus, she hoped to leverage this class reunion to mend their relationship, even if it meant exchanging just a few words. Lin Hui, Gu Chuan, you are the only one left. Are you free on August 10th? Gu Chuan, let us talk later. With that, Gu Chuan abruptly logged off. Naturally, he should not miss the graduation reunion. Yet upon seeing Lin Qia's message, a sense of resistance arose within him, both physically and psychologically. It was an obsession that he couldn't let go of, but rather a fear of what trouble that woman might stir up again. Her previous words of disbelief had nearly driven him to madness. Watching Gu Chuan's ambiguous response, Lin Ka's eyes gradually dimmed, her fingers clenched tightly, the knuckles turning white. Did Gu Chuan not wish to attend because of her? Had he begun to loathe himself to such an extent that even a simple meeting had become a luxury? A bitter smile crept upon her lips as she edited her message. I want to go. Just as she sent her message, Gu Chuan surprisingly logged in again, stating, I'll definitely go, and promptly logged off once more. In the class group, everyone stared in disbelief at the messages, their expressions shifting with intrigue. Gu Chuan's disdain for the class beauty seemed overly apparent. It appeared the rumors were true. Once a man pulls up his trousers, he forgets everyone. No, that is not right. Gu Chuan hadn't even taken them off. Upon reading this, Lin Qia's sorrow gradually morphed into anger, leading her to exclaim, Gu Chuan, I despise you. Even if you detest yourself, you need not make it so conspicuous. By the end of July, Gu Chuan obtained his driver's license, but did not purchase a car. The demolition compensation amounted to a staggering 12 million, split evenly, leaving him with 6 million, a sufficient initial capital for Gu Chuan. According to custom, when someone from the village gains admission to a university, a celebration should be held. However, Gu Chuan declined. The combined subsidies from the town, county, and village totaled around 70 to 80,000, all of which he planned to save for his father, under the pretext of needing it for future marriage expenses. I will be leaving tomorrow. In the park, Lu Exine ambled aimlessly alongside Gu Chuan when suddenly, she halted, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Gu Chuan's expression momentarily faltered. Was this so sudden? Lu Exine shrugged. There is nothing left for me to cherish in this city. She had come to this city to teach because her grandfather resided here, but he had passed away last year. Gu Chuan nodded. Sister Exine, where do you plan to go? To Dali in Yunnan, just as you sing in your song from south to north, to witness the splendid landscapes of our homeland. I want to leave my footprints in every city I visit. Lu Exine exhaled softly, settling onto a park bench, her long legs gently swaying. Clad in a flowing white dress, a sweet smile adorned her face, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. What time is your flight? Gu Chuan asked, lighting a cigarette. At 2 in the afternoon, Lu Exine replied. The small county lacked an airport, necessitating a taxi ride to the city, as her original Mini had already been sold. She still retained her house, perhaps to return to in the future. Lu Exine's striking eyes scrutinized Gu Chuan, and after a moment, she softly asked, Don't you have anything to say to me? Gu Chuan met her gaze, then broke into a smile. Everyone has their own journey to undertake. Those who appear in our lives accompany us only for a brief stretch. No one remains forever. Sister Exine, since you've chosen this path, walk it boldly. Life is like a reverse journey. We are all mere travelers. Each path is winding and intricate, intersecting and diverging at different points. A brief departure serves only to prepare for a more glorious return. You may go. I shall not see you off. But if you come, no matter how fierce the storm or how treacherous the road, I will be there to welcome you. Sister Exine, may your journey be smooth. Lu Exine has her own path to tread, and he should not intervene or alter it. What he can do is to bring her home when she feels weary on her journey. Gu Chuan's voice echoed in her ears as Lu Xen stared at him in a daze, not anticipating such a beautiful interpretation of life from him. His words possessed an inspiring power that strengthened her resolve. Understanding his intentions, Lu Xen gently nodded. Take care of yourself in the days without your sister. As Lu Xen walked on the cobblestone path, her enchanting silhouette gradually receded into the distance. Without looking back, merely whispering softly as she waved goodbye to him. She and Gu Chuan were destined to walk different paths, yet she did not expect their parting to come so swiftly. There were many beautiful girls around him who would take good care of him, so she need not worry. It seemed she should not worry at all. Chapter 44. How could I bear to let you depart alone? The following day, Lu Xen embarked on her journey to the airport with no one to see her off. In this small town, it seemed Gu Chuan was her only friend. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts. In the business class cabin, the sweet voice of the flight attendant reverberated as Lu Xen sat by the window, lost in thought, staring blankly at her phone. That rascal. I'm about to leave, and he hasn't even sent a message. She wondered which girl he was flirting with, forgetting about her entirely. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Xin Shamut Suden Li Sawa. It was one thing for Gu Chuan not to see her off, but not even a message of well-wishing was disheartening. Had he become so surrounded by beautiful women that he could not recall his charming, gracious, mature, and intellectual sister and mentor? Yesterday, Gu Chuan's words had profoundly moved her. Life is like a journey against the current. We are all merely travelers. Lu Xen had long had plans for her own life, intending to live it with ease. As she had mentioned, there was nothing in this small town that could make her linger. Yet, everything had changed with Gu Chuan's arrival. Even because of him, Lu Xen had once abandoned her previous plans. It was for him that she had chosen to keep her house in the small town. He had instilled in her a fondness for this little place. Gu Chuan's words had solidified her resolve, yet as she truly prepared to depart, a sense of reluctance filled her heart. Sister Xen, are you thinking of me? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out beside her, infused with a hint of mischief. Lu Xen turned her head, and she was surprised to see another figure occupying the empty seat next to her. Wearing a baseball cap and a black mask that obscured his face, those deep-set eyes were unmistakable. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as a look of disbelief crossed her face. What are you doing here? The figure removed his cap and mask, revealing a familiar face. Who else could it be but Gu Chuan? With a nonchalant smile, Gu Chuan replied, even if I were heartless, I could never let Sister Xen venture to such a distant place alone. After parting with Lu Xen yesterday, he had directly purchased a ticket to Dali, opting for business class, which cost him quite a bit, but he felt it was worth it. He had never been this extravagant in his previous life. Lu Xen gazed at Gu Chuan, her striking eyes filled with surprise and warmth. For so many years, she had navigated life alone, without relying on anyone on the road to her future. Yet, upon seeing Gu Chuan, her resolve wavered. Why was it that she felt an unprecedented sense of dependence on a boy younger than herself? This time, I'll treat it as a vacation, a chance to take a break and be Sister Xen's travel companion. Gu Chuan leaned back, crossed his legs, and smiled. He would not utter any sappy, sentimental words. For sometimes, a mere glance sufficed to convey one's feelings. Cut it out, who asked you to tag along? With a charming smile, Lu Xen turned her head away. Her alabaster chin lifted slightly in a stubborn manner. It was my relentless desire to join you, Gu Chuan persisted. Dali is known as the city of romantic encounters. I can't let Sister Xen go alone. What if someone steals you away? Lu Xen remained silent, merely letting out a soft hum. Yet warmth flowed through her heart. But Sister Xen, can we discuss the travel expenses? Could you reimburse me? You know I'm just a poor student. Gu Chuan leaned closer, winking at Lu Xen, his boldness seemingly impervious to any embarrassment. Lu Xen shot him a glare. Didn't the compensation for the relocation come through? Don't tell me you've already spent it all. Aside from the relocation funds, Gu Chuan had also received 5 properties, yet none had even begun construction. 6 million was a considerable sum in any era. Had he taken a gambling? Gu Chuan chuckled. I allocated a portion to aid disaster relief, contributing to post-disaster reconstruction. That is my way of doing my part. Although nearly 3 months had passed since the earthquake, the site remained in ruins. In his previous life, Gu Chuan had been powerless. Returning to life anew provided him with a sense of solace for his soul. As for whether his contributions reached the disaster zone and how much made it there, that was beyond his control. Lu Xian stared at Gu Chuan, her beautiful eyes lost in thought. She realized she could not see through him. After suddenly acquiring a large sum of money, the first thought for most would be indulgence. Even she had envisioned her own travels upon receiving her compensation. Yet Gu Chuan had resisted the temptation of wealth and chose to donate a portion to the disaster relief. At that moment, Lu Xn was deeply touched. This boy, younger than herself, truly possessed charisma. Sister Xian, please don't look at me like that. I'm not some sage who regards wealth as mere dirt. Truth be told, I am quite fond of money. I'd love to sleep with it every night. Gu Chuan, feeling slightly guilty under Lu Xian's gaze, hurried to justify himself. Cut it out. I never intended to praise you. Lu Xian playfully rolled her eyes at him, then turned her gaze back to the window. Yet, a smile danced at the corners of her lips, revealing her delight. As soon as the plane landed, Gu Chuan retrieved his guitar from the baggage claim and immediately received a call from Chu Liyao. Ah, Gu Chuan, you wretched boy. How could you go on a trip without me? I'll tell Annie that you've been bullying me. In the bar, Chu Liyao glared at the note Gu Chuan had left on the table, her lips nearly pouting to the heavens as she stomped her feet in frustration. Gu Chuan held the phone far from his ear, waiting for her voice to soften before responding. I'm here for a field study, preparing to start a travel company. What? You're here alone? Not at all. There's a hulking giant with me, 2 meters tall, with a physique capable of knocking me out with a single punch. When traveling, one must have a bodyguard. Otherwise, the enchanting world filled with beautiful people might just lead me astray. What? You want to come? No way. The places I'm investigating are mostly in mountainous areas. It's not convenient for a girl. Don't worry, I'll be back in a couple of days. And I'll bring you a souvenir. With that, Gu Chuan hung up the phone, shaking his head. What did this tomboy become so clingy? As soon as he turned his head, Gu Chuan caught sight of Lu Xn, her face flushed with indignation, her teeth gritting audibly. Who are you calling a hulking brute? With the build of a tiger and the strength of a bear? Gu Chuan responded with a sheepish grin. Not you, Sister Xian. You are delicate and graceful. Certainly not a hulking brute. Lu Xian shot him a fierce glare from her beautiful eyes before glancing at his phone. Are you checking on your little girlfriend? Gu Chuan shook his head, lighting a cigarette. Just a tomboy. We grew up together in the village. Lu Xn's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, childhood sweethearts? Chu Liyao belonged to the competition class, and since Lu Xn was not her teacher, she didn't know her well, though she had seen her a few times. She was indeed quite lovely. Gu Chuan grinned. Those who are beautiful are called childhood sweethearts, while those who are less fortunate can only be referred to as being from the same village. All right, let's not dwell on these trivial matters. Since we are here, let us fully embrace the romance of Dali. With that, Gu Chuan took Lu Xian's small hand and walked toward the airport exit. Lu Xn, held by his hand, did not resist. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Then she noticed the guitar slung over his back. You brought your guitar too? Gu Chuan turned back with a smile. This is my means of making a living. Today, I plan to show you a different side of fun, street performing, without spending a penny while exploring Dali. This time, I shall support you. Lu Xn gazed at Gu Chuan's beaming smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and then she smiled back. All right then, I shall leave it all in your hands. Chapter 45. The Romantic Dali, I Adore a Widow. Ah, Gu Chuan, you are insufferable. In the bar, Chu Liyao hung up the phone, her lips nearly curling into a pout that reached the heavens, her petite foot stamping with great force, her beautiful eyes filled with vexation. I refuse to believe that without you, I, your esteemed aunt, must remain in this mountain city. She tore the note left on the table into shreds and tossed it into the trash before dialing Lu Xin's number. Come on, pack your things. I'm taking you to the capital. We're going to see the Olympic opening ceremony. Since you didn't take me, I don't care. I can go by myself if need be. You've never seen the Olympic opening ceremony, have you? Just wait and envy me. Ah, Gu Chuan, you are the worst. Unbeknownst to Gu Chuan, who is currently strolling through the streets of Dali with Lu Xn, Chu Liao harbored her thoughts. At this moment, Dali remained largely untouched by commercialization. A splendid travel destination. Here, one could witness the snow-capped Songshan Mountains, the surging azure waves of Arai Lake, and tourists from all corners of the world, alongside the charming Wutong and reminiscent of cinematic encounters. Songshan does not paint 1,000 autumns. Arai plays the timeless zither. Gu Chuan, with his guitar in tow, walked alongside Lu Xan, clad in a flowing white dress, as the gentle breeze caressed their faces. They ambled along the lakeside of Arai, traversing through quaint streets infused with an artistic atmosphere. Brother, why not buy a bouquet for your girlfriend? A little girl selling flowers on the street flashed a sweet smile reminiscent of Little Red Riding Hood from a fairy tale. Gu Chuan did not refuse. He pinched the little girl's adorable cheeks and purchased 2 bouquets, one for Lu Xian and the other for the charming little girl. Encountering fellow travelers is merely fate, devoid of any deeper meaning, simply a matter of the heart, just as he refrained from clarifying whether the girl beside him was indeed his girlfriend. Life is rife with entanglements. It is better to maintain a tranquil heart, savoring the present moments. Hand in hand, they wandered through the streets and alleys, resembling a genuine couple. If someone complimented, "Your girlfriend is quite beautiful," Gu Chuan would smile and say thank you, while Lu Xian would graciously accept without offering any explanations. To embrace local customs goes beyond mere adherence to traditions. It is about relaxing one's spirit, integrating and experiencing the culture and beauty of the place, transforming oneself into a local. To appreciate the unique customs and savor the diverse cultures. That is the true essence of travel, rather than merely collecting picturesque photos to showcase later. Some people do not favor capturing memories through photographs during their journeys. Instead, they etch them indelibly in their minds. When memories begin to fade, they will embark on another journey to rediscover and reimagine the memories once sealed away. Nothing can impede your yearning for freedom. A life unbounded by constraints, your heart unencumbered. Having traversed through dark times, there were moments of uncertainty. As night fell and the streets lit up, the two grew weary and sat down on a stone ledge to rest. When inspiration struck, Gu Chuan took out his guitar, casually placing the bag by his feet as a makeshift bowl for alms. Passers-by could drop a token of kindness if they found the music pleasing. A chance encounter amidst the vast sea of humanity. Even if they had no money, simply standing nearby to listen and offer support was more than welcome. His clean yet raspy voice resonated through the street as Gu Chuan skillfully strummed the strings, singing that familiar tune that so many dreamt of quitting their jobs to. Those who passed by, weary and fatigued, would pause to listen quietly for a while. Lu Xen gently rested her head on Gu Chuan's shoulder, her smile radiant. Wishing time could freeze in that moment. The streetlights cast a soft, golden hue upon them, reflecting like a vintage photograph from the last century. Beautiful, yet full of character. Click! A passerby took out a camera, capturing a stunning photograph that immortalized the moment. Their life in Dali was uncharted. They ventured out whenever they awoke, indulging in street food whenever hunger struck. Tired, they would sit on the ground without concern for the mud on the stone ledge. Wherever they went, they sang. Their pace seemed to contrast sharply with the fast-paced lives around them, aimless yet imbued with an indescribable sense of contentment. As days turned into weeks, countless corners of Dali bore witness to their footsteps, and they encountered many fellow travelers on their own journeys. Some were impoverished yet did not covet a few coins. Their eyes sparkled with light, as clear as the waters of Arai. Their smiles were pure, devoid of any ulterior motives, as pristine as the snow atop the mountains. One day, Gu Chuan squatted by the street, savoring noodles, while across from him, the innkeeper hung a sign indicating the establishment was for sale. Subsequently, he sat at the entrance smoking. The innkeeper was a middle-aged man, several years older than Chun Gang, around 7 meters tall and somewhat portly. With long hair and stubble on his face, he appeared desolate, exuding an indescribable sense of weariness. "Brother, could you spare a light?" After finishing a bowl of noodles, Gu Chuan wiped his mouth, stood up, and approached with a smile, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Wang Meng glanced up, then rummaged through his pants pocket to retrieve a matchbox and handed it to Gu Chuan. "Thanks." Gu Chuan expressed his gratitude. Somewhat surprised to find someone still using matches in this day and age, truly a rarity. Lighting a cigarette with the last match, Gu Chuan sat down opposite him, and they fell into a silent rhythm, each drawing from their cigarettes like twin chimneys. Due to the lack of a lighter, they would light the next cigarette before finishing the previous one. As several cigarette butts littered the ground, Wang Ming couldn't help but glance at Gu Chuan, noting his youth yet significant smoking habit. Gu Chuan smiled, extinguishing the butts. He wasn't truly smoking, merely following suit. "Why is this place closing down?" The words seemed to strike a chord deep within Wang Ming, causing him to take a sharp drag from a cigarette. In dire need of funds, Gu Chuan nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Pray, share your troubles with me." Wang Ming cast a glance at him, revealing that a young woman lay in the hospital, awaiting funds for surgery. "Your wife?" Gu Chuan inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. Wang Ming shook his head. "A widow." Gu Chuan gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. The weight of this revelation was considerable. So it was he who fetched water for the widow in the village and contributed funds to her cause from afar. Wang Ming rummaged through his pockets, finding his cigarette case empty, and then turned his gaze to Gu Chuan across the table. Understanding the unspoken request, Gu Chuan promptly handed him a full pack. Wang Ming nodded in appreciation, and perhaps moved by the gesture, he sighed and began recounting his tale. "I have loved her for 30 years, from middle school through university, and even until her marriage. In the first year of junior high, Wang Ming met her. A rugged and robust man, often captivated by the petite and charming girl. The fleeting heartbeat of infatuation typically wanes with time, yet their bond, fraught with twists of fate, grew increasingly intimate. Before long, they graduated from university and ventured into the world. Life was never a sheltered paradise. The daily grind of existence dulled the ardor shared between lovers. Hailing from rural backgrounds, establishing themselves in the metropolis proved to be an arduous endeavor without the support of their families. As they matured, her family began pressuring her to marry. Wang Ming proposed, only to be unceremoniously rejected, along with his gifts, with the harsh words, "What makes a poor boy like you think you can provide happiness for my daughter?" Extinguishing the youthful spirit within him. Wang Ming's family was not well off. His parents could not support him and often borrowed money from him to settle their debts. Such a household, they believed, would doom their daughter to a life of poverty. After a decade of affection, the separation was not easily borne. The girl engaged in a fierce argument with her parents. Ultimately, under the pretense of preparing for graduate school, she postponed marriage, granting Wang Ming 2 years to prove himself worthy in their eyes. She buried herself in her studies while Wang Ming struggled in the world, and within a year, he opened a modest yet flourishing barbecue restaurant, earning substantial income. Meanwhile, she successfully graduated, yet their paths did not converge as they had hoped. Driving his rickety second-hand car, Wang Ming set out once more to propose. However, midway through his journey, he received devastating news. His mother was gravely ill and required urgent surgery. Faced with the choice between his beloved and the woman who raised him, Wang Ming prioritized the latter. He sold his car, transferred ownership of the barbecue restaurant, and finally gathered enough for the surgery. Yet tragically, his mother passed away regardless. He returned to being a solitary poor boy, laden with debt. His dreams shattered. The woman he cherished married another. He heard that on her engagement day, she had planned to elope with him but was discovered by her mother. "If you dare step out that door today, I will drink this bottle of poison." The girl capitulated, marrying a man she had known for less than 10 days. Purely for his wealth and the substantial bride price he offered. Married life quickly descended into chaos. Her husband succumbed to alcoholism and gambling, returning home nightly in a drunken rage, inflicting violence upon her. Bruised and battered, she contemplated divorce, yet her mother's words, "Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Endure the consequences, held her captive. In her parents' eyes, divorce was an unforgivable sin, branding her as a cursed woman, a source of shame for her family. Years passed in this manner until the girl could no longer bear it and contemplated ending her own life. Yet, fate intervened. Her husband drowned one night after a binge, his body retrieved the next day, lifeless and waterlogged. His parents took her husband's friends to court, receiving compensation. Yet not a penny was allotted to her. They berated her as a harbinger of death, demanding she leave their home, blaming her for her husband's demise. When her family learned of the tragedy, they deemed her unlucky, refusing her entry and declaring she deserved to perish outside, labeling her a harbinger of misfortune. The girl remained silent, simply standing at the door, smiling as onlookers speculated about her sanity. Later, she collapsed on the street, only to be rescued by a compassionate stranger and taken to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with a stomach ailment, a result of years of hardship. Neither family was willing to cover the surgical expenses, and when contacted, they outright denied knowing her. Years sped by, and Wang Ming remained unmarried. After the girl wed, he settled in Dali and opened this inn. Standing beside her hospital bed, he gazed at her wan visage, tears streaming down his rugged face. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Chuan had also procured a cigarette, enraptured by the tragic narrative unfolding before him. As Wang Ming concluded his tale, Gu Chuan grasped the essence of the widow's plight. "Are you not concerned that this money will go to waste?" Gu Chuan inhaled deeply, glancing at Wang Ming. The prognosis was grim. The doctors had indicated only a 30% chance of surgical success, with potential for recurrence. Wang Ming shook his head, a hint of relief etched on his weathered face. Grateful that in her final moments he possessed this inn, even if he were to sell it and find himself alone once more. He would no longer feel the same helplessness as he had before. Gu Chuan nodded, empathizing with their misfortunes, while the walls around his own heart grew even thicker. Love, it seemed, was no longer worth pursuing. "I wish you a favorable outcome." Gu Chuan rose, extinguishing his cigarette butt, and walked away, making his way to the food stall for another bowl of noodles. The sorrows of adulthood require little consolation. The world is vast, and each individual walks their own solitary path, licking their wounds in silence. A shared cigarette, a sip of drink, and a mutual smile constitute a good fate. Men do not tolerate excessive sentimentality, but a measure of understanding and support will ensconce you in their good graces. Adult love lacks the grandiose vows of youth. Instead, it resembles a potent spirit, fiery and fervent. That night, Gu Chuan, with his guitar slung over his back, walked alongside Lu Xian on the cobblestone streets of Dali. "Oh, this inn's name is quite unique. Domqing. Stopping in front of the inn, Lu Xian gazed at the sign with curiosity. Gu Chuan, hearing her words, looked up, acknowledging the elegance of the name, yet mused that its proprietor was likely a scoundrel. Lu Xian shot him a look, and you, with that attitude, have the audacity to call others scoundrels? Gu Chuan, unruffled, replied, "I merely shattered my heart into many pieces, sharing them among various women." Hand in hand, the two hummed a tune as they strolled down the cobblestone path, the warm glow of streetlights casting long shadows behind them. At that moment, Wang Ming emerged from the inn, observing the retreating figures of the couple before his gaze settled on the newly replaced sign. Gu Wei Yu Xin Xiong Mei. Dom Chu. He mused, appreciating the meaningful name. May you both find peace and happiness. On August 7th, Lu Xian bid farewell to Gu Chuan. A gentle kiss graced his left cheek, her face adorned with a soft blush as she gazed at him. Take care of yourself while my sister is away. Gu Chuan felt the fleeting warmth on his cheek and was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips. He hadn't felt it before. Perhaps he could ask for another? He gestured towards his right cheek. Lu Xian shot him an exasperated glance, thinking it was wishful thinking. On the other side, he said, "Once sister returns, I'll make it up to you." Gu Chuan shrugged and chuckled, suggesting that Xian Jie should return with him right now. After the jest, he reached out to gently ruffle Lu Xian's forehead, reminding her to take care of herself while she's out there. Should any issues arise, she should call him. As long as she wished to return, he would be there to pick her up, no matter the time or place. Lu Xian shot him a resentful look, responding, all right, I know I'm not a child." However, beneath her words, a warm current flowed through her heart. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful, endowing her with a sense of belonging to home. Parting is always tinged with sadness. Yet the knowledge that someone awaits your return makes the journey less daunting, no matter how far it may be. For she knew in that small town, there was someone who would illuminate the path back home for her. Chapter 47. Gu Chuan, you are the worst. Hello. May I inquire about the name of your inn? Who chose it? Does it carry any significance? A striking figure stepped into the inn, surveying the antique decor within, then turned her gaze to the only staff member present. It was a girl, appearing to be in her mid-20s, petite in stature with a sprinkle of freckles adorning her face, exuding an undeniable charm. Yin Xiaoqiu assessed the beautiful newcomer, nodding with a smile. It was named by our boss. He claims it is derived from a poem by Li Bai, something about Gu Wu Xan Xiang Mei. Dao Mu Qing Feng Chui. The enchanting woman recited a couplet, her captivating eyes momentarily lost in thought before she inquired, "And what is your boss's name?" Yin Xiaoqiu tilted her head, pondering. "I believe it's Gu Chuan." Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened gradually, her delicate face momentarily lighting up. "Hey, what are you doing? I won't converse with a big bad villain." As soon as he disembarked from the plane, Gu Chuan dialed Chu Liao's number, and soon, her voice, filled with irritation, resonated on the other end. "Guess where I am?" Judging by her tone, it seemed Chu Liao was still miffed that he hadn't taken her along for the adventure. Gu Chuan chuckled and replied, "Humph, what does it matter where I am, you pest?" Chu Liao huffed, her cheeks puffed up in a manner reminiscent of a blowfish. "Turn around," Gu Chuan instructed. "What?" Chu Liao pressed the phone closer to her ear, seemingly unable to hear clearly. "I said, turn around," he repeated. Upon hearing this, she suspiciously turned her head, only to spot a familiar figure standing not far away, waving at her. The figure, clad in a white t-shirt and loose black pants, topped with a cap, was beaming at her. "Wow, Gu Chuan, what brings you here?" Upon seeing him, all traces of annoyance vanished from Chu Liao's eyes, replaced with sheer delight. She released her friend's hand and sprinted towards Gu Chuan, leaping onto his back like a sloth. With precision, she grasped his ears, playfully delivering a flurry of light punches. "This is what you get for not bringing me along. Ugh, you're the worst." Gu Chuan, momentarily stunned by her playful assault, managed to lift her off him, holding her firmly in place. Bystanders cast curious glances, wondering if such a beautiful girl had encountered a scoundrel. "I genuinely went on a business trip. See, I even have photos," he stated, pulling out his phone from his pocket, displaying the pre-taken images. With a skeptical gaze, Chu Liao scrutinized the pictures. "Is this an inn?" Gu Chuan nodded. "Indeed. I plan to purchase this inn and develop the tourism sector. That way, when you wish to visit, you won't have to pay for a hotel." Her beautiful eyes were filled with suspicion as she looked at him. "Really?" Gu Chuan unabashedly affirmed. "Absolutely." "Oh. Who is this stunning girl that has made Gu the talented flee to such a far-off place like Dali?" At that moment, Lu Xin approached from a distance, eyeing Gu Chuan with vigilance. She believed this scoundrel was out to steal her friend away. Gu Chuan shot her a glare. "What are you implying? Am I that kind of person?" Lu Xin pouted. "Well, I can't say for sure." It wasn't he that she disapproved of Gu Chuan. She merely perceived him as a potential heartbreaker, worried that her friend would be hurt. "Shall we go?" "Isn't today the opening ceremony of the Olympics? Let's take a look." Gu Chuan didn't linger on the topic, and he took the two girls' small bags to carry. Lu Xin linked her arm with Chu Liao's, nodding in approval. "Not bad. He seems quite perceptive, a warm-hearted guy." Upon hearing this sensitive term, Gu Chuan felt as though he had been struck where it hurt. He fervently wished not to be branded with such a label. It said that warm-hearted men are often relegated to the background, and he had no desire to regress to that status. Lu Xin rolled her eyes at him. "You're complaining even when praised." Chu Liao, over and then, looked at Gu Chuan with a conflicted expression, "But I couldn't get a ticket. Entry to the opening ceremony required a ticket." She had called her father, but due to the last-minute arrangements, she couldn't secure one. "Do you want to watch?" Gu Chuan smiled at her. Chu Liao's face lit up with expectation. Then she shook her head. "I don't want to see it. Not at all." Lu Xin, observing her eager demeanor, rolled her eyes. "Liao, you can't even lie properly. You're practically broadcasting your desire to watch. An opening ceremony isn't that interesting. Come on, let me take you around the capital. You haven't been to the Forbidden City, have you?" Although her longing to see was evident, Chu Liao stubbornly asserted, "I really don't want to watch." Gu Chuan, seeing her contradictory expression, couldn't he help but smile inwardly. He raised an eyebrow, asking playfully, "You truly don't wish to watch?" "Tu liao not det the soleti." Her alabaster chin held high. "No, I really don't want to." Gu Chuan nodded, his expression shifting to one of regret. "If that's the case, I shall have to take Lu Xin to see it." With that, he produced 3 tickets from his pocket, extracting one and handing it to Lu Xin. As she gazed at the gleaming ticket in disbelief, her eyes widened, her face reflecting utter incredulity. "This is genuinely an Olympic ticket, right? Am I seeing things? Where did you get this?" Gu Chuan shrugged. "Perhaps I'm simply lucky. I found it on the street." Lu Xin shot him a disdainful glance. "As if I do believe that. Liao and I have been here for several days. Why didn't we find one?" Beside them, Chu Liao stared at the ticket in Gu Chuan's hand, her expression a mix of shock and curiosity. "Let us go. Since Chu Liao doesn't want to watch, we shall go see it ourselves." After saying this, Gu Chuan tucked the remaining ticket into his pocket and, feigning a look of regret, tilted his head towards Lu Xin before walking away. Behind her, Chu Liao gazed at Gu Chuan's silhouette, gradually emerging from her shock, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mix of joy and irritation. With a quick dash, she leaped onto Gu Chuan's back, seizing his ear and shaking it vigorously. Gu Chuan, you are utterly detestable," Gu Chuan exclaimed, his voice rising in exasperation as he felt a lamenting ache in his lower back. His face flushed crimson as he shouted, "What on earth have you been eating these past few days? You've gained so much weight." Upon hearing this, Chu Liao, infuriated, grabbed Gu Chuan's hair and mercilessly ruffled it. You insufferable Gu Chuan, who are you calling fat?" Chapter 48, The Opening Ceremony of the Olympics. Is that Gu Chuan with the campus beauty, Chu? Sewing machine bar. On August 8th, the grand opening ceremony of the Beijing Olympics was set to take place. Today, the bar offered complimentary VIP seats for a limited time, a gesture from Chun Gang to contribute to the Olympic spirit. Consequently, a throng of students congregated here, clutching popcorn and sipping Coke, eagerly awaiting the event. In the center of the bar, a massive white screen illuminated as the projector gradually flickered to life, broadcasting the live feed of the ceremony. Chun Shui, Su Waner, Lu Bowen, Lin Hui, Wang Chong, and several classmates had gathered in this lively setting. Wang Lang and Qin Yuhang were also present, while Lin Qiuya, upon hearing that Gu Chuan was absent from the bar, hesitated to join. Reluctantly swayed by Chun Xiaoman's persuasion, she realized that watching the ceremony alone at home would indeed be rather dull. With some time still before the ceremony commenced, classmates engaged in lively discussions when suddenly, Lin Hui called out Gu Chuan's name. Turning her gaze towards Lu Bowen, she inquired, "It's been ages since we've seen Gu Chuan. Do you know where he might be?" At this, many classmates cast curious glances. Even Lin Qiuya leaned in, listening intently. Lu Bowen shook his head. "I don't know. Perhaps he has gone traveling with the campus beauty, Chu?" Over the past few days, he had visited the bar multiple times but had not caught sight of Gu Chuan, who had been unresponsive to calls alongside the disappearance of Chu, the campus beauty. He speculated that the two were likely on a honeymoon of sorts. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiuya's eyes dimmed slightly, a sense of heaviness settling in her heart, stirring a desire to return home. Yet, she was pulled back by Chun Xiaoman. At this moment, Wang Lang scoffed derisively. That guy? Does he really think earning a few bucks can help him win over Chu, the campus beauty? Our school has plenty of wealthier students, yet none have succeeded in courting her. What gives him the right? Lu Bowen shot him a glare and replied languidly. What give him the right? Just the fact that my adoptive father is Jiao Chan. The crowd was left bewildered, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. However, Lin Hui wore an expression of intrigue, pondering the nature of Gu Chuan's relationship with Chu, the campus beauty. Although she had denied any association between them during their last encounter at the bar, it was evident to any discerning observer that there was more to the story. Chun Shui, Su Waner, and the others shifted to a different booth, eager to hear Lu Bowen's insights on Gu Chuan's supposed relationship. Lu Bowen shook his head. I really don't know. Gu Chuan insisted they are merely friends. He even claimed he has sealed his heart with concrete. No beautiful girl could sway him. Oh, Except for wealthy women, of course. The crowd exchanged bemused glances, pondering Gu Chuan's apparent obsession with wealth and his fixation on affluent women. Yet among them some, like Lin Shuya, felt a flicker of encouragement. If Gu Chuan and Chu Liao were just friends, that night had merely been an act for Gu Chuan. Yes, it must be just that. With this thought, a smile graced Lin Shuya's face, further affirming that her decision to accompany Gu Chuan to Shansheng was indeed wise. As for Qin Shui and Su Wan'er, they exchanged knowing glances while munching on popcorn, their eyes shimmering with delight. Although Chen Shui's score did not surpass Gu Chuan's, she had achieved a commendable 648 points and recently received an acceptance letter from Nanda University. The other three, aside from Li Shi, had also applied to universities in Shansheng, albeit not Nandu. Goodness, what charm does that boy possess to attract so many girls? On the second floor, leaning against the railing, Chun Gang smoked while listening to the girls below chatter, scratching his head in confusion. Because Brother Chuan is handsome, excels in studies, and possesses talent, Yin Shui chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Hearing this, Chun Gang felt a twinge of wariness. Just don't run off with that guy, okay? I've finally found an outstanding DJ. If he lures you away, I'll have nowhere to lament. Yin Shui pouted, resting her chin on the railing, a hint of dejection in her tone. I'd love to run off with Brother Chuan, but he is already surrounded by so many beautiful girls. Why would he look my way? As the dawn welcomed a new day, fresh air filled the atmosphere. The essence altered, yet the sentiment remained unchanged, with the aroma of tea wafting through the air, rich with camaraderie. As the familiar tune of the star-studded song played, the 2008 Olympic Games officially commenced. Oh, as the live broadcast flickered onto the projector, the bar erupted into a frenzy, many faces flushed with excitement. Pores opened, blood surged, and as the grand curtain slowly rose to reveal the magnificent scene, pride radiated from every face. It transcended mere camaraderie. It was an overwhelming surge of patriotism and pride. Youth, unscathed by the harshness of society, resonated deeply with this national fervor. The bar thrummed with energy. The atmosphere was electrifying. One could only imagine how much more exhilarating it would be to witness the opening ceremony live. Liu Bowen expressed his heartfelt sentiment. Wang Lang, ever critical, seized the opportunity to interject. What do you think? Just because you want to attend the opening ceremony, do you think it's that easy? Even tickets are not something money can buy. He had previously sought his father's help to secure a ticket to impress his classmates, only to be met with a polite yet firm dismissal. I want to see it too, Liu Bowen retorted. Just because you can't go doesn't mean others can't. Wang Lang sneered, unable to suppress his mockery. What? From the sound of it, do you think your adoptive father can go? Not that I look down on him, but if someone like him could attend the opening ceremony, I'd stand on my head and call him Dad. Huh, you said the same thing last time, yet I've yet to hear you call him that. Liu Bowen shot back, his gaze piercing. At that moment, Qin Yuhang chimed in nonchalantly, don't even talk about scoring 666. Even if you scored a perfect 750, you still wouldn't get to go. Goodness, am I seeing things? Wang Lang, it seems you truly are about to stand on your head and call him Dad. Just then, someone in the class suddenly let out a loud exclamation, their eyes wide as saucers, staring incredulously at the bar-esque projection. After fixating on Wang Lang for a moment, they stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought, merely trembling as they pointed at the screen. Wang Lang's expression darkened as he retorted, "Stop spouting nonsense." Then, following the direction of the finger, he glanced over. Upon fixing his gaze on the projected image, his face fell, turning ashen. As the camera panned over the stands, he unmistakably recognized a face that he would know even if it turned to ashes, none other than Gu Chuan. At this moment on the grandstand, Gu Chuan held a vibrant crimson national flag in his hand, with what appeared to be a red stamp on his face. Beside him were Chu Liao and Liu Xian, both radiating with joy as they cheered along with the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Wang Lang's expression soured to the extent that it resembled someone who had just consumed a bitter pill. His fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, as he wished he could rush in and deliver a fatal blow to Gu Chuan. You truly deserve to die. Are you not going to let anyone live? I don't have a father like you. The sensation was akin to Gu Chuan standing before him, unzipping his trousers and splashing him with urine, an utterly excruciating experience. Chapter 49. Soft Rice. Learn to Eat Hard. Goodness, my adoptive father is remarkably impressive, having brought the illustrious school belle, Chu, to witness the Olympic opening ceremony. In the VIP box, Lu Bowen was already on his feet, his eyes glued to the figures on the screen, nearly bulging out of their sockets. He then turned towards Wang Lang, his grin stretching from ear to ear. When do you plan on doing a handstand and calling me father? I'll record it for you. Wang Lang remained silent, feigning ignorance as he gazed at the screen. However, upon seeing that detestable figure, he shifted his gaze elsewhere, his face dark as coal, and his fingers trembling with rage. The others in the bar, upon witnessing the figures on the screen, also displayed expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom how Gu Chuan managed to bring the school belle to the live event. Amidst their astonishment, envy crept onto their faces. Experiencing the opening ceremony live was undeniably more exhilarating than watching it on a screen here. Yet, soon enough, many cast doubtful glances towards Lu Bowen. This guy had just claimed that Gu Chuan and the school belle were merely friends, so how would he now justify this? Don't tell me they're just ordinary friends. Can ordinary friends attend the Olympic opening ceremony together? I'm also just a regular friend of Gu Chuan's. Why wasn't T.I. invited? Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Lu Bowen found himself at a loss for words. How would he explain this? Even the most eloquent deity couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation. Among the throng, Lin Kuya gazed at the silhouettes on the screen, her expression turning grim as she bit down hard on her lip, her fingers digging into her flesh. Tears welled in her eyes, and her heart was heavy with an unutterable sense of grievance, sorrow, and regret. If only she had accepted Gu Chuan as confession. Would she not be the one sitting beside him at this moment? If she had said yes, wouldn't she be the one envied by all? At this moment, her regret peaked, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she plunged into Chun Xiaomin's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Wah, Xiaomin, I regret it so much. Why doesn't Gu Chuan like me anymore? Just after disembarking from the plane, Gu Chuan received a text message from Lu Xin. On the way to Lijiang. Everything is fine, don't worry. Accompanied by a beautiful landscape photo. Gu Chuan smiled, ready to reply, but just then, another message from Lu Xin arrived. Sister has prepared a gift for you. It should arrive tomorrow. Gu Chuan felt a twinge of suspicion and quickly typed a message back. What gift? Liu Xin Zipli? You'll know when it arrives. Gu Chuan shook his head, amused by Lu Xion's air of mystery. Could be a black silk blind box? What if it turned out to be her beckoning him while wearing black silk? At this thought, a foolish grin spread across Gu Chuan's face. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, cursing the insatiable doggedness of his soul. Was he really that type of person? Why was he grinning like an idiot? At that moment, Chu Liao came bounding up from behind, her small backpack bouncing like a lively rabbit as she leapt onto Gu Chuan's back. Gu Chuan bent slightly, his face flushing as he felt as though his back might snap. You demoness, are you trying to ensure I never have descendants? Chu Liao deet smile, sizing him up with a disdainful pout. Is this all you've got? Then, adopting a mockingly proud demeanor, she lifted her snow-white chin and huffed. Serves you right. Who told you to flirt around? Gu Chuan rubbed his aching waist, his expression darkening. Demoness, I swear I'll meet my end at your hands someday. And let me reiterate, I'm just friends with those girls. It's completely innocent, all right? Chu Liao rolled her eyes. Sure, I believe that. Innocent friends who are brought home to be future daughters-in-law? Gu Chuan chuckled, raising an eyebrow at her. What's this? Are you feeling jealous? Chu Liao promptly retaliated with a swift kick, nearly sending Gu Chuan flying 2 miles away, her hands on her hips like a righteous heroine. Jealous? Me? Huh. That's laughable. So, you and that senior really are just friends? Seeing her earlier self-righteousness crumble, Gu Chuan couldn't help but find it amusing. As for love, I'm not interested. My heart is sealed tight. No matter how beautiful the girl, she can't pry it open. So, demoness, you'd better keep your distance. Or else, beware of my wrath. Chu Liao watched Gu Chuan's carefree retreat with a look of disdain. Of you? You think you can intimidate me? Do you believe I want to kick you into a ditch? Father, wake up. We have a class reunion to attend. The next morning, Gu Chuan was still lost in a dream of traveling with Xinjia when Lu Bowen's loud voice jolted him awake. Gu Chuan chuckled, delivering a playful slap to his favorite snack. Soon after, like a lifeless corpse, he was dragged out of bed by Lu Bowen. The moment he was exposed to sunlight, he felt as if he might disintegrate, his hands trembling as if bewitched. Chuan Gu, you're amazing. Where'd you get those tickets to take the school bell to the Olympic opening ceremony? Lu Bowen exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Whenever he mentioned this, he couldn't help but boast about his adoptive father, as if he himself were the one attending the ceremony with the school bell. Gu Chuan lit a cigarette, feeling somewhat more awake, and shook his finger. Wrong. It was the school bell who invited me. You know, I don't like to flaunt myself, but I couldn't refuse her persistent invitation. If I didn't go, she would have insisted. Just like how we're not the type of people that eat soft rice. Yet fate is capricious, and the rich lady enjoys serving it right to your mouth. However, while we can indulge in soft rice, we must exhibit a man's fortitude. This money, we must earn it standing tall. After listening to Gu Chuan's eloquent monologue, Lu Bowen was left in complete awe. To articulate the concept of living off soft rice so gracefully and assertively, one could hardly find another like Gu Chuan in this world. Father, you said you'd treat me to a foot massage last time. Does that still count? Lu Bowen leaned in with a knowing grin. Gu Chuan shook his finger, and Lu Bowen, misinterpreting the gesture as denial, quickly adopted a pleading expression. Father, we can't go back on our word. However, Gu Chuan's next words made Lu Bowen acutely aware of the disparity in their perspectives. No. That's not a foot massage. It's a cleansing of the soul, a way to empty oneself, a sublime experience. Just imagine a dimly lit alley, thinly clad girls shivering in the cold wind. Don't you find them pitiful? Lu Bowen nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy. If you had money in your pocket and witnessed their struggles, would you not extend a helping hand? Lu Bowen shook his head, replying in the negative. Gu Chuan nodded in satisfaction, revealing a look of mentorship. Thus, you are not merely going to wash feet. You're going to offer compassion and assist those suffering female bodhisattvas. Lu Bowen could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, Father, your perspective is truly profound. A moment later, a foolish grin spread across his face. So, Father, shall we go save the female bodhisattvas tonight? Upon hearing this, Gu Chuan feigned ignorance, saying, No. You were the one who mentioned saving the female bodhisattvas, not I. Lu Bowen's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Father, if you see those female bodhisattvas in the dim alley, would you not lend a hand? Gu Chuan shook his head, declaring, one must understand the value of hard work. If I were to go, I would only help the female bodhisattvas wash their feet. Lu Bowen, upon hearing this, could not restrain a loud exclamation of disbelief. So you plan to spend not a single penny, yet still get to touch the feet of the female bodhisattvas, and even end up out of pocket? No wonder you are making money. Chapter 50. My fellow traveler, I believe you have taken a wrong turn. The gathering was set at the Royal Salute Grand Hotel. Standing at the entrance, Gu Chuan gazed at the strikingly different name on the sign with a peculiar expression. Royal Salute? Is that not the name of a drink? He recalled a certain renowned singer's wise words. I do not wish to drink Royal Salute. TSK, what an arduous journey to have made. Just then, a brand new BMW pulled up at the entrance, and a familiar figure emerged from the vehicle. With a foolish grin plastered across his face, Wang Lang, in his 30s, donned a suit and tie, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The suit seemed ill-fitting, resembling a military coat rather than formal attire. One might need to fan themselves just to pass by him. It was none other than Wang Lang, flamboyantly calling for the doorman to open his car door before he had even stepped out. Standing before them, Wang Lang fussed with his shirt while waving goodbye to the driver, who promptly drove away. Just as Wang Lang steadied himself, the oversized fabric of his suit got caught in the car door, dragging him along. He sprinted after the vehicle, banging on the window, cursing as he went. Stop! My clothes are stuck. Are you deaf? Stop! What on earth is Wang Lang doing? At that moment, several classmates from the same class arrived one after another. their expressions reflecting confusion as they witnessed Wang Lang chasing after the car. Gu Chuan shrugged, suggesting, "I suppose he's attempting to pull a fast one. After all, this is a common method of making a fortune." Oh, the others nodded in agreement. Then, a particularly astute classmate seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes widening. Could it be that Wang Lang's family's wealth was amassed in such a manner? Gu Chuan chuckled softly and gave him a thumbs up. "My friend, you possess a keen insight akin to that of a wise strategist." Soon after, they entered the hotel. Their private room was located on the 4th floor. Upon entering the lobby, someone approached to greet them. "Welcome, this way please." With that, they were escorted to the elevator. "Brother Chuan, do you think that fellow's outfit looked somewhat familiar?" As they stepped out of the elevator, Liu Bowen remarked with a hint of suspicion. The others nodded in agreement, feeling as though they had encountered him before. Gu Chuan smiled without responding, and upon reaching their room, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. After they departed, Wang Lang continued to run enthusiastically in circles around the car, leaving the doorman bewildered. Why is this guy just running around instead of lying down to feign injury? Just then, Lin Qiuya and her group approached. Seeing Wang Lang bent over and panting heavily, Chun Xiaoman could not help but inquire, "What is wrong with you, Wang Lang?" Sweating profusely? Upon spotting Lin Qiuya, Wang Lang quickly straightened up, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and adjusted his suit, smiling. "Kia, you've arrived. Oh, I recently got a gym membership to work on my 8-pack abs. In my spare time, I enjoy stretching a bit." He added, "Let us go. The homeroom teacher is already here, waiting for you." With that, Wang Lang struck a gentlemanly pose, gesturing for her to go first. Lin Qiuya said nothing but nodded, her beautiful eyes scanning the area, seemingly searching for something. "Has Gu Chuan arrived?" she asked, glancing at Wang Lang. Today, she had chosen to wear an outfit that exuded innocence. A white t-shirt paired with denim shorts, showcasing her long, alluring legs, drawing attention effortlessly. This was the very attire Gu Chuan had once favored on her. A hint of disdain crossed Wang Lang's face as he replied, "He has already gone in. What is there to care about a poor loser like him?" He was about to say more when he noticed Lin Qiuya had already dashed off, leaving him no opportunity to boast about his new car. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoman stared at Wang Lang in disbelief. "Why on such a hot day are you still wearing a suit?" Wang Lang chuckled. "Well, as adults, one must always embody elegance." Skeptical, Chun Xiaoman nodded slowly, curiosity piquing as she asked, "That suit must be quite expensive, right?" Wang Lang waved his hand dismissively, attempting to appear nonchalant. "Oh, it's just a little over 10,000. I had it custom-made by an Italian designer." The salespeople assured him of its quality. Upon hearing this, his classmates looked astonished. "Oh, over 10,000. Wang Lang, you must be quite wealthy." Wang Lang seemed to relish the flattery, yet feigned indifference, saying, "It's nothing, really. I wear this quite often." As they entered the lobby, a figure approached them with a professionally feigned smile. "Hello, this way please." Before the person could finish speaking, they paused, taken aback upon seeing Wang Lang's attire. "My dear fellow, I believe you have wandered into the wrong establishment." Upon hearing this, Wang Lang shifted his gaze from the group to the server, frowning in preparation to scold them. However, upon noticing that the server was wearing an identical outfit, his expression soured instantly. Damn it! The onlookers shifted their gazes between Wang Lang and the server, their expressions growing increasingly amused. My, it seems the Royal Salute Hotel is quite affluent. Even the servers are clad in haute couture worth thousands. Wang Lang's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as he roared at the server. "Get your manager over here. These deceitful salespeople are passing off standard attire as high fashion. Their intentions are truly nefarious." No wonder it felt as though ants were crawling on him. Inside the private room, the classmates were already seated, and upon Gu Chuan's entrance, they turned to him with eager eyes, their gazes sparkling as though he were cloaked in a radiant aura. No longer could anyone compare the current Gu Chuan to the one from the past. The contrast was stark, akin to a heavy hitter online and a mere tricycle vendor in reality. Dashing, affluent, and exceptionally talented, he stood in stark contrast to the timid, studious Gu Chuan of yore. Even Lin, the campus beauty, had transitioned from indifference to unwavering admiration. Faced with their eager stares, Gu Chuan felt somewhat out of place, longing for the days of anonymity. Though surprised, he maintained a polite demeanor. The refinement of adulthood lay in greeting all with a smile, regardless of their stature. Even if the next moment called for a fierce confrontation, one must remain composed and elegant, unless absolutely unavoidable. Brother Chong, how is Annie's health? Glancing around, most seats were occupied, leaving only a few vacant beside Brother Chong. After all, despite their close relationship, sitting next to a teacher can still induce a certain discomfort. Gu Chuan, however, with a thick skin, approached without hesitation, greeting him with a smile. Opening with concern for family is hard to critique. Upon seeing Gu Chuan, Wang Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback, adjusting his glasses to discern who it was before recognizing him, eyes widening in surprise. You are Gu Chuan? Has there been a change in appearance? The transformation is quite drastic. Wang Xiaoqiang, the homeroom teacher of Class 10 in the third year, was a man in his early 30s, tall and slender, with a somewhat refined demeanor. Although he maintained a friendly rapport with his students, being addressed as Brother Chong momentarily caught him off guard. From now on, let us keep it separate. At school, you are our homeroom teacher, but outside, you are Brother Chong. Gu Chuan nodded with a smile, deftly pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering two to Brother Chong. Here, Brother Chong, try this Beijing brand. I bought it specially yesterday. Despite his refined appearance, Brother Chong was secretly a heavy smoker, needing to step out 4 to 5 times during a 45-minute class. Wang Xiaoqiang stared in disbelief at Gu Chuan, blinking rapidly, questioning whether this was truly the exemplary student under his guidance. So you're meek at school, but indulge in smoking and drinking behind the scenes? After a moment of hesitation, Wang Xiaoqiang took the cigarette, still somewhat incredulous. When did you learn to smoke? Gu Chuan remained silent, producing a lighter from his pocket to ignite the cigarette for Brother Chong, chuckling, "Come on, it's only natural for a man to smoke and drink a bit." Wang Xiaoqiang shot him a glare, playfully scolding, "You're still just a kid. Why are you learning to smoke?" Though his students were technically adults after graduation, in his eyes, they still remained children. But I must admit, this cigarette from Beijing is quite different from the 5 yuan packs we have in our small county. Meanwhile, Liu Bowen watched the unfolding scene, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment, internally exclaiming, "Wow, I've never seen anyone share cigarettes with their homeroom teacher before. Brother Chuan is truly audacious." The other classmates also displayed expressions of surprise, having fantasized about mimicking adults by offering Brother Chong a cigarette, but found the thought awkward, akin to children donning oversized adult clothing. In contrast, Gu Chuan exuded an air of casual confidence, smiling as he conversed with Brother Chong, resembling two adults engaged in amiable chatter. There was an uncharacteristic maturity about Gu Chuan that belied his age, rendering their whimsical fantasies childlike in comparison. After being rejected in confession, one drowns sorrows in alcohol and dispels emotions with smoke. Just then, the door to the private room creaked open, and a few tardy individuals entered, immediately followed by Wang Lang's sarcastic remarks. Hearing this, Lin Qiya frowned, casting an irritable glance at Wang Lang. Her relationship with Gu Chuan had already plummeted to an icy stalemate, and Wang Lang's taunts were particularly grating. Other gazes shifted towards the unfolding drama. Gu Chuan and Brother Chong, both avid smokers, took a deep drag and looked up. Meeting Wang Lang's gaze, Gu Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile, stirring an ominous feeling within him. Predictably, the next words shattered his composure. "Oh, isn't that the waiter from Royal Canon? We haven't even ordered yet. And you've already come over?" Chapter 51. When I go out to eat, it's always the ladies who pay. Glasses clinked, and, after several rounds of drinks, numerous figures sprawled across the table. Newly graduated students often lacked drinking capacity. After a few bottles of beer, they were already flushed. Some swayed in place, tongues lolling, while others, emboldened by the alcohol, attempted to impress the girls by palm reading. "Oh, your hands are so small and soft." Liu Bowen had begun to chatter incessantly, gripping a male classmate's hand and incessantly rubbing it. "Hey, Xiaoli, if you stick with me, I promise you'll enjoy a life of luxury. I'll buy you a sports car and a villa." Lu Bowen's eyes glazed over as he patted the boy on the chest, creating an awkward scene that made onlookers shudder. "Brother Chuan, who is Xiaoli?" the boy asked, his face flushed with embarrassment. Gu Chuan lit a cigarette, chuckling, a foot massage therapist from Dream Paris. "What?" The boy nearly lost his composure, and before he could inquire further, Lu Bowen had already begun to make a move on him, teasingly poking at his double chin. "Xiaoli, care to join me tonight?" The boy turned crimson, crying out, "Brother, please don't force me. I'll one tea be able to pay more." Lin Qiya had also consumed a few beers, her eyes now hazy and her cheeks flushed. The effects of alcohol dulled her senses, rendering her gaze fixed on Gu Chuan. She attempted to muster the courage to approach him multiple times, but found herself unable, biting her lip in frustration. It was unclear when she had begun to lose her previous domineering demeanor when facing Gu Chuan, becoming increasingly cautious. Even her attire bore the impression of Gu Chuan's preferences. Yet, since entering the gathering, Gu Chuan hadn't spared her a single glance, as if she were invisible in this gathering. This left her feeling a surge of grievance, her eyes misting over as if she might cry. In the past, Gu Chuan had been the one most attentive to her. At such gatherings, his gaze had always been fixed solely on her. He would even peel shrimp or remove fish bones for her. Now, he conversed with their homeroom teacher, wearing a sunny smile, exuding an air of composure that starkly contrasted with his former awkwardness. Gu Chuan had indeed changed. He had become remarkably successful, radiating a maturity that seemed beyond his years. Yet, the cost of his excellence was that he no longer held any affection for her. As drinks circulated, Wang Xiaoqiang's cheeks began to redden, and he shared a few poignant reflections. Many sentimental classmates felt their eyes welling up at his heartfelt words of parting. At that moment, Gu Chuan stood up and stepped outside, prompting Lin Qiya to bite her lip in determination and finally muster the courage to follow him. Upon exiting, she observed Gu Chuan striding directly to the lobby. Lin Qiya stealthily trailed behind, her heart filled with doubt. Was Gu Chuan leaving? Upon arriving in the lobby, she watched him approach the front desk, murmuring something to the staff. Shortly after, Gu Chuan turned back toward the hotel lobby, and Lin Qiya made a step forward. But just then, their homeroom teacher approached, causing her to retract her steps. Spotting Wang Xiaoqiang, Gu Chuan greeted him with a smile. "Brother Chang, why are you here? Looking for the restroom?" Wang Xiaoqiang glanced at Gu Chuan in surprise, shaking his head. "No, I came to settle the bill." As the homeroom teacher, it was customary for him to treat the meal, a tradition each year. Even if students would later reimburse him, it was a gesture of goodwill. Gu Chuan smiled, offering Brother Chang a cigarette. "With the drinks flowing, there's no rush to settle up. Let me keep you company for a few more rounds." "Have you secretly settled the bill already?" Wang Xiaoqiang could hardly conceal his thoughts, and thus inquired hastily. Gu Chuan shrugged, showing no reluctance to disclose his intentions, and instead began to jest. "And he usually keeps a close watch on you. You might as well save your pocket money to buy yourself a couple of packs of cigarettes." Wang Xiaoqiang was aware that Gu Chuan seemed to have made some money. It was inappropriate for him to treat this meal. With a stern expression, he stated, "Where would a student like you acquire such funds? Even if you did, it shouldn't be squandered. Save it for college, and perhaps to treat a girlfriend someday." Gu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, wrapping an arm around Chang Ji's shoulder as they strolled back. "Rest assured, when I go out for dinner with the ladies, they always pay the bill, so I never spend my own money. Moreover, a considerable portion of the money I earned is thanks to our classmates. Think of it as wool pulled from the sheep." Changgu treated him well, and the classmates were lively and charming. Apart from a few oddballs, it was only natural to treat everyone to a meal. After several rounds of persuasion, Wang Xiaoqiang ultimately yielded to Gu Chuan's insistence, casting a resigned glare in his direction. Although he verbally reproached him, he felt a twinge of comfort within, compared to those who buried themselves in their studies or flaunted their affluent backgrounds. Gu Chuan was the type who could truly thrive in society. A teacher does not seek recompense from their students. As long as they remember them at some point in the future, that is sufficient. Often, it is not the diligent students who come back to visit, but those who leave a lasting impression. Wait a minute. The one buried in study at school seems to be this fellow. Lin Qiyan hid in a corner, observing the retreating figures of the two, her expression laden with complexity. In that fleeting moment, she desperately wished that Gu Chuan had skipped out on the bill, indicating a flaw in his character, thus allowing her to relinquish her obsession. However, Gu Chuan did not fulfill her wish. Instead, he demonstrated through his actions that true excellence lies not merely in appearance, but in one's character and demeanor. In the bar, Gu Chuan appeared avaricious, yet just moments ago, he had treated money with utter disdain. His nonchalant departure seemed to carve a deeper imprint in Lin Shuyan's heart. In the hotel lobby, everyone, "Please hand your money to me. I will cover the bill," announced the class president, Lin Hui, as she maintained order. The crowd nodded in confusion, rummaging through their pockets. But at that moment, Wang Xiaoqiang interjected. "No need, I'll cover it." Before he could finish, Gu Chuan preemptively chimed in with a smile. "Chang'e has already taken care of it. Everyone can just pack up and leave. Oh, by the way, Chang'e also mentioned that you don't need to repay him. He suggested you save your money for treating your girlfriends when you go to college." Upon saying this, he playfully patted Chang'e on the shoulder and shot him a knowing glance. His intentions were not for recognition. He simply wished to treat everyone to a meal. The gratitude should be directed towards Chang'e. As he hoped, a single meal might not be memorable, but perhaps someday in the future, remembering their former homeroom teacher would be worthwhile. Wang Xiaoqiang was momentarily taken aback by this, eager to clarify, but was silenced when Gu Chuan shoved a sausage into his mouth, leaving him with no choice but to accept this favor with resignation. Yet, warmth coursed through him. He anticipated that Gu Chuan had seen through his intentions, which stemmed from the hopes and aspirations of teacher. Gazing at Gu Chuan, Wang Xiaoqiang felt a swell of emotion. It was indeed an honor to teach such a student. Indeed, the meal has been taken care of. Let everyone keep their contributions as future dating funds, so that when dining out later, the ladies 1T have to pay. After uttering this, Wang Xiaoqiang deliberately glanced at Gu Chuan, as if his words were meant specifically for him. Gu Chuan's expression darkened. "Would you believe me if I said those ladies were eager to treat me to dinner?" Meanwhile, Lin Shuyan's gaze towards Gu Chuan grew increasingly enigmatic. He seemed to possess a certain allure that ensnared others, making it impossible to extricate themselves. If it were anyone else, they might boast loudly about their wealth and generosity. Yet, Gu Chuan bestowed this kindness upon his homeroom teacher without seeking fame or fortune, simply desiring that everyone might recall him in the future. While in the bar, Gu Chuan had appeared greedy for wealth, yet moments later, he displayed a cavalier attitude towards money and fame. This stark contrast continually rattled Lin Shuyan's heart, and unbeknownst to her, she seemed to have fallen completely for him. Once, such an outstanding young man had been within her reach, yet now, even a simple conversation felt like an unattainable luxury. With this realization, endless regret welled up within Lin Shuyan, and 2 tears slipped down her cheeks unbidden. Chapter 52, Mr. Gu, here is your Porsche. Outside the hotel lobby, figures swarmed, parting ways. Graduation season was always bittersweet, with everyone heading to different corners of the world. Future reunions seemed unlikely. Under the blazing sun, Lin Shuyan's intoxication faded slightly as she observed Gu Chuan smoking on the steps. Summoning her courage, she took 2 steps forward to stand before him. "Gu Chuan, are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner. There are some things I wish to discuss." Upon finishing, Lin Shuyan remained rooted, her fingers intertwined anxiously, her beautiful eyes fixed on the figure before her, brimming with anticipation. The classmates who had just parted halted at this statement, their drunkenness seemingly dissipating, their pupils widening in disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Lin Shuyan was inviting Gu Chuan to dinner? This was as surprising as the sun rising in the west. Surely, I am not hallucinating? Hadn't she already turned down Gu Chuan's confession? Even her close friend, Chun Xiaoman, stared at her in astonishment. It was unexpected that the usually aloof Lin Shuyan would speak to Gu Chuan in such a pleading tone. After Lin Shuyan spoke, Gu Chuan looked up at her, his brow furrowing in irritation. Why is this woman still persisting? Amidst his annoyance, he was also somewhat taken aback. Lin Shuyan inviting him to dinner was indeed unprecedented. Surely, she did not intend to poison me and inherit my estate? It seems true that the most venomous hearts belong to women, some covet my wealth, while others covet my kidneys. I must keep my distance from women henceforth. Otherwise, I shall inevitably meet my end at their hands. Of course, excluding wealthy women. With that thought, Gu Chuan responded coldly, "Sorry, I already have plans for dinner." Rising to leave, Lin Shuyin stepped forward, blocking his path. "What about tomorrow?" "Not free tomorrow either." Gu Chuan reiterated his rejection. His refusal was not out of pettiness, but rather stemming from a total lack of goodwill towards this woman. To maintain composure while speaking to her was already a remarkable feat of self-control. "Dinner together?" "Sorry, sitting across from a dog would be preferable to being with you." As she gazed at Gu Chuan on the steps, Lin Shuyin's eyes flared with anger. She bit her lip, her chest rising and falling rapidly. An unspoken grievance surged within her, tears pooling in her eyes. She had already invited him in a pleading tone, yet Gu Chuan had refused without a second thought. Did she truly repel him so? "I already know I was wrong. What more do you want from me?" Observing her friend's tears cascading down her cheeks, Shun Xiaoman hurried forward to console her. Wang Lang did not neglect to showcase the surname of his neighbor, Old Wang, seizing the opportunity to approach. "Chuya, allow me to escort you home. It is sweltering today, and walking in this heat is quite unbearable." He maneuvered through the crowd until he stood before Lin Shuya, waving his hand, prompting the driver to bring forth his newly acquired BMW. The white paint gleamed under the blazing sun, appearing particularly dazzling. Initially, he had intended to drive it out himself to flaunt, but alas, he had failed the driving test 5 times. "Wang Lang, is this your new car?" exclaimed a classmate. "A BMW. My greatest aspiration in life has always been to own one, and you've already achieved it. This must be a 3 Series, right? It must have cost over 300,000. Another added, "Wow, Wang Lang, you're quite wealthy." As the car arrived, it instantly captured the attention of his classmates, many of whom flocked over, akin to curious children examining a fascinating toy. Wang Lang relished this adulation, standing before them like a victorious general. While his heart swelled with joy, his demeanor remained nonchalant, waving dismissively, "Oh, it's nothing, just a small sum. What's there to boast about with a mere BMW? Once my foster father gets involved with a wealthy woman, he'll surely buy something far superior." Lu Bowen scoffed, unable to tolerate Wang Lang's display of ostentation. Although his voice was low, Wang Lang caught wind of it and approached him, mocking, with his abilities, he'll probably never afford it. At that moment, Qin Yuhang ambled over from the side, unnoticed by the gathering. He seemed almost invisible. Unable to contain himself, he chimed in to assert his presence. "This car costs over 300,000. Although Gu Chuan has made some money, he probably can't afford it." Lin Hui, unable to bear the disparagement, retorted, "Gu Chuan earned over 100,000 in just 1 summer. He will undoubtedly earn more in the future. Buying a car like this is not impossible." A heated debate ensued among them, while the main subject of their discussion sat on the steps, smoking, seemingly indifferent to the commotion, like a bystander. After extinguishing his cigarette, Gu Chuan rose from the steps, tilting his head at Lu Bowen and making to leave. Lu Bowen, red-faced from his argument with Wang Lang, called out, "Brother Chuan, this scoundrel says you can't afford a BMW." Gu Chuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I'm as poor as can be. How could I possibly afford such a luxury car?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen was momentarily stunned, and the others exchanged glances. Was he actually admitting it? Given his foster father's usual behavior, one would expect him to retaliate, yet he seemed unusually dejected. How could a youth, brimming with youthful vigor, so easily concede? At the very least, he could have countered with a retort. Wang Lang and Qin Yuhang stared at Gu Chuan in disbelief. This wasn't he right. His candidness left them at a loss for how to maintain their facade. It felt akin to throwing a punch into a pile of cotton. And just as one neared a climax, a girl suddenly asked, "Are you done yet?" "I'm leaving. Listening to barking dogs is giving me calluses on my ears." Gu Chuan yawned. He had little interest in such meaningless comparisons. If the other party were a wealthy woman, he might find it amusing to play along. After all, winning over a rich woman could yield substantial rewards. Wang Lang could discern the mockery in Gu Chuan's words, yet he dared not provoke him further, opting instead to bark back in a feeble manner. After all, Beneath that attractive exterior lay a genuine brute, capable of delivering a kick that could shatter one's skull. Chuya, don't stoop to the level of such a loser who struts around despite having nothing in his pockets. Come on, let us get in the car. I'll take you home. Upon hearing Wang Lang repeatedly refer to Gu Chuan as a poor loser, Liu Bowen rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver a resounding slap. You think you can provoke me without consequence? Do you believe I won't knock your teeth out? Wang Lang chuckled derisively. What's the matter? Did I say something incorrect? If you're capable, why not buy car too? Gu Chuan chose to ignore him, grabbing Liu Bowen and preparing to return to the bar for some much-needed rest. With the intellectually challenged, one could only extend a compassionate gaze, not engage in conflict, lest one risk being bitten and contracting rabies. Ding dong. Just then, a text message arrived on his phone from Liu Xin. Did you receive the gift from your sister? Gu Chuan's expression turned skeptical. Gift? What gift? Beep beep. Before he could respond, a BMW pulled up in front of the crowd. Coincidentally, it was also a 3 Series. 2 individuals in suits emerged from the vehicle. Excuse me, who is Gu Chuan? One of the young men inquired with a smile. I am. What's the matter? Gu Chuan paused momentarily, looking up. Upon hearing his response, the young man eagerly stepped forward, retrieving a stack of documents from a folder. Mr. Gu, good day. This is the Porsche Cayenne you ordered from our dealership. There are some details that require your attention. Chapter 53. I also wish to remain low-key, but the wealthy woman won't allow it. Cayenne? Porsche? Gu Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the man from head to toe. This fellow couldn't possibly be a fraud, could he? However, upon reviewing the information in the documents, his suspicions deepened. Had scammers escalated to such sophisticated levels now? Ding dong. Just then, another text notification chimed. So, do you like the gift? As he read the message, Gu Chuan suddenly understood. This was the gift Liu Xin had sent him. Wow, the wealthy woman truly knows how to make a grand gesture. However, was this gift not a bit too extravagant? Moreover, he wasn't one to live off others. Yet one cannot resist when a wealthy woman places such offerings before him. As Gu Chuan hesitated, contemplating a refusal, Liu Xin's message appeared once more, seemingly reading his thoughts. Don't even think about declining. This car isn't a gift without strings attached. Whenever I want to return home, you'll drive it to pick me up. With this message, Gu Chuan felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He waved his hand and signed his name on the contract. Your driver's license is still in the probationary period for safety reasons. You'll need to personally pick up the car in Nanjing. The young man carefully stowed the contract, smiling as he spoke. Gu Chuan nodded, appreciating Liu Xin's thoughtfulness in recognizing that he had just passed his driving test. This vehicle was intended for him to use during his studies. If the car were delivered to Shanchang first, followed by a drive to Nanchang, it would pose risks, especially during his probationary period. Whether he could even drive on highways was uncertain. Although he had been an adept driver in his previous life, in Liu Xin's eyes, he was merely a novice. New drivers required ample cooperation from their vehicles to learn the ropes. Wait a minute, was I even thinking about the car? This insufferable sycophant spirit is influencing me again. One must admit that mature women truly understand the human heart. How could it be that Liu Xin had been gone for such a short time, yet he already found himself missing her? As he watched the BMW slowly depart, silence fell over the hotel lobby, all eyes fixated on Gu Chuan. Surely they hadn't heard incorrectly? A Porsche? A Cayenne? This is truly a luxury car, a dedicated vehicle for seducing women, with a price tag nearing 2 million upon landing. Where on earth did Gu Chuan acquire such wealth? In front of the crowd, Wang Lang's expression had darkened to the utmost, his molars grinding audibly as he concealed the BMW key behind his back, akin to a neglected spouse, unworthy of display. The Porsche Cayenne was the luxury vehicle he had long coveted. Even if his father were affluent, he would never indulge him with such a purchase. Yet now, the impoverished fellow he had derided moments ago had acquired the very car of his dreams, a blow more devastating than death itself, especially since just a second prior, he had been barking insults, mocking Gu Chuan's inability to afford a car. But in the next moment, a Porsche salesperson had personally arrived, delivering the contract to him. The sting of humiliation was no mere discomfort. It felt as though he were being ruthlessly slapped across the face, leaving him seething with indignation. To add to his torment, even the salesperson drove the same model, starkly highlighting the chasm between him and Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan departed without lingering, hands tucked into his pockets as he exchanged a brief word with Lu Bowen before making his exit. He had no penchant for ostentation. Such vulgar theatrics clashed with his persona. Yet, some individuals were foolish enough to provoke him, barking like dogs, daring him to retaliate. He had little interest in squabbling with those whose intellect seemed to reside in their posteriors, but alas, his circumstances did not permit it. After all, he had latched onto a wealthy benefactor, and the added complication of a sultry companion only intensified his predicament. This slap was courtesy of Sister Exen. Sometimes, being attached to a wealthy woman brought its own set of troubles. Lu Bowen, momentarily stunned, nodded like a zombie before trailing after him, clearly still reeling from shock. After a brief pause, clarity returned to his vacant gaze, and he erupted with a shout. What? A Porsche? Am I dreaming? Guardian, you've really hooked up with a rich woman. Before Gu Chuan could respond, Lu Bowen, resembling a frenzied bear, rushed back, seizing Wang Lang by the ear and bellowing. Keep barking. You've really earned a swollen face this time. Why provoke my guardian? Now, I declare your car is a piece of junk, and it's just that, junk. Remember to be more modest in the future. After a bout of wild barking, Lu Bowen strode away, grinning from ear to ear, leaving onlookers bewildered. One might think he had just acquired a Porsche himself. As they watched the two depart, many classmates wore expressions of disbelief, which soon erupted into a chorus of astonishment. Upon learning what a Qian truly entailed, incredulity painted their faces. 2 million? I've never seen so much money in my life. A Porsche? This is the epitome of luxury. I've only glimpsed it in magazines. Where on earth did Gu Chuan obtain such wealth? Could it be that he's a hidden second-generation rich kid? Just being able to take a spin in such a luxury vehicle would be a dream come true. Our idol, he is the quintessential embodiment of a male deity, possessing wealth, charm, and talent. At that moment, Lin Qia gazed at the retreating figure, her expression dazed, feeling as though she were caught in a dream, and in that dream, his silhouette seemed to drift further away. A tumult of emotions churned within her, regret threatening to engulf her entirely. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon the start of the school term approached. After completing her third subject exam, Li Ling felt liberated, akin to Bai Sujin escaping from a prison of yellow wine. She packed her belongings and boarded the train to Sioux City, not forgetting a shout to Gu Chuan. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on your girlfriend, ensuring she doesn't wander off. Initially, Li Xiangshan had intended for Li Ling to accompany Gu Chuan to Nancheng, but she had flatly refused, citing the need for independence. The official start of classes at Nanda 26 was imminent, and Gu Chuan had already purchased his ticket, planning to arrive a day early for registration. On the 24th, Gu Chuan rose early, bought some supplies, and headed straight to the station, embarking on his journey home. Though Nancheng was not too far, it still required several hours of travel. Once in college, opportunities to return home would diminish. Before leaving, he felt the need to pay a visit to his father. Upon disembarking, Gu Chuan walked towards the village, not bothering to call his father. In this sweltering heat, such a visit would likely earn him a scolding. The village entrance was adorned with numerous tall willow trees, their branches swaying in the breeze, providing a respite from the summer heat. Before noon, the village information center was bustling with people. Even with Gu Chuan's thick skin, he hesitated to pass through. Unfortunately, there was only one path into the village. After mustering a forced smile, he ventured forth, greeting the familiar faces, all etched in his memory. Uncle, it's cool here. Good day, Auntie. You look as sprightly as ever. Little uncle, is Shui starting high school this year? Aunt, not at the farm today? Oh, it's the weekend. Gu Chuan navigated through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with familiar faces. He engaged in light banter, managing to keep the conversation afloat. Oh, isn't that, Annie? Haven't you taken your daughter to school? At that moment, Gu Chuan spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Wang Guifang. He raised his voice several decibels, feigning surprise. Oh, look, you didn't escort her, did you? She must have fallen into a ditch. At these words, Wang Guifang reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, leaping from her seat in a fury. You little brat, can't you speak properly? If it weren't for your cursed tongue, how could my daughter have scored so poorly? With the school year approaching, her daughter had failed to gain admission even to a junior college, effectively becoming a recluse at home. All these misfortunes were laid squarely at Gu Chuan's feet. If it weren't for your vile words, my daughter would surely be starting university this year. Gu Chuan feigned astonishment. Oh, your daughter didn't really score 250, did she? You should rush her to the hospital. There may be something wrong with her head. Gu Chuan held no fondness for Wang Guifang. Though she was an elder, her behavior was far from respectable. Her bitterness surfaced as she retorted, "Don't get too smug. I've already submitted a complaint. Your score must have been copied. You, with your gloomy demeanor, could never score over 600. Even if your ancestors were to rise from their graves, you wouldn't have such luck." Gu Chuan nodded sagely. Indeed, unlike you, who couldn't even get a daughter into college despite your family lineage. Perhaps the feng shui is off, or your name was mistakenly omitted from the family tree. I suspect that 250 is a score you passed down. Why don't you try erasing your name from the family tree and see what happens? After Gu Chuan's remark, Wang Guifang trembled with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But Gu Chuan had no intention of granting her that opportunity. Instead, he mockingly added, "Oh, you took that seriously? I'm just a child. How could you, being so much older, argue with me? Wouldn't you agree?" With that, Gu Chuan turned to leave, only to suddenly remember something. He glanced back and added, "Oh, by the way, if your daughter doesn't pass next year, I could lend her my notes for a peek. However, I feel there is no necessity for that. With your presence, it seems that this imbecile is inescapable." After Gu Chuan finished speaking, he strode away, leaving Wang Guifang fuming with anger, her face turning an alarming shade of green as she grabbed a stool and chased after him. "Oh, for heaven's sake, you are far older than I am. How can you still be bestowing gifts upon me, your junior? Please, refrain from such gestures," she exclaimed. "Look, I've already told you not to see me off. And now look what has happened. You've fallen in the ditch." Not 2 steps later, Gu Chuan suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Guifang, resembling a rolling ball of flesh, tumbling into the pit. Sitting upright in a daze for a moment, she then began to pound her thighs, unleashing a torrent of curses like a shrew. "Oh dear, life has become unbearable. Are we not allowed to live anymore?" At midday, Gu Chuan was indulging in a modest drink with the old man at their residence, beneath the shade of a jujube tree in the yard, while the dog, De Huang, lay comfortably below. "What is this swill? Truly, it is horrid to taste," the old man remarked after sampling the fine wine Gu Chuan had brought back, wrinkling his nose and uttering a phrase from the national essence. Gu Chuan rolled his eyes and retort, "I told you a wild boar cannot digest fine grain." Upon hearing this, the old man raised a palm fan and playfully swatted Gu Chuan on the head. "A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. What decorum is this for a university student to be spouting such filth?" Gu Chuan chuckled heartily, taking a sip from his cup. "Well, this is quite delightful." This bottle of wine had cost him 500 yuan, a considerable sum in those days. "Delightful, you say? It is akin to swallowing shards of glass," the old man retorted, pouring Gu Chuan a small cup of the homemade liquor he had brewed. Gu Chuan grimaced. "Your 5 yuan a pound concoction barely covers the cost of alcohol." Nevertheless, he took a small sip, smacking his lips and his eyes sparkling with surprise. "You cannot deny it. This wine is as soft and fragrant as a young maiden." He then took another swig from his own bottle, grimacing. "What is this swill? Truly horrid." It dawned upon him, and with a twinkle in his eye, he grinned at the old man. "Where did you acquire this wine? Could you inquire if the recipe for the brewing grains can be sold to me?" "It's from that lame Wang in the neighboring village," the old man replied after tasting the homemade brew. Gu Chuan paused for a moment, then recalled that it was the same one he had brewed for his own enjoyment. The old man nodded in affirmation. Grinning broadly, Gu Chuan declared, "All right then, I shall go seek him out." He hopped onto the old man's bicycle and sped off, his enthusiasm reminiscent of a groom on his wedding day. The old man muttered, "You rascal, eat your meal first before rushing off." Before long, Gu Chuan returned, his bicycle wobbling beneath him, clutching a slip of paper and grinning like a fool. Wang, the lame man, had refused any payment, he was not greedy, enjoying good wine whether it was fine or foul. In those rural times, there was little competition, and people were inherently simple. After hearing Gu Chuan's intentions, he generously shared the recipe for brewing grains. The formula was not a family heirloom, but rather his own experimentation and refinement. He enjoyed good wine and loved sharing it, believing that his homemade brew should be savored by many, which brought him joy. The recipe was meticulously detailed, specifying the types and quantities of grains required. Although it was freely given, Gu Chuan still placed 1,000 yuan atop his well cover, not as a transaction, but as a token of friendship. "Old man, before I leave, could you let me have another look at that exquisite enamel bowl of yours?" After securing the recipe, Gu Chuan popped a couple of peanuts into his mouth and approached the old man with a sly grin. The old man shot him a sidelong glance. "You little rascal. I knew the moment you walked in that you were only here for that bowl, weren't you?" Gu Chuan adamantly denied it. "How could that be? I came specifically to see you." Then, with a chuckle, he added, "And perhaps to take a peek at that bowl. It's in the cupboard. Go fetch it yourself." The old man replied with a glare. "All right." With the old man's consent, Gu Chuan eagerly rose and cautiously retrieved a wooden box from the cupboard. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 small bowls, about the size of a fist, resplendent in golden hues and adorned with exquisite patterns. These were genuine antiques, acquired by the old man during his days of scavenging. It was said that originally there were 4 artifacts from the Qing dynasty belonging to the 4 great tax officials, which had been lost to the ravages of war. In a previous life, after the old man's passing, Gu Chuan had taken these 3 bowls, refusing to sell them even during his most destitute times. Though they were of immense value, their presence in his possession served as a cherished memory. "I'll be taking that book with me, though," Gu Chuan said, carefully placing the bowls back in the cupboard while smiling and negotiating with the old man. Besides these treasures, the old man also possessed an ancient book, bound in sheepskin, the age of which was indiscernible. It was another item he had brought back during his scavenging days, filled with strange tales akin to those of tomb raiders, yet interspersed with rich accounts of artifacts, detailing the characteristics of antiques from various eras in great depth. This was also a significant reason for Gu Chuan's exceptional performance in history and his decision to apply to the archaeology department. The old man had initially kept the 3 enamel bowls because of the knowledge contained in this very book. In turn, Gu Chuan had become a dealer of antiques, helping people identify treasures due to the inspiration drawn from it. "As long as you don't covet my treasures, take whatever you wish," the old man said, taking a sip from his drink, indifferent to Gu Chuan's antics. Chapter 55. Work hard, and next year I'll get you a sister-in-law. As evening fell, Gu Chuan boarded the bus back to the city, with the old man seeing him off, a gesture he did not refuse. After all, once he departed this time, it would be uncertain when he could return. "Smoke less, drink less, and stop trying to find me a wife," Gu Chuan advised the old man as he prepared to leave. His mother would visit regularly, so there was no need for concern. The old man had a phone at home and would check in occasionally, listening to a few words of traditional wisdom that always left him feeling at ease. Later that night, as the bar closed its doors, Gu Chuan treated Chen Gang, Yin Shui, and other staff members to a gathering, inviting them all. Naturally, Chen Shui, Su Waner, and others were also present, and the illustrious Chu, the campus belle, did not miss the occasion, arriving alongside Lu Xian as promised. As the drinks flowed and spirits soared, the group sang and danced, their raucous revelry startling even the cats next door. Gu Chuan stepped outside for a smoke, snapping a photo with his camera, which he promptly sent to Lu Xian, accompanied by a brief message, reporting in tomorrow, all is well. Gu Chuan. At that moment, someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Chen Shui. "Why are you not inside, joining them in their merriment?" he asked with a smile. Chen Shui shook her head, gathering her skirt as she took a seat beside him, then turned to face him, her face glowing with a smile. "Can I be your girlfriend?" The sudden proposal left Gu Chuan momentarily stunned, causing him to forget to flick the ash off his cigarette. Regaining his composure, he looked at her with calm eyes. "Why?" Chen Shui did not shy away from his gaze. Their eyes met. "Because I like you," she replied. Gu Chuan nodded slightly, acknowledging that it was indeed a reason that was difficult to contest. "So why do you like me?" Chen Shui's delicate face momentarily registered surprise before breaking into a smile. Does liking someone require a reason? Gu Chuan shook his head, asserting that it did not. However, I currently have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Chen Shui gently inclined her head, her beautiful visage devoid of any disappointment, instead brimming with curiosity. Is it because of Lu Yao? Gu Chuan shook his head, denying it. Is it because of that beautiful senior, or perhaps your English teacher? Chen Shui's curiosity deepened. Gu Chuan extinguished his cigarette and rose, stating, "My refusal to be your boyfriend has nothing to do with anyone else." Is it because I am not good enough? Chen Shui inquired. Gu Chuan shook his head. It's my issue. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's gaze slowly dropped, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. Do you have a problem in that regard? Gu Chuan was taken aback, following her line of sight and immediately darkening in countenance. What are you thinking? My health is impeccable. How could there be an issue? Chen Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she stuck out her tongue. Then what is the reason? Gu Chuan, hands in pockets, gazed at the starry night sky, his demeanor revealing a touch of melancholy. Because I'm a person from stars. Chen Shui's pretty face displayed a hint of disdain as she scoffed. I thought Gu Chuan would offer some profound reasoning, but it turns out to be mere nonsense. She then stood up, her expression unperturbed by rejection. Very well. I wish you find someone who shares your celestial origins soon. Her affection for Gu Chuan was her own affair, while his feelings for her were his own concern. Or perhaps her feelings were not love per se, but rather an attraction stemming from his charismatic personality. Even if it were true love, it did not necessarily lead to togetherness. Relationships often culminated in unhappy endings, even leading to estrangement. Yet friendships could sustain companionship beside the ones they cherished. As for her confession tonight, there was a tinge of selfishness in it. Once in college, he would encounter individuals far more remarkable than herself. At that point, perhaps she would not even qualify as a friend in his eyes. Though her confession was declined, it would surely linger in Gu Chuan's memory, perhaps softening the sting of her rejection. Observing Chen Shui's retreating figure, Gu Chuan quietly exhaled. Women only affect the speed at which I make money. Love is not worth pursuing. Naturally, he added, unless it's a wealthy woman. The following morning, a group of 4, consisting of Gu Chuan, Chu Liao, Lu Xian, and Lu Bowen, set off towards the station. Gu Chuan, why did you bring nothing with you? Chu Liao remarked, her small mouth pouting in slight indignation as she observed Gu Chuan with only a deflated backpack. Though she had reduced her belongings, her suitcase was still packed to the brim, weighing more than a pig ready for slaughter. Initially, her father had intended to drive her and Lu Xian to Nanchang, but upon hearing that Gu Chuan planned to go by himself, she eagerly followed along. Little did she anticipate the suitcase would turn out to be so heavy. Yeah, Brother Chuan, why does it feel like you're going on a trip instead of to school? Lu Bo Wan, struggling with his own suitcase, echoed her sentiments. Lu Xian, while not carrying much, still had her own suitcase and looked at Gu Chuan, who was empty-handed. With similar skepticism, chewing gum, Gu Chuan casually replied, because everything is available for purchase at university. Unlike you, I have money. Lu Bowen's expression darkened immediately, his nostrils flaring like a steam locomotive, yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter. Gu Chuan, can you bear to see this delicate damsel struggling with such heavy luggage? Chu Liao's face flushed with a hint of grievance, her big eyes sparkling with unshed tears as she gazed at Gu Chuan. And you promised my father to take good care of me. Her pleading look, coupled with her radiant beauty, would likely disarm anyone else, compelling them to assist her with her baggage. Only one cold-hearted rogue remained unmoved, his hands still in his pockets as he turned to Lu Bowen. What did you call me? Lu Bowen paused, taken aback. Brother Chuan? And what do you call her? Lu Bowen scratched his head, chuckling innocently, sister-in-law. Then, would you have any issue helping your sister-in-law with her suitcase? Lu Bowen, caught up in the moment, shook his head with a grin. No problem. Gu Chuan, smiling, patted his shoulder. Do a good job, and next year, I'll strive to get you a sister-in-law. Chu Liao, initially pleased by the title of sister-in-law, immediately furrowed her brows at Gu Chuan's remark. Grabbing his ear, she demanded, Gu Chuan, say that again. Gu Chuan chuckled awkwardly, hastily coming up with an excuse to evade her ire. and promptly made his way to the station with Chu Lu Yao in tow. Lu Bowen stood there, foolishly nodding, muttering a soft okay. However, as he regained his senses and watched the pair depart, his eyes widened in disbelief. He lifted Chu Lu Yao's suitcase, nearly wrenching his back. His face flushed as if he had just consumed a fiery dish. Damn, you really are a dog. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, observing Gu Chuan's receding figure, smirked and looked sympathetically at Lu Bowen. Remember to keep your distance from him. He is not the kind of person you want to be around. Be careful, or you might find yourself sold out while counting someone else's money. With that, she grabbed her suitcase and hurried after Gu Chuan, leaving Lu Bowen to fume alone. After a laborious effort in loading the luggage onto the vehicle, Lu Bowen prepared to confront Gu Chuan but yielded immediately upon hearing him say, "I'll take you for a foot massage tonight." With a goofy grin plastered on his face, he began calling Gu Chuan foster father. As the previous toil and hardship seemed to dissipate into thin air, replaced by the technician's adept touch, Gu Chuan reclined in his seat, slightly opening his eyes to glance at Lu Bowen, silently sighing to himself. You see, if you can't lead a team, you end up toiling alone. Very few who can be bosses are genuinely good people. I am quite adept at recognizing the ugly face of capitalism. Alas, capitalists are often criticized and reviled. Yet it is only someone as upright, kind-hearted, innocent, and handsome as I am who can handle such a role. Chapter 56. The owner of the Sichuan restaurant. The journey from Shancheng to Nancheng took a little over 2 hours, just enough time to play a few rounds of landlord. In his previous life, Gu Chuan's studio was located in Nancheng, a place he was not unfamiliar with. Upon exiting the station, he gazed at the familiar yet somewhat alien buildings, greedily inhaling the air of Nancheng. Wealthy ladies of Nancheng, I have arrived. I wonder if your steel wool is ready for me? Brother Chuan, is this really Nancheng? It's so vast. Lu Bowen perfectly embodied the essence of a first-time visitor to the city. His eyes darted about, taking in the provincial capital, while the hurried passers-by made him feel like a country bumpkin, anxious and out of place. Yet, his face radiated excitement and anticipation for his upcoming university life. Chu Lu Yao and Lu Xian were also curious, their beautiful eyes scanning their surroundings like two inquisitive children. Let's first store our luggage here and return to collect it after we've eaten, Gu Chuan instructed Lu Bowen before striding confidently out of the station, his demeanor resembling that of a tourist, rather than someone burdened with uncertainty and trepidation. Chu Lu Yao nodded obediently, following closely behind like a little lost lamb, fearful of getting separated. Though she had visited this city, she was notoriously directionally challenged. Once she left the tourist attractions, she would invariably hop into a taxi, as the streets and alleys all appeared indistinguishable to her. Lu Bowen curled his lip, while Lu Xian wore a look of indignation that made her lips jut upwards. Why is it so unfair? We're struggling with our luggage while they resemble a couple on a leisurely vacation. Xuan Yi, it seems you've never been to Nancheng before, yet you appear surprisingly familiar with it, Lu Bowen remarked, observing Gu Chuan as he ambled through the streets. Taking in the novel sights, Gu Chuan replied nonchalantly, I've been here in my dreams, before leading the group into a quaint little restaurant nestled deep within an alley. The establishment was modest, spanning around 20 square meters with only 3 or 4 tables, run by a single individual who also served as the owner. This was a Sichuan restaurant, a place Gu Chuan adored for its flavors, having opened its doors back in 2008. He recalled the owner mentioning that she started from humble beginnings, her signature dish remaining unchanged, the 3 oddities of the South, a name both peculiar and easily recognizable. Over time, the owner had prospered, expanding to numerous branches, yet this original location remained a cherished haunt for loyal patrons. What shall we eat? The owner, a striking woman in her 30s, exuded the charm of a typical Southern belle, her voice soft and inviting, with a generous figure radiating maturity. Her long hair elegantly tied up, she donned a pink apron reminiscent of a character from a heartwarming film. Following her husband's passing, she opened this Sichuan restaurant and had a daughter to care for. The menu remained unchanged, albeit limited in variety. Gu Chuan quickly scanned it, spotting dishes like water-boiled fish, husband and wife lung slices, and mapo tofu. Shall we have something to drink? He inquired. Just a beverage will suffice, he added. Han Ro nodded with a smile, suggesting they start with some tea as the dishes would arrive shortly. After placing a teapot on the table, she turned to head into the kitchen. Shall we sneak a peek? Chu Liao suggested, eyeing Gu Chuan's focused gaze, her lips pouting slightly in a playful manner. Unfazed, Gu Chuan replied earnestly, I'm merely observing the available drinks. Chu Liao huffed in disbelief. Chuan Gu, I thought you came for the Sichuan cuisine. But it seems you have your eyes on the owner instead, Lu Bowen teased, opening a bottle of soda with a grin. Gu Chuan shot him a glare. If you can speak, perhaps you should say more. Lu Xn, sitting nearby, muttered under her breath, what a scoundrel. Just then, a delightful little girl dashed out from the kitchen, her grape-sized eyes sparkling with innocence. Timidly approaching Gu Chuan, she tugged at his shirt. With a warm smile, he lifted her onto his lap, gently pinching her cheek. What's your name? The little girl counted on her fingers, blinking her big eyes as she murmured, I'm Xiaoya, and I'm for this year. Gu Chuan affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze filled with tenderness. Who would have thought that this mischievous little girl would be so adorable, chubby, and rosy-cheeked, with 2 pigtails resembling a little Neza? What a charming little girl. Chu Liao exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiaoya, a surge of affection swelling within her. The little girl, seemingly unafraid, opened her arms and stumbled into Chu Liao's embrace. As Chu Liao fumbled awkwardly, the little one quickly positioned herself to be cradled, planting a sweet kiss on her cheek, giggling with delight. Missing a front tooth, her innocent smile was irresistibly endearing. Lu Xan, unable to withstand the little girl's cuteness, quickly succumbed, making silly faces to amuse her. What a delightful little girl. I wish I could hug her mother, Gu Chuan mused, twirling his chopsticks as he entertained Xiaoya. Wow, Yifu, you truly are a charmer, Lu Bowen chuckled, though soon his expression turned to one of astonishment as he stared at Gu Chuan. Is he a foreigner? Xiaoya asked, her little head tucked into Gu Chuan's embrace, her big watery eyes fixed on Lu Bowen. Gu Chuan chuckled and nodded. Yes, this brother is from Africa. Lu Bowen, who had been grinning at Xiaoya, suddenly found his expression darkening at this revelation, unable to refute it. Reduced to sipping his drink while feeling a pang of injustice as he compared his own appearance to Gu Chuan's fair skin. Why is it so unfair? Xiaoya, come down. Your brother will get tired, Han Ro said as she approached with a plate of mapo tofu. It's all right. This little girl is quite adorable and not heavy at all, Gu Chuan reassured. Yet, Xiaoya obediently heeded her mother's words, climbing down from Gu Chuan's lap like a little koala, scampering back to the kitchen. Hanru smi led apologeti kali, I'm sorry. Xiaoya could be a bit mischievous and may have caused you some trouble. Gu Chuan shook his head with a smile. I dream of having such a lovely daughter. At this, Han Ro paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Before she could respond, Xiaoya poked her head out from the kitchen, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Will I have a daddy? Her innocent gaze fixed on Gu Chuan. Xiaoya's face radiated joy, mingled with an eager anticipation. Han Ro shot her a reprimanding glance. Don't say such things. Turning to Gu Chuan, her cheeks blushing slightly, she offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. She hasn't met her father, so her voice trailed off, her eyes clouded with a hint of sorrow. Gu Chuan chuckled softly. Children say the most innocent things. Picking up his chopsticks, he sampled the mapo tofu, commenting, This tofu is quite authentic. Before long, the dishes were served, and the group began to feast heartily. Though Gu Chuan wasn't particularly hungry, he entertained Xiaoya while the others devoured their food. Han Ro scolded the little girl a few times, but Xiaoya remained unfazed, clinging to Gu Chuan's neck like a little koala. Han Ro sighed, feeling a mix of exasperation and affection. This little girl, typically so well-behaved, was certainly acting rebellious for the first time, revealing how much she truly adored Gu Chuan. It was peculiar, as Xiaoya was usually not shy. Yet today she seemed particularly close to him, leaving Han Ro astonished. After a satisfying meal, Han Ro gently pried the reluctant Xiaoya from Gu Chuan's embrace. Waving goodbye, Guogua, remember to come back to see Xiaoya. With her big, glistening eyes, Xiaoya cradled in Han Ro's arms. wore a face full of reluctance. Gu Chuan smiled and waved, "Of course, I'll come back to see you whenever I can." With that, he turned to leave. This Sichuan restaurant was still in its nascent stage, a golden opportunity for investment, though he had already set his sights on it. He knew it wasn't the right time yet. At the very least, he needed to build a rapport with the owner before proceeding. Otherwise, she might mistake him for a fraud. Watching the figures of the departing group, Han Ro gently pinched Xiao Ye's cheek, pondering, "Why do you like that brother so much?" Xiao Ye, fiddling with her fingers, gazed up at her mother with a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Shaking her head, "Guogua feels like a daddy." Upon hearing those words, Han Ro's beautiful eyes quivered slightly as she gently pressed her lips against Xiao Ye's cheek. Her expression tinged with a hint of remorse. "My dear, I am truly sorry." Xiao Ye appeared particularly understanding, cupping her mother's face with her small hands and giving her a peck. "Hello, Mommy." After saying this, her little head nestled against Han Ro's shoulder, mimicking the gentle patting she had seen on television. "Wow, Brother Chuan, is this the Qian? It's absolutely magnificent." Outside the 4S dealership, Liu Bowen gazed at the brand-new Porsche before him, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. Setting aside the price, the elongated body, perfect curves, and the bulbous frog-like headlights eclipsed Wang Lang's clunky BMW by a country mile. Beside him, Chu Liao and Liu Xan were also taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Did you buy this?" Liu Xan looked up at Gu Chuan, incredulous. Gu Chuan nodded, casually offering a dismissive reply. If he were to reveal that the car was a gift from Sister Xan, Chu, the campus beauty, would undoubtedly pry for every detail, leaving him with no secrets left to keep. After all, who would believe that a mere friend could gift such a luxury vehicle? "Where did you acquire such wealth?" Chu Liao gazed at Gu Chuan with astonishment. While the dividends from the sewing machine bar were considerable, they certainly did not amount to the purchase of such an extravagant car. Gu Chuan shrugged and whimsically fabricated, "I sold the copyrights to 2 songs. Father, I beseech you, provide for me." Liu Bowen caressed the pristine car body, grinning from ear to ear, striking playful poses as he winked at Gu Chuan. "If you keep being disgusting, you can walk back to school on your own," Gu Chuan warned with a threatening glare. Seeing this, Liu Bowen quickly fell silent, obediently getting into the car, fearful that one more word would result in being left behind at the bathhouse, missing out on the sights. Liu Xian, understanding the situation, gracefully took her place in the back seat while Chu Liao opened the door to the passenger seat, ready to hop in. At that moment, Gu Chuan suddenly interjected, "You can't sit in the passenger seat of a new car. Otherwise, you might end up a widow." Upon hearing this, Chu Liao instinctively sprang up, her beautiful eyes fixated on Gu Chuan, filled with skepticism. "Is that true?" Gu Chuan nodded earnestly, "Absolutely. I have a friend who became a widow simply for sitting in the passenger seat of a new car." He then raised an eyebrow. "If you do sit there and become a widow, that's your business, but don't drag me down with you." At his words, Chu Liao's elegant brows shot up. "You can go to hell. Who would want to be a widow for you?" Gu Chuan continued his charade like a charlatan. "I'll make time to visit a temple and procure a talisman to hang in the car. Once the evil is dispelled, you can sit there. Just think, doesn't Uncle Chu also hang a talisman in his car?" Though aware that Gu Chuan was likely pulling her leg, Chu Liao couldn't help but believe him, as her father indeed had a talisman in his vehicle. After a moment's hesitation, she obediently moved to sit by Liu Xen in the back. Old sayings often caution, better safe than sorry. If Gu Chuan were to lose his life, it would be unfortunate, but becoming a widow was far worse. Through the car's mirror, she attempted to discern any hints from Gu Chuan's expression, but alas, his skin was as thick as they come. Gu Chuan, noticing her scrutiny, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, admiring his own cleverness. He had promised that the passenger seat was reserved for Sister Xine, if the little rich girl occupied it. How would he explain himself? Reflecting on this, Gu Chuan sighed. Alas, having too many wealthy ladies around can be quite a burden. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could buy some stickers, inscribe their names on them, and designate seats accordingly. How brilliantly clever of me. With a roar, the car roared to life, and Gu Chuan pressed the accelerator, exiting the dealership. Liu Bowen was headed to South City Technology University, while Lu Xian was enrolled at South City Normal University. Gu Chuan planned to drop them off before heading to South University himself. "Father, why not take a spin around the campus?" Lu Bowen suggested with a lovesick grin at the entrance of the technology university. Driving a Qian to orientation would be incredibly impressive. It could at least provide me with a semester's worth of swagger. Gu Chuan easily discerned his intentions and chuckled, telling him to scram before tossing his luggage aside and departing. This fellow relied on his parents at home and on his father when out. It was time he learned to fend for himself, or he might struggle to survive in society later on. Spending all day watching those video clips was hardly nourishing for the mind. College life is splendid. You could at least help me carry my things inside. Lu Bowen coughed after inhaling a few fumes, muttering a few words as he dragged his luggage into the technology university campus. No sooner had he walked a few steps than he overheard some gossip, causing his expression to darken instantly. "Oh, did our school admit foreigners this year?" Next, Gu Chuan dropped Lu Xian off at Normal University, affording her the same treatment, under the pretense that adults must confront their impending college lives independently. "Why didn't you drive into the school?" Outside the campus, Chu Liao observed Gu Chuan shutting off the engine and stepping out, her lovely face laced with skepticism. Gu Chuan donned a cap, shielding himself from the scorching sun, proclaiming, "I am merely an unremarkable college student. This car does not align with my identity. Unlike Lu Bowen, I am not one to flaunt. Should I drive through the gates, I would miss the warm welcomes from the senior girls, and that would be a tremendous loss. I've heard that the senior girls at South University are quite generous, and college life is indeed delightful. Since I have been reborn, I must seize every experience and not let any slip by. Driving this wretched car into the school 1T when me pure love. No, that's incorrect. It's not love I seek, but the favor of a wealthy lady." With that, Gu Chuan began to hum a cheerful tune as he strolled towards the school gates. His carefree demeanor giving the impression that he was an esteemed official on an inspection tour. "Gu Chuan, do you truly have the heart to let me carry such heavy items?" Chu Liao huffed from behind, her beautiful brows furrowed in irritation. Gu Chuan turned back, flashing her a radiant smile. "As adults, we must confront the challenges of our forthcoming college lives alone. Having been reborn, who would still play the role of a sycophant? Is that a position suited for me? Wait, why did I say suit for me? And what s with this flamboyant gesture? I don't care. You promised my father you would take responsibility for me." Before Gu Chuan could sort through his thoughts, Chu Liao raised her voice several decibels, attracting the attention of many around them. Though the details of the situation were unclear, the scene was quite evident. A beautiful girl was shouting at a handsome boy, declaring, "You said you would take responsibility for me." It was a situation ripe for speculation. Soon enough, a crowd of onlookers began to point and murmur about Gu Chuan. "Wow." Gu Chuan's face darkened, and he swiftly stepped forward to cover her mouth, lowering his voice as he said, "I only promised Uncle Chu to ensure your safe arrival at school. I never agreed to take responsibility for you. Don't tarnish my reputation here." Her outburst had inexplicably transformed him into a scoundrel, complicating his social standing at school. How would he navigate the halls if the wealthy ladies heard of this? Like an irate kitten, Chu Liao bit Gu Chuan's arm, her expression fierce as she declared, "I don't care. If you don't take care of me, I'll call my aunt and tell her you're bullying me." Gu Chuan's expression darkened, and he shot her a fierce glare before extending 5 fingers. $500. $500? Why don't you go rob a bank? Chu Liao zito anvili. Gu Chuan shrugged nonchalantly and turned to leave, remarking, "Then take it back yourself." He felt the need to distinguish himself from the sycophants and warm-hearted boys, even though they had shared a bed as mere friends. It was essential to maintain clarity in their dealings. Chapter 58. Handsome guy, let's connect on QQ. After a tense tug of war, Chu Liao ultimately succumbed to Gu Chuan's overwhelming presence, parting with a nearly extorted sum of 500 yuan. In return, she also bestowed upon him 3 welts on his arm, prompting him to exclaim in mild astonishment at the ferocity of the mosquitoes at Nanda. Nanda University boasts 3 campuses: the East Campus, the North Campus, and the main campus. Chu Liao was enrolled in the finance department at the main campus. Although the official registration day was tomorrow, the entrance was already bustling with a multitude of people. with seniors warmly welcoming newcomers. As Gu Chuan and Chu Liao approached, the crowd fell silent for a brief moment, only to be swiftly inundated by a horde of eager seniors. Gasps of admiration erupted, all captivated by the beauty of the renowned campus flower, as if they were wolves eyeing a tender lamb. Wow, what a stunning junior! Goodness, her looks are undeniably goddess level. Junior, let me help you with your luggage. Junior, let us connect on QQ. Which department are you in? I can show you around for registration. In an instant, countless seniors surrounded the duo, their enthusiasm bordering on overwhelming, leaving many other newcomers to feel neglected in their own registration processes. With a slight grimace, some felt disillusioned, yet upon glimpsing the campus flower, their expressions softened. She was truly breathtaking. The fervor of the seniors seemed almost excessive, leaving even someone as seasoned as Chu Liao momentarily taken aback. Gu Chuan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the campus flower, glaring at the pack of ravenous seniors. What is this? Never seen a girl before? Each of you looks like a crooked melon, yet you still dare to pursue the campus flower. How audacious! This school is for welcoming new students, not for you to chase girls. Want to connect on QQ? Come, at mine. I'll chat with you all night. Gu Chuan's eyes sparkled with a wild intensity as he menaced the seniors with scathing rebukes, causing many to retreat in fear. With a sardonic smirk, he remarked, "With such cowardly behavior, how do you expect to woo a junior? At night, you should be guiding your own descendants instead. Pursuing a junior? I know a keymaker. May I ask if you're compatible? Compatible? You wish." Behind him, Chu Liao watched Gu Chuan engage in verbal sparring with the seniors, a smile tugging at her lips, feeling unexpectedly pleased. That 500 yuan had indeed been well spent. Perhaps this was akin to being sold, yet still helping others count their money. In dormitory building 3, room 402, despite the official registration day being tomorrow, 3 beds are already occupied. The finance department, a popular major, accommodated 6 students per room due to high enrollment. With a creak, the door swung open, and the 3 occupants turned their gazes toward Gu Chuan, their eyes lighting up upon his arrival. What handsome guy! Hello, ladies, he greeted, assisting Chu Liao with her luggage. Bed 3. Li Qingqing sported voluminous curls and exuded youthful exuberance, her attire audaciously tight. Bed 2. Chunjing was a demure girl adorned with black-rimmed glasses, appearing rather unremarkable. Bed 4. Lu Xiaowen was tall and slender, her face adorned with freckles, yet her smile radiated warmth. The trio nodded, responding with smiles, and then their attention shifted to the stunning Chu Liao, their expressions filled with awe. What a beautiful girl, tall and exquisitely featured. She seemed devoid of any flaws. Even Li Qingqing, who prided herself on her own looks, felt a twinge of inferiority upon seeing Chu Liao. Chu Liao, my high school classmate. Beautiful yet temperamental. I hope you ladies will be understanding. Gu Chuan introduced her, embodying the role of a good friend. Wow, personally escorting your girlfriend to school. How enviable. Li Qingqing remarked, her eyes sparkling with interest. While most students are accompanied by their parents, this campus flower arrives with a handsome boy. Surely, they must be more than just friends. Gu Chuan quickly waved his hands, insisting, we are merely high school classmates. Let us not misconstrue this. A relationship? Not a chance. If I were to admit being the campus flower's boyfriend, how could I negotiate billion-dollar deals with wealthy patrons? This needed clarification. Chu Liao shot him a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes narrowing in annoyance. This is none of your business. Just leave, high school classmate. The last 4 words were punctuated with emphasis, her teeth clenching audibly. This guy was insufferably annoying, acting as if she were eager to be his girlfriend. Li Qingqing, with a playful smile, teased, so little handsome guy, do you not have a girlfriend? Gu Chuan nodded. If you have someone suitable, please introduce her to me. A wealthy lady would be ideal. Li Qingqing giggled, but I don't even know your name yet. Gu Chuan grinned widely. My surname is Lao, with a single character for my name, Gong. You may call me Lao Gong. Li Qingqing rolled her eyes playfully. What an outdated joke. But coming from you, it does have a certain charm. Then let us exchange QQ. If I find someone suitable, I can introduce her to you. Gu Chuan nodded enthusiastically, taking out a pen and paper to jot down Lu Bowen's QQ number. It was quite normal for a godfather to secure benefits for his son. However, Gu Chuan could discern that Li Qingqing's caliber was far superior to Lu Bowen's. From the moment she entered, her gaze had been fixated on the Porsche key dangling from his belt. Yet, allowing Lu Bowen some experience could be beneficial. After all, in his past life, he had been undone by women. "Oh, I suppose I should take my leave now. We can chat later," Gu Chuan said with a cheerful smile, waving goodbye to the trio as he exited. In the room, Li Qingqing watched Gu Chuan's retreating figure, her smile bright, her gaze subtly assessing the aloof campus flower. Meanwhile, Chu Liao continued organizing her belongings, appearing composed while internally plotting to put Gu Chuan in his place. "Ah, Gu Chuan, you insufferable scoundrel. How infuriating." After escorting the campus flower to her dormitory, Gu Chuan slung his small backpack over his shoulder and strolled back to the school entrance. Eager to savor the treatment of a newcomer, all the attention had been stolen by the campus flower, leaving him with no opportunity to seek out wealthy patrons. Indeed, as soon as he stepped inside, a swarm of seniors rushed to welcome him. Setting aside other considerations, Gu Chuan's striking appearance made him stand out distinctly in the crowd, garnering numerous admiring glances. "Junior, which department are you in? Junior, why didn't you bring your luggage? Junior, need a campus card? There are discounts for new students. Wow. Junior, you're quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Let us connect on QQ. Hey, you back off. I was here first. Junior, add me, I have long legs. Junior, add me, I have a slim waist. Junior, add me, I can sing and dance." With a cheerful demeanor, Gu Chuan pushed past the throng of seniors and dove into the embrace of a senior girl. The seniors were left bewildered. "It seems there may be a dog. I am uncertain and shall observe further. Ah, this is too flat. Ah, this one's rather nice. But its appearance is rather uninviting in the dark." After surveying the surroundings, Gu Chuan felt a sense of disappointment. Setting aside the wealthy ladies, how is it that there isn't even one attractive individual? Is this truly the sincerity of Nanda? Is this how you welcome new students? Subjecting them to such a trial? Which newcomer could withstand such a test? Observing the throng of upperclassmen flocking towards him, many new students and seniors present wore expressions of discontent. Is being handsome truly so exceptional? I still have Diao Chan on my waist. With a disdainful curl of his lips, Gu Chuan pushed through the ravenous upperclassmen and sauntered towards the security room to engage in idle chatter, seeking to familiarize himself. He also registered his vehicle, as it would facilitate discussions of billion-dollar deals with wealthy ladies in the future. "Wow, who is that? So beautiful." At that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd, with new students and seniors alike casting their gazes towards the school entrance. Chapter 59. The freshman with an Adam's apple. Gu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he craned his neck like a giraffe, and soon he beheld a slender figure, standing approximately 1.78 meters tall, adorned in a flowing black dress. Her physique was graceful and well-proportioned, her face lightly made up, undeniably beautiful. With a neck as white as jade, she resembled a noble swan, exuding an air of elegance. However, she was somewhat flat, lacking the pronounced curves of Li Qingqing. Gu Chuan's eyes sparkled. Had the wealthy lady arrived? He eagerly pushed through the crowd, donning a facade of nonchalance, thinking, how could I allow the freshman to carry her luggage on such a hot day? Come, let me help you with that, senior. Senior? Is he not a freshman? When did he become a senior? Senior, I told you, they're S.A. dog. But halfway there, Gu Chuan halted, scrutinizing the figure for a moment. His eyes widened slowly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. What the heck? How does this freshman have an Adam's apple? A mere 0.01 seconds later, Gu Chuan grasped the situation entirely and promptly shoved the onlooking senior forward, grumbling. How could you let the junior carry her luggage in this heat? You have no sense of awareness. Damn, what a stroke of bad luck. Encountering a transgender person on the first day of school. Gu Chuan squatted at the curb, his expression as dark as a pot's bottom, consumed by misfortune. He had expected to meet a wealthy lady, but instead, he encountered a cross-dressing gentleman. Although quite beautiful, he was not Lu Bowen. How could he engage in such a bold endeavor? Make way, make way. Can't you see the banner? Oh, dare you insult me? Do you believe I won tea stuff a freshly unearthed head into your bed tonight? Just then, a ruckus emerged from the crowd as several seniors hoisted a massive banner to hang on a tree. Those who failed to yield were dispersed through intimidation, leaving many with faces contorted in displeasure. In all his years, Gu Chuan had never before encountered such threats. Yet what could be done? They were from the archaeology department, and such things were indeed within their capabilities. Gu Chuan chuckled, squatting at the curb to enjoy the spectacle, only for the situation to suddenly turn on him. The banner clearly read, "Welcome new student Gu Chuan to the archaeology department of Nanda. All faculty and students of the archaeology department express their warm welcome." For others, this banner might signify honor, but to Gu Chuan, it felt akin to parading around in disgrace. Was this not a blatant display of attention? He had not anticipated that his earlier boasting at the driving school would manifest into reality today. Initially intending to linger and assist the wealthy ladies with their enrollment, Gu Chuan felt a creeping sensation of ants crawling on him the moment the banner was unveiled. He could not bear to remain there for even a quarter of an hour. Hastily, he retrieved his admission notice from his bag and, like a thief, stealthily approached the enrollment area of the archaeology department, preparing to slip away unnoticed. However, the welcoming senior from the archaeology department was as foolish as Liu Bowen. Upon glancing at his admission notice, he leaped onto the table with a flourish. "Look, this is the top student of our archaeology department this year." Gu Chuan's face fell, his heart racing in alarm. He no longer wished to keep the admission notice and bolted to escape. He had seen many storms in his life, but he simply could not endure this kind of scene. Yet before he could flee, he was swiftly surrounded by several seniors from the archaeology department, who hoisted him up, their grins stretching to the back of their heads, wearing expressions of cunning delight. Little junior, the professor specifically instructed us not to let you escape. I advise you not to resist. Come along with us obediently." Gu Chuan forced a smile. "Why would I run? But can we negotiate? Please don't hang that banner. It's too mortifying." Hearing this, Wu Yang promptly took Gu Chuan beneath a tent, even fanning him with a hand, saying, "Don't overheat. We can't have you collapsing. It's been years since our department has admitted a student with such high scores. You are now our treasure." Gu Chuan's expression darkened. It was bad enough that this senior was dim-witted, but how could he be so tone-deaf? Wu Yang then smiled again. The banner was personally ordered by the professor, meant to instill a sense of belonging in you towards our archaeology department. Gu Chuan forced a smile, thinking, indeed, after such social embarrassment, being buried in the archaeology department certainly brings a sense of belonging. The commotion at the archaeology department attracted the attention of many who transformed into onlookers, craning their necks to watch. Does this guy have a screw loose? Scoring 666 points to apply for the archaeology department? Is he mad? 666 points, and in the arts. This score ranks among the best at Nanda. No wonder the archaeology department made such a fuss. It turned out they had caught a big fish. Ha ha! I usually don't laugh, but this is too amusing to resist. As the details unfolded, many at the welcoming event turned into sources of mirth, laughing until they doubled over. The banner was not a badge of honor, but rather a blatant humiliation. What is that dog barking about? I ask you, what is that dog barking about? Do you believe I won tea stuff a freshly unearthed female corpse into your bed and create a ghostly entanglement? Mocked by students from other departments, the seniors of the archaeology department struggled to maintain their dignity, their eyes bulging as they resorted to their intimidating tactics once more. Under the tent, Gu Chuan covered his face with his hands, thinking, am I truly about to fall into a pit? He could not shake the feeling of being deceived. Just then, a senior approached from a distance, holding a large red flower and smiling broadly, which instilled in Gu Chuan a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, before he could escape, the large red flower was draped around his neck. Several seniors began to holler, parading Gu Chuan through the streets for all to see. Even with his thick skin, he could hardly withstand the humiliation, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide in. After enduring a series of mortifying moments, Gu Chuan finally fled the scene. The archaeology department, situated in the eastern campus, was the largest, surrounded by the densest woods, and its jubilant laughter resounded the loudest at night. Archaeology? Surely, they aren't studying the Anne of the girls, are they? Had I known it would be this far, I would have driven over. Surely this would exhaust me. Wiping the beads of sweat from his face, Gu Chuan felt a twinge of regret. Finally, after 20 minutes, Gu Chuan arrived at the dormitory building of the archaeology department. As expected of the dormitory building for the archaeology department, it likely boasts an age greater than my own at this point. With a hint of sarcasm, Gu Chuan ascended the stairs, eager to discover what kind of peculiar individuals would choose to enroll in such a niche field alongside him. With a creak, he pushed open the door to room 301, which was a quintuple occupancy space. Given the sparse enrollment in the archaeology program, it was indeed a rarity to find all 5 beds occupied. 3 of the bunks had already been claimed, with beds 3, 4, and 5 adorned with an array of blankets. At that moment, 3 figures were huddled beneath bed 3, their postures oddly contorted, engrossed in an illicitly played video on a computer screen, the volume turned down low to avoid detection. Gu Chuan quickly understood the reason for their awkward positioning. They had, quite literally, pitched a tent. The film was rather old, the quality notably murky, yet the trio seemed utterly captivated. "Looks like you guys have a penchant for archaeology," Gu Chuan remarked with a chuckle. "Whoa." The 3 of them jumped at the sound of his voice, their makeshift tent collapsing in an instant. They turned to glare at Gu Chuan, their expressions tinged with annoyance. Chapter 60. Junior, are you sharing this dorm with me? Gu Chuan continued, smiling at the trio. He nonchalantly tossed a few cigarettes from his pocket. After a brief round of introductions, he gleaned a general understanding of his new roommates. On bed 4, there was Wang Shui, a native of Chang'an, whose refined appearance belied a rather repressed enthusiasm for cinema, sharing the same interests as Liu Bowen, with a wealth of film knowledge acquired through extensive viewing. Though he remained a theoretical expert, on bed 3 was Zhou Hongyu, a resident of the bustling metropolis, often likened to a foolish scion of a wealthy family. Keen on flaunting his wealth and attempting to exude the calm demeanor of a mature man, despite his tender age. His laptop, brimming with archaeological data, was his prized possession. Finally, on bed 5, there was Chun Kai, hailing from Nangguang, an unremarkable youth who spoke with an exaggerated accent, often rambling on. Unfortunately, his speech was somewhat unintelligible, reminiscent of a foreigner. I don't smoke," Wang Shui shyly waved his hand. "I'll take one," the bold one on bed 2 accepted a cigarette, lighting it with flair and attempting to blow a smoke ring, only to choke and tear up from the irritation. Though he was inexperienced, he found the act of creating smoke rings impressively sophisticated, a mark of a mature man. Social standing must be established upon arrival, after all. "I can smoke," Chun Kai said with a cheerful grin as he accepted a cigarette, though his grip was awkward, reminiscent of a factory worker. Gu Chuan lowered his gaze to his own cigarette, his fingers dancing deftly over the keyboard as he engaged in conversation with his editor, a soft-spoken young woman. With the release of Dragon Clan imminent, there were matters to discuss. In the ensuing silence, the 3 of them scrutinized Gu Chuan. He was indeed quite handsome, but there was an underlying wildness about him, a hint of rebelliousness that suggested he was not the typical student of Nanda. Sharing a living space with him seemed to impose a certain pressure, yet he appeared amicable enough for the time being. Just then, the dormitory door swung open once more, and a figure entered. The trio nearly leaped from their seats, eyes widening in disbelief as they rubbed their eyes, questioning their vision. "Hey, miss, are you sure you're in the right dorm?" Chun Kai stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Hearing this, Gu Chuan turned, and upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically. "What the? Isn't that the girl I mistook for a wealthy classmate at the school entrance? What's she doing in my dorm?" He inwardly hoped she wasn't his roommate. Zhuang Chun seemed to recognize Gu Chuan as well. Her narrow eyes shot him a glare before she set her luggage down on bed 2. If a beautiful girl tossed him a disdainful look, Gu Chuan might have playfully whistled or flirted, but the intensity of her gaze sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to instinctively tighten his posture. "You're in this dorm too?" Zhou Hongyu assessed Zhuang Chun with a scrutinizing glance. Zhuang Chun gave him a brief look before nodding. Zhuang Chun from the capital. Her voice was relatively normal, leaning slightly masculine yet retaining a delicate quality. After removing her shoes and climbing onto the bed, she turned back to glare at Gu Chuan. Have you finished staring? Gu Chuan took a deep drag on his cigarette, striving to maintain his composure. Yes, I've seen enough. Your skirt is quite lovely. However, he added with a grin, but living with these three fellows, you might find it rather challenging. With that, Gu Chuan smiled broadly, a hint of mischief in his expression. In the afternoon, the quartet from room 301 ventured to the supermarket, returning with their spoils like triumphant bandits. Among their purchases, an abundance of toilet paper dominated the hall. Its purpose remained a mystery, and none dared to ask. Perhaps it was for some whimsical enjoyment. Friendships among men often form rapidly, built upon mutual trust established within mere exchanges. I'll be out tonight. Your sister will be home alone, is that so? My dear father, Gu Chuan mused, just as his phone rang with the familiar tones of once dreamed of traveling the world. Hey, you little rascal, you didn't inform me before reporting in? Came the booming voice of the toilet knight. Gu Chuan shrugged. What? You didn't manage to kill me at home, and now you're still after me? Gu Chuan, are you itching for trouble? Li Ling roared from the other end. You're back from Sioux City? Yeah, just arrived today. What about Senior Shun? What? Can't you go a short while without thinking of your wife? I'm just concerned for her safety when she asks with you. Gu Chuan replied resignedly. During the summer, Liu Bowen practiced driving with her, and it left her with some lasting trauma. Whenever she touches the steering wheel, I feel compelled to flee to the restroom, believing it to be a sanctuary blessed by the goddess of luck. Li Ling huffed, don't worry. Your wife is doing just fine, spoiled and plump under my care. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow night. With that, she hung up. Gu Chuan smirked. He couldn't fathom how such a composed individual as Uncle Li could produce a daughter so fiery and impulsive. Wang Shuyi, adjusting his glasses like a scholarly gentleman, leaned in with an arched eyebrow. Girlfriend? Gu Chuan shook his head. Love is something even dogs avoid. Except for wealthy women, he added playfully. Zhuang Chan shot him a disdainful look at that remark. Before she could respond, Gu Chuan leaned in with a grin, raising an eyebrow. Do you have an older sister? This guy clearly bore the hallmarks of a privileged scion, coming from a wealthy lineage, where a single dress could equate to 3 years' worth of expenses for an ordinary family. Zhuang Chun paused, quickly catching on, and shot Gu Chuan a fierce glare. Get lost. This fellow had the unmistakable air of a scoundrel. He absolutely could not be trusted with an introduction to his sister. Indeed, he had a sister, and she was quite beautiful, 3 years his senior. Zhou Hongyu, fluffing his bangs, declared, Love is something I've grown tired of. It's rather dull. Wang Shuyi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Is Zhou Xiao that impressive? Throughout his schooling, he had remained a solitary figure, having had crushes, yet lacking the courage to confess. He only dared to dabble in the realm of fantasy within the confines of online videos, fostering a deep-seated admiration for those who could navigate the world of romance. Chun Kai's gaze was filled with envy. Throughout his life, he had only experienced one romance, which ended abruptly after high school. They had merely held hands, never even sharing a kiss, let alone reaching the metaphorical home base. Zhou Hongyu waved his hand dismissively, urging calmness, asserting that such trivialities were inconsequential. Men often possess an obsession when it comes to romance, akin to a foot reflexologist pressing on your kidney reflex area. Regardless of the outcome, one must feign success. This pertains to a man's dignity and the assurance of his status within the dormitory. Naturally, the count of romantic encounters should be as abundant as the troops under Han Xin's command. He then turned to Gu Chuan with a smug expression, asking, Old Gu, how many girlfriends have you had? Among the 4 boys in dormitory 301, with only one girl present, Gu Chuan, in terms of appearance, was considered the most handsome and thus regarded as a rival. Gu Chuan shook his head and replied, Not a single one. What even is a girlfriend? I've only shared a bed with a female friend. Introduce your sister to me, he added in jest. The 3 of them were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. Even Zhuang Chun looked on with skepticism, questioning the authenticity of Gu Chuan's claim. The visage of a playboy that Gu Chuan presented hardly aligned with someone who had never had a girlfriend. Is it truly that rare to have never been in a relationship? I consider myself a pure love warrior. After all, pursuing wealth is far more enticing than romance. Gu Chuan proclaimed with unperturbed confidence, showing no signs of embarrassment. Zhuang Chun cast him a contemptuous glance, retorting, "You must have been dumped by a girl, right?" A smirk curled at the corner of Gu Chuan's mouth as he teasingly responded, "This afternoon. Did you not just kick me? Get lost." Zhuang Chun shot back. Although his voice was masculine, his demeanor was undeniably graceful, rivaling many girls. The gaze of the others turned towards Zhuang Chun. Yet they were at a loss for words. Should they inquire about his boyfriend or girlfriend? Zhuang Chun's expression darkened, his slender fingers cracking ominously as he clenched his jaw and declared, "My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, all right? I already explained this afternoon. I was attending a comic convention." "Then how many girlfriends have you had?" Wang Shui asked curiously. Zhuang Chun feigned a cough, trying to mask his discomfort, and then replied, "I haven't dated either." His upbringing was strict. His parents forbade early relationships, and when a girl sent him a love letter in middle school, his sister had given him a thorough beating. Zhuang Chun believed she was seeking revenge, taking out her frustrations on him for their parents' prohibitions. "What the heck?" the others exclaimed in unison, disbelief etched on their faces. It seemed too absurd that the two most handsome boys in the dormitory had never experienced love. Were the girls truly blind? Gu Chuan mirrored their astonishment, noting that although Zhuang Chun was dressed in women-esque clothing, his features suggested he was quite handsome. It seemed improbable that he had never dated. Leaning closer, Gu Chuan whispered in his ear, "Are you perhaps incapable? I know a urologist. I could take you to see him." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Chun's expression darkened immediately. "You better get lost." He felt that Gu Chuan was his nemesis. Despite his usual eloquence and decorum, he found it increasingly challenging to maintain his composure around him, often provoked to the point of explosion by his mere words. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongyu wore a broad smile, his joy palpable. Though he boasted grandly, in reality, he had never even held a girl's hand, pathetically timid. His self-aggrandizement was merely a faade to avoid losing face in public. However, he was taken aback to learn that even the dashing Gu Chuan had never had a girlfriend. Suddenly, he felt emboldened. They were all zeros. Not a single 101. Who had the right to mock whom? Wait, a 0 and a 1? Something feels off. What the heck? Who is that? She's stunning. At that moment, Wang Shui exclaimed, his eyes glued to a captivating figure approaching from a distance, his pupils wide with astonishment. Zhou Hongyu, who had just been admonishing him to remain composed, now found himself unable to do so as he caught sight of the striking silhouette, his throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. "Wow, that beauty would easily be the campus belle," Chen Kai remarked, speaking in his distinctive southern accent. Zhuang Chun lifted his gaze, taken aback by the girl's beauty, which rivaled that of his own sister. "However, she doesn't seem to be a senior from South University. She must be a freshman like us," Zhou Hongyu speculated. Prior to the semester, he had studied the campus belles of East University, noting 3 in total, with Shun Yanan from the literature department being the most beautiful. Yet, the girl before them did not match any of those 3, leading to the conclusion that she was indeed a new student. Such an exquisite girl. I wonder which scoundrel will end up with her, Zhou Hongyu mused. Wang Shui and Chen Kai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such a campus belle was beyond their reach. "What the heck? She's actually walking towards us," Wang Shui exclaimed, suddenly losing his composure, fumbling with his clothes. Zhou Hongyu was even more flustered, standing as straight as a soldier, wishing he could lick the wrinkles out of his attire. Chen Kai, unwilling to be outdone, stylishly ran his fingers through his hair. It wasn't he about pursuing a campus belle. It was a sincere expression of respect. Gu Chuan rolled his eyes, looking disdainfully at the 2 boys, wondering why, as exemplary students who had gained admission to South University, they couldn't maintain their composure like him. "Old Gu, why aren't you tidying up? What if the campus belle takes a liking to you?" Wang Shui urged, unable to contain himself. Zhou Hongyu boasted, "I admit, old Gu is just slightly more handsome than me. But pursuing a campus belle of that caliber is probably out of the question." Gu Chuan shook his head, grinning at the 2. "I don't need to prepare. Perhaps the campus belle will have someone help me tidy up later." The 3 of them exchanged looks of disdain, thinking this guy has even slept yet, and he is already dreaming. What the heck? She's really coming this way. As the enchanting figure drew closer, Zhou Hongyu, who had just instructed others to remain calm, found himself unable to do so. Embarrassed like a young maiden, he dared not lift his gaze, his earlier bravado now reduced to nothing more than a whisper. Wang Shui avoided direct eye contact with her piercing, deep-set eyes, fearing that his impure thoughts would tarnish such a pure girl. Chen Kai was not faring any better. His head bowed, as if he were an ostrich hiding its neck. Zhuang Chun, however, remained composed, standing beside Gu Chuan like a dutiful partner. "What brings you here?" Gu Chuan asked, surprised to see the beautiful girl before him. The East Campus was quite distant from the main campus, and her hurried arrival suggested she must be quite exhausted, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "You could have just called, and I would have come to fetch you." "You owe me 500 yuan. You have to treat me to dinner tonight," Chu Liao said, slightly lifting her alabaster chin, naturally linking her arm with Gu Chuan's. Yet, discreetly, her small hand pinched his waist, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Has Li Qingqing added you on QQ yet?" Her beautiful brows arched, and her delicate nose crinkled. Even when she was upset, she looked stunning. To her, there was little difference between Li Qingqing and Lin Qiya. Thus, she was indeed quite irate. "Yes, that is precisely it, do not doubt it." Gu Chuan grimaced in pain, baring his teeth as he explained, "I kept Liu Bowen's penguin. Not mine." Chu Liao blinked her beautiful large eyes in surprise. "Really?" Gu Chuan chuckled. "Well, apart from her ample bosom, Li Qingqing has little else to offer. She is simply not my type." Chu Liao, her small hand clenched tightly, indignantly retorted, "Oh, so you've been quite observant, haven't you?" Gu Chuan flailed his arms dramatically, as if afflicted with a seizure, inhaling sharply. "I'm not blind. It's hard not to see." "Scoundrel." Chu Liao Hopefet Sopti. "Allow me to introduce, this is my roommate, Zhuang Chun." Gu Chuan stuffed the items into Chu Liao's hands and rubbed his lower back while introducing her. "Roommate?" Chu Liao cast a suspicious glance at Zhuang Chun before turning back to Gu Chuan, feeling as though he was trying to deceive her. In a little dress, black stockings, and hair cascading down her back, "You call her your roommate? I may be naive, but I'm not blind." Zhuang Chun coughed to mask her embarrassment. "Hello, I'm Gu Chuan's roommate. I just returned from a comic convention." Upon hearing the explanation, Chu Liao's expression softened, and she smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. I'm Gu Chuan's high school classmate, Chu Liao." Meanwhile, Zhou Hongyu and the others stood by like fools, their expressions blank and dazed until Zhou Hongyu pinched Lao Wang, snapping the trio back to reality. "Wow, this isn't a dream, is it? That scoundrel Gu actually knows a goddess-level beauty and is holding her hand. Is this what you call being single?" For some reason, they felt as if they had been doused with urine, and it was the kind that had blown in the wind. The strength was overwhelming, bitter, with not a hint of sweetness. Chapter 62. The Free Fish Therapy of the Campus Goddess. "Don't pinch me." Wang Shui's face contorted awkwardly, resembling a crumpled sweet potato, as he grimaced. Zhou Hongyu, the upgraded version of Wang Lang. Wang Shui, the refined version of Liu Bowen. He then pointed behind him, succinctly summarizing. "Hello." Chu Liao gently nodded, revealing a polite smile, instantly recognizing the two boys. "You too." Zhou Hongyu's face turned as red as a baboon's backside. Entirely devoid of the nonchalance of someone who has flirted with countless beauties, appearing shy like a bashful maiden. Wang Shui was not much better, stuttering as he spoke, feeling as though he might be exposed under Chu Liao's cool gaze. "Chen baby, could you please help me take these back? I'll bring you your favorite jelly when I return tonight." Saying this, Gu Chuan shoved the items into Zhuang Chun's hands, then, like a domineering CEO, wrapped his arm around his little wife. He planted a kiss on her forehead, not giving her a chance to refuse, and swept away with Chu Liao. How disgusting. After being kissed by Gu Chuan, Zhuang Chun instantly felt like a turkey ready to explode, her skin prickling with goosebumps. Her teeth ground together in irritation, wishing she could kick him into the artificial lake. She had always been particular about cleanliness. No one had ever kissed her forehead before, and to have this first moment snatched away by that rascal was infuriating. "How's it going with your roommate?" By the banks of the Mandarin Duck Lake, Gu Chuan removed his shoes, enjoying the natural fish therapy. Chu Liao let out a soft hum. "It's all right, though it feels quite different from high school. High school classmates were so innocent. Our conversations revolve around exams or which boy was more handsome. University students seem to be more pragmatic, with a stronger sense of competition. This sudden shift has left me a bit unaccustomed. Gu Chuan smiled. University is essentially a microcosm of society, a transition before stepping into the real world. Relationships become complex. Classmates and roommates hail from all corners of the globe, and cultural differences and family backgrounds shape diverse personalities. Learning to interact with others is a compulsory course in university. Roommates are like blind boxes. You never know what kind of characters you'll encounter. Especially in girl dormitories, the relationships are intricately tangled, with 6 girls forming 32 groups, resembling a dramatic soap opera. If you end up with easygoing roommates, everything will be smooth sailing. However, encountering a bunch of difficult personalities can be torturous. Chu Liao gazed at Gu Chuan with her enchanting eyes, deep as if reflecting the stars. This guy had indeed changed dramatically. Not only had he become much more cheerful, but he also exuded a certain rogue charm. Yet he conducted himself with a maturity that belied his age. For instance, he had never previously shown any interest in his own feet. Her delicate face flushed a shade of crimson as Chu Liao glared at him in mock anger. Just how long do you intend to play around? Gu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, glancing down to find that, unbeknownst to him, he had removed Chu Liao as shoes, cradling her smooth feet in his arms. Oh, the illustrious campus goddess doesn't wash her feet? Caught red-handed, Gu Chuan opened his mouth to play the victim, disdainfully tossing her foot into the water, where it was soon enveloped by the fish. Pervert! Chu Liao shot him an annoyed glare, removed her other shoe, and dipped her foot into the lake. Yet, inside, she felt a twinge of excitement as the smoothness of her foot sensed the gentle touch. Wait, how come he was so adept at this? Does he often give girls foot massages? Or do girls frequently massage his feet? Contemplating this, Chu Liao shot a furious glare at Gu Chuan. Scoundrel! Gu Chuan, who told you to put your feet in the lake? Just then, the bright beam of a flashlight illuminated the night, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Not far off, several figures clad in security uniforms rushed towards them. Upon seeing this, Gu Chuan sprang to his feet, snatched up his shoes, and pulled Chu Liao along as they dashed away. Chu Liao let out a soft exclamation, her beautiful face revealing a hint of panic, her heart racing wildly. For some reason, it felt akin to being caught by a teacher while secretly dating in high school, tense yet thrilling. Although she was in a dress, her little feet moved swiftly, her sparkling eyes twinkling, and a smile blossomed on her lips like a flower. Don't run. Stop right there. The next day, hey Gu, why are you up so early making such a racket? What are you, a donkey? In dormitory 30, Zhou Hongyu was roused from sleep by Gu Chuan's clamor, peeking out like a disgruntled old woman, muttering in displeasure. Yes, Chuan Gu. ISNT today the day for new students to report. Classes don't officially start until tomorrow, Wang Shui added, also poking his head out, his sleepy eyes filled with confusion. Chen Kai remained silent, but cast a wise look of inquiry. Gu Chuan shook his finger. Have you ever heard the saying? If you don't find a partner in your freshman year, there's a high chance you'll be single throughout your college years. Wang Shui sat up abruptly. Is that really true? Ever since being splashed by Gu Chuan the night before, Wang Shui had developed a deep admiration for him. Being embraced by a goddess-level beauty was something he had only seen in sci-fi films. Zhou Hongyu shot him a disdainful glance. Weren't you just saying yesterday that you wouldn't date a love-struck fool? Gu Chuan nodded. Indeed, I wouldn't date a love-struck fool. But that's excluding wealthy women. Encounter a good person to settle down with, meet a noble person to establish a career, or find a wealthy woman to both settle down and establish a career. So, Chuan Gu, are you planning to go? Wang Shui stared at Gu Chuan, uncertain of what he intended to do. Gu Chuan turned back with a smile. Of course, I'm going to pick up my junior. Junior? The 3 individuals were somewhat skeptical. After all, were they not merely freshmen? Where could a junior come from? Gu Chuan popped 2 pieces of chewing gum into his mouth. Once one foot crossed the threshold of the campus, one could surely be considered senior. As seniors, it was only natural for us to welcome the juniors. Was it not? A senior is akin to an elder brother, and an elder brother is like a father. Shouldn't we call him dad? Upon hearing this, the trio felt as if they had unlocked the door to a new world, and they erupted with exclamations of disbelief. What the heck? Foster father, let the class begin. I shall listen on my knees. This was indeed the first time they had encountered such an amusing perspective. Was it not expected for a senior to assist a junior with their luggage? Adding a casual acquaintance on social media was merely a formality, was it not? Since they had dined together, was it inappropriate to watch a movie as well? Once the film concluded and the dormitory doors closed, it was only logical for a new student to check into a hotel with their identification. And as for calling the elder brother dad in the hotel, was that really a problem? Gu Chuan's succinct remarks encapsulated the essence of romance. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Chapter 63. Greetings, Junior, kindly depart. Where's morning baby? Why is there no sign of him so early in the morning? On the path to the welcoming event, Wang Shui expressed his doubts. Ever since Gu Chuan conferred the title upon Zhuang Chen last night, morning baby had firmly adhered to him. Despite his numerous protests, he ultimately succumbed under the threat of Gu Chuan loosening his belt. He has gone for an early morning jog at the playground, Gu Chuan stated nonchalantly. It must be said that the quality of education among those from prestigious families surpasses that of the average individual. Not only are their minds sharp, but their physical abilities are also exceptional. True second-generation rich kids are not as foolish as one might imagine, shaped by their familial environment. Their perspectives are far beyond the ordinary. Even if their academic performance is lacking, they can easily afford one-on-one tutoring, thus elevating their grades through financial means. Goodness, why does it feel like a bustling market? There are simply too many people, Wang Shui remarked upon arriving at the school gate, gazing at the throng before him. Heh, Brother Chuan, which one should I choose? Wang Shui looked at Gu Chuan, his demeanor akin to a shy maiden. Those in attendance knew they were there for orientation. Those unaware might assume it was a matchmaking event. Gu Chuan replied coolly, when seeking a girlfriend, one must not only consider appearances. Wang Shui nodded in agreement, understanding that inner qualities mattered as well. Shen Kai concurred. Indeed, one must assess compatibility. Gu Chuan shook his head and flashed a grin at him. One must also consider their own appearance. Wang Shui's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Compared to Gu Chuan, he indeed appeared unremarkable and lacked any allure for the ladies. However, upon glancing at Zhou Hongyu beside him, his wounded pride found some solace. Goodness, old Wang, what kind of vision do you have? I'm essentially the Peng Yun of Shanghai, and yet you look as if you have found comfort, Zhou Hongyu exclaimed. Understanding Wang Shui's expression, Zhou Hongyu jumped up, his face reddening like a liver. Chen Kai laughed like a simpleton. Gu Chuan chuckled and gestured toward the dog relieving itself against the wall. Hinting at Zhou Hongyu, look, there's a dog urinating over there. Zhou Hongyu's neck stiffened. What does that have to do with me? Wang Shui chuckled, translating Gu Chuan's words. Brother Chuan means you should take a look in the mirror. Zhou Hongyu paused for a moment, then realized his nostrils flaring like a steam locomotive. Damn, old Gu, your insults are truly harsh. Goodness, Brother Chuan, what a show-off. Our department has even put up a banner for you, Chen Kai remarked, gazing at the impressive banner with admiration. Wang Shui raised his thumb. Brother Chuan, I had no idea you were this remarkable. Initially, he thought Gu Chuan was merely handsome, but it turned out his academic performance was equally impressive. Zhou Hongyu pouted. Although he said nothing, the envy in his eyes was unmistakable. If his name were up there, how grand it would be, surely granting him preferential treatment in romantic pursuits throughout college. As for Gu Chuan, he felt a pang of annoyance. Why on earth was that banner still hanging? Was it meant to announce to everyone that this year, a fool had entered the cursed major with a score of 666? At the orientation scene, Zhou Hongyu and his companions were bustling with activity, guiding the juniors and assisting with their luggage, embodying the very definition of eager servitude. Whenever they encountered a junior, they would jovially exclaim, "Please take your leave." Yet after a considerable amount of time, neither of them had managed to acquire a single social media handle. Wang Shui was too bashful to speak up, while Zhou Hongyu seemed to have offended some deity. As every junior he approached had a boyfriend, each time he mustered the courage to speak, he was met with a polite, "Thank you, senior. You are a good person," infuriating him further. In contrast, Chun Kai managed to add a classmate's contact, and they chatted in their regional dialect, finding it increasingly amusing. Gu Chuan, however, strolled around like a supervisor inspecting the premises, chewing on a blade of grass. When juniors approached, he would ignore them, and when juniors arrived, he would tell them to leave, becoming the most dazzling figure at the school entrance. Goodness, why haven't I seen a single wealthy girl? When it comes to quality and affluence, none can compare to Morning Baby, Gu Chuan mused, feeling somewhat disillusioned. What was this individual doing? Why were they wandering about like a street urchin? I don't know. He has been meandering for almost the entire morning, not participating in orientation. Merely lounging under the tent, came the response. The water brought for the new students has not been touched. It's all gone into this rascal-esque stomach. Watching Gu Chuan, lounging like a lord beneath the tent, legs crossed and fanning himself while engaging in lively conversation with a senior, many upperclassmen felt a twinge of envy. Yet, seeing his audacious demeanor, it was clear he had significant backing, prompting them to approach with smiles. May I inquire which year you are from? Most of those present for the orientation were sophomores, and judging by Gu Chuan's seasoned disposition, he seemed at least a junior. Gu Chuan looked up, flashing a grin. I'm a freshman. A freshman? You must be joking. They retorted incredulously. It's sweltering, and yet you're here flirting with the seniors. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Gu Chuan stood up, defiantly confronting the seniors. What's wrong? Not satisfied? I'm Zhou Hong Yu from Archaeology Class 1. If you dare, take away my credits. I'm not afraid. Achoo! Why do I feel like there is a dog around? Zhou Hong Yu remarked suddenly, while assisting a junior with their luggage. What's that smell? It stinks. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the school gate. Many seniors stepped back, eyeing the frail figure approaching slowly, dragging a tattered sack, their brows furrowed in distaste. Wow, what is that smell? It's awful. As the crowd gathered at the entrance, numerous individuals began to disperse, pinching their noses and scowling. Their gazes were drawn to the frail figure amidst the crowd. It was a girl standing around 7 meters tall, with a slender frame that appeared almost skeletal. A gust of wind might very well carry her away. Her long, dark hair obscured half her face, revealing only her chin and a pair of lips lacking in color. Her attire was exceedingly simple, a pair of faded, worn-out jeans with several holes, not fashionably distressed, but rather tattered from wear. On her upper body, she wore a black tank top, so worn that it had faded to gray, its poor quality fabric covered in numerous lint balls. On her back, there were white marks left by sweat stains that had dried. On her feet were a pair of white athletic shoes, the cheap leather peeling in places, and the seams had begun to come apart, bearing stubborn stains that refused to be scrubbed away. In her hand, she clutched a bulging bag filled with urea, its bottom slightly discolored from dragging along the cement ground. The source of the pervasive odor was the frail girl before me, her faded tank top exuding a distinct scent of sweat, with the tips of her hair dampened by perspiration. At this moment, she stood amidst the crowd, scrutinized by their gazes as if she were a grotesque creature. They covered their mouths and noses, retreating with disdain that was unmistakable in their eyes. It was evident that this girl, too, was a newcomer. Yet the once warm and welcoming seniors now regarded her with trepidation, as if she were a venomous snake. Their stares weighed upon her like a heavy boulder, forcing her chin lower, as if she wished to bury herself in the earth. Her frail body trembled. Those gazes felt like the most terrifying of punishments, rendering her almost unable to breathe. She believed she had summoned the courage to inquire about the matters of enrollment, to face the impending university life like everyone else. However, upon stepping through the school gates and being treated as an outcast, her bravery was mercilessly trampled upon. Are they all blind? Can anyone lend a hand? Just then, a cold voice pierced through the crowd, filled with a wildness that sent shivers down the spines of many. Turning to look, Gu Chuan had approached, his fierce gaze causing involuntary steps backward from those who met it. Chapter 64. The smelly girl with a flick of his lighter. Gu Chuan took a drag from his cigarette and sauntered toward the girl, his tone laced with irritation. Hand over your admission notice. Isu nen yun stu tvetidli. The scorching sun beating down upon her, making her feel as if she were about to melt. At that moment, a tall figure appeared before her, casting a shadow that provided the sole respite from the summer heat. Gelling her courage, Isu nen yun timidly glanced at Gu Chuan before hurriedly averting her gaze, as if her eyes might tarnish him. Your admission notice. Are your ears not functioning? Gu Chuan snapped, taking a deep puff of smoke before speaking again, his impatience palpable. For reasons unknown, the moment he laid eyes on the girl, a surge of anger welled up within him, not directed at her, but rather an echo of his own internal turmoil. He was all too familiar with that feeling, as if staring into a mirror. They seemed to belong to the same kind. Once, Gu Chuan had endured similar humiliation, understanding the torment that lay within. It was a profound, bone-deep inferiority, an unshakable shadow. In those days, he yearned for someone to stand by him, even if it was just to say a few words, but that wish had gone unfulfilled. Having weathered the rain, one might offer shelter to others, yet Gu Chuan appeared oblivious to such realizations. Yet, upon seeing the girl, he could not help but speak. It felt like an obsession. He was not aiding the girl, but, rather, the version of himself that had once stood isolated in a crowd, overwhelmed by self-doubt. Oh! Gu Chuan's voice startled her, causing her frail frame to shiver. She then reached into her tattered bag, pulling out the admission notice, neatly wrapped in a plastic bag. Taking the notice, Gu Chuan glanced at it. Agriculture Department? As he roughly yanked at her admission notice, Su Nanjun softly protested, Please be gentle. This admission notice was her most treasured possession, and she could not allow it to be damaged. Yet, observing Gu Chuan's brash demeanor, she felt a twinge of fear and could only whisper her caution. Gu Chuan paid her no mind, striding towards the archaeology department's registration area. Su Nanjun, seeing this, attempted to follow with her luggage, but was intimidated by the fierceness in his gaze, causing her to retreat a few steps. Stay put. Gu Chuan's tone was cold, his aggressive glare rendering Su Nanjun paralyzed in place. She dared not move an inch, as if disobedience would result in dire consequences. Soon, Gu Chuan completed her enrollment procedures, while the eyes of those around remained fixated on him, their curiosity piqued regarding his connection to the disheveled girl. Others were simply intimidated by the wildness in Gu Chuan's gaze. Returning to Su Nanjun's side, Gu Chuan did not hand her the enrollment paperwork, but instead reached for her luggage. At that moment, Gu Chuan appeared to her more fearsome than any predator, and as he approached, she instinctively stepped back, her frail frame shielding her belongings as though they represented her last shred of dignity. Hold tight, I'm in a hurry to grab a bite. Gu Chuan shot her a glare, which made Su Nanjun retreat further, nearly burying her head in the ground. Yet, she mustered all her strength to assert, and no, I can carry it myself. Gu Chuan remained silent, proceeding as he wished, seizing her luggage as if to walk away. Crack! Just then, a sharp sound echoed in the ears of all present, the atmosphere, already tense, now silent enough to hear a pin drop. What the hell? Why is this so heavy? Gu Chuan inwardly cursed. Having worked in agriculture since childhood, he had developed considerable strength, finding it easy to lift his peers as if they were mere chicks. Yet now, he found himself bested by a small burlap sack, his back protesting under the strain. I'll help. Su Nanjun observed the cracking sound from Gu Chuan's bones and hurriedly stepped forward, speaking softly. Gu Chuan remained silent, watching the girl before him in confusion. He could not fathom how her slight frame could bear such a heavy load to school. Did she not fear being crushed? Even dragging it was beyond what her frail body could endure. Now, Gu Chuan finally understood why her clothes were soaked with sweat, emitting a foul odor. Sweat itself bore no scent. It was prolonged dampness that led to deterioration. In his past, while laboring in the fields, he rarely emitted any odor. Only when the sun blazed overhead and he sweated profusely did he smell. He could not comprehend how this fragile girl had managed to arrive here. Was she running? Wait here, Gu Chuan instructed, setting down the luggage before stepping out of the school gates. Su Nanjun felt the urge to flee. She had never faced such scrutiny before, as if countless eyes were roasting her alive. But with her enrollment documents still in Gu Chuan's possession, running away was not an option. Booming. At that moment, the roar of an engine erupted, followed by a sleek white Porsche arriving amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Gu Chuan exited the vehicle, nonchalantly opening the trunk to stow Su Nanjun's luggage inside, commanding in an undisputable tone, "Get in." Isu nen yun stood frozen, staring blankly at Gu Chuan, her body rigid and unresponsive. Though she had no understanding of automobiles, the one before her radiated an air of opulence. She could hardly bear to ride in a taxi, let alone enter Gu Chuan's vehicle. If it were to get dirty, she simply could not afford the cost, and taking a ride would incur expenses. This was common knowledge in her understanding. Hastily, she shook her head, insisting, "No, it's fine, I'll walk." Gu Chuan furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with impatience as he remarked, "I told you to get in the car. Why all the fuss? I don't have the time to wait for you to make your way over. I need to have my meal." With that, Gu Chuan strode over, opened the car door, and unceremoniously pushed her inside. Su Nanjun struggled momentarily, but she could not resist Gu Chuan. Her firmness did not equate to strength. Those who have labored in the fields know that some individuals, though not particularly strong, can carry burdens that others cannot. With a decisive thud, the car door swung shut. Gu Chuan instructed her to fasten her seatbelt, but upon noticing her awkward demeanor, he realized something. He bent down, leaning closer, and the scent of sweat-soaked fabric wafted into his nostrils. He found it far from unpleasant, as it was a scent he was most familiar with. As he drew near, Su Nanjun froze like a startled rabbit, instinctively leaning back. However, in doing so, she inadvertently sullied the seat with her perspiration, leaving her in an uncomfortable and rigid predicament. Her head reclined backward, but her body rigidly upright. Gu Chuan secured the seatbelt for her, casting a fleeting glance that bore a hint of sternness. This girl was slender, but her little white rabbit was rather sizable. With a rumble, the car roared to life. Pulling away from the school entrance and heading towards the girls' dormitory of the agricultural department, the engine's growl fading into the distance. "Wow, is that car his? How incredibly handsome. I noticed it yesterday. He must be extraordinarily wealthy. A second-generation rich kid? That car costs nearly $2 million. Even if I were to perish, it wouldn't be worth that much." As they gazed at the white silhouette receding, the once silent crowd erupted into a chorus of astonishment. The Porsche, now surrounded by countless students, had at last found its rightful owner. The boys' eyes brimmed with envy. This vehicle was the epitome of aspiration for many, and to merely sit in it would be a fulfillment of dreams. The girls, too, bore a glimmer of envy, not towards Gu Chuan, but rather towards that unfortunate girl. Handsome, wealthy, academically capable. What a perfect male idol persona. If they could just sit in the passenger seat, they would surely become the envy of many. Yet they could not fathom why Gu Chuan would allow such a smelly girl into his car. Did he not fear it becoming dirty? If that car were theirs, they wouldn't just let her in, they would practically erect a barrier, keeping everyone at least 3 meters away. Of course, jealousy and disdain from those who resented wealth were evident. Just because he has a rich father, what is so impressive about that? I'll be able to drive such a car through my own efforts one day. Chapter 65. Annie, can I use facial recognition? Before long, Gu Chuan arrived at the girls' dormitory of the agricultural department. Exiting the vehicle, he unfastened his seatbelt and opened the trunk to retrieve her luggage. Weighing it in his hands, it was indeed quite hefty. In the passenger seat, Su Nanjun cautiously unbuckled her seatbelt, wary of any potential bumps. After stepping out, she even used her handkerchief to wipe down the seat, ensuring it remained clean and tidy, yet her scent lingered within the car. This left her feeling somewhat guilty as she stealthily approached Gu Chuan, mustering the courage to look up and whisper, "How much does it cost to wash a car? I'll pay you." With that, she produced a handkerchief from her pocket, faded from washing, neatly encasing 200 yuan bills along with some small change. Gazing at the money within the handkerchief, Su Nanjun hesitated, unsure of which note to offer Gu Chuan. In her understanding, she had no concept of car maintenance costs and was uncertain if this amount would suffice. After a moment's contemplation, she extracted one of the 100 yuan notes and tentatively extended it towards him. Though it pained her to part with 100 yuan, her entire living allowance for the semester, she did not wish Gu Chuan to think of her as someone who shies away from responsibility. Gu Chuan looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to offer money for a car wash. "Are you sure you want to give me this?" he asked quietly, his fingers slowly pinching the bill. Despite her reluctance, Su Nanjun nodded softly. She felt that since she had sullied his car, it was only right to compensate him. A lesson ingrained in her by her grandmother since childhood. If I'm not mistaken, this should be your living expenses for the semester, right? If you give it to me, what will you eat? Gu Chuan spoke with a nonchalant tone. Su Nanjun shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. It's fine, I can find a job. As she finished, her voice dwindled to a point where she could scarcely hear herself. Her head bowed deeply, resembling an ostrich. Gu Chuan smirked, feeling for the first time how burdensome money could be. He liked money, but not at any cost. He then shook his head, shoving his hands into his pockets. No need for that. It's not like you vomited in my car after a drunken night. It's not that precious. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjun lowered her head even further, feeling as though Gu Chuan was dismissing her money. She then murmured, "My money isn't dirty." Gu Chuan paused for a moment, struck by a memory from his youth, as if a bullet fired long ago had suddenly pierced his heart. Her awkwardness reminded him of the first time he had ridden in a car. That year, he had gone to sell melons with his grandfather, and on their way back, a torrential downpour had struck, leaving them muddy and soaked. A kind passerby had offered them a ride, but their muddy shoes had sullied the car's mats. When they disembarked, his grandfather had handed him some bills for cleaning the car, but the kind stranger had refused them. That moment lingered in Gu Chuan's mind for quite some time. Perhaps the Good Samaritan had not meant to reject the money, but simply wished to lend a hand. Yet, Gu Chuan had been left with a lingering discomfort. Had the man accepted his grandfather's money, he would have felt more at ease. Sensitive and insecure individuals often find themselves troubled by matters that others scarcely notice. After a moment of silence, Gu Chuan casually remarked, "I never take money from women. If you truly feel guilty, just wait for the next rainy day and help me find a rag to wipe it down." Gu Chuan was acutely aware of Su Nanjun's feelings. Ignoring her would leave a lasting impression on her heart. However, accepting her money would not only deprive her of meals, but would likely haunt him with nightmares at night. After saying this, he waved to the senior sisters welcoming new students at the dormitory. "Pretty sisters, come help out." Soon, the senior sisters assisted Su Nanjun in gathering her bedding, several of them carrying her luggage upstairs. Standing at the foot of the dormitory, Su Nanjun nervously fidgeted with her fingers, summoning her courage to raise her voice as much as possible. "Thank you," she said to Gu Chuan. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It's what a senior should do." With that, Gu Chuan turned and got back into the car, speeding away from Su Nanjun's sight. Once the vehicle had vanished, Su Nanjun slowly raised her head. Her eyes were incredibly beautiful, clear as the starry sky, like the Milky Way, pure, as though untouched by the impurities of the world. Her face was also strikingly pretty, albeit gaunt to the point of being unrecognizable. Beauty lies in the essence rather than the exterior. If she were to indulge a little more, perhaps she could pry a piece of cement from Gu Chuan's heart. The car came to a halt by the roadside, and Gu Chuan lit a cigarette, perplexed as to why he regarded Su Nanjun with such unusual favor. He was no sycophant, and she was not a wealthy heiress. Yet, why was it that, despite her occupying the passenger seat that even the most renowned beauty at Chu University had never graced, he felt no sense of aversion? Was she truly beautiful? He couldn't tell. Her lustrous black hair enveloped her features, rendering them virtually invisible. Moreover, even if she were beautiful, what difference would it make? His heart was encased in cement. After much contemplation, Gu Chuan realized that his attitude towards her stemmed from seeing a reflection of his former self in her. The same awkwardness, the same inferiority complex. Even their living expenses were wrapped in a handkerchief. This wasn't just a resemblance. It was akin to gazing into a mirror. Su Nanjun, a name that resonated beautifully, had once harbored dreams of traversing the world with a sword. At that moment, his phone buzzed to life, revealing Lu Bowen's boisterous voice on the other end. "Father, a girl added me yesterday. Could be a scam?" Lu Bowen felt suspicious about the sudden addition of a stranger, which explained his reluctance to accept the request thus far. If it's a scam for affection, that's one thing. But don't you dare swindle me out of money. Gu Chuan was taken aback. His friend exhibited a surprising level of caution. "She's no scammer. Just a girl with ample curves. I'm merely helping you find a wife." Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen's astonished voice echoed back. Are you serious, father? He had been lamenting Gu Chuan's refusal to take him to a bathhouse for some worldly experience, only to find that his guardian had preemptively arranged a girlfriend for him. As if struck by a thought, Lu Bowen continued, "Oh, by the way, Brother Chuan Lin, the campus beauty, has also come to Nan City. She messaged me yesterday, hoping to meet you." At the mere mention of her name, Gu Chuan instinctively felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. How could that woman still be lingering? "No time," he retorted, ending the call and parking the car on campus before heading straight to the cafeteria. Only after he had collected his meal did he remember he had yet to recharge his meal card, leaving him somewhat embarrassed as he approached the cafeteria lady with a proposal. "Could I pay with facial recognition?" The cafeteria lady, ever cordial, simply chuckled and told him to go away. Gu Chuan huffed, "Fine, I'll go." Just then, a meal card extended from behind him, swiping across the machine. "Let me cover it." He turned around to find a girl standing there, and he instinctively blurted out, "Wife?" Realizing his slip of the tongue, Gu Chuan quickly spat out a couple of sounds of disbelief, attributing it to Ling Jia's constant calling him wife, which had led him astray. He then remarked in surprise, "Senior, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Shun Yan'an, introduced to him by Li Ling as a potential daughter-in-law. Adorned in a familiar purple dress, a garment he had purchased for her back in Shan City. It seemed the lyrics about purple garments truly held merit. His sister had remarked that purple exuded charm. Hearing Gu Chuan's accidental wife, Shun Yan'an's cheeks flushed crimson. "I'm just here to eat." As both the archaeology and literature departments were situated in the East Campus, their encounter was hardly surprising. "You returned yesterday?" Gu Chuan set his tray down, gazing across the table at the neighborly sister. Shun Yan'an nodded softly. "I came back with Ling Ling. She mentioned she would treat you to dinner." Gu Chuan scoffed. "If she's treating, I'll be the one paying. She might as well throw the abacus beads at my face." Shun Yan'an beamed, patting her small bag. "I can treat you." With that, she seemed to recall something and hurriedly stood up, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "What would you like to drink?" A smile crept onto Gu Chuan's lips as he playfully replied, "Taro bubble tea, but without taro and without the tea." Shun Yan'an's expression momentarily froze, her eyes widening in confusion. "Taro bubble tea, but without taro and without tea. What does he want then?" Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon her, her face flushing a deeper shade of red as she scampered off. "I'll figure it out. No taro, no tea. Wasn't that just bubble tea?" Gu Chuan chuckled to himself, relishing the lightheartedness of life, finding solace in teasing the senior and charming the junior. "Old Gu, you rascal. You came to eat and didn't he even give us a heads up?" At that moment, Zhou Hongyu and his companions approached, panting as if they had just run a marathon. Seeing Gu Chuan, who appeared completely unperturbed, stirred a sense of imbalance within them. "Oh, Brother Chuan is already feasting on 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable. Quite lavish." Wang Shui drooled over Gu Chuan's chicken leg. "So how did it go?" Gu Chuan took a couple of bites of rice, scrutinizing the trio of eager admirers. Wang Shui sighed. "I, along with old Zhou, worked tirelessly all morning and didn't tea-snag a single girl." Old Chun, on the other hand, seemed to be in good spirits, having successfully connected with a junior girl, both of them exchanging flirtatious glances. Chen Kai chuckled. "She's my fellow townsman." So it went quite smoothly. Zhou Hongyu, feeling the pressure of pride, stubbornly replied, "I simply have high standards. At least 8 or 9 juniors wanted to add me on QQ this morning, but I turned them all down. I prefer quality over quantity." Gu Chuan nodded appreciatively, giving him a thumbs up. "Our country's tunneling technology is still in its infancy, but your mouth could certainly help dig a tunnel." Upon hearing this, Wang Shui and Chen Kai erupted in laughter, while Zhou Hongyu's face reddened, as if stripped of his dignity. "Enough about us. How many did you add this morning?" Zhou Hongyu challenged, eager to reclaim some respect. Gu Chuan shrugged, "Not a single one." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongyu's wounded spirit immediately found solace, and he smiled broadly. His own failures were certainly disheartening, but the successes of friends were even more exasperating. When Gu Chuan returned empty-handed, Zhou Hongyu felt a wave of equilibrium wash over him. But then, a soft and adorable girl approached, bashfully extending her phone towards Gu Chuan. Her lively eyes locked onto his, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Hello, may I add you on QQ?" Gu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, while the other three looked on with envy and jealousy. It felt as if he had once again been drenched in unexpected glory. Gu Chuan smiled and nodded, sure. He then provided her with his QQID, reasoning that with 5 people in a dormitory, it wouldn't do for them all to remain single. After a busy morning, it was only fair to reap some rewards. Father, if such good fortune arises again, please keep me in mind, Wang Shuyi exclaimed, filled with envy, calling Gu Chuan father with more warmth than Lu Bowen. Zhou Hongyu was on the verge of grinding his teeth, having just mocked Gu Chuan for his lack of success, only to witness a girl approach him moments later. The icing on the cake was that the girl was quite attractive, a cute little lowly. Brother Chuan, when did you recharge your meal card? Ken, ke famisiet? Felt his stomach growl. Gu Chuan recalled that since he arrived yesterday, he hadn't ventured out much, and this morning had simply been spent scouting for junior girls, leaving him no time to recharge his card. Hey, Chung, could I borrow your meal card for a bit? Wang Shui chuckled. Exactly. Don't be so stingy. I'll treat you all to a sumptuous dinner tonight. Zhou Hongyu chimed in, tapping the table to urge Gu Chuan to hand over the card. Gu Chuan nodded and promptly retrieved his meal card from his pocket, but Chun Kai, quick as a flash, snatched it and bolted away. However, the moment they went to pay for their meal, they found themselves in an awkward predicament. There was no money on the card. Chung, why is there no money on your card? The 3 of them returned with sullen expressions, resembling disgruntled spouses. Gu Chuan shrugged and replied earnestly, I never claimed there was any money on it. Then how did you manage to get your food? Wang Shui questioned suspiciously. I paid with my face, Gu Chuan responded. The trio exchanged glances before turning back to the counter to get their meals again, answering in unison when it was time to pay. We paid with our faces. The lady at the counter blinked in surprise and then jovially retorted, You lock and scram. After enduring a barrage of scolding from the lady, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They apologized profusely, akin to defeated soldiers shedding their armor. Upon returning, they shot Gu Chuan a reproachful glare. Why do we get scolded? Gu Chuan nodded, justifiably stating, Should you be reprimanded for trying to get something for nothing? I was scolded too when I paid with my face. The trio's expressions darkened, fists clenched. Then where did you get your meal? Gu Chuan shrugged, nonchalantly stating, A lady treated me. Zhou Hongyu shot him a disdainful look. Why do you have such a big ego? A lady treating you to a meal? How come no lady has treated me? Gu Chuan shamelessly replied, Perhaps it's because of my handsome looks. Zhou Hongyu scoffed, You dare talk big in front of me, the Pengyan of our city. Wang Shui leaned in, grinning. Chung, is it that goddess-level beauty from last night? Gu Chuan shook his head. No. Is she pretty? Fen, She's just average, really. I'm somewhat face-blind and can't distinguish between beautiful and plain, Gu Chuan remarked, delivering a classic line. Zhou Hongyu, fluffing his hair with flair, boasted, Just knowing a goddess-level beauty is like winning the lottery. Do you two think this is a stamp collection? This guy is just a tad better looking than me. But that caliber of goddess isn't someone Gu can match. Just as Zhou Hongyu was about to take a jab at Gu Chuan, a melodious voice emerged behind him. Here you go, your milk tea with coconut jelly. A delicate hand extended a cup of milk tea to Gu Chuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she addressed Zhou Hongyu. Excuse me, but you're sitting in my spot. Zhou Hongyu's mind raced with doubt. Could it be that Gu Chuan's lunch truly was treated by a lady? He quickly looked up, but as soon as he recognized the person, he jumped to his feet, his mind going blank as if struck by lightning. His face transformed into a vivid spectrum of colors as he stammered, Why you are the goddess of the literature department? Chapter 67. The foot of the goddess from Chu University has killed the fish. At the adjacent table, Zhou Hongyu and his companions were chewing their rice with exaggerated fervor, as if it were Gu Chuan who had been mortally wounded. Their chopsticks clanked against the metal tray, eyes fixated on the next table. That scoundrel deserves to be punished. At that table, Gu Chuan and Shun Yanan were engaged in lively banter, radiating the sweetness of a couple in love, filling the air with an unmistakable scent of romance. The aroma wafted into their noses, making it hard for them to open their eyes, their back molars nearly grinding to dust. Why? Why does a goddess-level beauty have any connection with that scoundrel? Yesterday's goddess from Chu University, today's senior beauty, each one a stunning paragon of grace. Why? Of all people, does she associate with this scoundrel? And, judging by their laughter, their relationship seemed quite intimate. Isn't that scoundrel the one who claimed to steer clear of romantic entanglements? What was he doing here then? Especially Zhou Hongyu, who had just mocked Gu Chuan for being incapable of living off a woman, only to find himself in a predicament. The taste was deep yellow and bitter, with no sweetness to be found. That the goddess from the literature department, the most talented beauty of the university, the white moonlight in countless hearts. Before the semester began, Zhou Hongyu had already deemed her as goddess. Today, he finally laid eyes on her, but the turn of events was far from his expectations. How could such a perfect goddess be associated with this scoundrel? After lunch, Gu Chuan escorted Shenyanin back to her dormitory and then meandered through the campus. The orientation was in full swing, yet his enthusiasm had waned. Sitting by the pear lake, he lit a cigarette and was taken aback to see several little fish carcasses floating to the surface. These fish from a prestigious university are extraordinary. They even swim on their backs. But after pondering for a moment, Gu Chuan's expression turned peculiar. Could these fish have been suffocated last night? Click. He took a blurry photo with his phone and sent it to the goddess from Chu University. The power of your foot is comparable to a nuclear weapon. The fish in the pear lake have all perished because of you. Meanwhile, Chu Liao was seated at her computer, engrossed in her show when her phone lit up with Gu Chuan's message. Upon seeing the fish floating in the lake and Gu Chuan's words, her beautiful brows shot up in surprise, and her lips puffed out in indignation. Clearly, it's your stinky foot. Stop slandering me. She quickly typed with her slender fingers. After sending the message, she glanced down at her fair feet, then scanned her roommate. Noticing no one was watching, she quietly lifted her foot to give a sniff. Pouting, I knew it. It's clearly your foot that smells. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Just as she placed her foot down, a teasing voice rang out from behind her. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Mingming had appeared, arms crossed, grinning as she scrutinized her. Chen Mingming, her roommate from bed 6, was a lively girl from the northeast, tall and slim, with a cherubic face that exuded a certain cuteness. Chen Mingming's sudden appearance startled Chu Liao, who quickly straightened up, feigning nonchalance. Oh, I'm just watching a show. Yet the blush creeping onto her cheeks betrayed her unease, and she stole a glance at Chen Mingming, who continued to stare curiously at her. Were you chatting with that handsome guy from yesterday? Chen Mingming inquired, her expression brimming with curiosity. Since it was her first day reporting in, she hadn't met Gu Chuan, but she had heard about him from her roommates. Chu Liao hastily shook her head, vehemently denying, of course not. I would never chat with that scoundrel. Oh, is that so? Let me see. Chen Mingming's smile widened. Oh, weren't you going to take a shower? Hurry up, or you'll miss the hot water, Chu Liao urged, pushing her away. TSK. What does he look like to have you so enchanted? Chen Mingming's curiosity about Gu Chuan only deepened. Lin Jing, tell me, what does that handsome guy really look like? Chen Mingming moved her chair closer to Lin Jing, transforming into an eager spectator. Lin Jing adjusted her glasses and tilted her head, remarking, he is quite refined, handsome under the sunlight, tall, and has a charming smile. He seems amiable and should be easy to get along with. Beside her, Li Qingqing stared blankly at Gu Chuan's chatter face. After adding Gu Chuan yesterday and exchanging a few words, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The person behind the screen appeared to be a stark contrast to the Gu Chuan she had met the day before. Could it be that reality is timid while the internet is bold? As Gu Chuan walked back to his dormitory with his hands in his pockets, he pondered deeply, sketching out the blueprint for his envisioned business. Having earned his first pot of gold, it was time to boldly strategize for the next phase. However, what should he do? Real estate, while notoriously lucrative, would likely yield no splash with the modest amount of money he possessed. The vastness of South City, along with its intricate demolition plans, rendered even his inquiries superficial. A temporary pass. The internet and e-commerce were on the brink of becoming the next big trends, with initial investments not too burdensome, yet promising significant returns later on. Nonetheless, constrained by the limitations of the mobile era, both online shopping and internet development faced hurdles. Although 3G had already emerged and gained traction, the age of smartphones had yet to dawn. Gu Chuan scratched his head, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. feeling as though his rebirth had come at a less than opportune time. Complaints aside, numerous developmental opportunities still existed, albeit many were limited. The unrestricted trends, however, were not feasible with the scant funds in his pocket. It was truly exasperating. He decided to engage in a deeper conversation with the proprietress, fostering relationships for future endeavors. The e-commerce era had not yet fully risen, nor had the demise of physical industries occurred, leaving opportunities to profit. With the funds at his disposal, he could indeed promote the liquor formula. Gu Chuan extinguished his cigarette, formulating a plan. Prompted by his thoughts, he strode purposefully to his car, intending to explore South City for any hidden opportunities. As he turned, he collided with someone, causing a plastic bag to rupture and its contents to scatter across the ground. "I'm so sorry," the figure exclaimed repeatedly, quickly crouching to gather the fallen items. Gu Chuan waved dismissively, unconcerned, but upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the girl who had once reflected his image back to him. At that moment, Su Nanjun had changed out of her sweat-soaked attire. Clad in a simple yet pristine white t-shirt, she emanated a subtle fragrance. Her faded, light blue jeans appeared worn and frail, lending her an air of delicateness that confirmed Gu Chuan's prior assumptions. She was not a slovenly person. As he bent down to assist her in picking up the scattered items, he noticed they consisted mainly of inexpensive daily necessities and several packets of pickled vegetables. Originally, her grandmother had intended to prepare some pickles for her to take to school, but the sweltering heat and long journey would render them inedible in just a few days. Thus, she had opted to purchase some pickled vegetables from the school supermarket for her meals. Silently gathering the packets and placing them back into the plastic bag, Gu Chuan refrained from asking questions. Some individuals meticulously protect their dignity, and he too had faced similar circumstances. Sometimes, refraining from inquiry is a form of kindness. With a wry smile, Gu Chuan cursed at his fate. After all, he had been reborn, yet the universe had still placed a mirror before him. While he had shed the past, why did it still expose his inner insecurities? However, not inquiring did not equate to inaction. This girl had become alarmingly thin. If she continued to subsist on such items, she might find herself succumbing to malnutrition before even graduating. Even electronic pets deserved better care. After stuffing the packets into the plastic bag, Gu Chuan asked Su Nanjun if she had any money. "I rushed out and forgot my wallet. Could you lend me some?" She replied, her voice timid. Su Nanjun hesitated, glancing up through her thick bangs to find Gu Chuan standing before her. "Oh, I have some," she murmured, nodding bashfully. Faced with a stranger's request for money, the instinctive response would typically be to refuse. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable trust toward the boy who had assisted her. She then fumbled through her pocket, carefully unfolding a handkerchief, but soon fell into uncertainty. Unsure of how much Gu Chuan intended to borrow, she simply extended the handkerchief toward him. Gu Chuan took it without hesitation, along with the assorted cash nestled within, casually tucking it into his wallet. The audacity of his actions left Su Nanjun momentarily stunned, and she lowered her head even further. Besides, hadn't he brought a wallet? Perhaps it was empty, she reassured herself. "Here, this is my phone number. Call me if you need anything," Gu Chuan said, producing a small card from his pocket, inscribed with his name and number. Originally intended for welcoming new students, it now seemed it would serve a different purpose, so he handed it to Su Nanjun. After all, she was now effectively his creditor, and it was only fitting to leave her with a means of contact. Aware that she lacked a mobile phone, he provided her with a card that bore only his number. With that, Gu Chuan turned and walked away, leaving Su Nanjun staring blankly at the card in her hands. A discount at Hongleman Bathhouse? Accelerating away from the school, Gu Chuan drove around the city but found no suitable business opportunities. South City today bore little resemblance to what it would become a decade later. Although it was a provincial capital, many buildings remained dilapidated, and a 10-story building was considered quite tall. In the future, countless skyscrapers would rise, elegant and luxurious. Yet, Gu Chuan preferred the rustic charm of the old city, rich with the essence of daily life. Driving a Porsche to indulge in street food, that was true elegance. Leaving the city behind, Gu Chuan headed toward the outskirts, recalling a distillery that seemed on the brink of closure. Decades later, it would transform into a software park, with land values skyrocketing. After half an hour, Gu Chuan arrived at the distillery, which was not particularly large, covering only a few dozen acres and appearing somewhat worn down. However, despite its size, it was fully equipped with factories, warehouses, and machinery. Parking outside, Gu Chuan approached the door and knocked. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 resounding knocks, the door swung open. With a loud crash, the rusty iron door collapsed, sending dust swirling into the air, causing him to cough. On the door frame to his right, a sign read, "Beware of the dog, do not approach." Woof, woof. Indeed, as soon as Gu Chuan stepped inside, he heard the menacing bark of a dog. Cautiously picking up a brick, he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Soon, he noticed a chain as thick as his arm, secured to the wall. Alarmed, Gu Chuan exclaimed, "What kind of fearsome dog would need to be chained like that?" Following the sound, he quickly caught sight of the beast, which had a few black lines emerging on its forehead. "Damn, is this what you call a ferocious dog? It barely reaches my ankle." Tethered at the base of that wall is indeed a dog, but it is hardly larger than the brick in his hand. Its fur is dusted with gray, and its ears perk up aggressively as it barks at Gu Chuan. Yet, there is something oddly endearing about its appearance. One could almost be tempted to sit upon it. Is it a transgression to chain it with such a thick iron link? Pulling a sealed sausage from his pocket, he waved it in front of the little white dog, causing its barking to diminish. The dog circled around the wooden post, its tail instinctively rising, and though it continued to bark, drool began to drip from its mouth. "Hey, what are you doing? No need to be so polite. Just the fact that you're here is enough. No need to bring food," said the little white dog. Gu Chuan grinned and tossed the sausage at its feet before turning to enter the factory. In this day and age, many factories are still built of brick, with only a few steel structures, giving them a rather heavy and antiquated appearance. Upon entering the courtyard, Gu Chuan was greeted by a pungent aroma of distiller's grains wafting through the air, with numerous batches drying on tables in the distance. "Manager Chun, if we don't receive our wages today, we might just have to move in with you," one worker exclaimed. "Indeed, it's been 3 months without pay. I can't even afford sanitary pads anymore. I'm too afraid to face my monthly cycle. You promised us that this month we would finally settle the old debts. Yet here we are having not seen a single cent calm? How can we remain calm?" As Gu Chuan stepped into the factory, he was met with a cacophony of voices. He pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds, took a seat, and began to watch intently. Inside the factory stood nearly 20 figures, clad in blue work uniforms, both men and women, their expressions filled with indignation, the atmosphere tense. They surrounded a woman in her late 20s, whose figure was curvaceous and who wore black frame glasses that accentuated her beauty. However, she appeared quite flustered. Her shirt soaked in sweat, revealing hints of her white undergarments. She wore a black skirt that, combined with her attire, exuded the essence of a professional woman. Those black-framed glasses not only enhanced her appearance, but also seemed to increase her efficiency. Chun Yen, encircled by the crowd, helplessly attempted to explain, "Everyone, please listen to me. I'm also a victim here. The factory director absconded with my sister-in-law and the funds, leaving us unable to pay wages. I'm worse off than you. I haven't received my salary in 6 months and was just evicted by my landlord last night. This is inhumane. You are the manager. If the director has fled, who else can we turn to for our dues?" "Exactly. Stop with the useless talk and give us our money." The workers remained unconvinced by her words, only demanding their pay. Chun Yen, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "I genuinely have no money left. If you don't believe me, you can check the accounts. If you find any funds, please share some with me so I can pay my rent." Chapter 69. Senior Sister, may I take a look at the novel you've written? Manager Chun, we are not trying to make things difficult for you. We are genuinely struggling at home. 3 months without pay. How are we supposed to survive? Chun Yen rubbed her forehead, her expression filled with despair. "I understand that everyone is anxious, and I am anxious too. But what can we do? All the money has been taken by the director, and there's nothing left in the factory. This distillery is now up for sale, although the paperwork is complete. Very few inquiries have been made. Rest assured, I promise that whether the distillery changes hands or continues operations, as long as the funds are secured, I will ensure that all owed wages are paid." Upon hearing this, The crowd exchanged glances, then collectively sighed. We will trust manager Chen one more time. With that, the factory workers dispersed. Clearly, they understood that Chen Yan was merely an employee. No matter how much pressure they applied, she could not produce the funds. Watching them leave, Chen Yan wore a bittersweet smile. Selling this distillery is no simple task. Had it been managed properly, the director would not have fled with his sister-in-law. The thought of the director filled Chen Yan with anger. He was a true absentee leader, only visible when it was time to collect money. Clueless about proper management. He had relied solely on his father's wealth to sustain the company thus far. Because of his father's legacy, the distillery had never compromised on quality, using only the finest materials, which naturally drove prices up. In the market, how could they compete with cheap, adulterated products? For the poor, drinking is about flavor. But for the wealthy, it's about status and social interaction. Therefore, the more expensive, the better. Consequently, the distillery found itself in a precarious position. Too expensive for the poor to afford, yet too cheap for the affluent to consider. Though the director was reckless and irresponsible, he stubbornly adhered to his father's principles, which was truly perplexing. A glance caught Chen Yan's attention, and she suddenly noticed Gu Chuan sitting nearby, her demeanor shifting to one of caution. Who are you? This distillery had no young employees, and it looked unfamiliar. He should not be a relative of anyone here. Gu Chuan tossed aside the sunflower seed shells, smiling as he approached her with his hands in his pockets. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call for help. Chen Yan stepped back, eyeing Gu Chuan warily. With the workers gone and the duty room far away, if this man intended harm, could she escape? Gu Chuan chuckled, nodding. Go ahead, shout as loud as you can. Chen Yan retreated to the wall, picking up a stick to brandish at him. Who exactly are you? While stalling for time with her words, she discreetly prepared to dial for help. However, in the very moment she looked down, Gu Chuan was suddenly upon her, swiftly snatching her phone from her grasp. Staring at the old Nokia in his hand, Gu Chuan laughed as he cleared the dialed number. Gazing at Chen Yan. Not bad, you even thought to call the police. But even if you do, it won't matter. The police want to arrest me. Chen Yan gasped, slowly shifting her feet, fear creeping into her expression as her voice trembled. I warn you, don't do anything reckless. Intrigued, Gu Chuan found this girl amusing and decided to tease her. What will you do if I act recklessly? Chen Yan's mind raced, searching for a way to escape this lecherous grasp. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with inspiration. Sick. Yes, I have a contagious disease. If you do anything, you might catch it. Gu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chen Yan in disbelief. He had not expected such an audacious response from her. Yet, it was indeed a clever strategy. Of course, if he were truly a lecher, that would be another matter. Gu Chuan chuckled softly, then saved his phone number in her contact list and handed the phone back to her. You're overthinking it. I'm not a lecher. I merely saw the listing for the sale of your distillery and came to take a look. Having finished speaking, Gu Chuan turned and walked away, his demeanor as carefree as that of a thief who has just completed his heist. Upon reaching the entrance of the factory, he paused to glance back, waving his hand at Chen Yan. Once you figure things out, give me a call. I await your quotation. With that, Gu Chuan vanished from Chen Yan's sight. The distillery was experiencing troubles, yet Gu Chuan was in no rush to take over. The longer he delayed, the lower the price would inevitably become. He harbored no fears of someone else getting ahead of him. From an investor's perspective, this distillery was merely a financial liability, without sufficient confidence and assurance. One would only incur losses. Naturally, should someone else take over, it would matter little to him, for there were other distilleries besides this one. Standing still, Chen Yan stared blankly at Gu Chuan's retreating figure. Once she regained her senses, she exhaled deeply, gently patting her sturdy chest. How fortunate, how fortunate. A hint of relief graced her beautiful face, and she couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. However, when she glanced down at the unfamiliar string of numbers on her phone, suspicion crept back in. Selling? Quotation? Could it be that he intended to take over this distillery? With hurried steps, Chen Yan rushed out of the factory, only to find Gu Chuan already vanished. Taking a moment to reflect, she concluded it seemed unlikely. Gu Chuan was far too young, resembling a student who had yet to graduate. How could he possess enough wealth to acquire this failing distillery? Perhaps he had been frightened off by his own illness, concocting this pretext in failure. Yet, why leave a phone number? What a beautiful car. Where did you acquire it? It isn't stolen, is it? I must remind you, engaging in illegal activities is unwise. Otherwise, you might find yourself working a mundane job in the system, sewing garments. Nanda, East Campus. Li Ling gazed in disbelief at the pristine white Porsche before her, her eyes nearly bulging with astonishment as she fixed her gaze on Gu Chuan. Beside her, Shen Yanin also regarded the car with surprise, recognizing the emblem. Gu Chuan, disinterested in providing an explanation, deflected with a jest. Isn't a stable job within the system appealing? It guarantees a lifetime of meals. Where shall we dine? He inquired, noting that the two in the back seat had fastened their seatbelts. Of course. We're going for barbecued delicacies, Li Ling declared bluntly. And let us order some oysters to nourish you both. She wrapped her arm around Shen Yanin's, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Shen Yanin's cheeks tinged slightly pink as she playfully admonished Li Ling. Ling, don't speak nonsense. Gu Chuan, his ears tuning out the banter, suddenly recalled something. He turned to Shen Yanin through the mirror. Senior, I've heard your novel is quite good. Could you share it with me when you have a moment? At this, the two in the back seat froze in surprise. Li Ling's face lit up with delight, her enthusiasm overflowing. Absolutely. I'll send you the link right now. Meanwhile, Shen Yanin, flustered, began frantically trying to intervene, her usual composure slipping away, revealing a hint of panic in her eyes. The novel isn't finished yet. I'll let you read it once it's complete. Only Li Ling was aware of Shen Yanin's online writing, which, despite its popularity, concealed her identity as the author. The content was rather risque, and should anyone discover it, how could she continue to attend Nanda? What would Gu Chuan think of her? Would he see her as a seductress beneath her demure exterior? No, you mustn't see it. I'll delete the novel after I return. Chapter 70. Elegant lady, what is your QQ? Nanda, Agricultural Department Girls' Dormitory. Nanjun, shall we dine together? A few girls from room 303, preparing for dinner, turned to the quiet girl in bed 6. Su Nanjun gently shook her head. I want to go. You all go ahead. The other girls nodded, linking arms as they departed the dormitory. Very well, we'll head out first. After a brief period of interaction, they understood Su Nanjun's introverted, socially anxious nature. She rarely spoke in the dormitory. If one did not pay particular attention, they might hardly notice her presence at all. As the door closed, Su Nanjun slowly lifted her head, seated on the stool, gazing at the card Gu Chuan had given her. Gurgle. Her stomach growled. She seemed a bit hungry. However, all her money had been borrowed by Gu Chuan, and she even had time to recharge her meal card. Even if she wished to buy a bun, she found herself in a tight spot. Carefully placing the card aside, Su Nanjun gently tore open a packet of pickled vegetables, chewing slowly. Her delicate nose wrinkled slightly. It was very salty and somewhat spicy. You sly boy, do tell me, just how much money do you have in your pocket? I've heard from Aunt Lon that you haven't even asked your family for tuition or living expenses. At the open-air barbecue stall, Li Ling, having ordered several large plates of oysters, looked at Gu Chuan with a gleeful expression, her curiosity piqued. Gu Chuan scoffed. I'm broke, impoverished to the point of rags. Li Ling rolled her eyes. How stingy. I'm not coveting your wealth. Don't forget, I'm your sister. Isn't it only right for you to share some of your gold coins? You're so generous with Yanin, yet so miserly with me. Alas, a sister is never as dear as a wife. Yanin, I'm feeling jealous. Li Ling pouted dramatically, wrapping her arms around Shen Yanin's, beginning to whine. Shen Yanin's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully nudged her, then patted her own small bag with a hint of pride. No worries. I can support you. I have money. Seeing Shen Yanin's adorable demeanor, Li Ling couldn't resist cupping her face and planting a kiss on her cheek. Our Yanin is the best. Unlike some ungrateful wretches. With that, she shot Gu Chuan a fierce glare. Gu Chuan remained unfazed, letting her words go in one ear and out the other, absorbed in his thoughts as he absently drew a few kebabs on the menu. He pondered whether he should register a company. Otherwise, many future endeavors would become quite cumbersome. However, he had heard that there were supportive policies for student entrepreneurship, which would be incredibly beneficial if he could save some money. After all, his small venture lacked substantial funds, so he needed to be frugal. He had stored the number of a professor from the archaeology department in his phone. He could inquire tomorrow. One should seize every opportunity, after all. Since he had resolved to become a capitalist, he would have to lower his moral standards. After all, with a lack of conscience, one might earn even more. However, thinking of that professor, Gu Chuan felt a wave of frustration. He had heard from his seniors that banners were set to hang at the school entrance for an entire semester, and that 2 more had been added just that morning. 3 banners fluttered at the entrance, causing irritation in his heart. Even before classes commenced, the entire Nanda freshman group probably already knew. This year, a fool had scored high enough to enroll in a dubious major. Where's old Gu? That scoundrel isn't off chasing girls again, is he? On the streets of Nanda, the trio of persistent suitors scoured for a place to eat. At this moment, Zhou Hongyu suddenly spoke, looking at his companions. I don't know, Wang Shou said, shaking his head. I haven't seen him since lunch. Chen Kai scratched his head. Didn't Chuan say he wasn't dating? Zhou Hongyu scoffed. That scoundrel never speaks the truth. If his words were to be trusted, pigs could climb trees. What about Chun Bao Bao? Wang Shou inquired again. Chen Kai pondered for a moment before stating that he seemed to be going out to dinner with friends. Wang Shui, with a curious glint in his eye, adjusted his glasses and mischievously inquired, what kind of friends? Female friends, perhaps? Shaking his head, Chen Kai replied that he did not know. So, where shall we dine? How about hot pot? Have you lost your mind? Eating hot pot on such a sweltering day? We should definitely opt for barbecue. Hey, it doesn't really matter what we eat. Anyway, it's on you, Gu. Zhou Hongyu patted his chest, exuding confidence and generosity, boasting, now you know who treats you well, right? Stick with you, Gu, and you'll surely enjoy sumptuous feasts. But with that scoundrel Gu, all you'll get is dog food. Yet, upon finishing his sentence, he noticed that the two were staring blankly across the street, which made Zhou Hongyu want to curse. Is this how you treat our benefactor? Just as he was about to express a friendly greeting, he caught sight of a graceful figure that rendered his words unspoken. Wow, that girl is quite beautiful. Following his gaze, he observed several youthful silhouettes across the street, likely also students. Among them, one stood out remarkably, clad in a white dress, her waist delicate and her features striking, radiating beauty that could astonish the entire youth. You go over and add her on QQ, Chen Kai urged from the side. Wang Shui nodded in agreement. Yes, you go. You are the affluent heir of the Magic City. You should definitely go and add her. Encouraged by their flattery, Zhou Hongyu felt a surge of confidence, his eyes sparkling. Is this for real? Of course it is. Zhou Hongyu chuckled, adjusted his shirt, and, with a flamboyant flick of his fringe, declared, My dear younger brothers, wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he dashed across the road, but was nearly met with oncoming traffic, followed by a barrage of curses. Damn it! Are you blind? Watch where you're going. Zhou Hongyu awkwardly chuckled, quickly apologizing, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Truly, he had suffered a social death before even making his move. Soon, he arrived beneath the streetlight, spat on the ground to compose himself, and took out his expensive phone as he approached the most beautiful girl. With a grin that mixed awkwardness and showiness, he recited, In the riverside, the elegant lady, what is your QQ? Upon hearing this, Lin Kuya raised her eyes to him, her brows slightly furrowing, wondering where this fool had come from. Coldly, she shot him a glance and turned to leave, yet Zhou Hongyu, unfazed, cheerfully followed, reiterating his self-introduction. Hello, I'm a freshman from the archaeology department at Nanda, no ulterior motives, just hoping to get to know you. Hearing this, Lin Kuya abruptly halted, turning around to scrutinize Zhou Hongyu with her beautiful eyes. You are from the archaeology department at Nanda? Zhou Hongyu nodded, a smile gracing his face, his heart soaring with joy, thinking to himself, she must be impressed by my talents. Nanda's reputation among students was indeed significant. However, Lin Qiuya's next question darkened his expression. Do you know Gu Chuan? Gu Chuan? Why are you looking for him? Zhou Hongyu's smile vanished, his demeanor stiffening. Internally, he began to curse. Has that scoundrel made a nest with beautiful women? Why does every attractive girl seem to be connected to him? You truly are cursed. Lin Qia's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. You know Gu Chuan? Zhou Hongyu reluctantly nodded. He is my roommate. Could you take me to meet him? Lin Qia asked, her voice tinged with excitement. She had wanted to ask Gu Chuan out herself, but her QQ had long been deleted and her attempts to add him had been rebuffed. She had considered asking Liu Bowen for help, but he had been evasive and unhelpful. May I ask what your relationship is with him? Lin Qia paused, pondering. What exactly was her relationship with Gu Chuan? In the past, he had liked her, but after she rejected his confession, he seemed to transform into a different person. Now, their relationship was perhaps merely that of former classmates. Contemplating this, a hint of melancholy crossed her eyes. We were high school classmates. Zhou Hongyu's expression softened, a flicker of hope igniting within him. If that is the case, perhaps I still have a chance? No problem, leave it to me. I'll take you to find him right away. But first, can we add each other on QQ? Lin Qia hesitated briefly, then smiled and nodded sure. Although Gu Chuan had explicitly stated that their relationship had ended, Lin Qia refused to believe that he could completely let go of her. After all, she had pursued him all the way to Nancheng. She would not easily give up. Perhaps this roommate of Gu Chuan's wanting to add her on QQ was actually a suggestion from Gu Chuan himself, aiming to discreetly understand her current situation. With this thought in mind, Lin Qia's eyes brightened, and her expression regained its former pride. Speaking of which, the skewers you ordered, were they your choice? At the barbecue stall, Li Ling looked disdainfully at Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan, unfazed, replied, I simply wanted to supplement some yang energy, considering the ominous nature of this major. What if I encounter a female ghost at night? Li Ling rolled her eyes. Even if the universe exploded, your mouth would still be as stubborn. Suddenly recalling something, Gu Chuan advised, by the way, eat slowly and leave some scraps. Otherwise, there'll be no one to settle the bill later. Li Ling and Shun Yanan exchanged puzzled glances. No one to settle the bill? Shun Yanan patted her small bag. It's fine. I have money. Gu Chuan shook his head. How can I let a senior pay when we're out to eat? It's uncouth to make a wealthy benefactor pay for their own meal. Just moments ago, he had received a call from Zhou Hongyu, saying they were going out for skewers, and he had been worried about who would settle the bill. Lo and behold, the benefactor had conveniently presented herself. A slight smile crept across Li Ling's lips. Oh, not even married yet, and you're already learning to save money for us, Yanan. Shun Yanan's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she gently pinched Li Ling before picking up a skewer of kidneys to taste. Her attractive brows furrowed slightly, and her delicate nose crinkled at the strong flavor, making it hard to swallow. Yet, why did Gu Chuan seem to enjoy it so much? If you can't eat it, don't force yourself. Just give it to that foolish boy. Observing Shun Yanan's conflicted expression, Li Ling kindly took the skewer from her hand and placed it on Gu Chuan's plate. She couldn't stand the taste of kidneys herself, much less Shun Yanan, a girl from the south. Gu Chuan, however, showed no disdain and happily began to eat the skewer that Shun Yanan had just bitten. Watching him eat from the spot she had just nibbled, Shun Yanan felt her cheeks flush even deeper. Was this considered an indirect kiss? She had never experienced it, but that is how it was described in books. Senior Shun, which website are you currently serializing your novel on? Gu Chuan inquired curiously, directing his gaze toward Shun Yanan. Upon hearing this, Shun Yanan hesitated, her rosy cheeks displaying a tinge of conflict as she contemplated whether to allow him to peruse the novel she had penned. The content was rather explicit, and she worried about the potential for misunderstanding. Gu Chuan fixed his gaze upon Shun Yanan, his expression morphing into something peculiar. As he pondered whether Senior Shun's writings were of that nature, this warranted investigation. Should her work be censored in the future, he would be deprived of this privilege. However, Gu Chuan refrained from shattering this delicate veil of uncertainty and instead articulated his intentions, stating, I'm actually considering establishing a website. I plan to include a section for novels, and if you're interested, I would like to invite you to serialize your work on my site. Rest assured, the remuneration will be most reasonable. Shun Yanan waved her hand dismissively, replying, It's all right. I can forego payment. After all, her writing was merely a pastime. While the financial rewards were substantial, they held little significance for her. Yet, Li Ling interjected with a proud demeanor. blocking her path. Why would you refuse? This is money earned through hard work. Otherwise, when you two marry, given his miserly nature, he may not even give you pocket money. Shouldn't you bolster your little savings in advance? Shen Yanan playfully pinched her. Her face flushed as she retorted, "It's fine. I am not in need of money." Li Ling, evidently determined, leaned in conspiratorially. "Yanan, I must warn you, you cannot entrust financial matters to this stingy fellow. He is utterly miserly." "Are you really that stingy?" Gu Chuan exclaimed, sputtering his drink in surprise, glaring at Li Ling. "When have you ever seen me being stingy?" Li Ling, undatarat, seemed oblivious to her own choice of words, while Shen Yanan's cheeks burned like a ripe apple. Being a writer herself, she had a vivid imagination and was particularly sensitive to such phrases, leading her thoughts astray. "Yanan, what's wrong? Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" Li Ling inquired, observing Shen Yanan's crimson complexion with concern. Shen Yanan remained silent, shaking her head fervently, her gaze averted as she feared revealing her thoughts. Across from them, Gu Chuan maintained an air of nonchalance, though inwardly he reveled in a fit of mirth. It seemed his suspicion was confirmed. Shen Yanan's novel was indeed crafted during a high-speed journey, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind. "Old Gu, guess who I brought for you?" Turning to look, they were met with the sight of the dormitory S trio of sycophants approaching. Leading the charge, Zhou Hongyu was winking at Gu Chuan, his grin stretching nearly to his ears, as if he had accomplished a great feat, resembling a triumphant general. Gu Chuan regarded his expression with an odd look. In these times, how could one be so blissfully oblivious while playing the fool? However, upon spotting the campus beauty seated across from Gu Chuan, the trio's expressions darkened, and they could not help but curse him internally. No wonder this rascal had avoided dining with them. It was clear he was on a date with the senior. "You truly deserve a scolding." Suppressing their ire towards Gu Chuan, Zhou Hongyu seemed to unveil a hidden treasure, as the trio shifted aside to reveal the stunning figure behind them. Their eyes met, and the moment Gu Chuan caught sight of her, his previously warm expression abruptly turned cold. Chapter 72, No Girlfriend But a Wife. "Surprised, are you? I brought your high school classmate." Zhou Hongyu chirped, akin to a cat presenting a mouse to its owner, seeking praise. Beside him, Wang Shuyi and Chun Kai wore smiles that suggested they had performed a great service. Yet, for Gu Chuan, the joy was absent, although his face bore a smile. It felt tinged with an air of forced bravado. He then gave Zhou Hongyu a thumbs up, saying, "Thanks, without you, I would have had the chance to see this high school classmate." Zhou Hongyu, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Gu Chuan's tone, patted his chest with pride, declaring, "Come on, we're roommates. There's no need for formalities." Across from them, Li Ling and Shen Yanan exchanged glances, their smiles gradually fading. It was evident that Gu Chuan's roommate was indeed quite clever. They were aware of the events between Gu Chuan and Lin Shiyue. Now, he sought to avoid her, while his well-meaning roommate had inadvertently brought her right to him. What a warm-hearted fool he was. Under Gu Chuan's indifferent gaze, Lin Shiyue lost the composure she had previously maintained, her heart inexplicably racing. It felt as if their roles had entirely reversed since Gu Chuan's confession had been rejected. In the past, she had commanded him with ease, yet now she felt a nervousness she had never known. "Gu Chuan, may I speak with you privately?" Lin Shiyue took a deep breath, striving to quell her tumultuous emotions as she slowly spoke. Gu Chuan, suppressing his physiological reactions, replied coolly, "I have made my feelings abundantly clear. I do not harbor any affection for you. We are merely high school classmates, and there is no relationship between us, now or ever." He had reiterated this sentiment countless times, yet she still seemed unable to comprehend. He had severed ties with the past. Why couldn't this matter simply dissipate into the ether? As Gu Chuan's words hung in the air, the trio stood frozen, their expressions a blend of astonishment and intrigue as they observed the exchange. What was unfolding here? Hadn't it been stated that they were merely classmates? How had it escalated to matters of affection? And, judging by Gu Chuan's tone, this beautiful girl had indeed been rebuffed by him? Lin Shiyue's fingers clenched tightly together, her nails digging into her flesh, her expression a mixture of defiance and disbelief. I refused to accept that. Gu Chuan's lips twitched involuntarily, his thoughts spiraling into frustration. What kind of cosmic misfortune had led him to develop feelings for such a peculiar individual? Beneath her attractive exterior lay a veritable echo chamber, regurgitating the same phrase repeatedly. After a brief silence, Lin Xia, with renewed obstinacy, declared, "I applied to Nanjing University because of you. Are you not even the slightest bit touched?" Gu Chuan shook his head, his expression impassive. "I'm not touched. In fact, I was entirely unaware of your application to Nanchang until Liu Bowen informed me. Even if he had known, it would not have stirred any sentiment within him." Lin Xiaoyue's eyes shimmered with unshed tears at Gu Chuan's cold demeanor. Yet she stubbornly lifted her chin, refusing to let the tears fall. "If you truly do not care for me, then why have your roommates been inquiring about my well-being? Don't tell me that's mere coincidence." Gu Chuan frowned, replying icily, "I have no interest in how they know you. I have never asked them to concern themselves with your affairs. Please do not delude yourself." Nearby, Zhou Hongyu and the others were utterly dumbfounded, but still attempted to clarify. "Miss, you may have misunderstood. I was unaware that you knew old Gu. I simply wanted to add you on QQ to get acquainted. It was not on old Gu's behalf." Although they lacked the full context, Zhou Hongyu sensed the charged atmosphere and guessed he might have inadvertently made a misstep. As she swiftly approached Gu Chuan's side, her tone tinged with regret, she said, "Old Gu, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you." Gu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, responding, "It's nothing, just settle the bill." Zhou Hongyu's expression darkened, cursing under his breath, "Damn, you scoundrel. Even at this moment, you're still trying to take advantage of me." However, he acknowledged that it was indeed his fault, and taking responsibility for his mistakes seemed reasonable. Yet, why did he feel an unsettling dissonance? Was there something more sinister at play? Lin Qiya, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fixed her gaze upon Gu Chuan, her fingers tightly clenched. "Then tell me, why have you grown to dislike me?" Gu Chuan replied coolly, "I have already addressed this question previously." Lin Qiya vehemently shook her head. "Even if you have amassed enough disappointment to leave, why must you be so heartless towards me? Do you not cherish our past feelings at all?" Since that day she had rejected Gu Chuan's confession, he had transformed into a completely different person, treating her with an indifference that was almost unbearable. He could engage in jovial banter with everyone, yet he reserved a chilling aloofness for her, which she found intolerable. Gu Chuan chuckled softly at her words. "Feelings? Do we truly have any feelings between us? Even if we did, it would merely be my unreciprocated affections." He genuinely could not fathom how Lin Qiya had the audacity to speak of feelings. Who had granted her such courage? Perhaps Liang Jingru. Lin Qiya discerned the derision in Gu Chuan's tone, her fingers digging into her flesh, pain coursing through her, yet it paled in comparison to the heartache she felt within. How ironic it was that she had the audacity to mention their past affections. What had she ever contributed to him? Had she not accumulated enough disappointment? Gu Chuan might never have left. Sniffling, Lin Qiya gazed at Gu Chuan, her voice trembling as she summoned the courage to speak. "I was wrong before. I failed to recognize your existence. Now, I only hope you can grant me a chance to pursue you. Could you be my boyfriend?" With her hands tightly clasped, her eyes brimming with anxiety, she awaited his response. Gu Chuan, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, "I do not understand what I did to give you such an impression. Or perhaps it is your own understanding that is flawed, misinterpreting my intentions. Let me reiterate, there is no possibility between us, neither now nor in the future. Do you comprehend?" Upon witnessing Gu Chuan's heartless demeanor, tears cascaded down Lin Qiya's cheeks, and she shook her head vigorously. "I refuse to believe it. I refuse." She had proactively acknowledged her faults to Gu Chuan, even willing to change herself for him, casting aside her pride to confess her feelings. But why did he respond with such coldness, devoid of any compassion? Had he truly grown to loathe her so profoundly? At that moment, Shen Yanin approached, standing silently beside Gu Chuan as she regarded Lin Qiya. "Are you certain that your feelings for Gu Chuan are genuine affection, or are they merely the remnants of an unwillingness to let go of something that once belonged to you?" Do you wish to reclaim him and flaunt your possession to others, only to cast him aside once more after obtaining him? Lin Qiya's tear-filled eyes locked onto Shun Yanen's, shaking her head emphatically. No, that's not true. Yet, she could not conceal the turmoil in her gaze. Despite her desperate denial, the words had struck a nerve, exposing her vulnerability. Stepping closer, she grasped Gu Chuan's arm, her expression pleading as she implored, "Gu Chuan, you must believe me. I am not what she claims I am." Gu Chuan remained silent, his calm gaze fixed upon her, revealing that belief or disbelief held no significance for him. Lin Qiya shook her head fervently. "No, it's different. You do not have a girlfriend. Please, grant me this chance. I promise to stay by your side." Just then, Shun Yanen intertwined her arm with Gu Chuan's, offering a polite smile towards Lin Qiya. "I apologize, but Gu Chuan indeed does not have a girlfriend, though he does have a wife. Moreover, it's one whom he has introduced to his family." Chapter 73. Descending the stairs, I brought you dinner. "Gu Chuan, I despise you," Lin Qiya cried as she walked away, tears streaming down her face, appearing utterly heartbroken. Yet, no one knew whether her sadness stemmed from true despair or from the loss of something that was once hers. Lowering his gaze to the arm that Shun Yanen had taken, Gu Chuan softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Shun Yanen snapped back to reality, realizing that she was still linked to Gu Chuan, and quickly withdrew her arm, her cheeks flushing a soft red. Apologetically, she said, "I'm sorry. I didn't ask for your permission." Shaking his head, Gu Chuan smiled gently. "There's no need for apologies. After all, what you said was the truth." Upon hearing this, Shun Yanen's blush deepened, and she lightly pinched Gu Chuan's arm before returning to her seat. Her heart raced, filled with excitement. Did he just acknowledge their connection? Wow. Our Yanen is truly impressive, standing there with such an aura of a rightful partner, Li Ling remarked, linking arms with Shun Yanen, unable to suppress her laughter. Meanwhile, the trio of infatuated admirers stood dumbstruck, staring blankly at the scene before them, as if their worldview had shattered. Did I hear correctly? Did the school belle just declare herself Gu Chuan's wife? This world has gone utterly mad, one of them exclaimed, astonished. Moreover, the beautiful girl Zhou Hongyu had brought along was weeping, desperately pleading to be Gu Chuan's girlfriend. The most astonishing part was that Gu Chuan, that scoundrel, had coldly rejected her. It felt like a scene from a fantastical romance novel. At that moment, they felt as though they had been immersed in a pool of misfortune, with Gu Chuan standing at the edge, pouring their disappointment upon them, leaving them with no sweetness to savor. Was this what Gu Chuan referred to when he said he didn't engage in puppy love? Clearly, he had bypassed that stage and headed straight for a wife. They cursed under their breath. "You truly deserve this. Continue on. I shall take my leave," Gu Chuan said, wiping his mouth and standing up, addressing the trio of admirers before departing with Shun Yanen from the barbecue stall. "Am I dreaming?" Wang Shui stared blankly at the retreating figures, his expression bewildered. Chun Kai nodded, feeling that the scene before him was surreal. Zhou Hongyu, ever straightforward, slapped Wang Shui across the face and curiously asked, "Did that hurt?" Wang Shui's expression darkened instantly, covering half his face as he cursed, "Why don't you slap yourself?" Zhou Hongyu smirked, feeling as though he had been splashed with cold water. This is not a dream. Damn, old Gu truly deserves this. They both nodded vigorously, envisioning him wrapped in dough and fried to a golden crisp. After dropping the two back at their dormitory, Gu Chuan found a parking spot and lit a cigarette as he made his way to the dorm. However, he felt an inexplicable sense of having forgotten something. Digging into his pocket, he produced 2 name-and-boss cards, which he discarded into a nearby trash bin. Yet, after taking only a few steps, Gu Chuan suddenly realized, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wait a minute, how did both cards end up in my pocket? Since the card was already in his pocket. What was the card he gave to Su Nanjun? Red Romance Bathhouse. Oh no, my illustrious reputation is about to be tarnished in an instant. With this thought, Gu Chuan extinguished his cigarette and took off running, finally recalling what he had forgotten. Before long, he appeared, drenched in sweat and carrying a lunchbox, beneath the dormitory of the agricultural college. How could he have been so absorbed in his own meal that he forgot about the young lady? However, upon reaching the dormitory, Gu Chuan found himself in a quandary. The welcome ceremony was over, and access to the girls' dormitory was now restricted. If he sought someone to take him upstairs, what would become of his dubious card history? Should he return to his dormitory, borrow a wig from Chun Bao Bao, and disguise himself in women's clothing to sneak in? No. He was a man of principles. Such recklessness was beneath him. After much contemplation, Gu Chuan ultimately opted for the most socially awkward yet effective approach. Sunan Kun, come down. I brought you lunch. He bellowed, his voice echoing like a broken gong as he called out from below the 303 dormitory. Soon, several girls leaned out from their balconies, intrigued. Wow, what a handsome guy. Is he delivering lunch to his girlfriend? How enviable. Indeed, if I had such a boyfriend, I would slap myself silly after any argument. Is he a freshman at our school? Su Nanjun, what a lovely name. The girls in the 303 dormitory also heard Gu Chuan shout and gathered at the balcony, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Is he calling for Nanjun? One girl queried curiously. It seems so. The others nodded in agreement. They then turned their attention back to the quiet, bookish girl inside, beaming as they teased. Nanjun, someone is calling for you. Hearing this, Su Nanjun lifted her head slightly, her clear eyes reflecting her confusion. Lin Xiaoya smiled sweetly and waved, urging her to come over. After a moment's hesitation, Su Nanjun stood and approached the balcony, looking down to see a familiar figure. There stood Gu Chuan, waving at her like a fool. Nanjun, is that your boyfriend? He is so handsome. Lin Xiaoya gazed at Su Nanjun, a glimmer of joy lighting up her face. The other roommates cast envious glances, their curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Su Nanjun's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly waved her hands, insisting, No, he is not my boyfriend. Please don't misunderstand. Come down. Gu Chuan called up, spotting Su Nanjun on the balcony and smiling as he waved. Hurry, your boyfriend is calling you. We'll be waiting. Lin Xiaoya teased, raising an eyebrow with a knowing grin. Su Nanjun's face was aflame as she dashed down the stairs, soon arriving at the foot of the dormitory. Seeing her slender figure, Gu Chuan waved cheerfully. Sorry about today. I got a bit busy and forgot. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, this is for you. He extended the lunchbox in his hand toward her. Su Nanjun quickly shook her head. No, it's fine. I've already eaten. Nonsense, I borrowed all your money. How could you have had dinner? Gu Chuan replied knowingly. Yet, Su Nanjun continued to shake her head, firmly insisting she didn't need it. She almost added, You only need to return my money, but the words stuck in her throat. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away, Gu Chuan teased, employing a classic tactic of playful manipulation. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Su Nanjun did not protest, her gaze cast downwards, her fingers nervously entwined. At that moment, her thoughts were solely occupied with escaping, as more and more onlookers gathered on the balcony, scrutinizing them with eager eyes. Each gaze felt like a searing spotlight upon her, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, to leave abruptly would be impolite. Gu Chuan had kindly come to deliver her food, and leaving him standing there would surely create an awkward situation for him. Despite his ploy failing to yield results, Gu Chuan, with his thick skin, felt no embarrassment, and instead forcefully thrust the lunchbox into her hands. All right, it's getting late. You should head back. It's best to eat the lunch while it's warm, or it will lose its appeal. With that, he turned, not allowing her a chance to refuse. As he walked away, he thought to himself, My silhouette must appear quite dashing right now. That little girl must be smitten. However, when he glanced back, he found no trace of Su Nanjun. Staring at the empty space beneath the dormitory, Gu Chuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why is this girl not following the script? He then burst into laughter, pointing at the sky to mask his embarrassment. Ah, the moon is exceptionally round tonight. It seems like it's cloudy tonight, and there is no moon. Yet, they all seem to forget one crucial detail. Gu Chuan's little card remained unreturned, and Su Nanjun's money was still nestled in his pocket.